Lin Shaowen, having indulged in alcohol at a class reunion, awoke to find himself inexplicably transported to the world of the Affectionate Courtyard, where he became Lin Shaowen, an outstanding graduate of Beijing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Now freshly graduated, he faced a pivotal decision: to accept a promising position as a formal doctor at Peking Union Medical College or to serve as a humble factory doctor at a steel mill. Without hesitation, Lin Shaowen opted for the latter. What choice did he have? To thrust a mere cog of society into the prestigious hospital was akin to inviting disaster. Moreover, at Peking Union Medical College, the luminaries there would discern his medical proficiency in an instant. However, after making his decision, a chime sounded in his mind. The multiverse fishing system has been activated. All things can be fished. Lin Shaowen nearly choked on his own disbelief. If only this fishing system had arrived a minute earlier, his life would have taken a different turn. Chapter 1. Peking Union is excellent. Thus, I choose the steel mill. Beijing Medical University. Dean's Office. Shaowen, Peking Union is a remarkable institution, Dean Qin Zhong stated calmly. Yet, sitting across from him, Lin Shaowen's heart roiled with tumultuous waves. How could he have drunkenly stumbled into such an alien world? Countless memories surged forth, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Lin Shaowen, age 20, an exemplary graduate of Beijing Medical University, the son of a senior engineer who perished in duty and a mother who was a music teacher, now deceased. Residing in the industrial department's housing, he faced a dilemma with two choices. As an outstanding medical graduate, he had received invitations from two institutions. The first was Peking Union Medical College, and the second, the factory doctor position at the steel mill. In the future, these choices would be akin to Pan Jinlian choosing between Shimanqing and Wu Delanga's source of amusement. Yet in the 1960s, both invitations bore equal weight. Work transcended status and warranted respect. Dean, Peking Union harbors nearly all the industry's elites, with equipment and technology that are unparalleled. I believe my future there would be exceedingly bright. Dean Qin Zhong smiled, visibly pleased by Lin Shaowen's words. Therefore, I choose the steel mill, Lin Shaowen declared earnestly. The smile on Dean Qin's face froze, disbelief washing over him. Half an hour later, drenched in the proverbial blood of ridicule, Lin Shaowen exited the dean's office, sighing deeply. He was no fool. He understood that Peking Union was undoubtedly superior to the steel mill. However, the truth remained, though he bore the title of an exemplary medical graduate, he was not that person. Should anything go awry at Peking Union, imprisonment would be the least of his worries. He could end up worse. Thus, remaining at the steel mill, as a mere factory doctor, seemed far more prudent. After all, who could expect much from a factory doctor? Having made his choice, he now faced another challenge: relocation. He resided in the industrial department's housing, a legacy from his father who had been posthumously honored as a martyr. However, the accommodation belonged to the department, and he could not continue living there for free. Thus, an agreement was reached. Upon Lin Shaowen's graduation and employment, the department would coordinate with his new employer to secure housing for him, after which they would reclaim the property. While pondering this, a chime echoed in his mind. The multiverse fishing system has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have become a multiverse fisherman. You are awarded a fishing ring and a fishing rod. What? Lin Shaowen was utterly bewildered. What on earth was this? Multiverse fishing? Was this some kind of jest? Less than an hour in this world, and he already longed for the vibrant tapestry of his previous life. This world was shrouded in gray buildings. Objects and attire were predominantly dark hues, with the exception of white shirts, which were a rare sight. Noticing the curious gazes of those around him, Lin Shaowen quickly composed himself and dashed home. In his two-bedroom apartment, the only items present were books and a considerable amount of alcohol. His father, after his mother's passing, had immersed himself in reading and drinking, ultimately succumbing to a heart attack while on duty. Gazing at the two black and white photographs on the wall, he fell silent for a moment, then touched the ring on his left hand's ring finger. With a flash, he entered the ring. The glaring sunlight prompted Lin Shaowen to shield his eyes, finding himself on a small island. The island was the size of a sports arena, with nothing but a small hut. The sun, sand, and palm trees beckoned him, making him ponder that living here for a lifetime wouldn't be so bad. Yet, a towering clock tower reminded him that he could only remain in the ring for 2 hours each day, and he was permitted to fish only 3 times, regardless of the catch. Let's give it a try. Having been a cog in the machine in his past life, Lin Shaowen had developed a fondness for fishing. Despite his limited income, he had stubbornly purchased a fishing rod and would occasionally cast a line. The fishing line arced beautifully, landing in the sea. Lin Shaowen waited patiently, and 10 minutes later, the bobber suddenly plunged. He grasped the rod and pulled back, and with a splash, a silver treasure chest burst forth from the water. You have obtained the essentials of the martial art 8 Extremes Fist. Would you like to learn? The system prompted. Without a second thought, Lin Shaowen chose to learn. In this unfamiliar world, nothing was more reassuring than personal strength. However, fishing up a treasure chest was rather absurd. Lin Shaowen scoffed, then cast his line again. You have obtained body-strengthening pills. Would you like to consume? Consume. Lin Shaowen's eyes lit up as he felt a significant transformation in his body. His previously dark skin began to lighten, and his frail physique steadily morphed into a robust form, achieving a golden ratio, complete with a well-defined six-pack indications that the pill was indeed effective. Impressive, Lin Shaowen praised before casting his line one last time. You have obtained 10 pounds of pork stored in the hut. Lin Shaowen felt despondent. What use was pork? He sought medical skills. Although he was a factory doctor, he was still a legitimate physician. In this era, specialized talent was scarce, and switching jobs was not a simple endeavor. As for fleeing, that was an even more distant dream. Exiting the 4th and 9th city required an introduction letter otherwise. One would be treated as a spy and apprehended. Stepping away from the beach, Lin Shaowen sighed in relief. He tidied his home, categorizing his belongings into the ring, then prepared a bowl of noodles, casually plucking a coconut from the beach for his drink, resolving his dinner dilemma. Having entered this world and acquired a system left him in a state of disarray. After a while, sleep eluded him. Reluctantly, he retrieved the ergo II his father had left behind, taking generous swigs until he finally fell into a deep slumber. The following day, knock, knock, knock. Who is it? So early. Lin Shaowen grumbled irritably. It's me, old Zhang. The voice outside boomed with vigor. Old Zhang, Zhang Guoping, his father's comrade and director of the logistics department. Coming. Lin Shaowen sprang up, his face brightening as he opened the door. Uncle Zhang, good morning. Good morning? It's already 10 o'clock. Zhang Guoping placed the breakfast he brought on the table, pointing at his watch with a playful reprimand. Why would you choose the steel mill when Peking Union is right there? Does that place hold any prospects? Uncle Zhang, Peking Union is not in need of good doctors, but the workers at the steel mill are in dire need of a competent physician. Lin Shaowen replied somberly. My father dedicated his life to the country now. It's my turn. One must admit, his acting is quite impressive, so lifelike it seems. Good lad. Zhang Guoping patted him on the shoulder, expressing his admiration. I always knew you were a fine person. Hurry and have breakfast once you're done. I shall take you to your workplace. There's no need, Lin Shaowen declined. He possessed a keen self-awareness, understanding that Zhang Guoping was here to collect the keys to the apartment. Countless individuals at the Ministry of Industry awaited his graduation, eager for him to vacate his residence. The moment he stepped out that door, his connection with the ministry would be severed. Hence he wished to avoid causing any inconvenience to Zhang Guoping. Chapter 2. The world of villains. Enough of the nonsense. Zhang Guoping chided with a laugh. The steel mill is an affiliate of the Ministry of Industry. As a child of the ministry, who else will support you if I do not? Thank you, Uncle Zhang, Lin Shaowen replied, quickly finishing his breakfast and handing over the house keys to Zhang Guoping. Zhang Guoping did not inspect the house, but carefully locked the door before driving Lin Shaowen toward the steel mill in his rather old bicycle. An hour later, in the director's office of the steel mill, Yang Weiguo extended his hand from a distance. Old Zhang, why didn't you give me a heads up about your visit? Well, my nephew is reporting for duty at your mill, Zhang Guoping said, pointing at Lin Shaowen with a smile. He is an outstanding graduate from the medical university, so you must take good care of him. Really? Yang Weiguo stared in astonishment at Lin Shaowen. Though the steel mill employs thousands, it struggles to retain medical talent. Doctors are different from regular workers. They require specialized skills, not just physical strength. The mill once had a few graduates from medical schools, but they left within 2 years, using connections to escape. In this era, career advancement necessitates assessments, and the medical profession is no exception. Graduating from medical school is merely the beginning. Many medical skills require the guidance of excellent mentors and extensive practical experience to develop. The factory doctor has little prospect. For minor ailments, they dispense medicine, and for injuries, they apply iodine. The Red Star Hospital is less than 20 minutes from the steel mill, and serious injuries are directly sent to the hospital. Hence, everyone seeks to leave. In a mill of 10,000 employees, only an aging man remains. This year, the old man was hospitalized due to a stroke, leaving the factory without a doctor. Yang Weiguo had no choice but to extend invitations far and wide, hoping to catch someone, and unexpectedly, he managed to recruit an exemplary graduate from the medical university. Hello, Director Yang. I am Lin Shaowen. Lin Shaowen introduced himself calmly. Hello, Dr. Lin, Yang Weiguo said, sizing him up with a beaming smile. What made you choose the steel mill? Surely, Union Hospital would be a better choice? My father is a worker, Lin Shaowen replied solemnly. Ahem. Old Lin is a senior engineer, Zhang Guoping interjected with a cough. A senior engineer? Yang Weiguo was taken aback. This young man hails from a prestigious family. How could he choose to come to the steel mill? He must have thought, Union Hospital does not lack good doctors, but the steel mill needs a competent physician. Clearly, old Lin has taught his son well, Zhang Guoping mused. Well said, Yang Weiguo applauded. Stop the nonsense, Zhang Guoping waved his hand. Old Yang, how is my nephew's salary determined? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Weiguo stated, Dr. Lin, as a university graduate, qualifies for a level 4 salary standard, which is 56 yuan and 87 cents a month. Additionally, as a special talent, the factory will provide a 10 yuan subsidy each month. The highest salary for doctors is level 8, which is 112 yuan and 50 cents. A vocational graduate earns a level 3 salary of 48 yuan, while a university graduate earns a level 4 salary, which is 56 yuan and 87 cents. In this era, that is considered a rather high salary, especially with the subsidy. It seems you have some sense of gratitude. Yang Weiguo nodded in satisfaction, then added, there is one more thing. Your unit needs to address Shaowen's housing issue. Yang Weiguo frowned. Old Zhang, I can accommodate everything else, but this I am truly powerless. Many in the mill still do not have proper housing. Zhang Guoping pulled out a document and stated seriously, this is from the ministry. Yang Weiguo took the document and his frown deepened. The ministry's directive was to resolve Lin Shaowen's housing issue, specifically stating he should be provided with an apartment. After all, Lin Shaowen had exchanged his house for an apartment. It would be quite unfair to give him a rundown place. Director Zhang, there really are no apartments available at the mill. I could move out and free up my house for Dr. Lin, Yang Weiguo offered with a pained expression. Zhang Guoping's brow furrowed as he prepared to speak. However, Lin Shaowen, who had been mostly silent, interjected, Director Yang, I am here to work, not to enjoy luxuries. As long as the housing issue is resolved, where I live is not important. Though his words sounded noble, they were born of necessity. Yang Weiguo's inability to execute the ministry's order suggested that the steel mill genuinely lacked housing. Continuing to press him would yield no fruitful outcome. It was better to be magnanimous. Shaowen, Zhang Guoping called, his tone disapproving. Uncle Zhang, I understand you are looking out for me. But we must also consider the mill's practical issues, Lin Shaowen replied earnestly. Dr. Lin, you are commendable, Yang Weiguo praised. Then opened a drawer and handed Lin Shaowen a stack of receipts. I will arrange for you to have a large house. This is the factory's compensation for you. Lin Shaowen raised a hand to decline, smiling wryly. Director Yang, I cannot accept something for nothing. Take it. Director Yang insisted sternly. Lin Shaowen glanced at Zhang Guoping, who nodded, before accepting the receipts. Thank you, Director. That is more like it. Come, I will take you to see the house. Yang Weiguo said cheerfully, placing an arm around Lin Shaowen's shoulders as they exited, with Zhang Guoping following closely behind. Whether for personal or professional reasons, resolving Lin Shaowen's housing issue was imperative. Nanluo, located less than 20 minutes from the steel mill, was not their destination. Instead, Yang Weiguo took Lin Shaowen to the street office. Director Yang, what brings you here? Asked a middle-aged woman in her 40s, sporting a pragmatic short haircut and an assertive demeanor. Director Wang, this is our factory doctor, Dr. Lin, Yang Weiguo introduced. He just reported for duty today, and we need to arrange housing for him. I recall there are a few rooms available in the courtyard. Are you referring to the courtyard of Yizhonghai and others? Director Wang inquired. Yes, precisely, Yang Weiguo replied. Dr. Lin has just graduated from university. The courtyard is filled with our factory as personnel, making it easier for him to settle in. Lin Shaowen was taken aback by this revelation. What? Nanluo, a courtyard? Yizhonghai? These keywords formed a dizzying combination, reminding him of the television drama The Courtyard Full of Love. There are indeed houses there, and I will take you there now. Without hesitation, Director Wang rose and headed for the door. No, I think Lin Shaowen attempted to refuse, but Yang Weiguo had already placed an arm around his shoulder. Come on. Let us go take a look. Director, please listen to me. Let us talk about it when we arrive. As Lin Shaowen stood before the courtyard, he found himself unable to move. Anyone would prefer not to have these individuals as neighbors. If he had never seen the drama, that might have been one thing. But having watched it, it could drive anyone mad. This courtyard was filled with villains. Chapter 3. The three large rooms. Today is a weekday. The courtyard appeared somewhat quiet, save for a few women washing clothes and preparing meals. Hey, Director Wong, what is going on? A woman greeted with a smile. Third aunt, Director Wong replied politely. We have a newcomer at the steel mill, so I brought him to see the house. Looking at houses? Third aunt's smile faltered. The courtyard does have rooms available. Specifically 3 large rooms side by side, located within the moon gate, belonging to the west wing. If the moon gate had a door installed, it would almost be a private entrance, and there's even a small courtyard. This house has been the subject of many wishes, yet countless reports have been submitted, and the street office has refused to approve them. How do you find this house? Yang Weigua asked Zhang Guoping with a smile. That depends on Shaowen, Zhang Guoping replied, pulling out a cigarette to share with a few others before adding, Shaowen, if it's good, say so. If not, just be direct. The ministry will find another solution for you. Upon hearing this, Director Wong glanced at Yang Weigua. Yang Weigua approached quietly and whispered a few words. Switching from an apartment to a bungalow, Director Wong gazed at Lin Shaowen in astonishment. In this era, an apartment represents a symbol of prestige. Even a small apartment on a higher floor is coveted by many. Work is the same no matter where it is done. Lin Shaowen wore a faint smile, yet internally lamented. If given a choice, he would certainly prefer not to be neighbors with these people. However, now that the words had been spoken, he could not afford to be picky. Image is of utmost importance in this time. Well said. Director Wong gave a thumbs up. Dr. Lin, if you live here, I will ensure you receive 3 rooms. 3 rooms? Lin Shaowen was taken aback. These 3 rooms combined could be around 200 square meters. An extraordinary size in an era where families of 4 or even 5 often squeezed into 40 square meters. Dr. Lin, if you are willing to give up your apartment to work at the steel mill, our street and the factory cannot be stingy. Director Wong smiled at Yang Weigua. Exactly. Yang Weigua agreed. These 3 rooms are yours. Although they are somewhat dilapidated, they boast ample space. Lin Shaowen looked at the 3 adjacent rooms, feeling a surge of hope. Truth be told, finding such a spacious dwelling in this era is no easy feat. His apartment in the industrial department was merely 70 square meters. How could that small yard compare? Despite its age and disrepair, with a bit of investment for renovations, he could envision himself reclining in a chair in the yard, savoring life. As for the unsavory individuals, it would be best to minimize interactions with them. Thus, this house will be registered under our industrial department, Zhang Guoping interjected. You street and the steel mill will provide me with the property deed. I will take it to the ministry for stamping, then transfer ownership to Shaowen. His idea was rather cunning. The house was in such poor condition that renovations would undoubtedly require a hefty sum. If one day Lin Shaowen grew weary of the steel mill and wished to switch jobs, the steel mill would reclaim the house, leaving him powerless. However, transferring the house to the industrial department changes everything. The owner will be Lin Shaowen. If the steel mill wishes to reclaim it, the industrial department would not let that happen. Absolutely, Director Wong and Yang Weigua readily agreed. They had not considered the long-term implications. All that mattered was Lin Shaowen's consent, for it would be difficult to find him another apartment otherwise. The paperwork was completed within a single afternoon. The 3 large rooms of the west wing of the courtyard in Nanluoguxiang were officially placed under Lin Shaowen's name. Uncle Zhang, thank you. Lin Shaowen expressed his gratitude. Why are you being so polite? Zhang Guoping chuckled. Live well, and do not neglect your skills. If one day, we shall see then. He left the thought unfinished, but Lin Shaowen understood his meaning. I know, Uncle Zhang. Lin Shaowen smiled. It simply meant that if he ever wished to leave the factory, Zhang Guoping could assist him in moving to the hospital. Yet, after watching the courtyard full of affection, Lin Shaowen knew he had made the right choice by coming to the steel mill. In a few years, a storm would sweep across the nation. The more prominent the position, the greater the peril. Remaining a small factory doctor at the steel mill would indeed be much safer, especially since he still felt quite lost regarding medical practices. Zhang Guoping treated Lin Shaowen to dinner before heading home, leaving Lin Shaowen to explore the courtyard alone. As he stepped into the courtyard, someone approached him. Young man, whom are you looking for? A bespectacled middle-aged man inquired. At a glance, Lin Shaowen recognized him as Yan Bugui, one of the 3 uncles of the courtyard. Uncle, I am a resident here, Lin Shaowen replied cheerfully, pulling out a cigarette he had taken from Zhang Guoping. You live here? Yan Bugui lit his cigarette with delight and suddenly exclaimed. Did the Round Moon Gate house get allocated to you? Yes, we will be neighbors from now on. I hope for your guidance, Lin Shaowen nodded. Of course, of course. Yan Bugui suddenly felt that the cigarette in his mouth had lost its flavor. Those 3 rooms were a coveted prize, and many eyes in the courtyard were set on them. Little did they know that they had missed out on the opportunity, which had fallen into the hands of an outsider. Lin Shaowen paid no mind, and walked directly toward his new home. He had bedding and such, but the house was in disrepair, and he needed to consider how to renovate it. Yin Bugue watched his retreating figure, a sinister glint in his eyes. No way. This kid occupies one room. I must claim one of the remaining two. His family of 6 was crammed into 2 rooms, and even turning over in bed felt like a challenge. With this thought, he hurried to the courtyard's central area. Oldie, something big has happened. Hearing Yin Bugue's shout, several people emerged. What happened? Yi Zhonghai frowned. Those 3 rooms have been allocated. Yin Bugue exclaimed, slapping his thigh. What? Not only Yi Zhonghai but even Jia Zhangshi and Lu Haizhong, who had just come out to see what was going on, furrowed their brows. Uncle, this isn't right. Our family has been applying for so long, Lu Haizhong protested. Exactly. Our Dongshu just got married. It's so inconvenient for our whole family to squeeze into one room. Jia Zhangshi added, displeased. Hey, what is going on here? A smooth-talking voice interjected, drawing everyone's attention. Zhuzi, you're just in time. Come with us, Yi Zhonghai said, grabbing him without hesitation. What is going on? Zhuzi asked, bewildered. Someone has moved into the west wing of the back courtyard. We're going to check on the new neighbor. Yi Zhonghai smiled. I still need to cook, Zhuzi protested, unwilling to go. What new neighbor? I'm not interested in meeting them. Just then, a graceful figure stepped out the door, causing Zhuzi to halt his retreat. Qin Jie. Zhuzi. Qin Huairu greeted him with a smile. Huairu, you came at the perfect time. Let us go together. Yi Zhonghai's plan was quite astute. As newcomers, they needed to understand the rules and know who was in charge of the courtyard. Chapter 4. Kid, you must vacate the house. A crowd of 7 or 8 people headed toward the back courtyard, while Lin Shaowen was busily jotting down notes on what needed repair. If all went smoothly, he would likely reside here for many years. Since renovation was necessary, it might as well be comprehensive. For instance, he was particularly concerned about the toilet and bathroom. Currently, the courtyard lacked a toilet, requiring everyone to queue for the public restroom each morning. As a young person of the new era, he had no habit of using a communal toilet with others. He could forego many things, but a private toilet was essential. While he was sketching design plans, a group of people barged in. What is going on? Lin Shaowen asked in surprise. Hello, I am Yi Zhonghai, one of the heads of the courtyard. Yi Zhonghai introduced himself. Oh, a pretty boy, Zhuzi mocked. Qin Huairu cast a discreet glance at Lin Shaowen from the crowd, her cheeks flushing. For women, Lin Shaowen indeed possessed a certain allure. With fair skin, handsome features, a slim waist, and strong arms, he exuded an air of scholarly charm while biting on a pencil. Is there something you need? Lin Shaowen ignored Zhuzi and turned his attention to Yi Zhonghai. Well, we would like to inquire how you managed to acquire this house. Lu Haizhong spoke in an official tone. It was allocated by my unit, Lin Shaowen shrugged. Which one is yours? Jia Zhangshi asked, eyeing the room against the wall, as it was the most spacious and well-lit. If this young man occupied that room, she would have to find a way to negotiate a trade once she secured her own house. Which one? Lin Shaowen pointed to the house. All 3 of these are mine. Nonsense. Jia Zhangshi exclaimed, baring her teeth. Kid, don't spout nonsense. And who are you? Lin Shaowen retorted, annoyed. If you don't believe me, then leave. It's south not your place to meddle here. Leave. You little brat. I lived here before you were even born. Jia Zhangshi boasted. So what? Does that make you old? Lin Shaowen rolled his eyes. I'll tear your mouth off. Jia Zhangshi was about to step forward when he was halted by Qin Huairu. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Shouted Shaju. If there's nothing to discuss, just leave. Lin Shaowen waved his hand, dismissing them with indifference. Frustrated, Shaju attempted to teach Lin a lesson, but was reprimanded by Yi Zhonghai. Young man, you're not being fair, he said earnestly. You must foster good relations with your neighbors. This courtyard can't accommodate discord. Who are you to say that? Lin Shaowen scoffed. I am one of the elders of this courtyard, Yi Zhonghai proclaimed. Get lost, Lin retorted, pointing at the 3 rooms. These rooms belong to me. Not even the Jade Emperor could evict me. If you have the ability, try. Yi Zhonghai's face turned crimson with rage. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap Lin. I'll handle this, Shaju declared as he charged at Lin, raising his fist to strike. However, Lin swiftly dodged, delivering a powerful kick to Shaju's abdomen, causing him to double over. A swift knee strike followed, knocking Shaju flat onto his back. How can you resort to violence? Yin Bugue admonished. Violence? Have you ever read a book? This is self-defense, Lin said calmly. Yin Bugue's face flushed with embarrassment. His pride as a cultured man had been wounded. Regardless, violence is unacceptable, he insisted. Yi Zhonghai helped Shaju to his feet and said sternly, occupying 3 rooms alone is excessive. And so, Lin Shaowen lit a cigarette, nonchalantly declaring, I'll take charge of this matter. Shaju will not pursue it. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand dismissively. Shaju opened his mouth to protest, but a glance from me silenced him. Should I thank you then? Lin asked with a smile. No need for thanks, but you must relinquish 2 of the rooms. Yi Zhonghai, realizing the gravity of the situation, pointed out that Dong Xiu's family of 4 cramped into 1 room was inappropriate. Cough, cough, Yan Bugue coughed. 3 rooms for 6 people isn't suitable either, Yi Zhonghai added. Lu Haizhong, bewildered, asked, who am I? What am I doing here? If you're dividing the rooms, what is my role? Once the rooms are secured, each family will give you 50, Yi Zhonghai whispered. Indeed, I find this arrangement unsuitable, Lu Haizhong asserted. And who might you be? Lin inquired. I am the 2nd elder of the courtyard, a level 7 locksmith, Lu Haizhong proclaimed proudly. So you're saying I must part with my rooms? Lin replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Yes, you must, Jia Zhashir shouted. Very well. I shall proceed to the street office to handle the paperwork. Without further ado, Lin turned and walked away. We'll wait here, Yi Zhonghai called after him. This kid knows his place. Otherwise, I would have beaten him to a pulp, muttered a bloodied Shaju. Qin Huairu glanced at him before lowering her head. If they continued to fight, Shaju might end up seriously harmed. 20 minutes later, the stern Director Wang arrived at the courtyard. Yi Zhonghai, what are you trying to do? Director Wang, what brings you here? Yi Zhonghai's heart sank at the sight of him. I had no idea you held such authority, the director replied coldly. This courtyard cannot possibly reject Lin. Who are you to say such things? Director Wang, that was not my intention, Yi Zhonghai stammered. I merely wished for our new neighbor to foster amicable relations. Spare me your excuses, the director interrupted, pulling Lin to his side. Those 3 rooms were allocated to Lin by the steel factory. If you have complaints, direct them to your factory manager, and do not bully him. Allocated by the factory? Yi and the others gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this young man was one of their own. Lin, feel free to reside here. If anyone troubles you, just let me know, and I will deal with them harshly, the director warned, his chilling tone sending shivers down their spines. Understood, Director Wang. Please take care. After seeing the director off, Lin returned to the courtyard, addressing the disheartened crowd. I consulted with Director Wang, and since he disagrees, I might as well seek out the factory manager tomorrow. Don't do that. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong immediately interjected. Don't. Lin replied with a smirk. How shall we settle the score for Shaju's attack on me? You were the one who struck me first, Shaju protested defiantly. Should I enlighten you on the concept of self-defense? Lin tilted his head, challenging him. What do you want? Yi Zhonghai grasped the nearly enraged Shaju. What do I want? 2 choices. Either pay me 20 as compensation for emotional distress, or help me clean the courtyard. Your pick. Lin's gaze was piercing. Chapter 5. The tea art master, you'll never get away with this. Shaju gasped, breaking free from Yi's grip and charging at Lin. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin executed a swift move, wrapping his arms around Shaju and delivering 2 powerful punches to his chest. Shaju felt a sharp taste of blood in his throat, nearly choking. Stop! Yi Zhonghai shouted urgently. Lin landed another punch to Shaju's abdomen before releasing him. Shaju crumpled to the ground, groaning in agony. Shaju, are you all right? Yi and the others rushed to assist him. This is your 2nd strike. Now it's 40. Lin stated coldly. We'll clean the courtyard. We'll clean it. Yi Zhonghai quickly offered. Lin appeared genteel, yet he was relentless when provoked. And you? Lin questioned Shaju. I will also clean the courtyard, Shaju replied, humiliated. Finish before dark, Lin commanded as he retreated into his room. I'll get you someday, Shaju muttered bitterly. Shaju, he is from the steel factory. And there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Yi Zhonghai whispered. Right? Shaju exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Elder Yi, let us rally together to get this kid into the workshop or the kitchen. I'll show him. Yi Zhonghai nodded slightly, casting a cold glance at the 3 large rooms. The following day, after a refreshing sleep, Lin Shaowen awoke and began his morning routine. In this era, watches were rare, and everyone gauged their time for work. Stepping out of the courtyard, he bumped into Qin Huairu, who was just emptying the chamber pot. Good morning, Lin, she greeted warmly. With the events of the previous night still fresh, everyone in the courtyard was now aware of his name. Good morning, Lin replied, instinctively taking a step back upon seeing what she held. Qin Huairu's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly made her way outside. Unfazed, Lin strolled leisurely towards the steel factory. On the road, Lin Shaowen encountered Xiaozhu and Yi Zhonghai, who did not greet him. He casually purchased 2 steamed buns from a stall and ate them as he walked. Just you wait, Xiaozhu seethed, gritting his teeth. Instead of seeking out factory director Yang, Lin Shaowen went to the human resources department. The lady there, clearly instructed from above, greeted him warmly and led him to the logistics department to collect his white coat before directing him to the medical office. This will be your workplace, she smiled. Li Dajia, am I the only one here? Lin Shaowen asked, bewildered. Yes, Li Dajia replied with a wry smile. The previous Dr. Chen retired due to a stroke, and it has taken half a year to find a replacement. With a resigned sigh, Lin Shaowen accepted the situation. Do your best, Li Dajia instructed before turning to leave. I'll accompany you. Lin Shaowen quickly followed her. After a while, back in the medical office, Lin Shaowen surveyed his surroundings. The room was less than 70 square meters, cluttered with medications and medical equipment. The consultation table was quite large, evidently 2 workstations combined. Although it felt a bit desolate, Lin Shaowen appreciated the tranquility. Considering he had tea fish today, he locked the door and entered the beach. He obtained the complete set of notes from the weed studio and received 10 hints. Lin Shaowen was taken aback, wondering what on earth these items were. While the hints were acceptable, the classical version of notes from the weed studio was unexpected. During his final fishing attempt, he acquired comprehensive massage techniques and promptly chose to study it. Instantly, a plethora of massage techniques flooded his mind. Lin Shaowen realized that, beyond the gentle massage style, traditional Chinese massage could treat numerous ailments: orthopedics, internal medicine, pediatrics, and even gynecology. He picked up a coconut from under a palm tree and exited the island. Although he wished to linger, he was at work and did not want to be caught off guard. However, incidents were rare at the steel mill, and any issues would be beyond the capabilities of a mere factory doctor. The morning passed pleasantly for him. He had contemplated taking leave to find someone to renovate his house, but with the medical office being entirely his domain, it felt pointless to request time off. Skipping work on his first day seemed unwise, though the weekend was just around the corner, offering him ample time to spare. In the workshop, Yi Zhonghai was somewhat distracted, having failed several tasks consecutively. What's wrong, master? Jia Dongshu inquired. Haven't there been any new recruits at the factory lately? Yi Zhonghai asked absent-mindedly. I haven't heard anything. Jia Dongshu scratched his head. Get back to work. Yi Zhonghai waved him off, planning to ask the workshop manager during lunch. At noon, Lin Shaowen heard the bell ring and strolled leisurely to the canteen. He spotted Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, but they all pretended not to recognize each other. Shao, waiting at the serving window, brightened upon seeing Lin Shaowen in line and pushed past the apprentice Ma Hua, who was serving food, taking charge himself. Lin Shaowen furrowed his brow at the sight of Xiaozhu, contemplating retreating to another canteen when someone patted him on the shoulder. Dr. Lin. It was Li Dajia, and Lin Shaowen responded with delight. What a coincidence. We all work at the same factory. It's not really a coincidence, Li Dajia laughed. Lin Shaowen nodded in agreement. And amid their light banter, it was their turn to be served. Upon receiving his meal from Xiaozhu, Lin Shaowen felt a flicker of mockery in his eyes as he calmly handed over his meal ticket and lunchbox. Finally in my grasp, huh? Xiaozhu sneered, his hands trembling as he served the food. Lin Shaowen opened his lunchbox, a smile of amusement flickering across his face, though he feigned a grimace as he turned to Li Dajia. Li Dajia, are there really so few dishes? Will the workers be full? What few dishes? Li Dajia exclaimed, snatching Lin Shaowen's lunchbox to inspect it, her face turning red with anger. She hurled the box at Xiaozhu, shouting, Hiyuzhu, summon your supervisor. With a loud crash, Li Dajia's lunchbox struck Xiaozhu on the head, causing everyone to halt and stare at the furious scene. Before Xiaozhu could respond, a group of women surrounded them. Springflower. What's going on? Someone asked. Look at the food he served me, Li Dajia said, displaying her lunchbox. It contained hardly any food, and the 2 buns were noticeably smaller than those of others. The women erupted in outrage. Hiyuzhu, are you bullying our human resources department? They demanded the supervisor be brought forth. Xiao was bewildered. ISNT that Lin Shaowen's lunchbox? How did it end up with Li Chunhua? Meanwhile, Lin Shaowen began to play the role of a peacemaker, gently tugging at Li Chunhua's sleeve, whispering, Dajia, I appreciate your concern, but it's really not a big deal. I can manage with less. What do you mean, manage with less? Li Chunhua replied, frowning. Dr. Lin, I know you're a university graduate and may not want to argue with this person, but don't worry, with me around, no one will bully you in this factory. Intrigued, the women gathered closer. Li Chunhua quickly clarified Lin Shaowen's credentials. A top student from a prestigious medical university who had forsaken the benefits of a renowned hospital to work at the factory, solely to ensure that the workers received quality medical care. This narrative resonated with the women, igniting their fervor. He's a true role model for young people, someone shouted. Let us get him. In an instant, the women began hurling their lunchboxes at Xiaozhu, some even containing food. Xiaozhu was left dazed, his head spinning, with remnants of vegetables clinging to him in disarray. Everyone, let us discuss this calmly. Yang Weiguo, accompanied by several leaders, rushed in. Confronted by the determined women, he felt he could not afford to provoke them. Director Yang, you must take my side. Li Chunhua immediately began to weep, tears streaming down her face like a waterfall. Now that is acting, Lin Shaowen thought, almost wanting to applaud her if the situation were different. After grasping the situation, Yang Wei would turn to the canteen supervisor and shouted, Wang Kuerong, how are you managing the kitchen? Director, please let me explain. Wang Kuerong, sweating profusely, shot a glare at Xiaozhu before quietly stating, Master, he has injured his hand while chopping vegetables lately, so he has been a bit careless when serving. I will make him apologize to everyone. With that, he seized Xiaozhu by the collar and brought him before Li Chunhua and the others. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, hidden in the crowd, exchanged glances and discreetly stepped back. With the factory director present, they dared not show their faces, fearing they might jeopardize their comfortable positions. Apologize. Wang Kuerong commanded. I am sorry, I was wrong. Xiaozhu bowed his head in apology. You must also apologize to Dr. Lin, Li Chunhua insisted, raising her chin defiantly. Dr. Lin? Shaowen? Yang Wei's eyelids twitched, his expression stern. What does this have to do with Dr. Lin? Lin Shaowen stepped forward, wearing a wry smile. Director. I'm afraid this was instigated by me. Li Dajia was merely looking out for me as a newcomer. With that, he bowed to Li Chunhua. Lin Shaowen. Xiaozhu seethed quietly, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Yesterday, this fellow nearly beat him to death with just 2 punches, and today he pretends to be weak? How utterly foolish. Silence. Yang Wei was scolded sharply before turning to Lin Shaowen with a more amiable demeanor. Dr. Lin, I was expecting you to report this morning, yet you took the initiative to handle the formalities yourself. Director, you were so busy. I shouldn't trouble you, Lin Shaowen timidly replied. There seems to be some misunderstanding with Comrade Hiyuzhu. Did you not assign me a room yesterday? Be quiet. Yi Zhonghai could no longer restrain himself and shouted. Swish. All eyes turned to Yi Zhonghai. Then, I won't say anything further, Lin Shaowen muttered. His head bowed in grievance. Yi Zhonghai, why are you yelling? Yang Wei glared at him. Yi Zhonghai stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was on Yi Zhonghai, Xiaozhu swiftly approached Lin Shaowen and whispered, What exactly do you intend to do? Are you afraid? Lin Shaowen replied coldly, Afraid. Xiaozhu was not truly foolish. In such a situation, he chose to yield. If you provoke me again next time, I'll make you regret it. After quietly threatening Xiaozhu, Lin Shaowen turned to Yang Wei. Director, you misunderstood. When I arrived at the compound yesterday, Comrade Hiyuzhu mistook me for a villain, which led to our quarrel. A villain? Before Yang Wei could respond, Li Chunhua interjected. Dr. Lin is a university graduate, a refined and educated individual, while you, with your burly physique, suspect him? Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Yang Wei could not help but chuckle, his lips twitching before he cleared his throat and sternly addressed Hiyuzhu. Since it is a misunderstanding, let today's incident pass. If I catch you bullying Dr. Lin again, I will not let you off easily. Understood, Xiaozhu mumbled. Dr. Lin, please join us for a meal today as a welcome gesture. Yang Wei was suggested with a smile. Perhaps next time, Lin Shaowen declined. I have some matters to discuss with Sister Li. Very well, then next time. Yang Wei nodded and departed. Order was restored among the crowd. Director Wang Kuerong personally served this group of women and Lin Shaowen, filling their lunchboxes to the brim, which elicited envy from many. Are you foolish? The director is dining in the small kitchen, Li Chunhua reproached Lin Shaowen. Sister Li, I believe you may have some issues with your lumbar spine. If you have time this afternoon, I could give you a massage, Lin Shaowen offered shyly. His demeanor sparked maternal instincts among several women. A dozen women continuously served Lin Shaowen, even sharing their own buns with him, anxious that he might not be full. My lumbar spine often hurts. How did you notice? Li Chunhua asked in surprise. I observed that your walking posture seemed slightly off, which led me to deduce it. Lin Shaowen replied, pressing his lips together. I study traditional Chinese medicine, and observation, inquiry, inspection, and palpation are fundamental skills. Truly impressive for a university graduate, Li Chunhua exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. The other women looked on in astonishment. This young man indeed possessed real skill. Chapter 7, Massage After Lunch. Lin Shaowen bid farewell to everyone and returned to the medical room. His intention to give Li Chunhua a massage was not a mere whim. Having just acquired a new technique, it was only fitting to find someone to experiment on. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Chunhua arrived at the medical room. But before she could sit down, Lin Shaowen spoke up. Sister Li, it is inappropriate for you to come alone for a massage. What do you mean inappropriate? Li Chunhua frowned. As a male doctor, it is essential to have a third party present when treating or massaging a female patient, for your reputation's sake. Lin Shaowen explained sincerely. He was not inherently bad, but understood the power of public opinion. In this era, There existed a crime known as moral turpitude, which could lead to severe consequences. If anything were to occur between them, that would be inconsequential. However, being falsely accused would be utterly unjust. It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid, Li Chunhua replied boldly. That won't do. Lin Shaowen shook his head. Please call a female colleague from your department. Li Chunhua scrutinized Lin Shaowen for a moment before smiling and nodding, heading back. Shortly after, she returned accompanied by 4 or 5 women. Are you afraid with so many people here? Li Chunhua teased. I have never feared anything, Lin Shaowen smiled. But as a healer, I must always consider my patient's welfare. Clap, clap, clap. Li Chunhua was the first to applaud, and soon the medical room was filled with applause. Sisterly, please remove your outer clothing and lie down on the bed, Lin Shaowen instructed, donning a pair of gloves, his expression calm. Li Chunhua, being a seasoned individual, was not shy. She removed her outerwear and lay down on the bed. The others gathered around to observe Lin Shaowen's technique. His hands were steady, and he applied just the right amount of pressure. Li Chunhua moaned, causing several women to scold her. That sounds so unrefined. Chunhua, stop making those noises. They are quite unpleasant. Li Chunhua, being a spirited individual, blushed and retorted, the massage feels truly wonderful. If you don't believe me, come and try it. I guarantee you'll scream even louder. Silence, Lin Shaowen admonished lightly. Li Chunhua immediately fell silent. After massaging her back for several minutes, he applied a bit more force. Crack! A crisp sound echoed through the medical room, startling many. Lin Shaowen remained unfazed, continuing with the massage. After 10 minutes, he concluded, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel. The massage was indeed physically taxing. Without the aid of a health-enhancing pill, he might have struggled. Li Chunhua sat up, stretched, and exclaimed joyfully, oh, my back no longer hurts. My arms feel free as well. Dr. Lin, your medical skills are extraordinary. Seeing this, the others were eager to try, though none spoke up. I can give you all a massage too, but I kindly ask you to keep this matter to yourselves. Lin Shaowen said softly. With thousands of workers in the steel factory, if everyone flocked to him for massages, he would be overwhelmed. While officials may seem authoritative at the moment, if they angered the workers, even the factory director would be in trouble. Rest assured, Dr. Lin, everyone in the factory knows. Our lips are sealed. Li Chunhua promptly assured him. Indeed, we won't say a word, the others echoed in agreement. Over the course of the afternoon, Lin Shaowen pampered the women, who left the medical room glowing as if rejuvenated by a decade. They kept their promise, not disclosing Lin Shaowen's massage abilities to anyone. Yet, a phrase began circulating in the factory, the virtuous gentleman Lin Shaowen. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Shaowen was indeed somewhat fatigued. But he had gleaned valuable insights regarding the capabilities of these women. In this era, aside from the factory workers, all other departments required formal education. In other words, only those with some academic background could qualify for such roles. For instance, Li Chunhua was a legitimate vocational school graduate, with both her father and father-in-law being retired officials, and her husband serving as a deputy minister in a certain department, a veritable family of officials. After resting for a while, the closing bell rang, and Lin Shaowen tidied up before leaving work. On his way home, he noticed many people racing by on bicycles, sparking the thought that perhaps he should acquire one as well. In the receipt Yang Weigua had given him, there seemed to be a bicycle ticket included. As for money, he truly had enough for the time being. With that in mind, he resolved to purchase a bicycle the following day. Upon returning to the compound, the guardian deity was polishing his bicycle when he spotted Lin Shaowen. Instantly, his face broke into a broad smile as he greeted him. Ah, Xiaolin, off work, I see. Indeed, Sanday, Lin Shaowen replied with a chuckle. Are you busy with the bike? Yes, indeed. Let me tell you, this bike relies entirely on maintenance. If you skip a day without polishing it, it'll rust easily. Yin Bugue rambled on about his car maintenance wisdom. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Xiaolin, you haven't bought a bike yet, have you? Not yet. I plan to check out the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow, Lin Shaowen said casually. That's good. Young folks should have ambitions and goals, Yin Bugue mused, before revealing his own intention. Next time you need to borrow a bike, come find me. I won't charge you much, just 30 cents for a maintenance fee. All right then, thank you. Lin Shaowen nodded, grinning as he turned to head home. However, as he passed by Jia Dongshu's house, a sinister gaze was fixed upon him, accompanied by muttered threats. Keep acting reckless, and it won't be long before someone puts you in your place. When that happens, the house will be mine. Lin Shaowen caught sight of those beady eyes and silently mouthed a few words. You wretched creature. He then prepared to make a hasty exit. What did you say? Jia Dongshu suddenly charged out. What? Lin Shaowen feigned innocence. Aunt Jia, surely I can walk past your door without issue? At that moment, Yin Bugui and Aunt E also gathered around. You call me a wretched creature. Jia Zhangshi shouted furiously. Are you looking for trouble? Lin Shaowen replied softly. Auntie, just a moment ago, you were less than a meter away from me. Did you hear me curse her? No, I didn't, Auntie quickly replied. Since you didn't hear me, then this, is it bullying? Lin Shaowen feigned grievance. Aunt Jia, please, don't always bully Xiaolin, Yin Bugui sighed. Yes, the matter of the house is in the past. There's no need to stir things up again, and he added. Are you both deaf? He clearly cursed me. That wretched creature, you bully the elderly and deserve a terrible fate. Jia Zhangshi continued her tirade. Isn't it those who commit vile deeds that meet their end? Lin Shaowen remarked, casting a glance at the portrait hanging in Jia Zhangshi's home. In this day and age, while photography isn't particularly rare, it's still a luxury for the average person. However, the masses are great, and many talented individuals can create lifelike portraits with just a pencil. With a glass frame. It would be perfect. Hiss. Both Yin Bugui and Aunt E gasped, taking a step back. Everyone knew Jia Zhangshi had become a widow at a young age. Lin Shaowen needed not say a word, for that single glance struck deep into her heart. You wretched creature, I'll have it out with you. Jia Zhangshi's eyes turned red as she charged at Lin Shaowen like a wild boar. Chapter 8. A toast. As Lin Shaowen observed Jia Zhangshi rushing towards him, he sidestepped, causing her to crash into Yin Bugui's flower bed. Crash. Not only did Jia Zhangshi end up covered in dirt, but several flower pots were also shattered. What are you doing? Jia Zhangshi. Yin Bugui roared. You wretched creature, you dare to evade me? Watch as I claw your face. Jia Zhangshi shouted, wiping the dirt from her face and charging again. Lin Shaowen had no intention of going easy on her. As he sidestepped, he subtly tripped her with his toe. Oh. With a shriek, Jia Zhangshi rolled several times before coming to a halt. A large bump formed on her head as she sat on the ground, pounding her thighs and weeping. Old Jia, you left so soon, leaving me to be bullied alone. Come back and take this wretched creature away. Mom. Just as Qin Huairu was bringing in laundry, she heard the commotion outside and rushed out to assist Jia Zhangshi. Smack. Without hesitation, Jia Zhangshi slapped Qin Huairu. Where were you? I nearly got beaten to death, and you didn't show up. I was gathering clothes, Qin Huairu replied, eyes reddened. You old wretch. Keep shouting. Lin Shaowen found amusement in handing a cigarette to Yin Bugui before lighting one for himself. You wretched creature, don't get too pleased with yourself. My old Jia will come for you eventually. Just as Jia Zhangshi intended to rise, she plopped back down, beginning to wail for her late husband. Old Jia, come and see this audacious wretch. Mom, what are you doing? A voice suddenly called from outside. Jia Dongxiu, Yi Zhonghai, and others returning home from work gathered around. Witnessing Jia Zhangshi lamenting on the doorstep instead of hurrying home, thus creating a scene. Dr. Lin, what is going on here? Yi Zhonghai demanded. I'm not sure. Lin Shaowen shrugged innocently. Isn't Jia Zhangshi merely calling for her late husband? I thought that could be considered promoting feudal superstition. Auntie, you're the most impartial. Should we call the neighborhood committee? If that doesn't work, we could always report it. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi immediately quieted down, her gaze filled with resentment towards Lin Shaowen, wishing to see him perish on the spot. What promoting feudal superstition? We're all neighbors. A little commotion isn't a big deal. Yi Zhonghai began to mediate. Just a little commotion? Lin Shaowen raised an eyebrow. What else can we do? Well, you're new here, so you'll have to learn the ropes, Yi Zhonghai replied curtly. Oh, you're quite right, Uncle Yi. Lin Shaowen gave a thumbs up before turning to Yin Bugui. Since it's just a little commotion, surely she should compensate for the damaged flower pots? At the mention of compensation, Yin Bugui perked up, exclaiming, Yes, Jia Zhangshi, you broke 3 of my flower pots, and the flowers. You owe me. Huh, your flower pots injured my head. You owe me medical fees. Jia Zhangshi retorted fiercely. Yes, Sanday, you owe my mom medical expenses, Jia Dongxiu chimed in. Old Yin, look at the big bump on Aunt Jia's head. She needs to see a doctor, Yi Zhonghai added earnestly. Why is everyone coming after me? Yin Bugui exclaimed in shock. Sanday, if the neighborhood committee sends someone, we can discuss promoting feudal superstition. Lin Shaowen remarked softly. Yin Bugui's interest was piqued. Jia Zhangshi's current demeanor indicated she might try to extort him, and he knew Yi Zhonghai's character all too well. If they brought in the committee, he could likely recover the costs for the flower pots. Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened as he scolded. We're all neighbors. Why bring in the neighborhood committee? Enough. Everyone go home. Stop the fuss. Jia Zhangshi wanted to protest, but Jia Dongxiu stopped her. He understood the chance his master had given him to back down. If the committee was called, Jia Zhangshi would surely be scolded and might even have to compensate Yin Bugui. Yin Bugue cursed under his breath as he turned to head home. Lin Shaowen, noticing everyone's gaze upon him, shrugged and followed suit. You wretched creature. You will face retribution soon. Jia Zhongshu spat at Lin Shaowen's retreating figure. Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu clenched their teeth in anger, recalling how things had escalated in the cafeteria earlier, leaving Xiaozhu in a disheveled state. Fortunately, Lin Shaowen hadn't mentioned their intentions to seize his house yesterday. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Master, this kid is too arrogant. He needs to be taught a lesson, Jia Dongshu whispered. Indeed, he must be dealt with. Jia Zhongshu gritted her teeth. Qin Huairu, observing her mother-in-law and husband, wisely kept her silence. Deal with him? What can we use to do that? Yi Zhonghai sighed. He is a doctor at the factory. He is not someone we can easily confront. He spends all day hiding in the infirmary, making it impossible to find trouble with him. That wretched creature is a doctor? Jia Zhongshu was momentarily taken aback, but her hatred for Lin Shaowen only deepened. Why should all the advantages go to that wretched creature? All right, let us return home for dinner, Yi Zhonghai concluded. Yi Zhonghai could not think of a way to deal with Lin Shaowen for the time being, so he decided to let everyone disperse for now. Upon returning to his room, Lin Shaowen found himself in a quandary. Although he had all the necessary cooking utensils and provisions, he was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts. Even if he were, he had little interest in cooking. In his era, who did not rely on the knights clad in yellow robes for sustenance? After pondering for a while, a sudden realization struck him. Wasn't there a chef in the courtyard? The listless Xiaozhu returned to his room, having been reprimanded by the director for the entire afternoon due to Lin Shaowen's antics. Had it not been for the factory manager's need for the small kitchen, he would likely have faced some form of punishment himself. Damn it, Lin Shaowen. If you ever fall into my hands, I swear I'll make you pay, Xiaozhu muttered with a resentful tone as he prepared to scrounge up something to eat. Bang! The door to his room was kicked open. Lin Shaowen, what do you want? Xiaozhu shouted angrily. I'm inviting you for a drink, Lin Shaowen replied, shaking a bottle of erguotu in his hand. Xiaozhu swallowed nervously. Are you really offering me a drink out of kindness? Look at you. What is the big deal about a little scuffle? Lin Shaowen scoffed. I'm not scared, Xiaozhu retorted indignantly. In this courtyard, you are the only one who resembles a man. The food and drink are all prepared. Are you in or out? Lin Shaowen leaned against the doorframe and added, could it be? You're truly frightened? Frightened? Xiao stood up, raising his voice. The word frightened does not exist in my vocabulary. It's just drinking. Let us go. Now that's more like it, Lin Shaowen smiled. Chapter 9. The rainy little girl, is this how you invite someone for a drink? Xiaozhu looked at the pork on the cutting board, his expression darkening. Who are you? Lin Shaowen asked seriously. Xiaozhu was momentarily taken aback before stammering. He Yuzhu. You're the authentic heir of the Tan family cuisine, chef he from the steel plant, Lin Shaowen exclaimed with great sincerity. I genuinely wish to treat you to a meal, but in the entire Nanluo Guxiang, who could possibly surpass your culinary skills? That is true, Xiaozhu said, beaming with pride. So, I've gathered everything. I've been waiting for you to take the helm. Lin Shaowen sighed. That makes sense. It's clear that a university student has some culture. Xiaozhu looked enlightened and even gave Lin Shaowen a thumbs up. But I'm not well versed in cooking, so the ingredients might be a bit lacking. What do you think? Master He? Hey, you don't need to worry about that. Just be ready to eat. He Yuzhu waved his hand nonchalantly. All right. Then I shall await the pleasure of Master He's culinary artistry, Lin Shaowen said before retreating to his room to lie down. He had hoped to enjoy the coolness in the courtyard, but the house was devoid of furniture save for a rickety bed. At just 23 or 24, Xiaozhu was still young and naive. After receiving a few compliments from Lin Shaowen, he was filled with renewed vigor and dashed home to fetch his cooking tools, eager to make a grand effort. Xiaozhu, where are you off to? Yanbu Gui inquired curiously. Lin Shaowen invited me for a drink, so I'm preparing some things. Xiaozhu replied cheerfully. Wait, Lin Shaowen invites you for a drink, and yet you still need to prepare something? Yanbu Gui was taken aback, finding the situation perplexing. In all of Nanluo Guxiang, whose cooking could possibly be better than mine? Xiaozhu declared with pride. We're all educated people. Just look at how sensible Lin Shaowen is. Third uncle, I'm not saying you're lacking, but in terms of understanding people, you truly cannot compare with Lin Shaowen. With that, he departed, leaving Yanbu Gui bewildered. What a strange situation. Does Xiaozhu not remember the beatings he took yesterday? Today he is rushing to cook for Lin Shaowen? In the west wing, amidst the clattering of pots and pans, a savory aroma wafted throughout the courtyard. Who is it? Eating meat at a time like this? Lu Haizhong scolded. Indeed. Are we not living on a budget? Second, Aunt Lu chimed in. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu greedily inhaled the scent, struggling to recall the last time they had eaten meat, but their memories eluded them. In the courtyard, Yu Zhonghai caught a whiff of the meat and clenched his jaw. Despite being a level 8 worker with a monthly salary of 99 yuan, he could not afford to feast on meat freely. All his earnings were being saved for retirement. Who is eating meat? Jia Zhang raised her voice. It's coming from the back courtyard, Qin Huairu replied softly. That damn Xiaozhu dares to eat meat. He deserves to remain a bachelor for life, Jia Zhang cursed, though some saliva dripped from the corners of her mouth. Daddy, I want to eat meat, Bang Gung shouted. Go away, Jia Dongshu bellowed, scaring Bang Gung into tears. Why are you yelling at the child? Jia Zhang comforted Bang Gung, saying, don't cry. We'll have your mother buy some meat tomorrow, and we can make dumplings. Mom, I have no money, Qin Huairu murmured softly. You have no money? Where has all your money gone? Jia Zhang glared. You only give me 10 yuan a month. How can we afford to feed a family of 4 with that? Qin Huairu replied, feeling wronged. Jia Dongshu, a level 1 worker, earned 27 yuan 50 cents a month, giving her only 10 yuan for living expenses, while the rest was saved by Jia Zhang. Don't you dare talk back. Jia Zhang pinched Qin Huairu, scolding, if it weren't for my family needing you, you'd still be tilling the land in the countryside. You think you've got it all figured out now, Mom. I haven't tea, Qin Huairu protested, her eyes reddening. Enough. Stop the arguing. Jia Dongshu shouted angrily, tossing his chopsticks and lying down on the bed. Compared to Lin Shaowen, he loathed Xiaozhu even more for causing such unrest by eating meat. In the west wing, Lin Shaowen stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, watching Xiaozhu fervently cook, showering him with compliments as if they were free. Master He, you truly excel. The dishes you've prepared rival those of a royal chef. It's a shame you're working in the cafeteria under the flood of praise. Xiaozhu lost himself in the moment, energetically stirring the pot. In less than half an hour, 3 dishes and a soup were ready, a feast for the senses. Lin Shaowen did not waste a single ounce of the 2 pounds of pork he had brought out. Xiaozhu added a generous amount of cabbage and spices. How about that? My skills are pretty good, right? Xiaozhu wiped his hands, his face brimming with pride. You're something else. Lin Shaowen gave a thumbs up and casually pulled out 2 teacups, filling them with liquor. Just then, a timid voice piped up in Lin Shaowen's courtyard. Lin Shaowen turned to see a little girl standing there, clutching a backpack. She wore a somewhat worn gray top and faded black pants, clearly hand-me-downs from Xiaozhu. Brother, who is this? He Yushui tugged at Xiaozhu's sleeve. Hello, I'm Lin Shaowen, a colleague of your brother. Lin Shaowen waved her over. If one were to speak of normalcy in the courtyard, He Yushui would certainly qualify. She was truly a breath of fresh air. With her father having run off with a widow and her brother entangled with the same widow, her best option was to move to school, never to return, and marry out immediately after graduation. Big brother Lin, are you a chef too? He Yushui asked curiously. Yes, I am also a chef, Lin Shaowen replied, picking up a pre-cut coconut from the ground. Wow, is this a coconut? Xiaozhu exclaimed, having only seen one once when he helped his father at a wealthy household. Lin Shaowen handed the coconut to He Yushui. Adults drink alcohol, children can have drinks. Thank you, big brother Lin, He Yushui beamed. Sister, can I have a sip? Xiaozhu rubbed his hands together eagerly. He Yushui hesitated but eventually handed the coconut over. Xiaozhu, unabashed, took several vigorous sips through the straw. The coconut, already scant in quantity, could hardly withstand his voracious drinking. By the time it returned to He Yushui's hands, it was entirely devoid of liquid. Her eyes reddened instantly, tears streaming down her face. All right, here is another for you, Lin Shaowen said, producing a coconut from somewhere and placing it in her hands. This time, don't let your brother drink it. Thank you, brother Lin, He Yushui replied, her tears instantly replaced by a bright smile. Lin Shaowen, watching her joyful expression, couldn't help but smile slightly in return. After all, she was merely a girl of 15 or 16, born into an era of scarcity, truly a twist of fate. Come on, brother, let us toast. Xiaozhu promptly raised his glass. Cheers. Lin Shaowen clinked glasses with him before taking a sip of the strong liquor. Indeed, it was erguo too, with no alternatives, just potent. Chapter 10. A curse of fate. The sky had yet to darken. After dinner, those with nothing to do strolled about. Yen Bugui and Lu Haizhong, among others, sought to discover what delectable dishes Xiaozhu was enjoying, only to find their efforts fruitless. Following their noses, they eventually arrived at Lin Shaowen's courtyard. At that moment, He Yushui was sipping from a coconut, taking dainty mouthfuls. Despite her petite stature, her appetite was surprisingly robust. She had consumed 2 bowls of rice and 3 coconuts. As for Xiaozhu, there is a saying, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. After downing 2 bottles of erguo with Lin Shaowen, he began to shout, Lin Shaowen, you're quite the fellow. Is that so? Lin Shaowen chuckled. Then I've decided, from now on, Yushui will be your wife. Uft. Lin Shaowen spat out the liquor in surprise. Brother, What nonsense are you talking about? He Yushui, now a young woman, blushed deeply. This won't do. It simply won't do. There's a generation gap here. Lin Shaowen waved his hand, smiling. What generation gap? Shaju exclaimed. You're just a few years younger than me. Are you trying to be my elder? Pfft. The onlookers in the courtyard erupted in laughter. He Yushui, blushing, stamped her foot, her large eyes darting towards Lin Shaowen's face. Look, our secret relationship, and you just blurted out like that. Lin Shaowen shook his head. I'm not going to entertain that. Come on, let us drink. Lin Shaowen raised his glass once more. Cheers, cheers. But Shaju suddenly toppled onto the table. All right, enough of the spectacle. Someone help Shaju back home and clear away the leftover dishes. Lin Shaowen called out to the door. The three of them had consumed 2 pounds of meat, but aside from He Yushui, he and Shaju had been too engrossed in drinking to eat much. Brother Lin, this is such a waste, He Yushui murmured. It's all right. Lin Shaowen ruffled her hair, causing her cheeks to flush again. He could indeed store the food in his ring. Although the ring was sunny and bright, it preserved the items within without spoilage, except it couldn't cool them. It was more useful than a refrigerator. However, he had no taste for leftovers. I'll take care of it. Yin Bugui stepped in confidently, without a word, helping Shaju out. Following closely was his eldest son, Yin Jieching. After they had assisted Shaju, 2 other young lads called out Brother Lin before grabbing the dishes and dashing off. Hey, Jieching, how can your family finish all that meat? Leave some for second uncle, Lu Haizhong shouted, but the 2 boys ignored him, swiftly returning home. In these times, there was no concept of leftover food. Any meat was considered a precious commodity. He Yushui remained silent, quietly picking up a broom to begin cleaning. Just then, Lu Guangfu and Lu Guangtian slipped in, and upon seeing the coconut shells on the ground, they snatched them up without a word and ran off. That's mine, He Yushui shouted, chasing after them with her broom. She had heard Lin Shaowen mention that the coconut meat was also edible once split open. Lu Guangfu and Lu Guangtian, cunning as ever, didn't even head home, but ran straight out of the courtyard. He Yushui pursued them into the street, but by then, there was no trace of the 2, prompting her to stamp her foot in frustration, tears streaming down her face. How could they take my things? Lu Haizhong, feigning anger, scolded the 2 brothers before heading home to wait. He Yushui returned to the west wing, cleaned up, and quietly went home. Lin Shaowen offered no words of comfort, merely lying down to prepare for sleep. This world, indeed, was rather interesting. The next day, upon awakening, Lin Shaowen noticed a figure moving outside his door and called out. Who is there? Brother Lin. It's me, He Yushui replied. What are you doing up so early? Lin Shaowen opened the door. I brought you breakfast. He Yushui placed the food on the table, which still belonged to Shaju. Lin Shaowen gazed at the buns on the table, curiosity piquing. Have you eaten? I have. Just as He Yushui finished her sentence, her stomach grumbled audibly, causing her to blush. All right, eat up. I'll sleep a bit more. I drank too much yesterday and have a bit of a headache. Lin Shaowen gently ruffled her hair again before turning back to his bed. He Yushui silently picked up a bun from the table and stepped out. On the island, first rod. Lin Shaowen rubbed his hands together. Acquired a bicycle ticket. What bad luck. Acquired a set of bathroom equipment. This is acceptable. Acquired 20 pounds of beef. After finishing 3 fishing rods, Lin Shaowen returned to his bed dejectedly. The items he desired most had yet to appear. As a graduate from a prestigious medical university, was he destined only to massage others in this lifetime? Sigh. After cleaning himself up, Lin Shaowen pulled out the receipts from Director Yang and began counting. Goodness, there were quite a few varied receipts. But the most valuable were 10 fabric tickets and a bicycle ticket. In this era, bicycles required registration and stamping at the Public Security Bureau. Without a steel seal, they were deemed suspicious. Such items could be confiscated at best or suspected of theft at worst. Once tidied up, Lin Shaowen prepared to head out. His goals for the day were clear. First, to pick up the bicycle, then to gather a group of craftsmen for house repairs, and if time permitted, to acquire a few sets of clothing. Just as he reached the courtyard entrance, he heard a timid voice calling, Brother Lin. Yushui, what are you doing here? Lin Shaowen asked in surprise. I came to see if you were awake. Where are you going? He Yushui inquired curiously. I'm going shopping, Lin Shaowen replied with a smile. Shopping? He Yushui did not understand. To the supply and marketing cooperative. Do you want to come along? Lin Shaowen rephrased, hoping to have He Yushui accompany him. Shopping alone was rather dull. Sure. He Yushui agreed cheerfully. As they passed by the Jiazhong family's store, Lin Shaowen caught sight of a pair of malevolent eyes. That wretched little creature still eats meat. Why isn't he choked to death? Yushui is also a shameless girl. At her age, she still doesn't know to be discreet. No wonder you're all thieves and harlots. Jiazhang's voice was low, But Lin Shaowen heard it clearly. A curse of fate. Lin Shaowen mouthed the words and pulled He Yushui away quickly. You little creature, who are you calling a curse? Jia Zhang, enraged, rushed out with a broom, but Lin Shaowen and He Yushui had already fled far. A curse? What curse? 3 older women emerged, seemingly understanding something upon seeing Jia Zhang. They instinctively took a step back, fearing they might be tainted by some misfortune. What are you doing? Jia Zhang asked angrily. Nothing. Nothing. The 3 women quickly waved their hands in unison, hastily retreating to their homes. Chapter 11. Money flows like water in these times. What was called a supply and marketing cooperative was essentially just a simple department store. The shop was quite spacious. Yet the demeanor of the sales staff left much to be desired. They exuded an air of superiority, barely deigning to acknowledge the presence of young individuals like Lin Shaowen and He Yushui, who found themselves dismissed as the saleswomen clustered together in idle chatter. Lin Shaowen contemplated imparting a lesson on the importance of customer service, but upon noticing the banner on the wall forbidding any mistreatment of customers, he promptly adjusted his attitude. Excuse me, could I take a look at this bicycle? Lin Shaowen offered a shy smile. Are you not looking at it already? The saleswoman retorted dismissively. I meant, may I take it for a test ride? He murmured. Touch it. You wish to ride it? The saleswoman looked at him incredulously, provoking laughter from her colleagues. Many customers nearby regarded him with pity, thinking, what good is good looks if one lacks common sense? A bicycle? Just getting a close look is a privilege. To think he'd actually want to ride it. Brother Lin, let us go, He Yushui urged, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. If it hadn't been for Lin Shaowen, she would have fled at the first sign of humiliation. Sighing, Lin Shaowen withdrew his ticket and cash. How much is this bicycle? I'll buy it. The saleswoman appeared momentarily speechless, her laughter abruptly ceasing. The customers looked on in astonishment. This was a bicycle, after all, a significant item. He Yushui gazed at Lin Shaowen incredulously. You're really going to buy it? How much? He inquired again. 180 yuan, the saleswoman replied flatly. Very well, please prepare the receipt. Lin Shaowen handed her 18 large bills. Issuing a receipt was crucial. Without it, he could not register the bicycle. The saleswoman swiftly prepared the documentation. In a time when materialism was not yet a common notion, Lin Shaowen, being youthful and handsome, casually purchasing a bicycle indicated he was in a favorable position. What is your occupation, comrade? The saleswoman inquired cautiously. A chef, Lin Shaowen chuckled, pushing the bicycle away. A chef? The saleswomen exchanged glances, taken aback. Are chefs this affluent nowadays? Brother Lin, how can you lie? He Yushui whispered. How am I lying? Lin Shaowen replied, astonished. You're a doctor, not a chef. She stated earnestly, having thoroughly investigated Lin Shaowen's background that morning. We're all working for the revolution. It's all the same. Lin Shaowen chuckled awkwardly as they continued to converse. They wandered into the clothing section, where Lin Shaowen extravagantly purchased 2 white shirts and 2 pairs of trousers, alongside 2 pairs of leather shoes. He spent 6 ration tickets and over 100 yuan, leaving He Yushui in a state of shock. She had never witnessed anyone spend money so freely. Was he not living in reality? Yushui, come here, Lin Shaowen said, holding up a dress against her. This made her heart race. He had no ulterior motives. To him, He Yushui was merely a relative's child. And buying a few outfits while shopping was a normal activity. Should I try it on? Lin Shaowen began, but the saleswoman's disapproving glare silenced him. He selected a blue floral dress and a white blouse, requesting the saleswoman to wrap them up. 1 ration ticket, plus 27 yuan and 60 cents, she quickly announced. Brother Lin, that's too expensive. He Yushui protested, her face flushed. 27 yuan and 60 cents was nearly equivalent to a month's wage for a first-class worker at the steel mill. Is it too dear? It seems reasonable to me. Lin Shaowen shrugged. Despite being a wage earner, he was never stingy when it came to necessities. Remembering the words of Shaju from the previous day, He Yushui lowered her head and fell silent. After purchasing a pair of small leather shoes for her, Lin Shaowen concluded their shopping expedition. Although he was a homebody and had little interest in shopping, in a world devoid of online shopping, he had to take matters into his own hands. Clutching the garments, He Yushui's hands trembled. She had never worn such expensive clothing in her life. After Lin Shaowen treated her to a meal at Dongxing Lu, she was utterly overwhelmed. The meal cost over 10 yuan, equal to 2 months' worth of her living expenses. Lin Shaowen, however, saw nothing unusual. His principle was to disregard the cost as long as he was out and about. Naturally, he would not venture out if he lacked funds. After their meal, they returned to the courtyard, but Lin Shaowen did not enter. He instructed He Yushui to drop off his purchases in his room before he rode off towards the street office. Upon entering the courtyard, He Yushui immediately drew attention. Yushui, what is this? Are you living extravagantly? Yin Bugue observed the clothing in her hands, swallowing hard. If these garments weren't worth more than 20 yuan, he would be willing to part with his own head. This dress is exquisite. Auntie Tu, disregarding He Yushue's discomfort, grabbed the garment and spread it out. This would be suitable for a wedding. Yushue, did your brother buy this for you? Qin Huairu said enviously. She had never worn such fine clothing for her own wedding. No, it was Brother Lin who bought it for me, He Yushue replied shyly. Lin Shaowen? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Does he truly intend to marry you? Yin Bugue blurted out, causing He Yushue's cheeks to flush crimson. Uncle 3, one shouldn't jest about such matters with a minor. Lin Shaowen chuckled as he pushed his bicycle into the courtyard. Wow. The onlookers gasped at the sight of the brand new bicycle in his possession. You really bought a bike? Why not? Lin Shaowen ruffled He Yushue's hair and replied, Uncle 3, Yushue is still young. Please refrain from inappropriate jokes. She still has a future to consider. You little brat, if you have no intentions towards He Yushue, why buy her so many things? Jia Zhangshi interjected, her jealousy palpable. This young man was indeed wealthy. He had just begun working and already purchased a bicycle, not to mention lavishing gifts upon He Yushue. Mind your own business. Lin Shaowen retorted nonchalantly. You little brat, I suspect the source of your funds is dubious. I'll report you. Jia Zhangshi fumed, her expression twisted with rage. Whatever, Lin Shaowen said, patting He Yushue's head. Don't engage with such people. Let us go home. He Yushue nodded obediently, clutching her clothing as she hurried away. As Lin Shaowen pushed his bicycle towards the moon gate, he turned back. Jia Zhangshi, I'm rather unaccustomed to not hearing you wailing for your husband today. How about I give you a dime to continue calling for old Jia? Laughter erupted in the courtyard, and Lin Shaowen's sharp wit had the crowd in stitches. Qin Huairu feigned annoyance but felt unable to laugh openly, lowering her head instead. You little brat, may you meet a grim fate. Jia Zhangshi seethed, her anger palpable. Exactly. That's the spirit, Lin Shaowen applauded. Quick, sit down and slap your thigh while calling for old Jia. I'll pay you right away. Lin Shaowen, do you dare bully my mother? A sharp voice rang out as a figure rushed towards him. With a resounding smack, Jia Dongshu found himself knocked to the ground, 5 handprints visible on his face. Lin Shaowen, why do you keep hitting people? Yi Zhonghai stormed over, furious. Yi Zhonghai, are you losing your senses? Did you not see him rush over to hit me first? Lin Shaowen replied with a grin. You bullied my mother first. Jia Dongshu yelled. Indeed. This little brat has been tormenting me. Uncle 1, you must stand up for me. Jia Zhangshi cried out. Lin Shaowen, how can you bully an elder? Yi Zhonghai admonished. Regardless of the situation, Jia Zhangshi is still your elder. Apologize and compensate Dongshu 5 yuan for medical expenses. Look at the state you've left him in. Exactly, pay up. Jia Dongshu felt invigorated upon hearing the mention of money, his gaze towards Lin Shaowen brimming with avarice. If only he could acquire Lin's bicycle, that would be splendid. Why should I compensate? Lin Shaowen tilted his head, retorting, didn't you say to third uncle yesterday? Let the neighbors settle their own matters. It's merely a playful dispute. Yin Bugue, upon hearing this, cast a malevolent glance at Yi Zhonghai. Indeed. Yesterday Jia Zhangshi broke his flower pot, and a mere playful dispute sufficed to resolve it. Today, expecting Lin Shaowen to compensate is utterly unreasonable. Yi Zhonghai found himself speechless. You. He stammered. You're worthless, Lin Shaowen remarked, pulling out a cigarette, only to notice Yin Bugue standing beside him unexpectedly. He chuckled and offered him a cigarette. Lin Shaowen, I'm ready for a fight, Jia Dongshu declared, his eyes reddening as he prepared to charge forward but was restrained by Qin Huairu. Dongshu, don't. Get out of my way. Jia Dongshu shoved Qin Huairu to the ground but then regained his composure. The notorious Shaju, known as the god of war in the courtyard, had been bested by this boy. He was no match. Are we still fighting? If not, I'm going home, Lin Shaowen yawned. You. Jia Dongshu's eyes reddened again. Enough already. Let us all go home, Yi Zhonghai scolded sternly. TCH, Lin Shaowen rolled his eyes, leisurely pushing his bicycle back into his courtyard. You little brat, I'll make you pay for this, Jia Zhangshi seethed with clenched teeth. Lin Shaowen had intended to visit Director Wang at the street office, but upon finding her absent, he sent a message requesting her assistance in locating some reliable craftsmen for house repairs. However, he unexpectedly dozed off while waiting. After an indeterminate duration, he was suddenly roused by someone calling from outside. Little Lin, is this where you live? Wait a moment. Lin Shaowen sprang up and opened the door to find a dark-skinned man accompanied by 2 others standing in the courtyard. You are? Hello. I'm Lei Dali, sent by Director Wang. The man replied with an affable demeanor. Oh, you're a craftsman, I see, Lin Shaowen said, offering them a cigarette. After wiping his hands on his clothes, Lei Dali took a cigarette, while his companions hesitated. This is the Qianmin brand, high quality. Lin Shaowen chuckled. Take them all. With a blush, Lei Dali called out, and the two finally reached out to accept. To make a long story short, I've sketched out a rough design for the house, Lei Dali continued. After Lin Shaowen handed over his drawing, he calmly stated, in a word, money is not an issue, but the work must be done well. You can rest assured, if the work is subpar, feel free to smash my shop's sign. Lei Dali replied with a hearty laugh. Your ancestors are. Yangsher Lei, he declared proudly. Royal craftsman. Lin Shaowen was taken aback. The Yangsher Lei name resonated loudly in the craftsmen's community of the capital. Their family had constructed nearly all the royal gardens during the Ming and Qing dynasties, enjoying unparalleled prestige. We are all just common folk, Lei Dali quickly added. All right, let us discuss the cost of repairing my house, Lin Shaowen said, understanding his apprehension. After scrutinizing the plans and asking several questions, Lei Dali considered for a long time before finally speaking. Sir, if you wish to renovate according to your design, it will be a significant undertaking. It could take over half a month to complete. Moreover, placing the bathroom inside the room requires redoing the plumbing. Luckily, your house is adjacent to the wall. If it were in the courtyard, it would entail traversing the entire yard, which would be a considerable project, and others may not consent. And how much will it cost in total? Lin Shaowen inquired. 400, and we'll handle everything, Lei Dali quoted. His two apprentices gasped. 400 was what an ordinary worker would save over 2 years without eating or drinking. That is acceptable, but let me be clear, if the work is inadequate, don't blame me for smashing your shop's sign, Lin Shaowen stated, handing Lei Dali 20 large bills up front. I'll pay you another 150 when we reach the finishing stage, and the final payment after inspection. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, no problem, Lei Dali exclaimed. Overjoyed, he had never encountered such a straightforward employer. Typically, a deposit before work begins is already quite impressive. By the way, I have another inquiry, Lin Shaowen whispered. You have connections? Could you help me procure a batch of wood for furniture making? What type of wood do you need? Lei Dali inquired, lowering his voice. Can you obtain golden silk nanmo? If that is unavailable, Wang Wali will suffice, or at the very least, some redwood. Well, Lei Dali hesitated, glancing at Lin Shaowen. Rest assured, everyone understands the situation. If it comes from a legitimate source, that is ideal. If not, I can find a way to secure the permits. Lin Shaowen reassured him. This ISN team you're boasting, both the Ministry of Industry and the steel mills require wood. As for the type, unless someone is particularly bored and inspects the materials at the steel mill, it's quite safe. There's a batch of goods, with proper documentation. But the price won't be cheap, Lei Dali gritted his teeth. How expensive? Lin Shaowen asked curiously. For a complete set of furniture, it would cost. Lei Dali raised a thumb. 100? 1,000 for golden silk nanmo. Deal, Lin Shaowen nodded. If you help me acquire the materials, I'll give you 50 as a finder's fee. 50? Lei Dali's apprentices swallowed hard. Their employer was remarkably generous. All right, wait for my news, Lei Dali agreed eagerly. When will work commence? Lin Shaowen inquired further. Originally, we could start today, but since you're purchasing that batch of wood, I'll have him gather some additional materials to provide you with a better set, Lei Dali replied with a smile. Then I'll await your update. Lin Shaowen felt an increased fondness for Lei Dali. In these times, although skilled craftsmen may demand high prices, he truly prioritized the needs of his employer. Chapter 13. The long-awaited arrival at midnight on the island. Acquired the Qing Nong Shu. Do you wish to study it? Study. Lin Shaowen felt exhilarated. Finally, you have arrived. Even if he lacked practical skills, he knew that the Qing Nong Shu was a work of Hua Tuo, and moreover, a lost classic. An abundance of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge flooded his mind. This time, he was assured. Second rod. Acquired vegetables, 100 pounds. Damn it, Lin Shaowen muttered, casting his fishing rod back into the sea. After a while, acquired the Luban Shu. Do you wish to study it? Study. Countless carpentry-related insights surged into his mind, filling him with uncontainable joy. This was precisely the opportunity he had been waiting for. He had intended to find a reliable carpenter for his furniture. Now, with the Luban Shu, he could undertake the task himself. Otherwise, he would have to explain in detail what he wanted to the carpenter. Time for bed, time for bed. Lin Shaowen contentedly returned to his bed. The next day, the courtyard buzzed with excitement once more. Lei Dali directed workers who were carrying logs toward the west wing of the backyard, the bark already stripped, revealing intricate patterns that left many in awe. It happened to be the weekend, and everyone in the courtyard came out to witness the spectacle. Where did this kid get so much money? Yi Zhonghai gritted his teeth. Exactly, how long has he been working? Lu Haizhong said sourly. This must cost over 100. Yin Buguei began calculating. Over 100? This is well over 1,000. The deaf old lady, who rarely ventured out, made a remark that stunned everyone. Old lady, how much do you estimate? Yin Bugue swallowed hard. Boy, do you know what kind of wood this is? The deaf old lady scoffed. This? I don't recognize it. Yin Bugue shook his head. Old ancestor, what type of wood is this? Yi Zhonghai asked urgently. Over 1,000? Once he clarifies the matter, he must report Lin Shaowen. He has diligently saved for decades yet barely accumulated 3,000, while Lin Shaowen, a mere youth, possesses over 1,000? Even if he has not stolen or robbed, it surely comes from speculation. This is golden silk nanmo, a wood once used for emperor's coffins. The deaf old woman sighed enviously. Now, being nearly buried herself, if she could truly acquire a coffin made of golden silk nanmo, she could die in peace. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. Golden silk nanmo, despite living in the bustling city, exists only in legends for most. Isn't it auspicious to make furniture from this wood? Xiaozhu frowned. You've seen too little. The pillars of the Forbidden City were crafted from golden silk nanmo, the deaf old woman lamented. If this wood weren't so scarce, someone might even construct a palace from it. An immediate silence enveloped the group. After a long pause, the call to report this pest emerged. Jia Zhongshi's eyes brimmed with jealousy. Yes, report him, Lu Haizhong agreed. Yin Bugue remained silent, yet his thoughts were evidently stirred. Will the wood be confiscated if we report him? Xiaozhu inquired curiously. Despite having prepared a meal for Lin Shaowen and sharing merry drinks, he still stood firmly with the elder's authority, which was sacred and inviolable. Don't go report him now, Yi Zhonghai said cryptically. Wait until he has transformed the wood into furniture. If he gets caught, whoever applied for the house will claim the wood. Indeed, Xiaozhu smacked his forehead. Old Ginger is still the spiciest. We cannot let him turn all the wood into furniture, the deaf old woman interjected. Yi Zhonghai immediately understood, chuckling lightly. Rest assured, ancestor. He was aware that the deaf old woman merely desired to keep some wood for a coffin. A small issue, Lu Haizhong spoke up. What if? I say if. Our house is not approved by then. What shall we do? If the house is not approved, can't you just move the furniture? Jia Zhongshi scoffed. The group exchanged glances, silently agreeing to refrain from speaking further. He Yushui appeared shocked, while Qin Huairu was equally taken aback. Was it truly acceptable for them to so openly scheme against Lin Shaowen? After all, Jia Doshi was still alive, and she had not yet been crushed by life's burdens, still possessing some morals. At that moment, Lin Shaowen remained oblivious to their machinations. Even if he were aware, he would not care. Keep the money safe. Lin Shaowen instructed Lei Dali, never once inquiring about the ownership of the wood. Thank you, boss, Lei Dali replied joyfully, tucking the money away, having gained 50 from the exchange. After patting Lei Dali on the shoulder, Lin Shaowen pushed his cart out the door. Upon seeing Lin Shaowen, Yi Zhonghai and the others awkwardly turned their heads away. Lin Shaowen, indifferent, rode off to the supply and marketing cooperative. When he returned, he bore a set of carpentry tools. Xiao Lin, are you going to make furniture? Yin Bugue exclaimed in surprise. Just testing my skills, Lin Shaowen smiled. No, this isn't a matter for trial. What if you ruin the wood? Yin Bugue urged. Indeed, Xiao Lin, I know a carpenter. I can introduce one to you. Yi Zhonghai hastily added. You little pest, don't mess this up. You'll be the one crying if the wood is ruined, Jia Zhongshi interjected. What if I just burn it all down? Is that any of your concern? Lin Shaowen rolled his eyes and intended to return to his courtyard when Jia Dongshu abruptly seized him. Lin Shaowen, do not act recklessly. What is wrong with you? Why are you grabbing my cart? Lin Shaowen retorted, displeased. I just think you shouldn't waste things, Jia Dongshu stammered. What have I wasted? Your wife? Lin Shaowen blurted out. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Qin Huairu. Xiao Lin, you scoundrel! Qin Huairu shouted, covering her face as she fled. What nonsense are you spouting, Lin? Jia Dongshu exploded, furious. Though the insult was minor, its impact was substantial. Calm down, I assure you. There is nothing between me and your wife, Lin Shaowen replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You little pest, have you had your eyes on that woman all along? Jia Zhongshi glared menacingly at Lin Shaowen. If you claim your wife is a woman of ill repute, what does that make your son? Lin Shaowen's sentence trailed off. Yet everyone comprehended his implication. Huh, Xiaozhu chuckled, and the courtyard erupted in laughter. Even Yi Zhonghai struggled to suppress a grin. Lin, I'll settle this with you. Jia Dongshu seethed, charging forward. Lin Shaowen did not evade him, but rather grasped his hair and tripped him, pinning him to the ground. You little pest. How dare you strike my son? Jia Zhongshi lunged forward, but before she could reach Lin Shaowen, he held Jia Dongshu down and deftly tripped her, causing her to topple onto her son, nearly making him spew blood. All right, I'll admit my mistake. Let us cease this commotion. Lin Shaowen stood and dusted himself off. This matter cannot be overlooked, Jia Dongxiu, pinned beneath Jia Zhangshi, shouted fiercely. What do you intend to do? Lin Shaowen lit a cigarette and offered one to the elusive Yan Bugui. You, Jia Dongxiu pondered, unable to devise a suitable plan to punish Lin Shaowen. You must compensate me, Jia Zhangshi bellowed. Yes, compensation. You owe 5 yuan. No, 10 yuan, or I'll report you to the street committee. Jia Dongxiu threatened. You better think carefully. If this spreads, who will want to marry you? Chapter 14. This is not merely a lumbar issue. Yi Zhonghai and the others remained silent, but stood firmly behind Jia Dongxiu and his mother, lending them support. He Yushui attempted to approach Lin Shaowen, only to be pulled back by Xiaozhu. Lin Shaowen tilted his head, contemplating, and then produced 10 yuan, extending it forward. Jia Dongxiu eagerly grasped it. This sum represented a considerable portion of his salary for half a month. You must understand, if you accept this money, Qin Huairu and I will truly have no way to explain ourselves. Lin Shaowen languidly remarked, It matters not if I do not seek a wife, but you will undoubtedly become a cuckold. His words instantly drained the color from Jia Dongxiu's face. Accepting this money would imply a relationship between them, reducing Lin Shaowen's loss to mere financial restitution. If word reached the factory, he would indeed become the butt of ridicule. Accept it, why not? Jia Zhangshi seized the money without hesitation. Mom, we cannot take this money, Jia Dongxiu protested. Why can't we? This little pest owes us. Jia Zhangshi dismissed his concerns. Yes, it's compensation for you, Lin Shaowen grinned. Jia Dongxiu shot Lin Shaowen a fierce glare, snatched the money from his mother's hand, and tossed it back at Lin Shaowen. Mom, let us go home. This money. Home. Jia Dongxiu shouted, dragging Jia Zhangshi away. 10 yuan is insufficient. 20 will suffice, Lin Shaowen added mockingly. Lin, do not be so smug. Your day of reckoning will come. Jia Dongxiu hurled a final threat, slamming the door behind him, followed by the sound of Qin Huairu weeping. Lin Shaowen, how could you treat Sister Qin this way? Xiaozhu lamented, his heart nearly shattering. Since Qin Huairu had arrived in their courtyard, she had been his guiding light. Insanity. Lin Shaowen gestured rudely at Xiaozhu and hummed a tune as he returned to his courtyard. This boy is too arrogant. No one in this courtyard can handle him? Lu Haizhong incited. Second uncle, if you're so capable, why not take him on? Yi Zhonghai replied leisurely. Once Lin Shaowen completes the furniture, they will collectively report him. Let us see how he weeps then. Isn't this merely brainstorming? Lu Haizhong immediately lost his bravado. In recent days, where has that rascal Su Dumao been? Yi Zhonghai inquired, glancing at Xiaozhu. He has gone to the countryside to show films, Xiaozhu replied, well aware of his old rival's whereabouts. Yi Zhonghai nodded, a plan forming in his mind. The weekend came to an end, and everyone returned to their respective routines. Those who worked resumed their jobs, and students returned to their studies. As Lin Shaowen stepped out with his cart, he encountered Qin Huairu, who was blushing and appeared to have faint finger marks on her face, as she was emptying the toilet. Upon seeing Lin Shaowen, her expression turned sorrowful. His thoughtless comments the previous day had led to a night of torment from Jia Dongxiu and Jia Zhangshi, who had berated her mercilessly. Good morning, Qin Jia. Lin Shaowen greeted her cheerfully. Humph, Qin Huairu huffed, but then whispered, be careful lately. Someone intends to report you for speculation. Oh, is that so? Lin Shaowen replied, slightly taken aback. Qin Huairu, are you flirting with men again? Jia Zhangshi's furious voice echoed, causing Qin Huairu to flee the courtyard in a hurry. Upon turning, Lin Shaowen found himself locking gazes with Jia Zhangshi's piercing eyes. You little rascal, what are you staring at? Bark again. And I'll. Lin Shaowen shot back a retort before hastily pushing his cart away, unwilling to waste time with Jia Zhangshi, who had no job to occupy her. You come back here. Jia Zhangshi yelled as she chased after him, berating him loudly at the courtyard gate. Jia Dongxiu and Yi Zhonghai, witnessing Lin Shaowen's swift departure, nearly ground their teeth in envy. At the steel mill, after leisurely finishing breakfast, Lin Shaowen began to idle away his time. Calling it idling was somewhat misleading. Without a computer or a phone, he could only sit idly and read an ancient text, the notes of the Weiyang Grass Hall. Truth be told, despite being a college graduate, he found this book exasperating. After flipping through 3 pages, he succumbed to sleep on the desk. However, his slumber was short-lived as the door to the infirmary swung open. Li Chunhua entered, accompanied by an elderly man whose meticulously combed hair and gold-rimmed glasses gave him a scholarly appearance. Li Dajia, who is this? Lin Shaowen inquired. Dr. Lin. This is my father-in-law, Li Chunhua hurriedly introduced. I am Zhang Yuda. The elderly man extended his hand for a shake. Lin Shaowen scrutinized Zhang Yuda, his expression turning serious. I have suffered from lumbar spine issues for several years. I heard from Chunhua that Dr. Lin's massage skills are remarkable, so I came to give it a try. Of course, I won't let you work for free, Zhang Yuda stated, producing a Shanghai brand watch from his pocket and placing it on the table. He was hesitant to offer money, and Lin Shaowen was equally reluctant to accept it. The moment money changed hands, the nature of the transaction would shift, leaving neither party with a benefit. Lin Shaowen calmly accepted the watch and instructed, "Extend your hand. I have lumbar issues." Zhang Yuda began. But Lin Shaowen interrupted coldly, "Just extend your hand as I said." Zhang Yuda's displeasure was evident, yet he complied under Li Chuanhua's urging, extending his hand. Lin Shaowen closed his eyes to take his pulse. "Dr. Lin, is my father-in-law all right?" Li Chuanhua asked anxiously. "First, let us proceed with the massage," Lin Shaowen replied, gesturing for Zhang Yuda to lie down. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuda rose, moving his body with astonishment. "Dr. Lin, your skills are indeed superb. My back pain, which has troubled me for years, has vanished, and my legs feel strong again. Truly, a miraculous recovery. Was it worth it?" Lin Shaowen smiled. "Absolutely. It was worth every bit." Zhang Yuda clasped Lin Shaowen's hand. "Next time, I will bring you a grand gift. Let us talk about that later. You should leave now. I need to speak with Li Dajia." Lin Shaowen withdrew his hand. "Can I listen?" Zhang Yuda chuckled. "What do you think?" Lin Shaowen replied, locking eyes with him. "All right, you're the boss here. I'll do as you say." Zhang Yuda chuckled as he exited. Li Chuanhua seemed to sense something, her anxiety palpable. "Don't worry, there's still time." Lin Shaowen gestured for her to sit. "Your father-in-law may have a lung issue, and I recommend taking him to a major hospital for an examination." "Doctor, just tell me directly what illness my father-in-law has." Li Chuanhua inhaled deeply. "It's difficult to explain. Just take him for an X-ray." Lin Shaowen felt uncertain about his diagnosis, fearing a misjudgment. "All right, I'll take him now," Li Chuanhua declared, pulling Zhang Yuda along to the hospital without hesitation. Lin Shaowen sighed softly, torn between wanting to confirm his diagnosis to validate the usefulness of the Qingnong Shu, while also hoping he was mistaken and that Zhang Yuda was in good health. He experienced the conflicting emotions of a doctor, fearing both his lack of skill and the potential severity of his patient's condition. Chapter 15. Rising Fame at the Hospital. Dean Zhang Yuyang was engaged in conversation with Qin Zhong when Zhang Yuda burst in with Li Chuanhua. "Second brother, I need an X-ray," Zhang Yuda said with a smile. "Such a lack of decorum. Did you forget to knock?" Zhang Yuyang feigned annoyance. "Quickly, no time for idle chatter," Zhang Yuda insisted. All right. What seems to be the problem?" Zhang Yuyang replied, amusement in his tone. "I'm not sure," Zhang Yuda responded, perplexed. "I received a massage at the steel mill, and the doctor there suggested I come here for an X-ray, specifically for my lungs." To Lin Shaowen's surprise, once they exited the infirmary, Li Chuanhua inadvertently revealed his identity. It wasn't a deliberate betrayal. She simply felt her modest skills could not be concealed from her father-in-law and opted for honesty. "The steel mill? What is the doctor's surname?" Qin Zhong, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Lin, a very young doctor," Zhang Yuda replied. "It's him." Zhang Yuyang and Qin Zhong said in unison. "You know him?" Zhang Yuda asked curiously. "He is my student," Qin Zhong said with a smile. "He nearly became my student." Zhang Yuyang added with a sigh. "All right, extend your hand. I'll take your pulse." Zhang Yuda obediently extended his hand. After a moment, Zhang Yuyang furrowed his brow. "There is a slight issue with your lungs, but it shouldn't warrant an X-ray, should it?" Qin Zhong shrugged nonchalantly. He admired Lin Shaowen's judgment, but felt a tinge of regret. Upon hearing that Lin Shaowen was the only doctor at the steel mill, he was even more disheartened. "Since you're here, let us get an X-ray," Zhang Yuyang decided. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuyang gazed at Zhang Yuda's X-ray, then turned to Qin Zhong. "Old Qin, is there any way to transfer him to our hospital? I can have 4 doctors rotate shifts at the steel mill," he suggested. "What is going on?" Qin Zhong asked, intrigued as he took the X-ray and gasped in shock. "Wait, you need to explain what's happening." "Lung cancer." Zhang Yuyang uttered 2 words. Zhang Yuda and Li Chuanhua, momentarily destabilized, sank to the floor, tears streaming down their faces. "Why are you crying?" "It's not that severe yet," Zhang Yuyang reprimanded sternly. "Fortunately, you caught it early. There is still a chance for treatment." "Really?" Zhang Yuda asked, his eyes welling with tears. "Believe it or not, it's your choice," Zhang Yuyang retorted, uninterested in placating him. Given their brotherly bond, he was well aware of Zhang Yuda's character. Failing to frighten him would result in his unwillingness to cooperate with treatment. "Second brother, you must save me." Zhang Yuda wiped his tears. "Before being hospitalized, pay a visit to Dr. Lin with a token of gratitude. If it weren't for him, you'd be long gone." Zhang Yuyang sighed. "Even if you come next month, it may be too late." At the steel mill, Lin Shaowen was busy disinfecting a worker whose finger had been cut by a machine. The injury was not serious. "Eat less spicy food and rest more. You'll be fine," Lin Shaowen advised. Thank you, Dr. Lin, the worker expressed gratefully. Off you go. Lin Shaowen was about to send him on his way when a sudden commotion erupted outside. It sounded as though a crowd was approaching the infirmary. Dr. Lin, my father-in-law has come to present you with a banner. Li Chunhua was the first to burst into the infirmary. What on earth? Lin Shaowen wore an expression of panic. Presenting a banner? What nonsense. Dr. Lin, splendid work. You've brought honor to our steel mill. Director Yang entered with a beaming face. Zhang Yuda was no ordinary individual. While not quite a top-tier magnate, he certainly held a firm position among the mid-tier elite. A crowd began to gather, eager to witness the spectacle. Dr. Lin, thank you. Thank you, Zhang Yuda said, clutching the banner, his face filled with trepidation. It can't be that serious. It can't be. Lin Shaowen hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, but Zhang Yuda unfurled the banner, which read, Medical Ethics of Noble Character, presented by Zhang Yuda. The golden characters shone before the crowd. No, Mr. Zhang, this is too much. Lin Shaowen was genuinely at a loss. It is well-deserved, Zhang Yuda insisted. If it weren't for Dr. Lin, I would have lost my life. Director Yang, already well-informed of the circumstances, immediately turned to his secretary. Dr. Lin's medical skills are exceptional. We must elevate his status. He just joined the mill, someone objected. So what if he just joined? Zhang Yuda retorted coldly. If you do not treat Dr. Lin well, he will inevitably be poached by Xia Hospital. I happen to know that Director Zhang from Xia is willing to send 4 doctors to our steel mill in exchange for Dr. Lin. Dad! Lin Shaowen exclaimed immediately. No wonder Uncle had been so dismissive. With those words, the steel mill became alert, and the idea of an exchange was absurd. Is that true? Director Yang's demeanor shifted, and he hastily proposed, let us elevate Dr. Lin to level 5. No, level 6, with unchanged subsidies. The previously discontent higher-ups fell silent upon hearing that Xia wanted to poach someone. They were indifferent to the notion of top-tier medical resources, but if the workers learned they had let a doctor go, there would be an uproar. Soon, the factory's loudspeaker announced, Dr. Lin, in the medical office, is righteous in character and possesses exemplary medical ethics. After a round of praise, the announcement continued, stating that the factory had decided to grant Dr. Lin level 6 status, encouraging him to persist in his efforts to create a brighter future for the steel mill. In the workshop, level 6 status? He is barely in his 20s. Yi Zhonghai muttered to himself. What qualifies him for that? Jia Dongshu was nearly driven to madness with jealousy. I've been working for 4 years, and am still a level 1 worker. This kid has only been here a few days, and now he has level 6 status. Level 6 status meant a salary of 77 yuan and 85 cents. Nearly triple his own earnings. Lu Haizhong, upon hearing this news, almost crushed his own hand in disbelief. The highest salary in their courtyard was Yi Zhonghai's, a level 8 worker earning 99 yuan. Next was Lu Haizhong himself, a level 7 mechanic earning 80 yuan and 50 cents. As for Old Yen, he barely made 30 yuan a month, hardly enough to support a family. The kitchen's Shaju was also taken aback. He hadn't paid much attention to Lin Shaowen, and had thought he was merely an intern doctor. He had expected that Lin would start at level 4 and now leap to level 6. Suddenly, his own 37 yuan and 50 cents seemed less appealing. In the medical office, after the commotion died down, only Director Yang remained. Director, do you have something else? Lin Shaowen asked, puzzled. I heard you have quite the skill in massage. My shoulders have been aching lately. Could you give me a rub? Director Yang chuckled. I'm about to clock out. Lin Shaowen pretended to hesitate. Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. Director Yang pulled a ticket from his pocket and pressed it into Lin Shaowen's hand. A sewing machine ticket? No, Director, I wouldn't know how to use this. Lin Shaowen feigned modesty. Just keep it. Fine, I'll reluctantly accept it. The two joked lightly, but once Lin Shaowen began to work, he became serious. Hiss. Director Yang inhaled sharply, resolving in his heart that this young man was invaluable. Chapter 16. Capture this scoundrel. First, the construction work proceeded smoothly, with no interruptions. However, whenever Lin Shaowen crafted furniture, nearly half the courtyard would gather to watch. Even the deaf old lady came over. Hiss, this kid really knows how to make furniture? Shaju stared in astonishment at the beautifully varnished bed and the tables and chairs. This bed is exquisite. The table and wardrobe are also commendable. Yin Bugue exclaimed, pointing at another large chair. Shaolin, what is this? A sofa. Lin Shaowen replied while continuing to shape the wood. Technically, it was more akin to a tatama mat, but he doubted they would understand, so he chose not to elaborate. A sofa? The crowd was envious to the point of tears. Yi Zhonghai and the others had seen a sofa before, as Director Yang had one in his office. But owning one at home was simply extravagant. The deaf old lady, observing the remaining wood, coughed a couple of times. Yi Zhonghai immediately caught on, and exchanged glances with Jia Zhangshi. Let me pick the furniture first. Jia Zhangshi proposed her conditions. No way, I want that bed. Lu Haizhong interjected. I want it too, Yin Bugui chimed in. Let us settle this first, then we can discuss, Yi Zhonghai mediated. The group considered this and agreed. They needed to deal with Lin Shaowen first before discussing anything else. Where do we report him? Jia Zhangshi inquired. To the steel mill, came the response. This was a prudent approach. Going directly to the street office could lead to uncontrollable consequences. If the street office personnel took a liking to the furniture, they would gain nothing. The leaders of the steel mill would only send subordinates to investigate, and as long as the situation was confirmed, Lin Shaowen would be in trouble. Jia Zhangshi nodded and quietly made her way to the steel mill. Ma'am, who are you looking for? A security officer asked. I need to see your leader. I want to report. Jia Zhangshi did not reveal whom she intended to report. Report. The security officer exchanged glances with his colleagues. There's a scoundrel in your factory. If you don't let me see the leader and something goes wrong, you won't be able to take responsibility. Jia Zhangshi shouted at the entrance just as a small vehicle emerged from the factory. Her eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she stepped forward to block the car. The driver slammed on the brakes, causing Director Yang, seated in the back, to bump his head against the seat. What is going on? Director Yang barked. I don't know where this old lady came from, the driver lamented. Leader. Jia Zhangshi pounded on the back window, prompting the driver to hurriedly lower it. He could not afford to damage the window. What do you want? Director Yang asked, displeased. Leader, I need to report. There's a scoundrel in the factory. Jia Zhangshi exaggerated. If you don't handle this, you'll also bear the losses when the factory suffers. A scoundrel? Director Yang immediately exited the vehicle and instructed that Jia Zhangshi be taken to the security office. Leader, we have a doctor named Lin in our courtyard. His conduct is extremely corrupt, indulging in extravagant feasts daily. Who? Director Yang glared. Lin Shaowen. Jia Zhangshi dropped her facade and cursed. That little beast occupies 3 large rooms all by himself, feasting and drinking every day, while we widows and orphans are bullied. Leader, you must stand up for me. Continue. What else has he done? Director Yang's tone was calm. He hired someone to repair a house, and I heard the repair costs alone were 400 yuan, and he also bought a lot of precious wood to make furniture. Just the wood alone is worth 1,000 yuan. Though Jia Zhangshi was ludicrous, her words drew gasps from the security personnel. Just the sums mentioned amounted to 1,400 yuan. It was undeniable that Dr. Lin was a scoundrel, for who else could possibly produce such wealth? They were eager to act, ready to apprehend him at the director's command. What grievances do you have with him? Director Yang suddenly asked. He occupies 3 large rooms, all to himself, while our family of 4 is crammed into one. That little beast takes more than his fair share. He indulges in drink and meat daily at home, showing no regard for the elderly in the courtyard. Jia Zhangshi, like a rapid-fire cannon, swiftly criticizes Lin Shaowen. I am certain there are indeed malicious individuals, Director Yang stated coldly. Leaders, hurry and apprehend them. I will lead the way, Jia Zhangshi exclaimed excitedly. Arrest her. This old woman harbors ill intentions and has come to the factory to slander Dr. Lin. Upon the director's command, the security personnel immediately took Jia Zhangshi into custody. Leader, how could you arrest me? Jia Zhangshi exclaimed in panic. I know far more about Dr. Lin's situation than you do. His father was a senior engineer, and his mother was a university teacher. Though both have passed, every one of Dr. Lin's assets is accounted for. You come here with malicious intent to falsely accuse him. It is clearly personal vendetta. After reprimanding Jia Zhangshi, Director Yang turned to the security staff, instructing them to thoroughly interrogate her and ascertain who sent her. I refuse to believe that an old woman would come to slander Dr. Lin. Understood, the security personnel responded, standing at attention. In the courtyard, Lin Shaowen began crafting the final wardrobe, while the deaf old woman felt her heart leap to her throat. If those pieces of wood were split, her coffin would vanish. Zhonghai, the deaf old woman called out. Wait. Yi Zhonghai stepped forward, halting Lin Shaowen, who was raising the axe. Is there something you need? He asked. You've been in the courtyard for quite a while and have yet to meet our ancestor, have you? Yi Zhonghai intended to push the deaf old woman forward, but she adjusted her attire, preparing to make her appearance. However, Lin Shaowen interjected, Yi Zhonghai, she is your ancestor, not mine. Besides, what is there to see in an old woman? You little brat, what did you say? The deaf old woman raised her cane, preparing to strike him. Lin Shaowen swiftly caught the axe in his hand. Old woman, this is a construction site. Don't make a fuss. If this axe were to strike you, it wouldn't end well. You dare? The deaf old woman stepped forward. Try me, Lin Shaowen replied nonchalantly. With a swift motion, the deaf old woman lunged at Lin Shaowen with her cane, but he retaliated swiftly, cleaving her dragon-headed cane in two. My cane! She cried out in shock. Lin Shaowen, how could you lay hands on an old woman? Yi Zhonghai admonished sternly, although, for a fleeting moment, he truly wished that Lin Shaowen would strike the deaf old woman down, thus resolving everything. Don't take advantage of your age. She can hit me. But I cannot strike back? Lin Shaowen dismissed them, splitting the golden silk Nanmu wood with a single axe stroke. My coffin, the deaf old woman lamented, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 17. Who isn't a martyr? A coffin? For someone like you, once dead, they should just burn you. What need is there for a coffin? Lin Shaowen scoffed. Lin Shaowen, that old woman is a martyr. Yi Zhonghai bellowed. A martyr? Lin Shaowen paused slightly. I'll inform you that the old woman is registered with the street office and is supported by the state. Disrespecting her is a violation of the law. Yi Zhonghai began to impose heavy accusations. Indeed, this is unlawful, Lu Haizhong interjected. Yin Bugui remained silent, sensing that Lin Shaowen's reaction was somewhat peculiar, too calm. Disrespecting a martyr is a violation of the law? Lin Shaowen questioned uncertainly. Of course. Shame on you for being a university student and not understanding this basic principle. Yi Zhonghai declared earnestly. Is that so? Lin Shaowen retreated inside, retrieving a red booklet. Yi Zhonghai, I am also a martyr. You just spoke so loudly to me. Does that not warrant a bow? You are also a martyr? Everyone was taken aback. Quickly, who just claimed that disrespecting a martyr is unlawful? Come and bow. Lin Shaowen waved the red booklet. Lu Haizhong, why are you hiding? Come here and bow. Lu Haizhong's face flushed with anger, but he found himself speechless. What a joke. You can't even read two characters yet pretend to be cultured. Lin Shaowen spat at Lu Haizhong, nearly causing him to spit blood. Ancestor. Look at this. Yi Zhonghai found himself in a quandary. He never anticipated that Lin Shaowen was also a martyr. If this escalated, he would surely face dire consequences. Let us leave and wait for Jia Zhasher to return, the deaf old woman suggested calmly. The group promptly departed. Master, these individuals do not appear to be good people. Lei Dali whispered. Good eye, Lin Shaowen praised. Then you must be cautious, Lei Dali advised. They won tea play fair. Lin Shaowen chuckled, returning to his wardrobe. Yi Zhonghai and the others waited impatiently, yet Jia Zhasher did not return. As twilight approached, they could no longer bear it and sent Jia Dongshu to ride Yin Bugui's bicycle to the steel mill. For this, Yi Zhonghai paid 30 cents. Yin Bugui wouldn't be one to engage in favors. Half an hour later, a dispirited Jia Dongshu returned. What happened? Yi Zhonghai inquired urgently. The factory said my mother falsely accused Dr. Lin and intends to send her for legal proceedings. Asking who instigated her, Jia Dongshu was nearly in tears. If she were imprisoned, it would spell disaster for them all. Thud. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong sank to the ground, staring blankly at Jia Dongshu. Dongshu. You must tell your mother to hold on. Yin Bugui urged anxiously. If she reveals our involvement, we'll all lose our jobs. Yes, Dongshu. You must convince Aunt Jia to hold on, Lu Haizhong echoed, beginning to panic. What did the factory say? Yi Zhonghai managed to ask. The factory didn't say much. But after taking a cigarette from me, the security staff told me to find Dr. Lin. As long as Dr. Lin doesn't pursue the matter, it will be resolved. Jia Dongshu replied, eyes reddening. Master, you must save my mother. She is elderly and cannot go to prison. Yi Zhonghai glanced at the deaf old woman, only to find her sitting in her chair, appearing to be in a half-sleep. Talking to her yielded no response. Clearly, the old woman was no help. The only solution was to seek Lin Shaowen, but he would not agree easily. The only way forward was to compel Lin Shaowen into wrongdoing. Yi Zhonghai's gaze shifted to Qin Huairu. Master, are you suggesting that Huairu seduce him? Before Jia Dongshu could finish speaking, Qin Huairu slapped him. Jia Dongshu, how can you utter such words? Have you lost your humanity? You dare to strike me? Angered, Jia Dongshu seized Qin Huairu's hair, ready to teach her a lesson. However, before he could act, he was embraced by Shaju. Dongshu, calm down. Sister Qin is just upset. Mind your own business. Jia Dongshu snapped, breaking free from Shaju's hold. Shaju, don't pretend to be a good person. I know you often steal glances at Qin Huairu. You think I'm unaware? I just didn't bother to expose you. Shaju's face turned beet red. Qin Huairu knelt on the ground, her heart heavy with despair. She bitterly regretted her vanity in marrying into the city and ending up with such a beast. Huairu, this is the only way. Yi Zhonghai spoke earnestly. Sneak into his room at night. Once he makes a move on you, scream, and we'll rush in immediately. Did you hear that? Jia Dongshu growled. Understood. Qin Huairu replied without hesitation. Her quick acceptance displeased Jia Dongshu. Wretched woman, have you had your eye on that pretty boy all along? Qin Huairu remained silent, retreating to her room to prepare for a bath. Dongshu, stop causing trouble. Let us all be alert tonight, Yi Zhonghai reassured. I understand, Jia Dongshu replied, suppressing his anger. That night, Shaju brought 2 pieces of meat and 2 bottles of wine, cheerfully heading to dine with Lin Shaowen, claiming it was a return of favor. Lin Shaowen did not harbor any doubts. After all, who would refuse a free meal? The two indulged in drinks until the late hours of the night. And only then did Shaju, supported by Yin Jiefeng and Yin Jiequang, make his way home. Meanwhile, Lin Shaowen, after a refreshing bath, lay down to rest. However, no sooner had he settled than a figure stealthily slipped into his room, diving beneath his covers without uttering a word. What on earth was happening? Lin Shaowen was taken aback, ready to call for help, but a hand swiftly covered his mouth. Xiaolin, it's me, Qin Huairu said, her cheeks flushed. What is the meaning of this, Qin Huairu? This situation could lead to grave consequences, Lin Shaowen whispered in a hushed tone, filled with indignation. In this day and age, reckless entanglements could prove deadly. Don't be afraid, Xiaolin. They intend to harm you. Qin Huairu nestled under the covers and recounted the entire situation to Lin Shaowen. Goodness, has Jia Dongshu been completely fooled by Yi Zhonghai? Is he truly willing to go this far? Lin Shaowen was utterly bewildered. Even if nothing occurred between them, if word got out, Jia Dongshu's reputation would be tarnished beyond repair. Xiaolin, don't worry. Since they want me to come, I will. As Qin Huairu spoke, her lips pressed against his. Lin Shaowen felt a surge of panic, especially when Qin Huairu mentioned that a group was lurking outside the yard. He truly had no intention of engaging in such a scenario. Yet Qin Huairu was exceedingly proactive. Before long, the bed began to creak rhythmically. Half an hour later, outside the yard, how long has Sister Huairu been inside? Could it be that she is truly being bullied by that scoundrel? Shaju whispered. Be quiet, Yi Zhonghai snapped. Jia Dongshu remained silent, but his expression was stormy. Yin Bugue and Lu Haizhong exchanged peculiar glances, both pondering the same question. Why hadn't Qin Huairu raised an alarm yet? Chapter 18. You have no shame. I still have my dignity. While a group outside battled mosquitoes, the room within was filled with an air of spring. After getting dressed, Qin Huairu gently wiped the sweat from Lin Shaowen's brow with a towel. This was the first time in her many years of marriage that she experienced the joys of being a woman. Lin Shaowen felt an internal conflict. He truly didn't know how to handle Qin Huairu's situation. Xiaolin, don't worry about me. After we go out, I will divorce him and return to the countryside. Never to return, Qin Huairu said softly. That is not necessary, Lin Shaowen replied awkwardly. You don't despise me, do you? Since I have given myself to you, I will not give myself to anyone else. Qin Huairu smiled. You're still young. Find a pure girl to marry in the future. Sister, would you like to work at the factory? Lin Shaowen suddenly inquired. Work? Can I? Qin Huairu's eyes widened in astonishment. Perhaps you can, Lin Shaowen smiled. Wait a couple of days, and I will send you a message. All right. After a gentle kiss, Qin Huairu turned to leave. Outside, when the crowd saw Qin Huairu emerge, they immediately surrounded her. Huairu, what is going on? Yi Zhonghai frowned. He was too drunk. I slapped him, and he didn't even react, Qin Huairu said helplessly. I can't just shout and rush in, only to find he has passed out from drink. Can I? Is that true? Jia Dongshu asked skeptically. If you don't believe me, go check for yourself. Qin Huairu raised her brow. I'll go take a look. Seeing the two argue, Shaju rushed inside without hesitation. He found Lin Shaowen sprawled on the floor, deep in slumber. Shaking his head in exasperation, he retreated. What is the news? Jia Dongshu asked urgently. He is sleeping on the floor, Shaju replied helplessly. What do we do now? The group was suddenly at a loss. Huairu, why don't you hide inside? We'll come back in the morning, Yi Zhonghai suggested with a glint of coldness in his eyes. What? Qin Huairu exclaimed in disbelief. Do you still want to see your mother? Jia Dongshu said darkly. Have you thought about how I'll live if everyone knows tomorrow? Qin Huairu lamented. But we're here for you, Jia Dongshu replied awkwardly. We all know what is going on. No one will speak ill of you. Huairu, we're counting on you, Yi Zhonghai said solemnly. Qin Huairu looked at the crowd, tears streaming down her face. Stop crying and get in there, Jia Dongshu said. Pushing her inside. Xiaodong. Yi Zhonghai pulled out a cigarette and lit it for everyone. I plan to bring the street office and the joint defense team over tomorrow. With a crash, several cigarettes dropped to the ground as the group stared at Yi Zhonghai in fear. This was going to ruin Lin Shaowen's life. A scandal like this could lead to imprisonment. Dongshu, what do you think? Yi Zhonghai asked. Jia Dongshu opened his mouth, but could not find the words. How much did you spend to marry Qin Huairu? Yi Zhonghai inquired further. $10, Jia Dongshu muttered. I'll give you 100. Yi Zhonghai, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, wore an expression that fluctuated between light and dark. Really? Jia Dongshu perked up immediately. After all, Qin Huairu was just a country girl. If he really got $100, he could marry a city girl instead, as long as he kept his job. Finding a bride wouldn't be difficult. Shaju remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts. If Jia Dongshu divorced Qin Huairu, would he have a chance? Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong said nothing. The situation had escalated to a point where they felt they had to eliminate Lin Shaowen. If the matter blew up, they would be the ones in trouble. Tomorrow morning, you write a divorce agreement, and I'll take it straight to the street office for processing. Yi Zhonghai gritted his teeth. You all wait by the moon gate in the morning and make sure they don't get out. Understood, the group nodded. Inside. What are you doing back here? Lin Shaowen felt utterly bewildered. Xiaolin, they are dead set on harming you. Qin Huairu cried as she recounted the situation once more. It's not a big deal. I have a solution. Lin Shaowen suddenly chuckled. Since we're playing this game, let us ensure you're the one who ends up losing. Really? Qin Huairu asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Really, Lin Shaowen affirmed. Then, let me give you another chance, Qin Huairu said, her cheeks flushed. No, wait. Hey, Qin Huairu, don't tug at my pants. Ouch, you're a rogue. Morning broke, and Yi Zhonghai took Jia Dongshu to the street office to finalize the divorce. Such matters usually required both parties to be present, but through some unknown means, Yi Zhonghai managed to get it done. Yin Bugui informed the joint defense team, while Lu Haizhong, not content with the chaos, secretly notified the security department of the steel factory. Soon, 3 groups converged at the courtyard, drawing the attention of many. Qin Huairu, Lin Shaowen, come out. Jia Dongshu knocked on the door, feigning the role of a victim. Director Wang frowned and remained silent. Upon hearing the news, she too was taken aback. However, upon reflection, with Qin Huairu's beauty and Lin Shaowen's youth, their affair was not entirely inconceivable. The crowd surrounded the courtyard, blocking all exits. When the door wouldn't open, someone suggested breaking it down. Let us do it, the crowd agreed. Catching someone in the act was an event most relished, especially with the renowned beauty Qin Huairu involved. The best scenario would be to catch them without clothes. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open, and everyone rushed inside, only to find Lin Shaowen, bleary-eyed and fast asleep on the bed. Xiaolin, wake up, Director Wang called as she approached him. Ugh, Lin Shaowen jolted awake, and upon seeing the crowd, quickly covered himself with the blanket, panic-stricken. What is happening? What is going on? Stop pretending. Where's Qin Huairu? Jia Dongshu demanded harshly. Who? Lin Shaowen asked, bewildered. Qin Huairu. Jia Dongshu enunciated each word carefully. With a sudden slap, Lin Shaowen knocked Jia Dongshu to the ground. Are you out of your mind? Coming to my room early in the morning to look for your wife? Why don't you check Yi Zhonghai's bed for your mother? In an instant, all eyes turned to Yi Zhonghai. Director Wang couldn't help but chuckle softly, prompting many to stifle their laughter. Lin Shaowen, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Zhonghai reprimanded. I am speaking nonsense, so what are you all doing? Lin Shaowen exclaimed angrily. Early in the morning, you broke down my front door. What about the law? Where's Qin Huairu? Jia Dongshu shot up, his voice cold. Slap. Lin Shaowen struck him again, sending him crashing to the ground. You dare to say another word? How shameless can you be? I still have my dignity. You brought so many people to my home to look for your wife. If this gets out, how can I face anyone in the future? Shaolin, please calm down. Director Wang grasped Lin Shaowen's hand, offering comfort. We will definitely clarify this matter. You claim Qin Huairu is in my house, right? Go ahead and search, but if you don't find her, don't blame me for burning down your house. Lin Shaowen's tone turned icy, causing several people to shudder. Chapter 19, Compensation, 1,000 yuan. Shaolin, please be rational. Director Wang urged anxiously. Although Lin Shaowen's words were extremely inappropriate, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, Lin Shaowen was the victim. Should he still be expected to smile? Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu were dumbfounded. They had clearly seen Qin Huairu enter Lin Shaowen's room, and had even stationed Yin Bugui and others to watch over it all night. How could a living person simply vanish? This is utter chaos. The joint defense team cursed a few times before turning to leave. The security department of the steel mill glared at Yi Zhonghai and the others, who had expected to catch someone in the act, only to find it was a farce. Once you return to the factory, you will face the consequences. The security department left a harsh remark and also departed. Director Wang furrowed her brow, looking at Jia Dongshu and the others, and sighed. Jia Dongshu. Although you and Qin Huairu are divorced, this matter concerns both of you. Why drag Shaolin into this? Director Wang. Jia Dongshu's face flushed, but he could not utter a word. Lin Shaowen pointed at Yi Zhonghai and the others. I want to sue them, to take them to court. Shaolin. I support you. Director Wang immediately agreed. Since Lin Shaowen had been wronged by this group, he certainly had the right to take legal action. The street office would also convene to address this matter, and in due time, none of them would escape unscathed. After casting a fierce glare at Yi Zhonghai and his cohorts, she too departed. Lin Shaowen, I know you are hiding Qin Huairu. Just name your condition. How should we resolve this? Yi Zhonghai took a deep breath. I have not seen Qin Huairu. Lin Shaowen rolled his eyes. Resolving this matter is quite simple. 1,000 yuan. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Do you think I am unaware of your report to the steel mill? Lin Shaowen scoffed. Without 1,000 yuan, you all can just wander the streets. Yi Zhonghai and the others fell silent. If this matter truly escalated, being dismissed from their jobs was a certainty. Moreover, judging by Director Wang's demeanor, if Lin Shaowen pursued legal action, they would not escape unscathed. 1,000 yuan, and you can get Jia Zhangshi out. Yi Zhonghai proposed his terms. That is another price. Lin Shaowen mused. How much do you want? Jia Dongshu gritted his teeth. 500. Lin Shaowen extended his right hand. 500? Why don't you go rob someone? Jia Dongshu was instantly enraged, but Lin Shaowen slapped him again, bringing him back to his senses. Green-headed turtle, I am not negotiating with you. Green-headed turtle? Sha Zhu muttered, but upon seeing Jia Dongshu's murderous glare, he immediately turned away. 1,005, by noon, or the offer is off the table. Lin Shaowen tossed out the ultimatum before turning to leave for breakfast. At that moment, Lei Dali arrived at the courtyard and shooed Yi Zhonghai and the others away like stray dogs, for they were aware of the injustice faced by their employer. In the central courtyard, a few individuals huddled together, sighing in despair. They had gained nothing from this ordeal and were now faced with a hefty sum to pay. Hey, do you think Sister Qin has gone? Sha Zhu asked curiously. At such a time, you still care about this? Are you filled with mush? Jia Dongshu fumed. He was the most unfortunate, with his mother detained at the steel mill and his wife missing, and he had just divorced. What was the point of all this? All right, I will contribute 1,000, and the remaining 500 will be split between you two. Lao Yin and Lao Lu. Yi Zhonghai suggested. Why should I? Yin Bugue immediately protested, asserting that he had done nothing in this matter. Exactly, Lao Yi. You were the one leading this whole affair. Lu Haizhong also voiced his dissatisfaction. Do you dare to say you were not after Lin Shaowen's house? Yi Zhonghai shot them a sidelong glance. Yin Bugue and Lu Haizhong exchanged a look and fell silent. Fine, since you are unwilling to contribute, I will tell Lin Shaowen to sue us. Yi Zhonghai feigned to leave, but was pulled back by the two. We will pay, we will pay. They both realized they had families to support. Losing their jobs would mean their families would truly be destitute. Especially Yin Bugue, who barely managed to feed his family of 6 on a meager 30-some yuan. At noon, Lin Shaowen lay languidly on his newly crafted rocking chair, feeling drowsy. When Yi Zhonghai and his group arrived, here is 1,005, count it. Yi Zhonghai's eyes were red-rimmed. Sha Zhu and Jia Dongshu were both important to him. One was his future provider, the other his enforcer. He had to pay the money, but it truly pained his heart. This was nearly a year's worth of wages gone. Yin Bugue and Lu Haizhong felt nauseated as if they had swallowed a fly. They had aimed for a quick profit, yet ended up in a mess. Who wouldn't feel unlucky? I propose, everyone, why not come take a look at my furniture? The more you look, the more you might think of another way to mess with me. Lin Shaowen smiled playfully, adding that he also needed a television. Perhaps they could pool their resources. Jia Dongshu and Sha Zhu clenched their fists, yet dared not act. Setting aside the fact that they could not overpower Lin Shaowen, Lei Dali and his workers stood by, ready to intervene. If a fight broke out, they risked having their heads smashed. Enough nonsense. Where is the letter of understanding? Yi Zhonghai's face darkened. Here. Lin Shaowen casually tossed a crumpled piece of paper at him. You. Yi Zhonghai felt humiliated, trembling with rage. You may choose not to accept it. Lin Shaowen shrugged. We are leaving. Yi Zhonghai signaled for Sha Zhu to retrieve the letter of understanding. Wait. Jia Dongshu glared at Lin Shaowen, his voice cold. Lin Shaowen, where's Qin Huairu? Slap. Jia Dongshu was knocked to the ground again. Lin Shaowen, why do you keep hitting people? Yi Zhonghai was furious, his anger boiling over. Sha Zhu also stepped forward, his eyes menacing, prompting Lei Dali and his group to brandish their tools, surrounding him. What do you intend to do? Yi Zhonghai barked. If you dare touch my employer, I will hammer you today. Lei Dali declared with a fierce voice. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue trembled in fear. They had never witnessed such an intense scene. Jia Dongshu, I will say this once more. I have not seen Qin Huairu. If you dare to continue your nonsense and tarnish my reputation, I will strike you every time we meet. Now get lost. Lin Shaowen shouted, and the crowd fled in disarray. Qin Huairu had been sent away early in the morning. The fishing ring could capture living creatures, but if they were inside a small room, the creatures would remain motionless and unaware of the ring's secrets. Although Qin Huairu did not know how she had escaped, in the wake of her divorce from Jia Dongshu, she had no time to ponder. Holding the 100 yuan Lin Shaowen had given her, she returned to her family to share the news of her divorce. Chapter 20, Punishment. By evening, Jia Dongshu returned to fetch Jia Zhangshi, only to find her pale with sunken eyes, clearly having suffered at the steel mill. Lin Shaowen pretended to pass by, and Jia Zhashir appeared at the door, her gaze filled with hatred, wishing to bite him. "Ah, isn't this Aunt Jia? You've come out. Little beast. May you meet a wretched end." With a furious roar, Jia Zhang's family members rushed out of their courtyard to witness the commotion. "What a dreadful fate," Lin Shaowen drawled, glancing at the photograph hanging on the wall inside the Jia residence. The crowd winced. A few even felt a twinge of discomfort in their teeth. Although Lin Shaowen uttered nothing explicitly, it seemed as though he had conveyed a multitude of meanings. "You wretched scoundrel, I shall not relent." Jia Zhang lunged forward, fangs bared. Yet this time Lin Shaowen stood his ground, refusing to flinch or evade. "Come, strike me. I would welcome any injury," he casually remarked as he lit a cigarette, "for then the matter cannot be resolved with a mere 500. His last words acted like a spell, halting Jia Zhang in her tracks. She was acutely aware that although Yi Zhonghai had provided funds to both Xia Zhu and Jia Dongxiu, they were bound by written promises to repay 300 each. While Yi Zhonghai had not specified a deadline for repayment, the promissory notes lay in his possession, and should a conflict arise, repayment would be unavoidable. "You vile creature, you deserve death." Jia Zhang seethed with impotent rage. "The dead cannot be resurrected, can they?" Lin Shaowen retorted with a smirk. The onlookers found the exchange rather exasperating. Whenever Lin Shaowen spoke, their thoughts inevitably drifted toward the Jia family. "I shall not yield." Jia Zhang, in a fit of rage, charged at Lin Shaowen. Observing her approach, he sidestepped slightly, causing her to crash directly into the doorway. "Oh no, Aunt Jia, what are you doing?" A young man with slicked back hair tumbled to the ground, rolling in surprise. "Su Damao, can't you avoid it?" Jia Zhang scolded angrily. "Aunt Jia, you collide with me and think you have the right to complain?" Su Dama shouted from the ground. "Someone, come and judge this." Lin Shaowen shook his head at the scene. Su Dama appeared cunning, yet he was firmly under Yi Zhonghai's thumb. To summon Yi Zhonghai for judgment would be akin to seeking a ghost for a remedy, an act of folly. Indeed, when Yi Zhonghai emerged, a few terse words were sufficient to dismiss Su Damao. With no recourse, Su Damao merely extended a hand as he passed Lin Shaowen, introducing himself. "Hello, Dr. Lin. I am Su Damao, the factory's projectionist." "Su, I am aware of you," Lin Shaowen replied, offering him a cigarette, then extending one to Yin Bugui standing beside him. He added with a smile, "The factory holds you in high esteem, praising your exceptional projection skills." "Friend, I am not boasting. In terms of projection, I dare say that I am second to none in the entire city." Su Damao beamed, feeling flattered by Lin Shaowen's words. "Is that so?" Lin Shaowen chuckled. "I am quite interested in your experiences showing films in the countryside. We should discuss it sometime. Let us not wait for another time. Let us make it today," Su Damao asserted, seizing Lin Shaowen's hand. "Dr. Lin, you have a discerning eye. I happen to have a chicken today. Let us share a drink." "That would be rather embarrassing," Lin Shaowen replied shyly. "There is nothing to be embarrassed about. In the future, if anything arises in the factory, just mention my name." Su Damao insisted, dragging Lin Shaowen towards the backyard. Yi Zhonghai and his companions wore grim expressions, although Su Damao had been a thorn in their side. His attention had long been diverted by Xia Zhu, preventing any major upheavals. However, if these two began to associate closely, it could spell chaos for the courtyard. That night, Lin Shaowen and Su Damao engaged in merriment, both slightly tipsy, which incited envy among many who felt it unjust that Lin Shaowen, who had extorted them, could revel in joviality while they seethed with resentment. Yet their discontent was short-lived, as the factory and the street office simultaneously delivered their judgments. Yi Zhonghai, an 8th-level machinist, was reprimanded for his inability to discern right from wrong and for wrongfully accusing an innocent. He was assigned to clean the toilets for a week and received a minor demerit. The same routine followed for Lu Haizhong, a 7th-level machinist from Workshop 4. And He Yuzhu, a cook in the cafeteria. The loudspeaker announced the group led by Yi Zhonghai would be tasked with cleaning the toilets, a significant penalty given the factory's heavy workload. Xia Zhu was equally indispensable in the small kitchen, hence the factory opted for leniency. They initially contemplated docking their wages, but upon learning of their compensation to Lin Shaowen, they refrained from pursuing the course, unwilling to drive them to desperation. Yin Bugui faced reprimand from the school, forced to make a self-criticism in front of the leadership, resulting in a loss of face. While many believed the ordeal had concluded, the street office issued a notice compelling Yi Zhonghai and his cohorts to sweep the streets for half a month, with Jia Zhang included. Though not an employee of the steel mill, the street office had no intention of showing leniency toward her. Sweeping the streets was no trivial task. It required rising before dawn, finishing their work before the start of the workday, and subject to inspections for cleanliness, with non-compliance leading to extended punishment. One morning, as Lin Shaowen arose, he encountered them returning with brooms in hand. "Ah, The diligent little bees return. He teased. Lin Shaowen, be quiet. Shaju barked, brandishing his broom. Why? Did Dr. Lin err in his praise? Su Damao interjected, appearing beside Shaju, his arch-nemesis. Brother Su, that's not fair. Laborers deserve respect, Lin Shaowen asserted. Besides, Shaju cleans the factory toilets. You should see how spotless they are. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, though it soon morphed into a collective grimace. Dr. Lin, this early in the morning, must you be so revolting? Indeed, are we to have breakfast? Dr. Lin, has Shaju truly cleaned them to that degree? Numerous residents of the courtyard, some not employed at the steel mill and thus unaware of the recent happenings, gathered around, having only heard that Yi Zhonghai and his group were punished with toilet duty. Scram, scram, scram. What business is it of yours? Shaju fumed. I imagine they must be spotless. Otherwise, how could they be so clean? Lin Shaowen speculated. I must go witness this for myself, Su Damao chuckled, noticing Shaju's reddening eyes. Enough. Everyone, off to work. Yi Zhonghai commanded, dispersing the crowd. He, over 50, had to rise at 4 in the morning and work until 5 in the evening, leaving him utterly drained and unwilling to engage with Lin Shaowen. Nevertheless, he was biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to crush Lin Shaowen once and for all. Shaju and Jia Dongxiu, upon seeing Su Damao, who was now arm in arm with Lin Shaowen, were nearly driven to the brink of fury. How could these two troublemakers join forces and expect to enjoy peace? Chapter 21. The Toilet War God. Su Damao. It is no wonder Su Damao is deemed truly mischievous. As a projectionist, aside from showing films in the countryside, he had little to occupy him at the factory. Thus, he found himself loitering by the public restroom, making 6 trips in a single morning. Su Damao, you've urinated outside again. Shaju and Jia Dongxiu fumed. Urinated outside? So what? You're here to witness it, aren't you? Su Damao responded nonchalantly. If you don't cease this behavior, I swear I'll thrash you. Shaju threatened. Try it. Su Damao retorted defiantly, you're already in trouble. Do you dare strike someone in the factory? Do you wish to spend the rest of your days cleaning toilets? You. Shaju was nearly apoplectic but refrained from acting. They were under close surveillance by the security department. Your grandfather needs to relieve himself. Hurry up and get out. Su Damao promptly disrobed and squatted over the latrine, making a mess deliberately. Shaju and Jia Dongxiu exchanged glances, seemingly coming to an understanding. What's that on the roof? Jia Dongxiu exclaimed. What? Su Damao looked up at the ceiling. Without hesitation, Shaju shoved Su Damao into the latrine. The current public restrooms were not of the concrete flushing variety of later times, but rather semi-wooden structures, with 2 wooden planks connecting directly to a cesspool below. Su Damao's body had nearly plunged completely into the pit, and he continued to slide downwards. This was dire. Someone had fallen into the toilet. The raucous voice of Shaju echoed. Goodness, someone has fallen into the toilet. Quickly, summon Dr. Lin. Everyone, hurry and assist. Word spread rapidly, and within moments, hundreds had gathered outside the public restroom. Lin Shaowen, alerted to the commotion, rushed over, fully aware that drowning in a cesspool was no trivial matter. Some individuals who fell and might succumb to shock and lose consciousness. The substances within the pit were tangible and could indeed be fatal if they infiltrated one's nasal passages or throat. As Su Damao struggled in the cesspool, Lin Shaowen arrived just as someone tossed a rope down to him, securing it around his waist, and several individuals began to pull with all their might. After a considerable effort, they managed to hoist Su Damao out, but the overwhelming stench caused Lin Shaowen to instinctively step back. The foulness was unbearable, a thick miasma reminiscent of another era. Some could not endure the olfactory assault and immediately began to retch, while many women retreated far away, reluctant to breathe in the noxious air. Sugu, what happened to you? Lin Shaowen asked, pinching his nose. Indeed, Damao. How could you not hold yourself steady while using the restroom? Were you up to no good last night? Shaju mocked. Shaju, how can you make such reckless accusations? Damao hasn't even married yet. Jia Dongxiu interjected with a serious demeanor. That may be so, but how could he have grown weak in the legs? Shaju and Jia Dongxiu exchanged barbs, while onlookers among the workers pointed and gossiped, some reveling in his misfortune, others mocking, yet none offered him sympathy. After all, anyone who fell into a toilet would become a spectacle. Lin Shaowen, acutely perceptive, noticed that Su Damao was not only trembling but also had a bloodshot gaze. This was a precursor to an outburst of anger. Without hesitation, Lin dashed away. Shaju, I curse your ancestors. Su Damao roared, and with that, a wave of foulness surged toward Shaju and Jia Dongxiu. Su Damao seized them, relentlessly stuffing whatever he could find from his person into their mouths. Goodness, even Lin Shaowen, with his strong mental fortitude, could not suppress his own nausea. Shaju and Jia Dongxiu, however, refused to yield, and a chaotic scuffle ensued. Yet, in this moment, Su Damao had the upper hand, and even the formidable Shaju was more focused on escape than combat, while Jia Dongshu lay prostrate on the ground, retching uncontrollably. The debris from Su Dama scattered during their struggle, splattering several nearby workers. Ah, they cried in agony. Shaju, simultaneously vomiting and fighting, endeavored to maintain his dignity as the revered warrior of the courtyard. Yet Su Dama transformed into a formidable force, wielding the refuse as his weapon. The women observing from a distance turned pale and began to retch as well. This bizarre battle raged on for a solid 15 minutes until the security team arrived with water guns, spraying them to finally bring the chaos to an end. In the aftermath, both Shaju and Jia Dongshu wept in indignation, as a saying quickly spread around the factory. Shaju and Jia Dongshu have been fed excrement by Su Damao. In the security office, the three held steadfast to their narratives. Su Damao claimed Shaju had pushed him, but Jia Dongshu provided an alibi, insisting that such an act had not occurred. Ultimately, the security team, disinterested in their squabbles, scolded them harshly before releasing them. When Lin Shaowen returned to the medical office, he felt utterly drained from the overwhelming scene. By midday, many in the factory had lost their appetites, leading to a rare surplus of food in the cafeteria. Lin himself lacked appetite, but after sipping a coconut, he felt marginally better. At that moment, someone entered the room. "Director Wang, what brings you here?" Lin Shaowen asked in surprise, recognizing Wang Korong, the cafeteria director. Despite his seemingly modest title, he oversaw 10 cafeterias within the steel rolling mill and managed the first cafeteria directly. In the factory, he maintained a low profile, yet his influence was substantial. "I heard that Dr. Lin possesses remarkable skills." Wang Korong smiled broadly, discreetly presenting a stack of tickets from his pocket. Following a previous incident where factory director Yang had gifted him a sewing machine ticket, it had become customary for leaders to bring tokens when seeking medical attention. Lin Shaowen, without even checking his pulse, chuckled, "Director Wang, at your age, you must exercise restraint regarding intimate matters." With a pale complexion and deep-set eyes resembling those of a panda, he wiped sweat from his brow after merely a few steps, indicative of excess indulgence. Wang Kuerong, startled, replied with a rueful smile, "Dr. Lin, to be honest, I have lost all interest in women." "Then what is the matter?" Lin inquired. Living with a fierce tiger at home, Wang Kuerong lamented, revealing his predicament. His current position was secured through the support of his father-in-law, who, despite having retired, still wielded considerable influence, leaving Wang unable to offend his formidable wife. After pondering, Lin proposed two options. "The first could restore your vigor." "I choose the first." Wang Kuerong interjected eagerly. "The second could pacify your formidable wife." Lin's lips moved as if to articulate the thought, yet he ultimately refrained. In truth, Wang Kuerong's hair was already turning gray. Years of comfortable living had taken a toll on his health, and if he were to truly restore his vigor, it might adversely affect his lifespan. Human physiology has its limits. Overextending oneself diminishes vitality. One might have lived to 90. But excessive consumption could reduce that to 70, a principle rooted in the cycles of nature as described in the Qing Nong Shu. After taking Wang Kuerong's pulse, Lin began to write a prescription while casually inquiring, "Director Wang, is there any hiring plan at your cafeteria?" Wang Kuerong, sharp-witted, immediately grasped the underlying meaning. "Other cafeterias are not currently seeking staff, but we are in need of a kitchen helper." "Oh, what is the remuneration for the kitchen helper position?" Lin Shaowen asked. $27.50 per month. The kitchen helper's salary differed from that of an apprentice. The helper's wages were classified at a primary level, with no room for advancement, while apprentices earned even less, like Ma Hua, who earned only $18. However, once promoted to a full-fledged chef, their salary would rise significantly. For instance, Shaju, as a level 8 cook, earned $37.50. His father, a level 4 cook, earned $68.30. The ranks of cooks and medical personnel were inversely related, with the highest cook level being 1, while the highest medical personnel level reached 8. Currently, Lin enjoyed a level 6 status, with a salary of $77.85. With additional special talent allowances, his monthly earnings totaled $88.85. Thankfully, Li Chunhua, being a confidant, had not disclosed his salary, preventing potential strife. A young man in his 20s earning such a salary would naturally evoke envy. "Dr. Lin, do you have someone seeking employment in the factory?" Wang Kuering asked curiously. "A friend has asked me to inquire." Lin Shaowen handed him the prescription, instructing him to take the medication 3 times daily, abstaining from intimate relations for a week, and then to exercise moderation thereafter. "Thank you, Dr. Lin, thank you," Wang Kuerong exclaimed, overjoyed, thumping his chest. "If your friend wishes to join the factory, please inform me. While I cannot guarantee much, I can certainly facilitate matters concerning the cafeteria. Very well, I shall ask him. Lin Shaowen smiled and shook his hand. This is the advantage of leadership. Wang Kuerong had the final say on staffing matters. As long as he did not overstep, he faced little scrutiny. Certainly, Lin Shaowen could bring someone to the infirmary. However, without qualifications, one cannot secure a permanent position. One cannot simply appoint a high school graduate as a doctor, can they? That would be utterly ridiculous. Yet, there exists a roundabout strategy to first become a formal worker at the factory and then transfer to the infirmary to lend a hand. Nevertheless, Lin Shaowen, accustomed to a leisurely life, was reluctant to invite someone to trouble him, even if that person were Qin Huairu. As Lin Shaowen pondered his lack of fishing today, he unwittingly entered the ring, acquiring 100 pounds of beef, 100 pounds of 13-spice seasoning, and a set of non-stick cookware. With a pained expression, he exited the island. His luck had been rather dismal lately, predominantly yielding food items. Just days ago, he had received a plethora of fruits, bananas and grapes galore. Today, it was beef and seasoning once more. He was not a chef. What use did he have for such things? Cursing his misfortune under his breath, the end-of-work bell rang. After tidying up a bit, he rode his bicycle home. He had completed all the furniture arrangements, and the house was now at the stage of bathroom construction, which would be finished in a couple of days. As Lin Shaowen lay in the courtyard, contemplating what to have for dinner, a commotion erupted in the central courtyard. He quickly grabbed a bunch of grapes and stepped outside to see what was happening. In truth, he had never understood why people liked to gather around to watch events unfold. Yet, having acclimated to this era devoid of smartphones and the internet, he realized that such gatherings were perhaps one of the few forms of entertainment for most. In the central courtyard, loud slaps echoed. Jia Dongxi was being held aloft by two burly men, receiving resounding slaps across his face, while Jia Zhangshi was pinned to the ground by several fierce women, wailing uncontrollably. Murder! Murder! The women, appearing to be from the countryside, were not swayed by Jia Zhangshi's pleas and retaliated with their own slaps, causing her to cower. Qin Huairu stood by, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, but upon spotting Lin Shaowen, who was casually eating grapes and watching the scene unfold, her face suddenly flushed. Jia Dongxi, I want you to know that we are aware of your misdeeds. Our daughter is not one to be bullied, spoke Qin Huairu's father, Qin Shan. Although he was over 50, he still exuded strength. What are you doing? Who permitted you to strike? Shouted Yi Zhonghai, who had just returned from outside. The farmers present, intimidated by Yi Zhonghai's authoritative tone, were momentarily silenced. Who are you? Qin Huairu's older brother, Qin Jianxi, mustered his courage to inquire. I am the elder of this courtyard, Yi Zhonghai retorted, glaring at Jia Dongxi. Elder? Qin Jianxi and the others exchanged glances, wondering if he was an official within the courtyard. Let me remind you, this is a family matter. It doesn't matter if he is an elder or not. As the saying goes, even upright officials struggle to resolve family disputes. Moreover, he holds no authority. What are you afraid of? Lin Shaowen interjected with a smile. Indeed, what do we have to fear? Qin Jianxi suddenly realized. Delivering two more slaps to Jia Dongxi. Lin Shaowen. Yi Zhonghai nearly ground his teeth in frustration. You little brat, may you suffer a terrible fate. Jia Zhangshi shouted vehemently. Old Jia, your end will be quite miserable, Lin Shaowen lamented dramatically. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. And even Qin Huairu couldn't help but stifle a giggle, casting a reproachful glance at Lin Shaowen before lowering her head. Huairu, who is this young man? Qin Shan quietly asked. He is a doctor from the steel mill, a university graduate from medical school. I heard he currently enjoys a 6th-grade salary, earning 77 yuan and 85 cents a month. Qin Huairu spoke with an unexpected sense of pride. How much? Qin Shan's eyes widened. My goodness, 77 yuan and 85 cents? This young man can barely be in his 20s, and his monthly salary is enough for their entire family to live on for a year. And he has a university degree, truly remarkable. What do you intend to do? Jia Dongxi roared, startling everyone. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression fierce and somewhat terrifying. You're calling for your elder, and you nearly made me drop my grapes, Lin Shaowen complained. The previously intimidated Qin Shan regained his composure, and Qin Jianxi delivered a resounding slap to Jia Dongxi. Lin Shaowen, don't stir up trouble, Yi Zhonghai said, feeling a headache coming on. This young man was indeed troublesome. While he appeared to be jesting on the sidelines, he was effectively bolstering Qin Huairu's family. What does it matter to you? Lin Shaowen dismissed Yi Zhonghai's concerns. Jia Dongxi, let me make this clear. However you won Qin Huairu's hand, you must return her the same way. Otherwise, we shall come to Beijing periodically to teach you a lesson. Qin Jianxi spat at him. Fine, I shall return her immediately. Jia Dongxi gritted his teeth. He was now filled with a burning resentment towards Qin Huairu. wishing nothing more than to rid himself of this calamity. Hey, you big oaf, are you out of your mind? Lin Shaowen called out to Qin Jianqi. I am not a big oaf, Qin Jianqi retorted angrily. If you aren't a big oaf, then why ask him to return Qin Huairu? Lin Shaowen lit a cigarette, offering one to Yin Bugui before grinning. Qin Huairu has only just arrived in the city. Why should she return to the countryside? My household registration is not here, Qin Huairu said. Lowering her head, her eyes glistening. In Lin Shaowen's presence, she felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Lin Shaowen approached every situation with nonchalance. Yet it seemed there was nothing he could not accomplish. Chapter 23. You are quite foolish, Qin Huairu, Lin Shaowen said with a grin. No matter how despicable Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu were, they could not afford to abandon the hope of the old Jia family. You scoundrel, be quiet, Jia Zhangshi snapped, her expression darkening. How about this, dear sister-in-law? If I give you a slap, I have a suggestion for you. Lin Shaowen cheerfully suggested to the rural women. Slap. Qin Huairu's family wasted no time and struck Jia Zhangshi across the face. Jia Dongshu, do not glare at me. I am doing this for your own good. Lin Shaowen feigned concern. Get lost. Jia Dongshu shouted, his eyes blazing. Be sensible, Qin Jianqi warned, slapping Jia Dongshu, who suddenly seemed to regain clarity. Under current policies, the child follows the mother's household registration. Do you understand, Qin Huairu? Lin Shaowen stated calmly. Since you and Jia Dongshu are divorced, the child cannot attend Red Star Primary School. He must return to the countryside with you. My grandson. Jia Zhangshi wailed dramatically. Jia Dongshu's eyes widened in shock. He had been foolishly deceived by Yi Zhonghai yesterday and had failed to consider this crucial detail. Thus, if you two scoundrels wish to keep the child, you must ensure that Qin Huairu is properly settled. Otherwise, I fear you shall never see the child again in your lifetime. Lin Shaowen spoke with a serene tone, sending shivers down the spines of both Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu. Qin Huairu glanced at Lin Shaowen, her beautiful eyes reflecting gratitude, and then she lowered her head again. This little rascal was indeed helping her, proving his worth after all the care he had shown her previously. Master, think of a way for me, Jia Dongshu pleaded. Perhaps you could remarry Qin Huairu, Yi Zhonghai suggested with a pained expression. What solution could he offer? Find a job for Qin Huairu? That was absurd. She was a rural resident and barely literate. Jobs were already scarce for city dwellers, let alone for someone from the countryside. Hadn't they seen how Yin Jiafeng, nearly 20 and a high school graduate, was still struggling to find work? I will not remarry, Qin Huairu stated firmly. Although she had shared a fleeting moment with Lin Shaowen, she recognized that compared to him, Jia Dongshu was hardly a man, both in and out of bed. Qin Shan and Qin Jianqi were momentarily at a loss. While they had come to support Qin Huairu, they genuinely did not want her to return to the countryside. Life in the city, albeit challenging, was still preferable. Yet, Lin Shaowen faced envy even for a mere meal, let alone someone from the countryside. Jia Zhangshi, perform a soul-calling ritual for me, and I shall offer you a suggestion. Lin Shaowen teased. You little scoundrel, leave me be. Jia Zhangshi shouted fiercely. She truly despises Lin Shaowen. If it weren't for him, her family wouldn't be in such disarray. If he refuses to comply, so be it. Lin Shaowen shrugged and prepared to head home. Wait. Both Jia Dongshu and Yi Zhonghai spoke simultaneously. Green-headed turtle, your performance does not interest me, Lin Shaowen retorted, curling his lips. What? Green-headed turtle? Are you referring to Jia Dongshu? Surely you can't mean old master? Last time, Lin Shaowen did mention Jia Zhangshi and old master. Hearing the hushed whispers of the neighbors, both Jia Dongshu and Yi Zhonghai's expressions darkened. However, this was not the time to dwell on such trivialities. They would eventually deal with Lin Shaowen. Do you truly have a plan? Jia Dongshu pressed, suppressing his anger. You are free to doubt, Lin Shaowen replied nonchalantly. Dongshu. Yi Zhonghai leaned in to whisper a few words. Lin Shaowen was a puzzle. Perhaps he indeed had a solution. After a moment of struggle, Jia Dongshu called out to Jia Zhangshi, Mom, perhaps you could give it another try. Ha ha. Lin Shaowen erupted in laughter, and the others joined in, laughing heartily, while Qin Huairu shot him a reproachful glance. This little rascal, though young, certainly knew how to provoke people. Dongshu, have you lost your mind? Jia Zhangshi exclaimed in disbelief. Mom, you wouldn't want our family to be sent to the countryside, would you? Jia Dongshu pleaded. Caught off guard, Jia Zhangshi realized that her greatest pride lay in having sons and grandsons. Although their family was not well off, it was still better than many childless families. All eyes were fixed on Jia Zhangshi, eagerly awaiting her performance. After a moment, she exclaimed, Oh dear, old Jia, you must come and see. Our family is being bullied to death by that little brat Lin Shaowen. Hurry and take him away. Yes, precisely this sentiment. But could you perhaps rephrase it? For instance, have old Jia take old master away, Lin Shaowen suggested with a grin. Lin Shaowen's words made Yi Zhonghai's face turn ashen. Rephrase? Jia Zhangshi halted her lamentation and extended her hand towards Lin Shaowen. It needs to come with compensation. Not a problem. Lin Shaowen readily produced $1. Old Jia, come quickly and take Yi Zhonghai away. You worked with him in the past. How much did you help him? Look at him now. He doesn't care about us at all, and we've been bullied like this. Jia Zhangshi, demonstrating her professional prowess, quickly adapted her speech upon receiving the money. Aha. The residents of the courtyard, who previously found Jia Zhangshi's calls for spirits to be quite ominous, now found it amusing thanks to Lin Shaowen's antics. However, Yi Zhonghai was trembling with rage. Were it not for old master supporting him, he might have fainted from anger. Enough. Jia Dongshu could no longer contain himself and shouted. Then turned to Lin Shaowen. Lin Shaowen, my mother has done her part. Now tell us what we should do next. It's quite simple, Lin Shaowen replied casually. You should compensate Qin Huairu with some money, allowing her to rent a place temporarily and find a job. I thought you had a good idea. This is merely a frog yawning. What arrogance. Yi Zhonghai interjected angrily. Do you think jobs are easy to come by in the city now? Look at the son of third uncle. He's still struggling. Hey, old master, stick to the matter at hand and leave our family out of it. Yin Bugui interjected, displeased. If you cannot accomplish it, that's your folly. It doesn't mean I cannot. As Lin Shaowen was about to pull out a cigarette, Yin Bugui, like a specter, appeared beside him. He paid no mind and tossed a cigarette to him before lighting one for himself. Qin Huairu's heart raced. She knew men often boasted. So when Lin Shaowen mentioned finding her a job in bed, she had not taken it seriously. But to her astonishment, it seemed he was indeed sincere. You will help Qin Huairu find a job? Jia Dongshu's gaze flitted between the two, as if searching for clues. Slap. Lin Shaowen delivered a sharp slap to him. Are you dreaming? When did I say I would help her find a job? Lin Shaowen, you said you would help us resolve this matter, Jia Zhangshi exclaimed, leaping up with flailing arms. Did I say that? Lin Shaowen pondered deeply. You did, indeed. Yi Zhonghai, Sha Zhu, and Jia Dongshu all chimed in unison. Qin Huairu, witnessing this, cast a reproachful glance at Lin Shaowen. After all, he was a learned man. He had cleverly led everyone in circles under the guise of helping her find a job. Are you certain? Lin Shaowen questioned with uncertainty. Certain. You did say it. Jia Dongshu shouted, signaling to Yi Zhonghai and the others. Yes, we all heard it. With Yi Zhonghai inciting the crowd, many were eager to witness the commotion. All right, Lin Shaowen conceded, but I shall not suffer a loss. I have a condition. Speak, Jia Dongshu urged hastily. I require your mother to perform spirit calling at old master's doorstep every evening for a week. Is that acceptable? Lin Shaowen said with a smile. Lin Shaowen, why do you keep fixating on me? Yi Zhonghai retorted angrily, feeling somewhat wronged. Both Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui had their shares in this matter. Yet Lin Shaowen seemed to have singled them out. You make a valid point, Lin Shaowen remarked, tilting his head. How about allowing your mother to choose freely from among the 3 grandfathers each day? Oldie. Both Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui's faces darkened. One fancied himself a potential cadre, while the other considered himself a scholar. Being cornered at home to call for spirits was quite humiliating. I agree, Jia Zhangshi shouted. Whoever goes back on their word will die without a household registration. Lin Shaowen declared solemnly. Haha. Qin Huairu finally burst into laughter, earning herself fierce glares from Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu. However, she was no longer Jia's daughter-in-law. She rolled her eyes at the two, infuriating them to the brink of confrontation. Hey, Jia Zhangshi, you tell me. Whoever goes back on their word will die without a household registration, Lin Shaowen urged. Whoever goes back on their word will die without a household registration, Jia Zhangshi reiterated emphatically. Were it not for her need for Lin Shaowen, she might have wished to end him right then and there. This little brat was exceedingly infuriating. Very well, I shall manage Qin Huairu's job. But I cannot oversee her accommodation, can I? Lin Shaowen mused. After all, Qin Huairu has been a part of your family for several years. Shouldn't you contribute something for her to rent a place? This. Jia Dongshu hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly produced 5 yuan. 5 yuan? You think that's enough for rent? Lin Shaowen exclaimed, astonished. Dongshu, give her 50. 5 yuan won't even rent a room in the city. Yi Zhonghai, uncharacteristically, spoke a word of reason. Jia Dongshu glanced at Qin Huairu, gritted his teeth, and handed her 5 crisp 20s. We are even now. I never want to see you again. Upon receiving the money, Qin Huairu immediately burst into tears. Her mother, Li Hong, quickly embraced her, joining in the tears. Qin Huairu, let me propose another idea. Do you want to hear it? Lin Shaowen said with a smile. The crowd, initially ready to disperse, halted in their tracks. Listening to Lin Shaowen was far more entertaining than a comedy show. You, what do you have to say? Qin Huairu asked, blushing. Finding a place isn't easy. You can temporarily rent Yu Shui's room. After all, she only returns on weekends. You can just pay her rent. No sooner had Lin Shaowen finished speaking than Sha Zhu jumped up, exclaiming, Yes, yes. Sister Qin, you can stay in Yu Shui's room. I have the key. Is that appropriate? Qin Huairu hesitated. She was aware that Sha Zhu had feelings for her since she entered the courtyard, but she felt no attraction towards him. In fact, she found him somewhat repulsive. Don't worry, Sha Zhu is all talk and no action, Lin Shaowen quipped before swiftly making his exit. Ha! The crowd erupted in laughter. The foolish Zhu, flushed with embarrassment, immediately shouted, Lin Shaowen, don't you dare run away. I'm going to make you pay. With that, he handed the key to the rainwater house to Qin Huairu and dashed off in pursuit of Lin Shaowen. Jia Dongshu cast a sinister glance at Zhu's retreating figure. Despite his divorce from Qin Huairu, he felt a deep discomfort. Although he appeared to be quite friendly with Zhu, he held him in contempt. Even the worn-out shoes he had discarded were not fit for Zhu. If anyone should suffer, it ought to be Lin Shaowen, forced to drink his own foot bath. After pondering for a while, Jia Dongshu felt something was amiss. The day had grown late. 6 members of the Qin family had arrived, Qin Huairu's 2 brothers and their wives, along with her parents. Given the hour, they could not return home and would need a place to stay. At that moment, Lin Shaowen sat in the courtyard, skewering beef with bamboo sticks. Nearby stood a simple barbecue grill and charcoal. Though he was not skilled in cooking, he was quite adept at barbecuing, having recently caught plenty of spices, vegetables, and fruits while fishing. Thus, he planned to prepare a solitary barbecue for himself that evening. Shaolin. A gentle call drew Lin Shaowen's attention. He turned to see Qin Huairu accompanied by her relatives standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Oh, Sister Qin. Is there something you need? Lin Shaowen smiled. Shaolin, it's quite late. May I request that my parents and brothers stay here for the night? Rest assured, they won't dirty your place, and they can sleep on the floor. Qin Huairu's tone was humble. However, Qin Shan and Qin Jinjia remained silent, intimidated by Lin Shaowen's status as a university student, which overshadowed their own. Lin Shaowen tilted his head, deep in thought, causing Qin Huairu and her relatives to grow anxious. She wished for her parents to stay at an inn, but lacked a letter of introduction. All right. Lin Shaowen finally nodded in agreement. Thank you, Shaolin, Qin Huairu exclaimed joyfully, almost wanting to kiss him if not for her parents' presence. Have you eaten? Lin Shaowen inquired. Not yet, Qin Huairu replied bashfully, having noticed the large bowl of meat in front of Lin Shaowen, along with an array of fruits on the table that she had never seen before. How about we eat together? Lin Shaowen suggested, upon seeing her 2 brothers swallowing hard. Qin Huairu blushed and agreed. The 2 sisters-in-law quickly stepped forward to assist, while Qin Jinjia and Qin Zhangwo took brooms to tidy up the courtyard. As for Qin Shan and his wife, they found a cloth and began dusting Lin Shaowen's furniture. Upon entering the house, they were immediately awestruck by the luxurious decor. The wooden floor gleamed, and an 80-watt incandescent bulb hung from the ceiling. The set of golden silk Nanmu furniture exuded extravagance, particularly the imposing 2-meter by 2-meter bed, which nearly frightened them. Sister, this Dr. Lin is incredibly wealthy. Qin Jinjia exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, good heavens. This must have cost hundreds. Qin Zhangwo murmured. The women were rendered speechless. They had never encountered such a house. Hundreds? Qin Huairu pursed her lips. The workers' fees alone were 400. And the furniture had cost over 1,000. Ouch. Qin Shan winced as if in pain. Isn't this Dr. Lin barely in his 20s? Li Hong. Qin Huairu's mother called from the courtyard, prompting Qin Huairu and the others to rush out. Mom, what is it? Qin Huairu asked anxiously, worried that her mother might have offended Lin Shaowen in some way. Chapter 25. This is life, Huairu. I need to use the restroom, Li Hong whispered. I'll take you. Qin Huairu sighed in relief. I need to go too. Qin Jinjia and the others chimed in. They hadn't felt the urgency before, but now, relaxed. They realized their discomfort. Where are you going? Lin Shaowen asked curiously. We're going to the restroom. Qin Huairu replied sheepishly. The restroom is over there, Lin Shaowen said casually, pointing to a small house near the moon gate. He had divided his 3-room house into 4, aside from the bedroom in the corner. The largest room served as a living and study area, while a smaller room was split into 2. One side was a restroom and the other a kitchen. You have a restroom at home? Qin Huairu exclaimed, wide-eyed. How novel. Lin Shaowen chuckled. I certainly don't want to wait in line every day. Qin Huairu shot him a playful glare before leading her group to the restroom. This is the restroom? Qin Jinjia said in disbelief. This is even better than our house. The restroom boasted a 40-watt incandescent bulb, whitewashed walls, and tiled floors. It featured 3 basins of varying heights made of cement, one for washing hands, another for cleaning mops, and a third for laundry. I'll go first. Li Hong could no longer hold back. The others waited outside. Huiru, why hasn't Dr. Lin found a partner yet? Qin Huiru's sister-in-law, Zhang Li, asked quietly. He just graduated from university. Qin Huiru laughed. Things are different in the city. He is already in his 20s. Hey Huiru, what kind of girl do you think Dr. Lin likes? The second sister-in-law, Sun Xia, also chimed in. I don't know. Qin Huiru shook her head. Wouldn't he go for a village girl? So don't ask. That's not certain. Qin Shan laughed. Dr. Lin solved Huiru's job issue with a single word. For someone like him, marrying a village girl or a city girl would be no different. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. Qin Huiru's gaze drifted toward Lin Shaowen, who was reclining on a rocking chair in the courtyard, evoking a sense of wistfulness, as if she were lamenting, "You were born when I was already old." After everyone finished using the restroom, Lin Shaowen had lit the charcoal and set up the barbecue grill, with all the seasonings neatly arranged. Come on, help yourselves and enjoy. Lin Shaowen smiled. Dr. Lin, you shouldn't have gone to such trouble, Qin Shan said, feeling somewhat guilty. We're friends. Lin Shaowen waved his hand dismissively. Noticing Sun Xia curiously eyeing the fruits on the table, he added, feel free to eat. They aren't expensive. Oh, I was just looking, Sun Xia blushed. Sister Qin, please see to your family, Lin Shaowen said before heading back inside. Little sister, these must be grapes, right? Qin Jinjia swallowed hard. If you want to eat, just go ahead, Qin Huiru said, shaking her head. Isn't that appropriate? Li Hong whispered. These must be quite rare and expensive. Do you think Dr. Lin was just being polite? His monthly salary is enough for our entire family to farm for a year. He genuinely thinks they're not expensive. Qin Huiru smiled wryly. As everyone gazed at the fruits, hesitant to indulge, Lin Shaowen emerged with a basin filled with watermelon, grapes, and cantaloupe, leaving Qin Huiru and her relatives dumbfounded. I have plenty of these. Feel free to eat, he encouraged, placing the basin on the table. He then waved 2 bottles of Maotai. Would you fellows like to have a drink? Gulp. Qin Shan eagerly swallowed. Although he was not particularly interested in the fruits, he had a genuine fondness for alcohol, especially Maotai. Shaolin, they don't drink, Qin Huiru quickly intervened. A bottle of Maotai sold for 12 yuan at the supply store. 2 bottles equated to Jia Dongshu's monthly salary. Could her father and brothers really afford such luxury? Being from the same background, why pretend? Lin Shaowen laughed as he opened a bottle, filling the air with the rich aroma of the liquor. He magically produced 4 cups, filling them to the brim. The rural men, accustomed to hard labor, found solace in a small drink to ease their fatigue. Without heeding Qin Huiru's disapproving gaze, the 3 men raised their cups eagerly. Bro, shall we go? Lin Shaowen chuckled. Let's go, Qin Shan nodded. The 4 raised their glasses. Ah, what a fine liquor. Qin Jinshi exclaimed. Do you even need to mention it? This is Maotai, Qin Shan retorted. The boys are drinking freely. I have 2 more boxes in my place. Lin Shaowen laughed. The wine, left untouched by his father, served as a cherished memory, despite the lack of blood relation. While fishing, he had caught 10 boxes of Maotai too. 2 boxes. Qin Shan and the others were dumbfounded. Lin Shaowen paid them no mind and began grilling meat on the barbecue. The aroma soon filled the courtyard. Is life getting too easy? In the backyard, the clumsy Zhu and Su Damao were the first victims of the enticing scent. As Zhu cursed, Su Damao dashed out, drawn by the smell to Lin Shaowen's yard. Yo, are you guys drinking? Su asked. Have you eaten, brother Su? Would you like some? Lin Shaowen smiled. Though Su Damao was a rogue, he was indeed an amusing one. That sounds great. I have 2 bottles of wine at home. Su Damao never took advantage without offering something in return. Upon seeing the Maotai on the table, he gasped. Wow, brother, what occasion is this? I wasn't aware you were coming, brother Su, Lin Shaowen replied with a grin. I'll save my wine for next time. Let's enjoy yours first. Su Damao chuckled. Lin Shaowen then magically produced a cup, filling it for him. As the meat neared completion, Lin Shaowen beckoned Qin Huiru to take it away. You gentlemen eat first. We'll serve ourselves. Qin Huiru understood. Rather than pursuing a man like Jia Dongshu, it was better to settle with Lin Shaowen. Even as a mere helper, it was preferable to many alternatives. Thus, she ceased her hesitance, deciding to repay her debts. I won't take care of you anymore. Lin Shaowen divided the grilled meat among Su Damao and the Qin father-son duo. As they took their first bites, their mouths filled with flavor. Now this is city life, Qin Jinshi remarked. Not all city living is like this, Su Damao replied, chewing contentedly. Your brother-in-law. No. Your former brother-in-law earns only 27 yuan and 50 cents a month, while Lin earns 77 yuan and 50 cents. Do you think their lives are the same? True. Qin Jinshi nodded. The disparities of urban life were evident. Having been connected with the Jia family for years, Qin Huairu rarely brought anything back home, often visiting her maternal family empty-handed. "Come on, let us drink, brothers." Lin Shaowen raised his glass. To that, Su Damao shouted, as the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Lin Shaowen felt a wave of nostalgia, reminiscent of late-night gatherings with friends in his past life. Chapter 26. Preparing for employment that night. Su Damao was the first to succumb to intoxication. After Lin Shaowen handed a skewer to Yin Jiefeng, the latter promptly assisted Su Damao back to his room. Noticing Qin Shan and the others still yearning for more, Lin Shaowen, disregarding the protests from Qin Huairu and Li Hong, opened another bottle of Maodai. "Ah, it smells divine," Qin Shan exclaimed, his eyes glazed with inebriation. Drinking heartily, feasting on meat, and enjoying fruit. This is a life he'd never dared to dream of. Qin Jianxi and Qin Zhangwo were not faring much better, staggering in the courtyard, drawing the attention of several onlookers from the courtyard. Clearly, they're country folks, lacking any decorum. It seems they haven't lived well. Why do you think Dr. Lin is treating them to a meal? Qin Huairu and Li Hong flushed with embarrassment. "Look at how you speak. Who was born at the foot of the royal city? Who among us isn't descended from farmers for 8 generations? Lin Shaowen stood up and declared, "Your mindset is unacceptable." Yi Zhonghai. "No, Uncle Yi, you must properly address their ideological education issues." Yi Zhonghai, who had been lurking in the crowd, stepped forward with a stern expression. "Lin Shaowen is correct. Your thoughts do indeed have issues." Spitting in disdain. Many quickly departed. Yi Zhonghai's face darkened. Since Lin Shaowen arrived, his standing in the courtyard had diminished. "Ha ha ha." Lin Shaowen laughed heartily. "Uncle Yi, you're losing your touch. They no longer respect you. Go drink your own urine," Yi Zhonghai retorted before turning to leave. Others followed suit, dispersing. Only Jia Zhangshi remained in the courtyard. Summoning Yin Bugui, her first shot directed at the third uncle. The women of the Qin family began to tidy up. After Lin Shaowen showered, he lay down in bed. Qin Huairu and the others were considerate, opting not to intrude on his bedroom, instead laying on the floor of the study. The summer heat made it uncomfortable but not unbearable. After all, they were used to harsher conditions from the countryside. "Sis, can we take a shower?" Sun Xiao whispered. "I want to wash too," Zhongli added. After a day of traveling from Qin family village, they were drenched in sweat. They had only relaxed after tidying up until late at night. While not exhausted, it was indeed uncomfortable. "I'll go ask him." Qin Huairu bit her lip, heading toward Lin Shaowen's room. "Sis, don't go." Zhongli intended to stop her, but was pulled back by Li Hong. "Mom, why aren't you stopping her?" Sun Xia grew anxious. "Our sister is divorced. Dr. Lin is a young man. What if people gossip? Urban gossip can be merciless. And a tarnished reputation can lead to dire consequences. Do you think Huairu is unaware of what she is doing?" Li Hong scoffed. "I sensed something amiss this afternoon. Dr. Lin was teasing Jia Dongxiu and his mother, but he was actually supporting your sister." This. Sun Xia and Zhang Li exchanged glances, realizing it might indeed be the case. Otherwise, a stranger wouldn't help find housing and employment. "She probably has feelings for Dr. Lin," Li Hong asserted. "Unless he is blind. Why would he marry our sister?" Sun Xiao looked incredulous. It wasn't he that she disparaged Qin Huairu. It was just that a man like Lin Shaowen was akin to a golden son-in-law, even in the city. How could he marry a divorced woman with a child? Does Huairu not understand this? Li Hong rolled her eyes. But in her situation, returning to the village means marrying an old bachelor. It's better to live well in the city. It was still the 1960s. Divorce was disgraceful, whether in the city or the countryside. Rather than returning home to face disdain, it was preferable to thrive in the city. Sun Xia and Zhongli fell silent, considering Qin Huairu's perspective. They might be more supportive. Half an hour later, a blushing Qin Huairu returned, clutching several new towels. "Huairu, you shouldn't take things from others," Li Hong urged. The towels felt luxuriously soft, clearly expensive. "These are from Shaolin. Remember to take them with you when you leave tomorrow." Qin Huairu smiled. "Take them?" Li Hong and the others were taken aback. "You can't expect Shaolin to use what you've used, can you?" Qin Huairu sighed. "What kind of family does Dr. Lin come from?" Zhongli asked incredulously. "His father is a senior engineer, and his mother seems to be a university teacher." "I'm not entirely sure," Qin Huairu replied with a rueful smile. "Look at his delicate features. He hardly seems like someone who has endured hardship." "Indeed." Li Hong and the others nodded. Observing Lin Shaowen's extravagant demeanor, he certainly didn't appear to hail from an ordinary family. "Hurry and wash up. As for Dad and the others, we can share a towel." Li Hong hurriedly said. "All right, let's all go take a shower." Qin Huairu chuckled. "Shaolin told you not to be shy. He initially planned to bring you some bedding, but since it's all new, I was concerned about it getting dirty. So I didn't take it." "No, no." Zhongli quickly waved her hands. Yes, yes, we don't need the bedding, Sun Xia also chimed in. Such nice towels he's willing to give away. What if they ask to take the bedding back later? We can't take advantage like that. All right, everyone, go wash up. It's getting late, Qin Huairu smiled. The group promptly headed to the bathroom. Watching their retreating figures, Qin Huairu recalled the delightful moments they shared earlier in the room, causing her cheeks to flush as she leaned against the wall. This little troublemaker is quite the handful. The next morning, when Lin Shaowen rose, the Qin family was already up. Qin Huairu had purchased breakfast and placed it on the table, waiting for Lin Shaowen to join them. You all eat. Don't wait for me. Lin Shaowen waved his hand and headed to the bathroom. A while later, he emerged to find that no one had touched the breakfast. Please eat, he urged helplessly. Dr. Lin, thank you for taking us in yesterday. If there's ever a chance, do come to Qin Village. We will host you. Qin Shan expressed his gratitude. Sure, Lin Shaowen replied with a smile, turning to Qin Huairu, make sure to send your parents off to the car. Then come find me at the steel mill. I will talk to the security department. Are we going today? I'm not prepared at all, Qin Huairu said nervously. It's better to finalize things sooner. Finding a job isn't easy these days, Lin Shaowen said with a grin. Indeed, Huairu. It would be better for you to head to the workplace sooner. Little sister, once you're settled in, send us a message. Don't deprive yourself while living alone. Qin Shan and others chimed in, and soon everyone was in tears. Lin Shaowen, unable to bear this sight, got up and rode his bicycle to work. Chapter 27. Is it really 27 yuan and 50 cents? As Qin Huairu sent her parents off, she passed through the courtyard and locked eyes with the cold gaze of Jiazhong. Humph, shameless hussy. Jiazhong spat. Qin Huairu pretended not to hear, but she noticed Bang Gung peeking from inside, causing her to pause. What are you looking at, shameless hussy? Bang Gung shouted. Qin Huairu's face turned ashen as she pulled her family, who were about to curse at Bang Gung, and walked straight out the door. At the bus stop, Huairu. Come here. I need to speak with you, Li Hong said as she stepped aside. Mom, why are you still carrying burdens? Qin Huairu reproached. What is going on between you and Dr. Lin? Li Hong asked seriously. We're just friends. Qin Huairu forced a smile. Stop pretending. Li Hong lightly pinched her, whispering, if you want to be with him, have a child. Only then will you have security. What? Qin Huairu was taken aback, stammering, Mom. I'm divorced. Do I still want to have a child? Are you foolish? Li Hong said in exasperation. Once you're pregnant, just return to the village. The villagers don't know about your divorce yet. You can say you adopted your brother's child. This was a plan she had concocted after much thought the previous night. I'll think about it. The bus is here. Mom, you should go back, Qin Huairu said, her face flushed. This is serious, don't forget. Li Hong insisted. I know, I'll discuss it with you next time I have a break, Qin Huairu replied. After sending them off, she hurried to the steel mill. 40 minutes later, at the steel mill's medical room, Dr. Lin, this person says she is here to see you. A security guard brought Qin Huairu in. Thank you. Lin Shaowen said with a smile, tossing a half-pack of cigarettes to the guard. Thank you, Dr. Lin, the guard beamed, gratefully leaving. Just as Qin Huairu was about to speak, she noticed a man and a woman already seated in the medical room. Is that her? Wang Kuerong scrutinized Qin Huairu, flashing a knowing smile at Lin Shaowen. Director Wang, Dr. Lin is a paragon of virtue. Please don't lead him astray, Li Chunhua glared. Doctor. Lin has an excellent reputation among the women. Wang Kuerong chuckled awkwardly. Qin Huairu, this is your future supervisor, Director Wang, Lin Shaowen introduced. Hello, Director Wang. Qin Huairu nervously greeted. This is Sister Li from the HR department. She will assist you with your onboarding and handle your salary, Lin Shaowen continued. Sister Li, Qin Huairu called out again. Fill out the form, Li Chunhua instructed, pulling out the employment form. Qin Huairu panicked. She was barely literate and hardly knew how to fill out any form. I'll do it. Lin Shaowen took the form and filled it out in less than half a minute. Wait, Dr. Lin, your handwriting is so beautiful. How come the prescriptions you gave me look like a scribble? Wang Kuerong exclaimed. Last time he had received a prescription, he had studied it for a long time without understanding a single word. You don't understand. That's a doctor's communication code. Just ask if the pharmacy staff recognizes it, Lin Shaowen joked. They do. Wang Kuerong nodded. Then it's settled. Take your people and go. Lin Shaowen began to usher them out, still feeling the effects of last night's drinking. So you only want to use people when it's convenient? Huh? Li Chunhua laughed. All right, I'm scared of you, Lin Shaowen said, pulling out 2 large watermelons from under the table. Now, is this generous enough? How did you manage to get those? Wang Kuerong's eyes widened. Despite being a leader, watermelons were a rarity, especially ones this size. They were given by a patient. Do you want one? No. I'll keep them. I do. Li Chunhua snatched up 2 watermelons and ran off. Li Chunhua, one of those is mine. Wang Kuerong immediately chased after her. Shaolin. Qin Huairu called out sweetly. Go to work, Lin Shaowen said, handing her a large apple from under the table. Holding the apple, Qin Huairu glanced outside, ensuring no one was watching, then stepped forward to plant a kiss on Lin Shaowen's forehead before blushing and running away. This woman. Lin Shaowen chuckled wryly and began his day of leisure. In the cafeteria's kitchen, Xiaozhu was directing everyone when Wang Kerong appeared with Qin Huairu. Everyone. This is our new kitchen assistant, Qin Huairu, a full-time employee. Don't bully her, he warned. What? Xiaozhu was taken aback. Sister Qin is a full-time employee? 27 yuan and 50 cents a month? Especially you, Xiaozhu. If I find out you bully her, I will have to deal with you, Wang Kerong said sternly. No way. She is my sister, Xiaozhu quickly replied. Your sister? Wang Kerong looked surprised. No, we're neighbors in the same courtyard. She's south currently renting my place, Xiaozhu laughed. All right then, Wang Kerong nodded, signaling Lu Lan to come over and whisper a few words to her. Qin Huairu was introduced to me by a friend. Arrange some light tasks for her. If anyone bullies her, come to me, he instructed quietly. Though his voice was low, the kitchen was still quiet before work. And many heard his words. The originally lecherous men suddenly appeared more respectful. Qin Huairu, do your best. If you have any issues, you can find me. Or him as well, Wang Kerong added, though nobody understood who him referred to. Understood, Director Wang. Qin Huairu smiled and nodded. Once Wang Kerong left, Xiaozhu immediately approached her. But Lu Lan pulled Qin Huairu away, leaving Xiaozhu feeling dejected for quite some time. The workers, bustling with excitement as they approached the dining hall, were taken aback to discover the presence of a stunning beauty amidst them. Jia Dongxiu and Yi Zhonghai soon spotted Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, what brings you here? Yi Zhonghai inquired, stepping forward. Master Yi, please form an orderly queue, Lu Lan remarked, tapping her lunchbox with a spoon. We are neighbors. I just wanted to exchange a few words with her, Yi Zhonghai replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, I'm working here. Qin Huairu smiled. Is Lin Shaowen the one who found you this temporary job? Jia Dongxiu approached with a stern expression. Temporary job? Qin Huairu is a full-time employee, earning 27 yuan and 50 cents a month. Lu Lan rolled her eyes, unaware of the relationship between Jia Dongxiu and Qin Huairu, mistakenly thinking Jia was attempting to ingratiate himself. What? 27 yuan and 50 cents? Jia Dongxiu was struck dumb, regret washing over him. Had he not divorced, they would have been a dual-income family. Comrade, are you getting your meal or not? If you are, please queue up, Lu Lan said impatiently. Exactly, Jia Dongxiu. Don't cut in line, shouted the workers who were already in line. Yi Zhonghai quickly pulled Jia Dongxiu to the back of the queue. Lu Haizhong gazed at Qin Huairu, who was serving food, incredulous. Was she now a full-time worker? And earning 27 yuan and 50 cents? When did it become so easy to get a job at the steel factory? Chapter 28. My mother can give birth. Lin Shaowen strolled near the medical room, careful not to stray too far in case an emergency arose that required his attention. At that moment, numerous individuals hurried towards the Human Resources Department. What is going on? Lin Shaowen asked a passing worker. Today is payday, the worker replied before dashing off. Payday? Lin Shaowen smacked his forehead. It was Friday, marking a full month since he arrived in this world. He hadn't received a single paycheck, yet his position had been elevated twice. Who could he discuss this with? Since everyone was heading to collect their wages, he decided to join in the commotion. To his surprise, he encountered Jia Dongxiu and Qin Huairu along the way. Huairu, let us remarry, Jia Dongxiu declared. Not a chance, she retorted. You shameless hussy, are you having an affair with Lin Shaowen? Upon seeing Qin Huairu's indifference, Jia Dongxiu's demeanor shifted instantly. Speak another word, and I'll report you to security, Qin Huairu warned, now no longer the naive country girl. As she had support behind her, Jia Dongxiu instinctively raised his hand, preparing to strike her, a reflex built over many years. Try hitting me. And see if you can keep your job, Qin Huairu said, her expression icy. She had witnessed how Lin Shaowen dealt with bullies like him. Ultimately, Jia Dongxiu hesitated, glaring at Qin Huairu before fleeing. He too needed to collect his wages. Qin Huairu let out a sigh of relief, only to see Lin Shaowen giving her a thumbs up from a distance, causing her cheeks to flush as she approached him. What are you doing? She asked. It's payday. Isn't it? Lin Shaowen replied with a smile. Where do we collect our wages? Can you show me? Qin Huairu asked curiously. Follow me, Lin Shaowen led the way, and Qin Huairu trailed a step behind, maintaining a respectful distance. The Human Resources Department was bustling with activity, thousands queuing for their pay, a magnificent sight. Silly Zhu. Upon seeing Qin Huairu, he immediately approached her. Huairu, she greeted him with a smile. You just arrived at the factory. You won't be getting paid yet, will you? Silly Zhu said, attempting to strike up a conversation. Just here to join the excitement. Qin Huairu replied nonchalantly, her gaze primarily focused on Lin Shaowen. Dr. Lin. Li Chunhua waved at him, drawing the attention of many. Sister Li, what's the matter? Lin Shaowen asked as he approached. Here, this is for you, she said, handing him an envelope. Sister, isn't it inappropriate to cut in line? Lin Shaowen remarked, his bashfulness alleviating the crowd's annoyance. Cut in line. Nonsense, Li Chunhua laughed, covering her mouth. You're the only one in the medical room. How could there be a mix-up with anyone else's wages? The crowd suddenly understood. Realizing why Lin Shaowen received his payment so quickly, there was no one else in his department. The medical department, officially the Steel Factory Medical Division, had a head and several directors, but due to a shortage of doctors, no one wanted to work at the steel factory. Thus, the head position was temporarily filled by Director Yang, meaning Lin Shaowen's direct superior was him. However, Director Yang was often preoccupied, rarely visiting the medical room except when seeking Lin Shaowen for a massage. Thank you, sister, Lin Shaowen smiled and turned to leave. Once Lin Shaowen walked away, Qin Huairu quickly bid farewell to Silly Zhu, who had been boasting about earning 37 yuan and 50 cents. The workload at the steel factory was relatively light, and with payday today followed by the weekend tomorrow, many workers began leaving early, even though it was still before 3 o'clock. Holding the envelope, Lin Shaowen contemplated visiting the supply and marketing cooperative, but just as he mounted his bicycle, Qin Huairu stopped him. Where are you off to? To the supply and marketing cooperative. Do you want to come? Lin Shaowen asked. Yes, I'd like to take a look, Qin Huairu replied with a radiant smile. Dr. Lin, would it be convenient for you to give me a ride? Hop on, Lin Shaowen said with a grin. Qin Huairu nervously climbed onto the back seat. Recalling that the last time she rode a bicycle was on her wedding day when Jia Dongshu borrowed a bike from his uncle to fetch her from the village. Evoking envy from many, she was careful not to touch Lin Shaowen, gripping the back seat instead. Even though several workers noticed, they couldn't find fault with her behavior. At the cooperative, Qin Huairu was like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, her eyes darting everywhere, yet she was too reserved to touch anything. Why do you seem like it's your first time at the cooperative? Lin Shaowen remarked in surprise. No, this is my second visit, Qin Huairu answered. Your second visit? Lin Shaowen exclaimed. You've been married to Jia Dongshu for 7 or 8 years, and yet this is only your second time at the cooperative? You've been in the city for 7 years. I hardly had the time, Qin Huairu retorted playfully, rolling her eyes. Jia Zhangshi watched over me like I was a prisoner. Sometimes, I would sneak out to buy groceries, and she would follow me in secret. What can you do when you're so beautiful? Lin Shaowen laughed. If I were in his shoes, I'd follow you too. Afraid you might run away with someone else. Go on, I don't believe you, Qin Huairu said, her cheeks flushed from his compliments. Seeing her flustered expression, Lin Shaowen felt a stirring in his heart. He wasn't quite sure how to define his feelings for Qin Huairu. But if there were a ranking of the wrongdoers in the courtyard, she would undoubtedly top the list. However, from the perspective of the Jia family, Qin Huairu had never wronged anyone, not even Jia Zhangshi, who constantly stirred up trouble. What are you looking at? Qin Huairu asked, her face flushed. Nothing. Lin Shaowen shook his head, and they began to wander through the clothing section. He casually picked up 2 dresses and held them up to Qin Huairu, deciding they were suitable enough to have the sales clerk wrap them up. No, don't buy those, Qin Huairu exclaimed in alarm. What's wrong? Lin Shaowen was taken aback. You're still young, don't spend money recklessly. Save some for when you marry, she whispered, but the sales clerk overheard. What is your relationship? The sales clerk asked suspiciously. Although they appeared to be of similar age, she quickly deduced that Qin Huairu had a past. I'm his sister, Qin Huairu quickly clarified. I'm from the countryside, and my brother is studying at a university in the city. Ah, the sales clerk sighed in relief. It's perfectly fine for a brother to buy his sister a couple of outfits. Well said, Lin Shaowen gave a thumbs up to the sales clerk. You look familiar. The sales clerk remarked, studying Lin Shaowen for a moment before recalling. Aren't you the one who brought a young girl here to buy clothes last time? Is that your partner? Sister, stop joking. That's my younger sister. She's only in junior high. Lin Shaowen hurriedly waved his hand. So that's the case. You have quite a few sisters, the shop assistant chuckled. My mother is quite capable of giving birth, Lin Shaowen responded earnestly. Uft, Qin Huairu, listening to Lin Shaowen's nonsense, couldn't help but pinch him at the waist. Lin Shaowen turned his head, momentarily stunned by the sight of the blushing Qin Huairu. After all, she was still the charming widow Qin. Chapter 29, a gift. Lin Shaowen, in one breath, purchased 4 outfits, 2 pairs of leather shoes, and several hair clips and mirrors for Qin Huairu, leaving her in a daze. In this era, who doesn't live frugally? Even those with a little money are tight-fisted. Yi Zhonghai has a decent salary, yet he still scrimps on food and clothing. Lu Hai's pay is good too, but his family goes without meat for months. Only Lin Shaowen spends money like water. As they exited the supply and marketing cooperative, Qin Huairu struggled to carry 7 bags. Shaowen, you really didn't need to buy me so much, she said, lowering her head. Lin Shaowen glanced at her, noticing droplets of water falling on the ground, and laughed. Why are you crying over buying a few things? I'm just too happy. Qin Huairu shyly wiped her face. You are too kind to me. I'm afraid that when you get married, I won't be able to bear it. What will you do if I get married? Lin Shaowen asked with interest. If you get married, I'll just wait at home for you. Qin Huairu covered her face and whispered. When you want to see your sister, you can come. If you don't come, I'll just wait for you. Then wouldn't you be a concubine? Lin Shaowen teased. I don't mind. Qin Huairu lifted her head defiantly. How shameless. Lin Shaowen pinched her smooth cheek and then quickly ran away. Hey, Lin Shaowen. Qin Huairu chased after him, their playful banter resembling that of a couple in love. Lin Shaowen took her to enjoy a meal of Peking duck at Quanjude, leaving Qin Huairu almost overwhelmed by the exquisite flavors. She had never tasted anything so delicious, not even wanting to discard the leftover carcass. Wrapping it up to take home for soup, much to Lin Shaowen's amusement. After leaving Quanjude, the night had fallen, yet Lin Shaowen showed no intention of heading home. Instead, he took her to watch a movie. They returned to the courtyard late into the night. Qinjia. Upon hearing noise from next door, Xiaozhu rushed out. You're still awake, Zhuzi? Qin Huairu, in a great mood, bestowed him with a radiant smile. Wow, have you robbed the supply and marketing cooperative? Xiaozhu exclaimed, staring at her numerous bags in astonishment. Not at all. Qin Huairu reined in her smile and sighed. I just started working at the steel mill. I needed to buy a few outfits, so I borrowed some money from Lin Shaowen. Lin Shaowen is not a good person, Xiaozhu said anxiously. Qinjia, next time you need to borrow money, come to me directly. I have money. All right. Qin Huairu yawned. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now. Okay. Xiaozhu nodded, but remained at the door. After a while, Qin Huairu felt uneasy and peeked through the window, finding Xiaozhu still standing there, sending chills down her spine. I can't stay here any longer, she resolved, determining to find a new place the next day. Otherwise, Xiaozhu would inevitably discover her meetings with Lin Shaowen. The next day, Lin Shaowen left early, intending to settle the balance with Lei Dali at the street office. In this era, private dealings were non-existent. Everything was public. Lei Dali belonged to a small engineering team under the street office, and every job was settled through them. However, rules are rigid, while people are flexible. The quoted price from the street office for Lin Shaowen's house was 25 yuan. The street office would take 5 yuan, leaving 20 for Lei Dali. Naturally, the street office had some knowledge of the expenses for Lin Shaowen's house, but such matters couldn't be scrutinized too closely. If it were investigated, even if Lei Dali refused to continue working, another team would simply follow suit. In front of Director Wang, Lin Shaowen paid 25 yuan. The street office formally issued a document, signifying the completion of the house repairs and stating that for 5 years, Lei Dali would be responsible for any issues concerning Lin Shaowen's house, such as leaks or damage. Lei Dali expressed his gratitude profusely. While Lin Shaowen was invited by Director Wang for tea, it was just tea, truly. Lin Shaowen glanced at the documents on her desk, his eyes lighting up. Director Wang. Houses can't be traded now, right? Correct, Director Wang replied sternly. Though you are the homeowner, the property belongs to the state and cannot be bought or sold. What about gifting? Lin Shaowen inquired, changing his approach. That is permissible. Director Wang's expression softened slightly. However, for a gift, it needs to be registered at the street office, just like Su Damao's house, which was gifted to him by his father. Oh, I see. Lin Shaowen's interest piqued. Director Wang explained that Su Damao's father was allocated a house by his work unit, but since he already owned one, he gifted it to his son. This house is in our courtyard, right? Lin Shaowen pointed at the document, smiling. It mentions a gift but doesn't specify a name. What is the situation? What? Are you interested? Director Wang didn't reply directly. This house is the one at the Moon Gate. The previous owner has moved south, hence the early registration for gifting. Lin Shaowen suddenly understood. The gift notation merely meant it was for sale. He had been in the courtyard for a month and had never seen the family living by the Moon Gate. Jia Zhang and the others only sought to seize his property, ignoring the vacant house, which was clearly owned. Director Wang, could you tell me about this house? Are you truly interested? Director Wang warned. Little Lin, I know you have money, but now I isn't the time to take more than you need. I understand. Just tell me about the house, Lin Shaowen replied with a smile. It consists of 2 side rooms, approximately 70 square meters. As for the conditions for gifting, 500 yuan. Director Wang's voice was soft, but Lin Shaowen heard clearly. After pondering for a moment, he smiled. Director Wang, How about gifting this house to Qin Huairu? Little Lin, you and her. Director Wang's expression shifted. Although Qin Huairu was divorced, it was not ideal for a good young man like Lin Shaowen to pursue a woman with children. What are you talking about? Lin Shaowen chuckled. I meant to say, since Qin Huairu is divorced and the steel mill hasn't allocated her a house, I want to gift her this one and have her write a non-registered gift deed for me. Director Wang suddenly understood but remained puzzled. Why do you want to hoard so many houses? You know the people in my courtyard don't get along with me, Lin Shaowen sighed. Once I secure this house, I can install a door at the moon gate, effectively isolating myself from them. This reasoning was quite sound. If he were to install a door at the moon gate, others would not question it, but he would need the consent of the household at the entrance. After all, once the door was installed, if Lin Shaowen kept it shut, it would obstruct their light. Chapter 30. Is this still Qin Huairu? After enduring the pain of washing at the bathhouse, Qin Huairu changed into a long black dress. Her hair elegantly styled up, revealing her fair neck, adorned with a black bow hairpin. After bolstering her courage in her room for some time, she finally stepped out. Sister Qin. Xiaozhu instantly froze upon seeing Qin Huairu. He vowed that the woman before him was the most beautiful he had ever seen in his life. Without exception. In fact, he felt a surge of uncontrollable physiological response, which happened to be witnessed by Qin Huairu. Though her expression remained calm, her heart brimmed with disdain. After exchanging a brief greeting with Xiaozhu, she hurried away. How astonishing. This was Qin Huairu. Regardless of gender, anyone who encountered her was left in awe. Previously, she had dressed quite plainly, yet her beauty could not be concealed. Now, having transformed her appearance, she was strikingly radiant. Huairu. Jia Dongshu called out, dazed. However, Qin Huairu paid him no heed and continued her way toward the backyard. Where are you going, you little harlot? Jia Zhangshi instinctively called out. Qin Huairu paused momentarily, but did not look back. How dare this harlot ignore me? Jia Zhangshi shouted in anger. Mother, she is no longer your daughter-in-law, Jia Dongshu sighed. Jia Zhangshi was momentarily taken aback, but still fumed. That harlot must be engaging in some shameful business. Otherwise, how could she afford such clothes? This filthy wretch is bringing disgrace to our family. Mother, Qin Huairu is now a formal worker at the steel mill, Jia Dongshu said, his expression complicated. What? A formal worker? She became a formal worker upon entering the factory? Jia Zhangshi could hardly believe it. After being beaten by the Qin family, she had not left the house for days and thus had not heard the news. Yet, Jia Dongshu had to intern for 6 months to secure his position. What made Qin Huairu deserving of such treatment? Not only was she a formal worker, but her monthly salary was also 27 yuan and 50 cents. Jia Dongshu hung his head in disappointment. Isn't that the same as you? Jia Zhangshi shrieked, feeling a pang in her chest. What had she missed? She had lost the opportunity to boast of having both a son and a daughter-in-law as dual income earners. Furthermore, she could no longer look down on Qin Huairu. She was now a city dweller with a formal position, signifying her permanent residency in the city, while Jia Zhangshi remained a rural citizen. In the backyard. Within the West Wing, Lin Shaowen was reviewing the gift deed issued by the street office. The 2 adjoining rooms were now officially under Qin Huairu's name. Convincing Director Wang to issue the deed was merely a playful endeavor. What are you looking at? Qin Huairu, wafting in with a fragrant aura, wrapped her arms around Lin Shaowen. You arrived just in time. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Shaowen smiled. I, too, have something to share. Qin Huairu rested her head against his back. You go first. I no longer wish to stay in Yushui's room. Xiaozhu watches me every day, and today he even had a reaction, which was utterly disgusting, Qin Huairu said, her cheeks flushed. Is that so? Lin Shaowen frowned. Xiaozhu is indeed lacking in ambition. It's no wonder he cannot win you over. What did you want to tell me? Qin Huairu kissed him lightly. Oh right. Lin Shaowen regained his focus and pointed at the document in front of him, saying, I managed to secure you a house from the street office, just outside the moon gate, with 2 rooms. What? Qin Huairu stood frozen in shock. She could have her own house. And in the city? No, what's wrong? Lin Shaowen waved his hand in front of her face. Shaowen, love me, Qin Huairu exclaimed, pulling him close and showering him with fervent kisses. Oh no. The door isn't closed. Wait, don't take off my pants. Hiss, Qin Huairu, where did you learn this? More than an hour later, blushing, Qin Huairu and Lin Shaowen appeared at the entrance of the adjoining room. After Lin Shaowen handed her the keys, Qin Huairu nervously unlocked the door. The empty room was devoid of furnishings but was filled with light. Shaowen, thank you, she said, elated. Despite the presence of several households in the backyard, moving to the adjoining room would provide her with a sense of separation. Aside from passing through the Jia family courtyard, she would not need to interact with anyone, as the West Wing resembled a traditional woman's boudoir with only one access route. You're welcome, Lin Shaowen replied, playfully tousling her hair. Qin Huairu glanced at the right wall and suddenly had a thought. Shaowen, doesn't this wall connect to your family's toilet? Lin Shaowen inspected it and knocked on the wall from the courtyard, discovering that the two rooms indeed shared a wall. He joked, in the future, I can knock on the wall to ask if you're awake. No. Qin Huairu shook her head, her face flushed. Could you secretly have someone build a door here? Wow, you're quite the seductress. Lin Shaowen stared at her in disbelief. That afternoon, Lei Dali returned to the courtyard, and due to it being the weekend, many gathered to witness the commotion. Upon hearing that Lin Shaowen intended to install a door at the Moon Gate, Yi Zhonghai and others immediately protested. You can't install it. Why not? Lin Shaowen asked, puzzled. Everyone's doors around here are unlocked. What do you mean by installing a door? Are you planning to isolate yourself from us? Yi Zhonghai's righteous words earned him applause from the crowd. Yes, Lin Shaowen replied succinctly. What did you say? Yi Zhonghai questioned, unsure if he had misheard. He knew Lin Shaowen was strong-willed. Could he really dare to offend everyone in the courtyard? I said yes. I don't wish to associate with you, hence my intention to isolate myself. Lin Shaowen pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Yin Bugue before lighting his own. So, what can you do to force me out of the courtyard? You. Yi Zhonghai was suddenly furious, and the others fell silent. Currently, Lin Shaowen was a well-known figure. Who didn't know about his extraordinary treatment at the factory? When someone like him stated they wished to avoid contact, it held significant weight. After all, others would not dare to borrow money or rice from him. He had plenty to spare. A few ailments? Please, he was practically a doctor himself. Social connections? He dealt directly with the factory leadership. No one in the courtyard could compare. Wait, Lu Haizhong interjected, scolding Lin Shaowen. Did you get old Zhao's approval for installing that door? Exactly. If you block the light, old Zhao will definitely object, Yi Zhonghai quickly added. Moreover, since old Zhao had gone south to visit relatives, he had been out of touch for quite some time. They had previously considered claiming the house. But Director Wang would always inspect it, making everyone hesitant to move in, even the shameless Jia Zhangshi. Director Wang was not to be trifled with. She would not hesitate to call the Joint Defense Office to apprehend anyone. Chapter 31. How in one night, the world changed. Lin Shaowen remained silent, while Yi Zhonghai and the others grew increasingly pleased with themselves. If not for their concern for appearances, they would have celebrated triumphantly. Jia Zhangshi felt a flicker of satisfaction, relishing the thought of Lin Shaowen's downfall. Big uncle, I consented to this door installation, Qin Huairu declared, stepping forward with youthful vigor. You agreed? What authority do you have to consent? Old Zhao has vanished. What gives you the right? Jia Zhangshi's tirade was abruptly halted, as she found herself silenced. For Qin Huairu held in her hands the document proving ownership of the two adjoining rooms. Even Jia Zhangshi, who could not read, recognized the bold red stamp. Qin Huairu. Is this house yours? Yi Zhonghai exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, this house is now mine. Qin Huairu replied with a radiant smile. Lin is installing the door with my consent. How is that possible? This house can't possibly belong to you. Jia Dongshu's voice trembled. He could hardly fathom that this elegantly dressed, stunning woman was the wife he had shared his life with for 7 years. Qin Huairu, how did you acquire this house? Lu Haizhong asked, his face darkened. Second uncle. Is that any of your concern? Qin Huairu maintained a smile on her face, yet her words could pierce through the very essence of life. I know you wish to report me, but fret not, for here is the certification issued by the street office, along with the gift deed from Zhao Xian. She laid out the documents before them. Yin Bugue approached, scrutinizing the papers for a while before finally nodding at Lu Haizhong and the others. Qin Huairu, have you been secretly stashing money behind my back with Dong Su? Jia Zhangshi shrieked. Stashing money? Old hag, do you possess no shame? Qin Huairu retorted coldly. You give me a mere 10 yuan a month, and I'm expected to feed your entire family? When rice runs out, I have to borrow from my family. Tell me, where do you suggest I hide money? Jia Zhangshi was rendered speechless, while many pointed fingers at her. Who doesn't know how often she mistreats Qin Huairu? Someone murmured. And hiding money? Jia Dongsu earns only 27 yuan and 50 cents a month. This house must cost hundreds. He wouldn't be able to save anything even if he stopped eating and drinking for 2 years. Jia Dongsu's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he shouted, Qin Huairu, for the sake of our marriage, you must explain where your money comes from. Otherwise, we'll call the police and have the Joint Defense Office investigate you. Qin Huairu paid him no mind and turned to Lin Shaowen. Shaolin, you may commence the construction. Upon receiving the order, Lei Dali immediately began measuring dimensions. As for the small door, he harbored no suspicions because Director Wang had informed him that the house was merely registered in Qin Huairu's name. In reality, it belonged to Lin Shaowen. He assumed Lin Shaowen had opened a discreet little door in front of the restroom for convenience. Qin Huairu, do you believe I will truly report you? Jia Dongsu's expression twisted with rage. If she had engaged in an argument with him, he might have felt somewhat satisfied. But her complete disregard felt like a punch thrown into empty air, leaving him deeply unsettled. Qin Huairu continued to ignore him, striding directly into the inner room and slamming the door behind her. Very well, Qin Huairu, just you wait. Jia Dongsu spat before darting off. Yi Zhonghai and the others did not stop him. Their curiosity piqued about the source of Qin Huairu's finances. With her purchasing houses and clothes while earning only 27 yuan and 50 cents a month, how is she managing? Before long, the Joint Defense Office arrived. Jia Dongsu and the others attempted to follow, but were halted by Qin Huairu. Comrades, I do not wish for them to enter, she stated firmly. Qin Huairu, surely you need someone to vouch for your innocence? Yi Zhonghai shouted. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Huairu replied, let the three gentlemen in. As Yi Zhonghai and the others prepared to enter, Lin Shaowen interjected casually. Qin Huairu, the comrades from the Joint Defense Office are already here. They can attest to your innocence. Do you truly require anyone else to vouch for you? Indeed, I can confirm your innocence. A comrade from the Joint Defense Office chimed in, leaving Yi Zhonghai and the others momentarily stunned, casting resentful glances at Lin Shaowen. I told you to mind your own business. Yes, your interference was unnecessary. We are all here for Qin Huairu's benefit. Lin Shaowen shrugged indifferently and retreated to the courtyard, reclining on a lounge chair. Please, let the three gentlemen in, Qin Huairu smiled. Or else the courtyard might be filled with idle gossip about me. At least Huairu understands reason, unlike some people, Yi Zhonghai muttered under his breath. Once inside, Qin Huairu recounted her situation, revealing that she had borrowed a total of 1,000 yuan from Lin Shaowen, Wang Kuei-rong, and Li Chunhua. Using her salary as collateral, she planned to repay it over 5 years, paying 20 yuan monthly, though she omitted mention of any interest. Goodness, Huairu, have you lost your mind? Yi Zhonghai gasped, taken aback. 1,000 yuan, repaid over 5 years. That leaves you with merely 7 yuan and 50 cents for living expenses each month. Yanbu Gui and Lu Haizhong were equally astonished by her audacity. After all, 1,000 yuan was no small sum. I used to manage with just 10 yuan for an entire family. Surely 7 yuan and 50 cents is enough for one person? Qin Huairu smiled charmingly. Now, I have a house and a job. Life is infinitely better than before. That makes sense, Yanbu Gui acknowledged. Sense. Nonsense. Yi Zhonghai retorted sternly. Qin Huairu is still quite young. She may wish to marry in the future, with 1,000 yuan of debt hanging over her. Who would dare propose? I have no intention of marrying. Qin Huairu laughed. Having been married to Jia Dongsu is more than enough. From now on, I will focus on working, repaying my debts, and saving for my future. What about Bang Geng? Lu Haizhong queried. He shares the Jia surname, not the Qin. Recalling Bang Geng's derogatory remarks, Qin Huairu felt a surge of anger. His fate is of no concern to me besides. He has already transferred his household registration to Jia Dongsu. I need not rely on him for support. The actions of Bang Geng had truly left her heartbroken. Huairu, do not act impulsively, Yi Zhonghai cautioned. Regardless of his behavior, he is still your child. At a young age, he may not comprehend his actions, but he will mature. One elder, this is my own affair. No need to worry, Qin Huairu replied dismissively. She turned to the comrades from the Joint Defense Office with a smile. Comrades, I trust my situation has been sufficiently clarified? Absolutely, Comrade Qin Huairu. The comrade nodded before departing. Within half an hour, news of Qin Huairu's 1,000 yuan debt spread throughout the courtyard. Those who had previously eyed her following her divorce quickly lost interest. The more informed matchmakers also ceased their visits, much to Qin Huairu's relief. Lei Li worked swiftly, completing the installation of a grand double door at the moon gate within 2 days. Crafted from solid wood and adorned with copper, the door was impressively heavy. Even those with moderate strength found it a challenge to push open. Many gathered to admire the door, praising its imposing craftsmanship. However, they remained oblivious to the discreet small door that had been installed next to the moon gate, which was cleverly concealed and could only accommodate a single person. Chapter 32. The unfettered presence of Qin Huairu in the Jia household. Jia Dongsu, you have indeed succeeded in your divorce, Jia Zhongshi remarked, her face pale with fear. I told you that woman is no ordinary character. Earning 27 yuan and 50 cents a month, she dares to borrow 1,000 yuan. She will pay with her life. Indeed, her audacity is remarkable, Jia Dongsu concurred. Thank goodness we divorced. Who knows what calamity she might have brought upon our family. Let us not dwell on that misfortune, Jia Zhongshi declared, wishing to shift the conversation. Speaking of which, did Yi Zhonghai not promise you 100 yuan to help you find a new partner? Yes, Jia Dongsu replied, producing 10 large denomination bills and handing them to Jia Zhangshi. Yi Zhonghai had indeed been generous, particularly following the death of Jia Dongsu's father. Tomorrow. No. Today I shall speak with the matchmaker to find you a suitable partner, perhaps someone from the city, Jia Zhangshi exclaimed joyfully. With Qin Huairu's meager 10 yuan, securing a city dweller should cost no more than 20 yuan. When it comes time for the wedding feast, and gifts are collected, she would essentially profit 100 yuan. However, just as they reveled in their plans, a commotion erupted outside. Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongsu rushed out, eager to see the excitement, only to be left speechless. There stood Qin Huairu, directing workers as they unloaded a brand new sewing machine, a lady's flying pigeon bicycle beside her, and several carts piled high with bedding and furniture. Qin Huairu, even if you have money, you cannot be so extravagant. Yi Zhonghai lamented, clutching his jaw in frustration. I simply wish to settle in comfortably. These items are necessities, Qin Huairu replied, sweeping her hair back, inadvertently revealing a watch. Goodness. You even bought a watch? Lu Haizhong gaped. Qin Huairu, you might as well purchase a radio to complete the set. Someone called out, dripping with sarcasm. The set referred to the 4 major items, a radio, bicycle, watch, and sewing machine. Qin Huairu merely smiled and remained silent, leading to the realization that she had indeed acquired them all. Yin Jiafang's sharp eyes quickly spotted the diamond brand radio. A gasp echoed through the courtyard. How could a divorced woman possess such a fine item? Surely, marrying a respectable daughter from a formal institution wouldn't even compare. Where did you get that ticket? Jia Dongshu's eyes reddened with envy. Yes, where did you get that ticket? Jia Zhangshi also stepped forward. However, Qin Huairu paid them no mind, directing the workers instead. Qin Huairu, have you grown wings? Jia Zhangshi shouted angrily, preparing to confront her, but Qin Huairu deftly stepped back to evade her grasp. Try touching me again, and I will report you, Qin Huairu warned, her gaze icy enough to send a chill through Jia Zhangshi. Report? Go ahead, or I might just beat you to death. Jia Zhangshi retorted, not backing down. Without further ado, Qin Huairu exited. Jia Zhangshi's panic set in. Where could she be going? Surely she wouldn't actually report me? Jia Dongshu began to worry as well. Look at you two cowards. If the neighborhood watch arrives, show them what you've got. Lin Shaowen, who had been a mere bystander, chuckled. What business is it of yours? Jia Dongshu glared. Lin Shaowen shrugged, lighting a cigarette. He realized that every time he lit a cigarette in the courtyard, Yin Bugue would appear beside him as if summoned, maintaining just the right distance to avoid discomfort while accepting the smoke. Shortly after, the neighborhood watch indeed arrived, with the very same person who had come to the courtyard earlier. Who is Jia Zhangshi? I am, she stammered, her legs trembling. Qin Huairu has accused you of threatening her and even claimed you said you would kill her. Is that true? The officer from the watch demanded sternly. I didn't. Jia Zhangshi hastily denied. Didn't he? Speak honestly. Did you or didn't you? The officer's voice boomed, causing Jia Zhangshi to collapse onto the ground, instinctively calling for help. Old Jia, come quickly. We're being bullied in our own home. Jia Dongshu's expression shifted dramatically, and Yi Zhonghai and others looked at Jia Zhangshi in shock. You dare to promote feudal superstition? The officer accused, stepping forward to apprehend her. I want to go. Dongshu, save me. Jia Zhangshi struggled violently. The officer, unyielding, twisted her arm, restraining her hands. Jia Dongshu bowed his head, too terrified to speak, while Yi Zhonghai turned away, unable to face Jia Zhangshi. After the officer led her away, Qin Huairu remained unfazed, continuing to instruct the workers. You better bring my mother back, Qin Huairu. Jia Dongshu seethed. What will you do if I don't? Try to hit me, and see what happens, Qin Huairu countered, her demeanor commanding. Do you believe I want to report you to the Women's Federation? The mention of the Federation caused Yi Zhonghai and others to change their expressions instantly. The most feared organization in the factory wasn't the security team, but rather the Women's Federation, known for their boldness. They had silenced factory director Yang during meetings on several occasions. Jia Dongshu instantly cowered. If the Federation intervened, his job would surely be at stake. Wretched woman, you've taken my grandmother. I despise you. Bang Gung shouted as he lunged at Qin Huairu. A resounding slap sent him crashing to the ground. Lin Shaowen raised an eyebrow, surprised that Qin Huairu would strike Bang Gung, considering she had previously defended him in many instances. Qin Huairu, Jia Dongshu roared, about to step forward, but halted upon seeing her produce a badge representing the Women's Federation. You dare to misbehave again, and I will end you. A fierce glare from Qin Huairu made Bang Gung shrink back in fear. Jia Dongshu, I am now a member of the Women's Federation, responsible for the women's affairs in our courtyard. If you dare to lay a hand on any woman again, you might as well beg on the streets. With that, She turned and walked toward her room. Jia Dongshu stood frozen, a chill coursing through him. For the first time, he found this woman utterly unfamiliar. Applause erupted from Lin Shaowen, who marveled. A woman of strength. Get lost. Jia Dongshu shot a furious glare at him before dragging Bang Gung home. Yu Zhonghai and the others remained in stunned silence. Qin Huairu had only been at the factory a few days and was already part of the Women's Federation. This woman was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, the factory's matrons would descend upon him with fury. Back in her room, Qin Huairu pressed a hand to her racing heart, taking a moment to collect herself. She surveyed the sewing machine, bicycle, and radio within her space, glancing at the watch on her wrist, laughing silently to herself. She recognized this as compensation from Lin Shaowen. Although they could not marry, he had ensured she received everything owed to her, exceeding her expectations. Few ordinary citizens in the city could gather such possessions for a wedding. When she married, the only allure was the sewing machine in Jia Dongshu's household. Now, she had everything. How wonderful. Qin Huairu tidied up until midnight, feeling no fatigue but immense satisfaction. Everything in this house belonged to her, from the furniture to the exquisite little trinkets. After bathing in the West Wing's bathroom, she made her way to Lin Shaowen's bedroom. He was sound asleep when he felt something shift in the covers. Upon peering beneath, he was taken aback. Sister Qin, aren't you tired? We have work tomorrow. Qin Huairu mumbled indistinctly. In the morning, she awoke first and turned to see Lin Shaowen nestled in her arms, filling her with joy. Before his marriage, she could hold him every night, and in many ways. As long as they remained within the courtyard, they resembled a normal couple. After rising, she prepared breakfast before waking Lin Shaowen. Once done, she returned to her room, changed into gray work attire, and pedaled her bicycle out the door. Passing through the courtyard, she spotted Jia Zhangshi seated at the entrance. Her sunken eyes and haggard appearance indicated she had just been released that morning, and the 5 distinct handprints on her face revealed she had suffered greatly. You shameless harlot. Jia Zhangshi spat upon seeing Qin Huairu. Haven't you been punished enough? Fine, I'll report you right now. Without turning back, Qin Huairu replied and walked away. Qin Huairu, come back. Jia Zhangshi panicked, chasing after her. The fear instilled in her during her time at the station lingered, especially with the other women who had mercilessly beaten her. As she reached the entrance, she saw Qin Huairu conversing with an elder. Qin Huairu, enough. After all, she was once your mother-in-law, Yu Zhonghai advised earnestly. Since Lin Shaowen's arrival, his influence over the courtyard had waned, and Qin Huairu's willingness to call the authorities likely stemmed from him. Yet now that she was part of the Women's Federation, he dared not scold her, but could only counsel gently. Jia Zhangshi, listen well. I'm letting you off this time out of respect for the elder. If you act shamelessly again, be prepared. With that, Qin Huairu mounted her bicycle and rode off to work. Jia Zhangshi trembled with rage, only to unleash a torrent of curses once Qin Huairu was far enough away. In the infirmary, Lin Shaowen seized the opportunity when no one was around to enter the island. First rod, obtained several fast-growing flower seeds. What is this? Lin Shaowen was left bewildered. The system is commendable in many aspects, yet it lacks a clear explanation, which poses a considerable headache. The second rod yielded a number of fast-growing Parthenocissus seeds. The third rod produced several seeds of insect-repelling herbs. After Lin Shaowen picked up a coconut, he prepared to leave with a forlorn expression, only to discover a multitude of objects floating on the beach. He hurried over. This island, apart from the dozens of free-range chickens and ducks he kept, had never witnessed any other life forms. Goodness, Australian lobsters? Lin Shaowen was taken aback. They swarmed in the waves, likely numbering in the thousands. He cautiously scooped one up, weighing it in his hand, estimating it to be over 2 pounds. In this era, indulging in Australian lobsters was no easy feat, as imported goods were rare treasures. However, Lin Shaowen was not greedy. He merely captured 10 of the larger lobsters and returned to his modest abode. With a sigh of relief, he locked the door, though the risk of entering the island from the medical room remained notably high. Ever since Qin Huairu opened that small door, the dangers at home had escalated. Sighing, Lin Shaowen laid his head on the table. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Come in. Apologies for the disturbance, Dr. Lin. The vice factory director, Li Xinmin, known popularly as Vice Director Li, entered. Director Li, what brings you here? Lin Shaowen rose to greet him, casually pulling out a cigarette. Have one of mine. Vice Director Li smiled ingratiatingly, producing 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes from his bag and placing them on the table, causing Lin Shaowen's eyelids to flutter. He was acutely aware of his standing. Despite the courteous treatment he received from the steel mill's leadership, including the camaraderie displayed by Wang Korong, his position was not much different from that of a mere worker like Shaju, merely a skilled laborer. The only distinction was that some people appreciated him while others did not. However, no one neglected their health. A session of massage at the medical room would leave one feeling invigorated for at least a month or two. Upon entering, Vice Director Li produced the cigarettes, which put Lin Shaowen on high alert. Director Li, if you have a matter to discuss, please go ahead. Lin Shaowen discreetly tucked the cigarettes into the drawer. If this were merely a personal issue for Li Xinmin, he certainly would not have brought gifts. After all, with the privileges Lin Shaowen enjoyed at the factory, Li Xinmin's interference would be more of a hindrance than a help. Dr. Lin is indeed straightforward, Vice Director Li complimented before quietly adding. My father-in-law has not been feeling well lately, and I would like to request your visit. A house call? When? Lin Shaowen frowned slightly. It was rumored that Vice Director Li's father-in-law was a significant figure, which likely contributed to his successful career. Such esteemed individuals typically had access to top-tier medical resources. Would they require the services of a factory doctor? His vehicle has already arrived at the factory, Li Xinmin beamed. Very well. Without further hesitation, Lin Shaowen gathered his belongings and followed him directly. As they reached the cafeteria, someone called out, Isn't that Dr. Lin and Director Li? Instantly, a crowd gathered around. A car? Where are you off to? Ma Hua expressed envy. What business is it of yours where he goes? Lin Shaowen neglects his duties to curry favor with the higher-ups, Shaju scoffed, harboring resentment ever since Qin Huairu moved away. It wasn't that he suspected Lin Shaowen of any impropriety with Qin Huairu. Rather, he believed that lending her money was a disservice. What woman can bear the burden of 1,000 yuan in debt? Shaju, you're just sour grapes, Lu Lan teased. Sour grapes? What is so great about a car? When my father cooked for others, they also used cars to invite us, Shaju retorted. Is that your father who ran off with a widow? Lu Lan regretted her words immediately. As expected, Shaju's expression darkened at her remark. Get lost and get back to work. Many cast reproachful glances at Lu Lan, blaming her for her indiscretion. Everyone knew that Shaju despised any mention of Hidaching. Only Qin Huairu remained silent, quietly washing vegetables. Having taken Lin Shaowen's advice to work diligently and speak less. Chapter 34. I am just a doctor during the car ride. Vice Director Li remained silent, appearing somewhat anxious. Lin Shaowen, while resting his eyes, was deep in thought, pondering why Vice Director Li's father-in-law would seek him out. 20 minutes later, the vehicle halted in front of a small villa. The 3-story building, adorned with climbing ivy and flourishing flowers, gave Lin Shaowen a sense of reassurance. A small bourgeois, albeit of a higher status, sometimes attracted those who were perceptive, even if they didn't wish to indulge. Following Vice Director Li into the house, Lin Shaowen immediately spotted 2 familiar faces. Teacher, he greeted first. You still remember me, your teacher? Qin Zhong replied, his face stern, yet his eyes sparkling with warmth. He had been concerned that this orphaned disciple might lack social acumen and had contemplated visiting the steel mill on several occasions. However, Lin Shaowen's familiar address revealed his emotional intelligence. In school, he had always referred to him as the dean, demonstrating respect but lacking intimacy. Come now. It's only been a month since graduation. Lin Shaowen chuckled. All right, come here. Qin Zhong pulled him close, making it clear that Lin Shaowen was one of his own. Lin Shaowen promptly approached Zhang Yuyang and called out, Dean Zhang. Zhang Yuyang nodded, though his expression was serious. We brought you here to examine old Zhao's health. Do not carry any psychological burden. Just fulfill your duties. Understood. Lin Shaowen nodded in agreement, then glanced at the elderly gentleman seated prominently. With graying hair, he appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, though he wore a smile. The subtle aura of intimidation hinted that he was a formidable character. Little Dr. Lin, come check the old man's pulse, Zhao Qingming said, extending his hand. Certainly. Lin Shaowen nodded, suppressing his demeanor as he advanced to take the pulse. However, as soon as his fingers brushed against the elder's wrist, his pupils dilated in shock. A lifeless pulse. Zhao Qingming, noticing his expression, chuckled. I am well aware of my health, so do not be alarmed. Lin Shaowen did not regard Qin Zhong or Zhang Yuyang. Instead, he gripped Zhao Qingming's hand and brought it to his ear. Little Lin. Vice Director Li began to speak. Silence. Qin Zhong and Zhang Yuyang simultaneously admonished, while Zhao Qingming raised an eyebrow, somewhat displeased. Vice Director Li broke into a sweat, afraid to utter another word. Although Lin Shaowen was not introduced by him, he was still part of his circle. If anything happened to the old gentleman, the Zhao family would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Hence, he hoped Lin Shaowen would manage the situation without creating any issues for him. Half an hour later, the room was silent. Outside, the roar of a car engine echoed as a middle-aged man entered with a young girl. Upon seeing Lin Shaowen holding Zhao Qingming's hand to his ear, he remained silent, merely nodding at Qin Zhong and the others before finding a seat. The girl beside him, however, gazed curiously at Lin Shaowen, evidently perplexed by his actions. Lin Shaowen released Zhao Qingming's hand, noticing it tremble from being held aloft for too long, and gestured for him to lie down. Without hesitation, Zhao Qingming reclined on the sofa. Lin Shaowen flexed his fingers and began the massage. Hiss! Zhao Qingming exhaled, his expression one of comfort. Little Lin, your technique is impressive, Zhang Yuyang remarked in astonishment. Of course, just look at whose disciple he is. Qin Zhong wore a smug expression, yet within him, a tempest of emotions brewed. This young man had already proven himself remarkable at school, but little did he know the depths of his hidden talents. Such massage techniques, only those with keen insight could master after 3 to 5 years of practice. For those lacking such acuity, it would be best to refrain from attempting. 10 minutes later, Zhao Qingming sat in the living room, his complexion vibrant, his admiration for Lin Shaowen evident in his eyes. If his health were not in such dire straits, he would have considered employing Lin as his personal physician. Shaowen, what is your conclusion? Qin Zhong inquired solemnly. Lin Shaowen did not respond directly, but cast a glance at Zhao Qingming. Young Dr. Lin, I too emerged from a world fraught with peril. While I cannot claim to be fearless, I am certainly better off than my comrades, so feel free to speak candidly. Zhao Qingming laughed heartily. Dead souls. Lin Shaowen uttered 2 words. The countenance of everyone present, save for Zhang Yuyang and Qin Zhong, changed dramatically. They may not have understood the implications of a dead pulse, but the mention of death sent them into panic. Old Qin and I share this diagnosis. 10 dead. No life, Zhang Yuyang sighed. Zhao Qingming, upon hearing this, maintained his smile, though tears glistened in his eyes. Anyone faced with the knowledge of impending death could hardly remain unmoved, yet his composure surpassed that of many others. Vice Director Li's face was ashen. He had hoped to undermine Yang Weiguo. While Zhao Qingming was alive, he could leverage the Zhao family's influence. Should Zhao Qingming pass, the rest of the Zhao family, who had always looked down upon him, would likely trample him further. There is a method. Lin Shaowen spoke slowly. Shaowen, Qin Zhong interjected sharply, his intent clear. A doctor must learn to protect himself. Ha! Zhao Qingming laughed heartily. Old Qin, when I taught you to shoot back in the day, you were not so timid. Are you truly worried that I might take out my frustrations on young Dr. Lin should I perish? Qin Zhong remained silent, his piercing gaze directed at Lin Shaowen, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. Young Lin, do not heed the old man's words. Today, I declare that should I pass, anyone who seeks to exploit you will find my inept sons will ensure your protection, Zhao Qingming proclaimed. No need, I am a doctor, and I will only do what is right, Lin Shaowen replied calmly. Qin Zhong and Zhang Yuyang both shuddered, feeling a twinge of shame. Having navigated the bureaucratic landscape for many years, they had long since learned to seek fortune and avoid misfortune, but had forgotten the true duty of a physician. Well said. Zhao Qingming applauded loudly. Lin Shaowen produced cigarettes, distributing them among the group. When Zhao Qingming reached for one, an elderly woman intervened, saying, Old Zhao, have some self-awareness. I am on the verge of death. Do I still care about this? Zhao Qingming took a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Not entirely, Lin Shaowen said, exhaling a smoke ring. If left untreated, your current condition will not last beyond 6 months. However, I have a method. If it fails, you may last only a month longer. But if it succeeds, you will be safe for 5 years. What lies beyond those 5 years, only heaven knows. Zhao Qingming stood frozen, while the elderly woman gazed at Lin Shaowen with surprise and a hint of respect. This young man, if not a political gambler seeking to gain favor, was indeed a noble physician. What manner of person is he? She pondered, her eyes flickering. Chapter 35. The physician does not treat himself. The middle-aged man and young girl who had just entered were equally astonished. They may not have known the extent of this young man's medical skills, but his audacity was truly remarkable. Shaowen, please elaborate on your method, Qin Zhong urged. Old Zhao's condition primarily stems from an excess of toxins within his system, disrupting the function of his organs and leading to a false decline. In truth, his internal organs, while not perfectly healthy, are functioning adequately. By administering medication to eliminate these toxins, his internal organs could endure for 5 years without issue. However, this is contingent upon no unforeseen circumstances arising, Lin Shaowen explained, his passion igniting as he spoke of his expertise. The young girl who had just entered flushed with excitement. Witnessing a young man in his 20s assert himself among established figures, a charisma seldom experienced by ordinary people, especially when he was so strikingly handsome. Please provide a detailed treatment plan, Qin Zhong reminded, using strictness nux vomica and then supplemented with. Lin Shaowen enumerated over 20 different medications. Many present were baffled. Yet the first two names alone were enough to instill fear. Strychnine and Strychnis nux vomica were both highly toxic substances. Vice Director Li was drenched in sweat. This was a gamble of monumental proportions. Excellent method, Qin Zhong exclaimed, pounding the table. The risks are substantial, yet it is indeed a viable solution, Zhang Yuyang affirmed. Young Dr. Lin, I have a niece of similar age to you. I hear you are still unmarried, perhaps. Zhao's wife began to suggest, but was interrupted by Lin Shaowen, who raised his hand. Madam Zhao, do not tempt a physician with personal gains. Such actions may cloud their judgment. Have you not heard? The physician does not treat himself. Lin Shaowen stated earnestly. Madam Zhao was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment. Ha ha ha, humbled are we? Zhao Qingming laughed heartily, only to receive a sharp pinch from Madam Zhao. Had it not been for her dignity, Qin Zhong and Zhang Yuyang might have applauded. Families of officials often resorted to such tactics. Young Lin, I must apologize. You are a person of high moral character, Zhao's wife conceded, demonstrating her ability to let go of grievances. A doctor's duty is to heal, regardless of the patient's identity. Lin Shaowen shook his head, picking up paper and pen from the coffee table to jot down the prescription. Rising, he offered a bittersweet smile. Both my teacher and Dean Zhang are esteemed figures in the field. They would not overlook this method. Yet their hesitations allow a newcomer like me to voice it. Should the remedies prove ineffective, I hope Zhao Lao and his wife will not hold me accountable. Farewell. With that, he nodded to the group and turned to leave. Father, I will see him out. Vice Director Li immediately followed. An eerie silence enveloped the living room. After a long pause, Zhao Qingming sighed. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Yes, we are growing old, Qin Zhong replied, self-deprecatingly. Lin Shaowen's words merely served to uphold their dignity. Such risky maneuvers were anathema to their ilk. Qin Zhong and Zhang Yuyang had transcended the role of mere physicians. They were more bureaucrats than healers. They had acquired wealth and status, and stability had become their foremost priority. By the way, Ban Sheng, did you come for a specific purpose? Zhao Qingming inquired, turning to the middle-aged man who had just arrived. Hearing that you were unwell, I brought a gift, Lu Banqing said, placing a gift box on the table. Inside are 2 old ginseng roots from my father's collection. I hope they may prove helpful. Qin Zhong glanced at the box, astonished. The 2 ginseng roots were as thick as a child's arm, at least a century old. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Zhao Qiming smiled. Then turned to the young girl beside Lu Banqing. Xiaoyi has grown quite a bit. Have you found someone suitable for her? Xiaoyi blushed and lowered her head. A recent acquaintance is a worker, a third-generation peasant. Lu Banqing began. Third-generation peasant. Quite commendable, Zhao Qingming remarked, then ceased further discussion on the matter. Lu Banqing felt a twinge of disappointment. He sought a more definitive response. As some waves of discontent began to stir, he realized that if he could not stabilize the situation, he might not weather the coming storm. In Nanluo Guxiang, the Jia family was engaged in discussions with the media regarding Jia Dongshu's matchmaking prospects. When the matchmaker learned that the other party was willing to offer 50 yuan for a city-dwelling daughter of a respectable family and promised a 5 yuan fee upon success, her eyes widened in astonishment. Nowadays, a 2 yuan introduction fee was already considered lavish. 5 yuan was nothing short of exorbitant. Jia Dongshu's divorce and child is a significant drawback. It poses a challenge, albeit a manageable one. The 3 elderly women in the front yard were busy making shoe soles, and upon hearing Jia Zhangshi's conditions and demands, they were left utterly astonished. However, one elderly woman remained oblivious to the fact that all this money came from Yizhonghai. A car pulled up at the gate, prompting Jia Zhangshi to cease her conversation and curiously glance outside. In these times, a car is indeed a rarity. Dr. Lin, if there's anything you need at the factory, feel free to let me know. I will assist without hesitation, said Deputy Factory Director Li, as he retrieved 2 large bags from the car's trunk and handed them to Lin Shaowen. These gifts did not originate from him, but were prepared by the Zhao family as a consultation fee. Very well, Lin Shaowen nodded. Whether it was Deputy Director Li or Director Yang, their rivalry was inevitable. He was merely a doctor, focused on fulfilling his duties. After a brief handshake with Lin Shaowen, Deputy Director Li departed. Upon entering the courtyard with the items, 5 pairs of eyes immediately converged on him. Dr. Lin, have you finished work? The 3 elderly women greeted first. I had some matters to attend to, so I left early, Lin Shaowen replied with a smile. Indeed, Dr. Lin has the prowess. He can leave work whenever he wishes, Jia Zhangshi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. You flatter me. I am not on par with some individuals who master the art of spirit summoning, Lin Shaowen retorted, refusing to indulge her. Who are you referring to, you little rascal? Jia Zhangshi asked, her composure slipping. I was speaking of some individuals, Lin Shaowen replied with a grin. By the way, Jia Zhangshi, you haven't performed today, have you? Of course, if you choose not to, just remember to hide your household registration book. You little rascal, I will tear you apart. Jia Zhangshi exclaimed, her patience wearing thin, as she lunged at Lin Shaowen. Wait, he interjected, raising a hand, causing her to halt her advance. What do you want? Are you here to apologize? It's too late for that. Actually, I merely wish to inquire, Jia Zhangshi. How many people are on your household registration book? Lin Shaowen asked earnestly, then swiftly ran away before she could react. Ha! The three elderly women could not contain their laughter. Though Lin Shaowen was young, his tongue was sharp, deliberately poking at sensitive issues. Asking about the household registration not only reminded Jia Zhangshi of her deceased husband, but also subtly mocked her rural origins. You little rascal. I will take you down. Come out if you dare. Jia Zhangshi shouted as she chased him into the backyard, banging on the solid wooden door. Burn it. Go ahead and burn it. Lin Shaowen's leisurely voice echoed back. This door cost me 200 yuan. If you damage it even slightly, you won't be able to repay it by selling your family's bamboo shoots. You. Jia Zhangshi was left seething, blood boiling. Yet she dared not continue banging. The 200 yuan was indeed a fact, witnessed by everyone in the courtyard when Lin Shaowen paid for it. However, they were unaware that this sum also included a smaller door adjacent to it. Chapter 36. The hot commodity. Who is that young man? Zhang Meipa asked in a hushed tone. Dr. Lin from the steel factory. He is quite remarkable, enjoying a level 6 salary of 77 yuan and 85 cents a month, replied the third elderly woman, enviously. In my opinion, Dr. Lin's prospects are truly excellent. The second elderly woman lamented. He is a university graduate with a high salary, and with no parents. Who wouldn't want to marry him for a life of comfort? He has no parents? Zhang Meipa was taken aback. Although she had not entered the inner courtyard, the grand door alone indicated the owner's substantial wealth. After all, who would spend 200 yuan to repair a door unless they had money to burn? But without parental support, how could such a young man possess such wealth? Don't be misled by his youth. I heard from old E that both his parents were officials. His father apparently worked in the ministry as an engineer, chimed in the first elderly woman. Zhang Meipa gasped, piecing together the information she had gathered, astonished to discover such a promising match within this modest courtyard. If she were to introduce a wife for Dr. Lin, just the introduction fee alone would suffice for her sustenance. What use is it to praise that little rascal? Do you think you can gain something from him? Jia Zhangshi scoffed. We are merely stating facts, the third elderly woman retorted, displeased. Who doesn't he know you? Seeing that little rascal has money, you all want to scoop a little off him. How shameless. Jia Zhangshi scolded. What did you just say, Jia Zhangshi? The three elderly women shot back, instantly retaliating. Lin Shaowen, overhearing the commotion outside, could only laugh in disbelief. These individuals were simply too idle, perpetually gossiping or discussing trivial matters. The Zhao family had sent substantial gifts, for bottles of Wuliangya and 6 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, along with 500 yuan in cash. Lin Shaowen was momentarily stunned upon seeing the money. It was his first experience receiving cash. However, considering the Zhao family's status, he quickly reconciled with the notion. At their level, many concerns were trivial. Reclining on a lounge chair, he gently fanned himself with a large straw fan. Although electric fans were available for purchase, he lacked the necessary coupons. Despite Director Yang's generous nature, offering bicycle coupons at will, he did not possess any for fans. In the vast steel factory, aside from Yang Weigua and Li Xinmin, no other leaders had fans in their offices. Lin Shaowen gazed at the flower bed reserved by Lei Dali in the courtyard, recalling Zhao Qingming's garden. Although somewhat extravagant, planting flowers and plants in the courtyard certainly added to its charm. With this thought, he smacked his forehead. Didn't I win some seeds in the lottery today? Lin Shaowen promptly rose, carrying a melon as he stepped outside. Zhang Meipa had agreed to assist with Jia Dongshu's matter, yet she had not left, choosing instead to chat with the 3 elderly women in the courtyard. As for Jia Zhangshi, she was too furious with Lin Shaowen to remain and had retreated to her room to lie down. Dr. Lin, what is that? The sharp-eyed third elderly woman spotted Lin Shaowen. Others halted their conversations, curiously gazing at the melon in his hands. A friend gifted me a melon. I thought I'd share it with you. Lin Shaowen smiled as he offered the melon to the third elderly woman. What? For me? She exclaimed, springing to her feet. Astonished, the first and second elderly women were bemused. What was happening? Lin Shaowen was indeed generous, while He Yushui, the girl who often wandered in tattered clothes, had never received such offers. Yet, for some reason, Lin Shaowen took a liking to her. As to whether Lin Shaowen had feelings for He Yushui, the community had debated this frequently, concluding that it was unlikely. After all, Lin Shaowen's prospects were evident. And while He Yushui was charming, she had yet to bloom. You speak as if you and old Yin are close friends, Lin Shaowen teased. Come now, you're not much different from my family. The third elderly woman laughed, accepting the melon from him. All right then, let me borrow your family's hoe for a bit. Lin Shaowen shifted to the main topic. Are you planting flowers, doctor? The second elderly woman eagerly inquired. I have some free time, the first elderly woman quickly added. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong had respectable incomes, but fruits were indeed a rarity. The melon Lin Shaowen gifted the third elderly woman weighed at least 7 or 8 jin, even in the capital. It was uncommon to find such fruits, and when available, the prices were exorbitant. Without further ado, the third elderly woman promptly gathered Yin Bugui's gardening tools and, disregarding Lin Shaowen's protests, personally delivered them to his home, ensuring a warm welcome. Observing the third elderly woman visiting Lin Shaowen's house, the first and second elderly women followed suit without hesitation. Since the completion of the western courtyard, they had yet to pay a visit. As for Zhang Meipa, she came with the intention of gathering information. Seeing the elderly women accompany her, Lin Shaowen simply opened the courtyard door and propped it open. In this day and age, keeping the door closed all day is not particularly advisable. One might be suspected of nefarious activities. Is this entire space owned by Dr. Lin? The matchmaker, Zhang, was taken aback. Indeed, it is, replied Anne Eyre with a hint of envy. My husband inquired at the factory, and they informed him that Dr. Lin is a specially recruited talent, hence he enjoys exceptional privileges. Otherwise, who could possibly be allocated such a spacious residence? Dr. Lin, may we take a look inside? Aunt E asked cautiously. Of course, Dr. Lin replied nonchalantly. Thus, the three aunts, accompanied by Zhang, commenced their tour. Oh my, the furniture is truly exquisite. The floor is cleaner than my own face. Aunt Eyre, do be careful not to tread carelessly. Haven't you noticed the slippers placed inside? They even have a bathing area and a restroom. The three aunts and Zhang were rendered speechless by their astonishment. Not only was the space grand, but the decor was also opulent, especially that set of precious wood furniture that was utterly captivating. Moreover, the presence of a bathing area and restroom explained why they had never witnessed Dr. Lin carrying a chamber pot. After their tour concluded and they returned to the courtyard, a large basin of fruit was prepared under the cool awning, evidently meant to entertain them. Dr. Lin, this is too generous, Annie exclaimed. These are gifts from friends. Please help yourselves while I tend to the flowers, Dr. Lin said, rolling up his sleeves to begin tilling the soil. The three aunts and Zhang, not wishing to take advantage of Dr. Lin's hospitality, soon joined in the labor once the basin was emptied. Half an hour later, the workers from the compound returned one after another. Upon discovering that their wives were absent, the three uncles ventured back into the courtyard, where they heard that the women had gone to Dr. Lin's house, prompting them to rush over. Chapter 37. The Courtyard Assembly. When Yi Zhonghai arrived at the courtyard, he found several people busy with tilling the soil and sowing seeds, fully engrossed in their tasks. Why aren't you preparing dinner? Lu Zhonghai barked at Aunt Eyre. It's not urgent. Dinner can wait a bit longer, she retorted. You. Lu Hai was fuming, his face flushed with indignation. But he found himself at a loss against Aunt Eyre. He could scold his son for slacking, but he dared not raise his hand against his wife. Yi Zhonghai remained silent, surveying the layout of the courtyard, particularly ignited by the sight of a restroom and bathing area, which sparked a flicker of ambition within him. As for Yin Bugui, upon returning home to see a large cantaloupe, he understood everything. The three aunts were certainly not ones to be trifled with. All right, it's getting late. Let us all head home to prepare dinner, Yi Zhonghai called out, prompting the group to set down their tools and assure Dr. Lin they would return the next day to assist with the flowers. Before departing, Yi Zhonghai added, oh yes, there will be a courtyard assembly this evening. Dr. Lin, your attendance is expected. Understood, Dr. Lin acknowledged, continuing with his work. Upon returning, Qin Huairu first helped close Dr. Lin's courtyard gate before slipping through the side entrance to begin cooking. Her culinary skills were average, yet the abundance of ingredients compensated for it. Seeing 2 pounds of beef soaking in water made her eyes practically sparkle. Before long, the beef was sizzling in the pan. And after a splash of white wine, the delightful aroma of beef wafted throughout the courtyard. Dr. Lin is having meat again? Many grumbled. Yet, despite their complaints, no one dared to disrupt the proceedings. Silly Zhu was also cooking at home, feeling a sense of emptiness since Qin Huairu moved to the back courtyard. Previously, he could sneak into the central courtyard to see her, but now, as a young man, he couldn't possibly wander into the back courtyard. How foolish is Dr. Lin, keeping the main gate closed even while Qin Jie stays outside, he thought mockingly. Many in the courtyard were eager to catch Dr. Lin in a misstep. He had previously waited with Jia Dongshu outside Qin Huairu's door for several nights. But after she returned home, she never came out again. As for Dr. Lin, he hardly ever opened the main gate, apart from returning home. Dinner is ready. Qin Huairu called to Dr. Lin, who was busy in the flower bed, beckoning him over. After he approached, she placed a basin of water in front of him to wash his face and hands. They returned inside to eat. Qin Huairu chattered animatedly about amusing occurrences at the factory, while Dr. Lin, though not much of a talker during meals, listened intently, bringing delight to Qin Huairu. As they finished their meal without clearing the table, she attempted to pull Dr. Lin into the bedroom. Qinjia, there's an assembly in the courtyard tonight. Dr. Lin said with a wry smile. Really? Qin Huairu's cheeks flushed as she cast a glance toward the tatami mat in the study. An hour later, after Silly Zhu knocked 3 times, Qin Huairu, her face still flushed, finally emerged. Qinjia, what is the matter? Silly Zhu inquired with concern. Perhaps I caught a chill. I'm feeling a bit unwell, she replied, shaking her head. Do you want me to take you to the hospital? Silly Zhu stepped forward. But Qin Huairu discreetly took a step back. No need, just go to the meeting. What meeting? That young man, Lin Shaowen, hasn't he even arrived yet? Silly Zhu grumbled. Young Lin? What does the courtyard assembly have to do with him? Qin Huairu asked quietly. That young man is far too arrogant. The elder is planning to deal with him. Silly Zhu animatedly recounted the elder's scheme, causing Qin Huairu's face to pale. Just as she was about to find an excuse to return inside and inform Dr. Lin, she noticed the moon gate being opened. Dr. Lin, without glancing at either of them, sauntered into the courtyard. You think you're so clever? Just wait. I'll deal with you later, Silly Zhu muttered with disdain. Seeing this, Qin Huairu couldn't be bothered to engage with him and hastily followed after Dr. Lin. In the courtyard, 3 tables were already set up, with 3 uncles seated at them. Others sat on small stools, while many stood or squatted, looking somewhat helpless. Dr. Lin, do you have any sense of time? Yi Zhonghai shouted, slamming his hand on the table. Are you out of your mind? You hold your meeting, and whether I attend or not is my concern. Dr. Lin retorted, pulling out a cigarette. Yin Bugue, accustomed to rising when he saw someone, felt embarrassed to remain seated on the platform. This meeting concerns you. Lu Hai chimed in. How amusing. Have I burnt down your house or struck your son? About me? Who do you think you are? Dr. Lin showed no respect to Lu Hai. Brother, impressive, Su Domao said, giving Dr. Lin a thumbs up. Just a small matter, Dr. Lin replied, offering Su a cigarette. Wow. A Zhonghua, Su exclaimed in surprise. Coughing twice, Yi Zhonghai finally spoke. Today's meeting is about the restroom Dr. Lin has built. I imagine many of you are unaware. Dr. Lin has constructed a restroom within his home. All eyes immediately turned to Dr. Lin, a mix of surprise, envy, and, predominantly, jealousy evident. Who wants to queue for a public restroom early in the morning, after all? So what? Do you have any objections? Dr. Lin scoffed. Of course, there are objections. Yi Zhonghai slammed the table, demanding to know who permitted such unauthorized construction without considering the 3 uncles. Many in the crowd reveled in the spectacle. Who do you think you are, to expect me to regard you? Dr. Lin dismissed him disdainfully. You young man, don't be so arrogant. Do you want me to report you to the street office for unauthorized renovations? Lu Hai pounded the table. Go ahead, go right now. If you don't, you're my grandson. Dr. Lin replied nonchalantly. Fine, you want to act tough? Lu Hai stormed out in frustration. Well, that's one more person gone. Su Domao muttered. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. I have things to attend to. I'm heading back to rest, as I lack your energy for such antics. Dr. Lin yawned. Qin Huairu truly is a captivating presence. Of course, there are matters at hand, Yi Zhonghai continued, noticing Lu Hai had yet to return. Regarding your restroom, we are actually in favor of it, as there are many elderly residents in the courtyard. It benefits everyone. The moment he spoke, he garnered widespread agreement among the crowd. The public restroom is not only utilized by the residents of this courtyard, individuals from other courtyards frequent it as well. At times, one may have to wait for more than 10 minutes to use the facilities, particularly during the winter when the cold is unbearable. If a restroom were to be established within the courtyard, it would indeed be a tremendous blessing. Lin Shaowen lowered his gaze. Yi Zhonghai assumed he had capitulated and became emboldened. Dr. Lin, respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a virtue of our courtyard. The elderly lady here is advanced in age. Since your courtyard is spacious, allow her to reside with you. We will not take advantage of you. I, Yi Zhonghai, will compensate you with 10 yuan each month. 10 yuan. The crowd gasped in disbelief. What about the elderly lady's meals? Sha Zhu interjected. Isn't it obvious? The 10 yuan would naturally go towards her meals alongside Dr. Lin, a neighbor remarked. In this day and age, 10 yuan is enough to support an entire family. Chapter 38. I disagree. Please continue. If Yi Zhonghai was the center of attention on stage, Then the deaf elderly lady was the focal point in the audience. Armed with a new dragon dog cane, she sat regally, flanked by 3 matrons, resembling a star. Lin Shaowen. This presents you with an opportunity to show respect for the elderly, Yi Zhonghai instructed. In our lives, if we do not honor our elders and nurture the young, what kind of society will we inhabit? The crowd nodded in agreement. The deaf elderly lady cast a glance at Lin Shaowen, though she did not utter a word. Her air of arrogance was palpable even from 8 meters away. I disagree. You may continue. Lin Shaowen spoke up, only to lower his head once more. You disagree? On what matter? Yi Zhonghai inquired, astonished by Lin Shaowen's defiance. I disagree with every matter. Please, continue, Lin Shaowen yawned. Many elderly residents turned their attention to Lin Shaowen, astonished that he dared to dissent. Lin Shaowen, one must not be excessively selfish, Yi Zhonghai observed, relishing the disdain directed at Lin Shaowen. You too shall grow old one day. Having the elderly lady in our courtyard is a blessing for us all. Besides, everyone merely wishes to use your restroom. Your lack of ancestors and maternal affection is your own issue. Forgive me, but I have no such deficits. Lin Shaowen's words elicited laughter from the younger generation. Such a blessing is yours to bear. I shall pass. Thank you. You little brat, when I entered this courtyard, your mother had yet to be born, the deaf elderly lady proclaimed. And what of it? Lin Shaowen shrugged. The house is mine. I have no obligation to accommodate you. Can you force me? You. The deaf elderly lady rose, raising her cane, only to witness Lin Shaowen deftly retrieve a small shovel from Yin Bugui's flower bed. What? Planning to get physical? Lin Shaowen scoffed. Yi Zhonghai indulges you. That is due to his mother passing away early, leaving him bereft of maternal love. I, however, will not coddle you. Lin Shaowen, what nonsense are you spewing? Yi Zhonghai's eyes blazed with fury as he promptly commanded Xia Zhu and Jia Dongshu to surround Lin Shaowen. The two understood and advanced from either side, preparing to encircle him. Bang! Jia Dongshu received a punch to the stomach and immediately collapsed, clutching his belly. Lin Shaowen then seized Xia Zhu by the hair and delivered 2 powerful blows to his chest. Ugh! Xia Zhu felt a wave of nausea wash over him. What? Resorting to violence when you are outmatched in debate? With a knee thrust, Lin Shaowen collided with Xia Zhu's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. You little beast! You dare strike my son? I shall fight you to the death. Jia Zhangshi exclaimed upon witnessing Jia Dongshu being assaulted, and without hesitation, she grabbed a flower pot from Yanbu Gui and charged forward. Lin Shaowen leisurely lit a cigarette and, as Jia Zhangshi approached, sidestepped, causing her to stumble and the flower pot to crash onto the deaf elderly lady's head. Bang! The pot shattered with a loud noise. Jia Zhangshi, how could you strike the deaf elderly lady? Lin Shaowen bellowed as he rushed to inspect the elderly lady on the ground. His disappointment was palpable. She had merely sustained a superficial wound, not even a concussion. Elderly lady, Yi Zhonghai exclaimed, rushing over in haste. The courtyard erupted into chaos. Quick! Summon a doctor. Someone shouted. Just as someone prepared to run outside, countless eyes turned toward Lin Shaowen. What are you staring at? Lin Shaowen retorted. Lin. Dr. Lin, please come check on the elderly lady, Yi Zhonghai implored, his face taut with urgency, yet a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Should Lin Shaowen approach, regardless of whether he succeeded in treatment, the elderly lady would undoubtedly cling to him. He hesitated. He dared not approach with so many witnesses present. Yi Zhonghai, are you stalling for time? Waiting for the elderly lady to pass away so that you can seize her property? Lin Shaowen thundered. You lie. I have not. Yi Zhonghai vehemently denied. Then why do you not send someone to call for a doctor? I am merely a young man, freshly graduated from university. The elderly lady is covered in blood, on the verge of fainting, and you expect me to treat her? You are utterly ruthless. Lin Shaowen lamented. Indeed, Lin Shaowen has just graduated from university, others murmured. Is Yi Zhonghai truly coveting the elderly lady's property? I heard she is about to draft a will. Yi Zhonghai's face darkened as he ordered Yin Jieqing and Xia Zhu to push a cart to the hospital. As for Jia Zhangshi, she was already in a state of shock, fearing the elderly lady might have truly been killed by the heavy flower pot. The courtyard fell silent. Yet, none departed. They all tacitly awaited Lu Haizhong's return. Lin Shaowen intended to leave, but Yi Zhonghai halted him. Lin Shaowen, you are a doctor. Wait a moment and accompany me to the hospital to visit the elderly lady. Are you out of your mind? She is no kin of mine. Why should I visit her? Lin Shaowen was resolute in his refusal. Lin Shaowen, as the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Do you wish for everyone in the courtyard to despise you? Yi Zhonghai proclaimed with righteous indignation, prompting many to begin pointing fingers at Lin Shaowen. Qin Huairu's heart tightened in an instant. Lin Shaowen surveyed the crowd and suddenly chuckled. My dear neighbors, when you reported me, was it truly for my benefit? When you barged into my home to catch me in the act, was it also for my good? Silence enveloped the crowd. Many were aware of Lin Shaowen's reporting incidents, but none dared to disclose the information to him. They had resolved that once he was expelled, they would promptly invade his home to steal his furniture. During the scandal, nearly all the men in the courtyard had gathered, eager to witness his downfall. Some even hoping to take advantage of Qin Huairu. Lin Shaowen, uninterested in their glances, hummed a tune as he returned home. Many watched his retreating figure, gritting their teeth in anger. Qin Huairu remained, waiting for Lu Haizhong. Others too stayed behind, anticipating Lu Haizhong's return. Should it be confirmed that Lin Shaowen had made unauthorized alterations, they would rush to his home without delay. Half an hour later, Lu Haizhong returned, his expression grim. Third uncle, what news? All eyes were fixed upon him. What news? What else could it be? Lu Haizhong gritted his teeth. The street office declared that the plumbing installed at Lin Shaowen's residence was approved by them, and furthermore, his pipes do not traverse the courtyard, flowing directly from his property to the public restroom. This revelation left many in stunned silence. If it did not pass through the courtyard, it was of no concern to them. Did you mention the use of his property as a public restroom? Yi Zhonghai inquired. The street office merely responded with one statement. Lu Haizhong smiled wryly. What was it? The crowd leaned in closer. Anyone willing to offer their space for a public restroom will have the street office fund its construction. With that, Lu Haizhong's words rendered everyone speechless. Who would voluntarily allow such a setup in their home with constant foot traffic? Moreover, with so many people, wouldn't the odor be overwhelming? Chapter 39. Retaliation and counter-retaliation. That night, Lin Shaowen lay beside Qin Huairu, asleep, utterly exhausted. Qin Huairu treats him as if he were a beast of burden. Traces of their struggles are evident everywhere, in the courtyard, the bathroom, the study. Qin Huairu stealthily caresses her abdomen, oblivious to the extraordinary power of the Qing Nong Shu. The moonlight bathes the western courtyard, and the flowers and plants sown in the daylight begin to sprout, their tender shoots breaking through the earth. In the early morning, when Lin Shaowen rises, Qin Huairu has long since vanished. On the study's dining table sits a steaming bowl of noodles topped with a delicate egg. 20 minutes later, as Lin Shaowen prepares to leave for work, he is struck by a foul odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. His expression darkens immediately as he notices several dried stains on the front door, evidently remnants of last night's antics. Upon stepping into the courtyard, he finds many eyes secretly watching him, filled with a sense of schadenfreude. Is this a game you wish to play? Very well, we shall play at a measured pace, Lin Shaowen remarks, turning away. They think they can get away with this? Indeed, let us switch to a new group tonight. Yes, this time we shall use manure directly. Their whispers have become brazen. After all, with Lin Shaowen absent, what do they have to fear? At the steel mill, Yi Zhonghai barks at a worker. Have you lost your mind? This part must be remade. The workshop director scolds with a stern face. This is acceptable, Yi Zhonghai retorts. Who is the director here, you or me? The workshop director bellows. Yi Zhonghai's face flushes with humiliation. Jia Dongshu, are you a fool? You can't even handle this simple task. The group leader shouts, pointing at Jia Dongshu. You've been in the factory for 5 years and still remain a level 1 worker. Aren't you ashamed? Jia Dongshu stammers, taken aback. Finish this box of parts today. If you don't, just wait and see how I handle you, the group leader demands, bringing over a box of components. Jia Dongshu gulps. There is no way he can complete it. In the cafeteria, He Yuzhu is summoned before all by Wang Korong, who angrily declares, many workers are dissatisfied with the meals you prepare. Do you wish to quit? Who is dissatisfied? He Yuzhu defiantly replies, are you still contemplating revenge on others? Wang Korong's gaze turns dangerous. I wouldn't. He Yuzhu immediately backs down. You had better not. I've heard you're quite the tyrant in the kitchen, bossing everyone around. You're just an 8th level cook. Don't get ahead of yourself, Wang Korong coldly warns. He Yuzhu is chastised like a child. Qin Huairu, however, stifles a laugh, having discovered early that Lin Shaowen had been subjected to rotten eggs. She had dared not speak out, merely sneaking to the infirmary to check on him. Lin Shaowen had reassured her, telling her not to worry. Meanwhile, in Workshop 7, Lu Haizhong is commanded by the workshop director, get over here. In the principal's office of Hongxing Primary School, the principal sternly addresses teacher Yan. Someone has reported that you threatened and extorted money from students' parents. Is there any truth to this? No, principal, you know what kind of person I am. Yan Bugue exclaims, aghast. I certainly know your character. That's why I brought you here, the principal replies, his expression softening slightly. However, you should go home and rest for now. We will investigate the matter further before you return. But, principal, that's enough. This is settled, the principal declares, dismissing Yin Bugue. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yin Bugue is taken aback. Oldie, why are you back? And Uncle Air, why are you here as well? Yin Bugue is dumbfounded to see that most of the courtyard's workers are at home. Our director is targeting me. I simply couldn't take it anymore. So I took leave, Yi Zhonghai sighs. Master, you're in a better situation. I've been sent to clean the toilets, Jia Dongshu laments. Lu Haizhong, with clenched teeth, remains silent, having been humiliated by the director in the workshop. Moments later, another 7 or 8 individuals return, all reprimanded or reported by their superiors, forced to come home for questioning. Something feels off. Yi Zhonghai slaps his forehead. There's definitely something amiss. Yin Bugue also senses the anomaly. Aside from Qin Huairu and Su Damao, nearly everyone has returned. Could this be Lin Shaowen's doing? Absolutely, Lu Haizhong grits his teeth. I didn't throw the eggs. Why am I being targeted? Someone protests. Exactly, I had no part in this. Why should I be implicated? Many voices rise in indignation. Lin Shaowen remains oblivious, but they know. It was indeed Xia Zhu, along with Yin Bugue and a few others, who had thrown the rotten eggs at Lin Shaowen's home last night. I must go to the steel mill and find Lin Shaowen. If I lose this job, my family of 5 will starve, one voice cries out, prompting a change in expression among Yin Bugue, Lu Haizhong, and Xia Zhu. Yi Zhonghai furrows his brow, but isn't overly concerned. He knows about the incident, but did not instigate it. Xia Zhu acted on his own accord, and he merely chose not to intervene. Tell Lin Shaowen. He might not appreciate your good intentions, Lu Haizhong retorts. Lin Shaowen isn't a bad person. He's reasonable. He borrowed a hoe from Third Master yesterday and returned it with a huge melon. Someone quietly adds. Yes, let us go find Lin Shaowen. The courtyard erupts into chaos once more. Enough, stop the commotion. I'll go negotiate with Lin Shaowen, Yi Zhonghai states, rising. Uncle Air, Uncle San, you should come as well. Their expressions shift, and they no longer dare voice dissent. In the infirmary, Lin Shaowen savors a watermelon with a spoon. Oh, you seem to be living quite comfortably, Yi Zhonghai observes with a hint of envy. If you have a problem, speak up. If not, get lost, Lin Shaowen replies bluntly. Do you have no respect for your elders? Lu Haizhong retorts angrily. Lu Haizhong, do you wish to be assigned to the molten iron duty? Lin Shaowen's tone remains calm, yet it sends Lu Haizhong recoiling in fear. This old man is an 8th level worker. I might not be able to touch him for now, but as for you, I wonder how I might deal with you. Though the difference between an 8th level and a 7th level worker may seem slight, it is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Among the thousands at the steel mill, only a few dozen are 8th level workers. 7th level workers, however, are plentiful. Many spend their entire lives without ascending, which is precisely the point. You don't act recklessly, Lu Haizhong stammers, terrified. What does molten iron work entail? It is indeed grueling labor. The molten iron, at over 1,000 degrees, can inflict severe injury even upon mere contact. A direct touch could be fatal. Each year, there are fatalities and countless injuries among those working with molten iron. Such dangerous work is compensated only slightly better than that of ordinary workers. Chapter 40. Jia Dongshu's blind date and teacher Yan. Lin Shaowen's gaze shifts. A cold smile forming. If you lose your job, that would be excessive, especially since you have a family to support. But I've heard that Yin Jieqing is currently trying to find connections, right? Don't waste your money. You can support him until he reaches 40. You. Yin Bugue nearly spits blood. While dealing with Lu Haizhong may pose some difficulty, handling Yin Jieqing would be a piece of cake. Yin Bugue lacks any solid connections. And although Yin Jieqing possesses a high school education, he is merely a temporary worker without a path into the unit. Temporary workers, upon receiving a report, are often dismissed without a second thought, as the unit prefers to err on the side of caution. The infirmary falls into a profound silence. After a long pause, Yi Zhonghai finally speaks. Lin Shaowen, what do you truly want? Now that's the right attitude towards problem solving, Lin Shaowen replies with a smile. First, have the main gate cleaned thoroughly. If I return, and there's even a hint of odor, we shall continue this game. Secondly, Yi Zhonghai, go to the street office and help me apply for a separate electricity meter. A separate electricity meter? What are you planning? Yi Zhonghai frowns. Now the entire courtyard shares a single electricity meter, and everyone must evenly distribute the electricity costs. Although it amounts to little, less than a yuan a month, this sum is merely a trifle for Lin Shaowen. However, should he wish to apply for a separate electricity meter, the process would prove cumbersome. Not only would he need to fill out forms, but he would also have to visit the Power Bureau, which could consume an entire afternoon just dealing with the bureaucratic procedures. Moreover, He would have to endure their expressions when they come to install the meter. It would be quite a spectacle. Surely, you wouldn't want Jia Dongshu to spend his life cleaning toilets, would you? Lin Shaowen deftly grasped the crux of the matter with a single remark directed at Yi Zhonghai. It's just a matter of getting the meter sorted, old E. Go help him out, Lu Haizhong interjected hastily. Indeed, old E. If you go now, an afternoon should suffice, Yin Bugue chimed in. You'll need to lend me your bicycle, Yi Zhonghai stipulated. You can choose to help or not. If you refuse, we'll continue our game. Lin Shaowen declared as he left, carrying his lunchbox and meandering towards the cafeteria. Third uncle, I'm doing you a favor here, Yi Zhonghai remarked, glancing at Yin Bugue. Yin Bugue exclaimed, realizing Yi Zhonghai coveted his bicycle. If you don't want to lend it, then that's fine, after all. Lin Shaowen said you can keep your family's Jiecheng until he turns 40. Yi Zhonghai replied nonchalantly. I'll lend it, Yin Bugue bit out. Feeling the sting of being taken advantage of, yet unwilling to concede. At 5:30 in the evening, Lin Shaowen and Qin Huairu returned on their bicycles. Greeted by a courtyard full of onlookers whose gazes towards Lin Shaowen now brimmed with trepidation, devoid of the morning's rebelliousness. Brother Lin, Dr. Lin, little Lin many greeted him. Their faces adorned with simpering smiles. Your paperwork is complete, and the meter has been installed, Yi Zhonghai announced as he approached. Where is it installed? Lin Shaowen inquired. In the corner of Qin Huairu's room, your meters are together, Yi Zhonghai quickly clarified, adding, it was my suggestion. The Power Bureau's personnel came. But you were not home. It would be reckless to climb over the wall into your courtyard. What if something went missing? While his words rang true, it was evident he had arranged this intentionally. Lin Shaowen appeared determined to distance himself from the courtyard, fearing entanglements with the others. This fellow clearly had connections and must have acquired some fine appliances. Yet, by linking Qin Huairu's meter with his, Yi Zhonghai ensured future disputes would arise. As anticipated, old man, this is not right. My meter is alongside his. How will I calculate my electricity bill? Qin Huairu protested, having emerged to witness the commotion. Was it Lin Shaowen who requested a separate meter? Yi Zhonghai feigned innocence, extending his hand to Lin Shaowen. The meter costs 80 yuan. And the labor fee is 20 totaling 100. He handed over the invoice as he spoke. Which meter costs 100? Yin Bugue gasped in disbelief. The Junyi brand. Yi Zhonghai replied. It's to prevent issues in the courtyard, hence the quality. Yin Bugue fell silent, clearly sensing Yi Zhonghai was trying to swindle Lin Shaowen. An inexpensive meter should only cost 40 yuan. This was, quite literally, highway robbery. Lin Shaowen did not argue, handing over the 100 yuan to Yi Zhonghai, but remarked to Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, you should contribute 40 since you benefit from this. You must be dreaming. It wasn't my decision to dismantle the meter. Now that you've removed my meter, I'll still pay according to the current standards, Qin Huairu retorted loudly. No, Qin Huairu. This isn't right. The two began to bicker heatedly. Xiaozhu considered stepping in to mediate, but was stopped by Yi Zhonghai. After a lengthy argument, no resolution was reached, and both left in a huff. Just as Lin Shaowen returned to the courtyard, Qin Huairu approached him, wrapping her arms around him and planting a kiss on his cheek. Did I act well? It was acceptable. Then, do I not deserve a reward? Qin Huairu. Are you a little rascal? Hee. Qin Huairu ignored Lin Shaowen's consent, pulling him into the room. The sky gradually darkened. The three elderly women who had promised to come plant flowers for Lin Shaowen had not shown up, likely deterred by their husbands. Reluctantly, Lin Shaowen decided to take matters into his own hands. What are you doing? Qin Huairu asked curiously. Planting flowers, Lin Shaowen replied, somewhat helpless. This is not your job. I'll handle it, Qin Huairu insisted, shooing him back inside while she diligently began to till the soil and water the plants. Seeing she wouldn't be coming inside anytime soon, Lin Shaowen turned and entered the island. First draw, 1 ticket for an electric fan. Wow, what a good omen. Lin Shaowen exclaimed with delight. He had been trying to secure a fan ticket for days and never expected to draw one here. Second draw, 1 ticket for an electric fan. Lin Shaowen felt a twinge of discomfort. He wasn't selling fans. Why would he need so many? Third draw, 1 ticket for an electric fan. Lin Shaowen looked at the 3 fan tickets, unsure whether to laugh or cry. After casually picking 2 coconuts, he stepped back outside. Qin Huairu was engrossed in planting flowers when Lin Shaowen handed her a coconut with a small metal straw inserted. She smiled at him and took a gentle sip. It's sweet. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. Who is it? Lin Shaowen shouted. Qin Huairu immediately set down her hoe and retreated to her home. Little Lin, open the door quickly, Su Dumao called from outside. What is going on? Lin Shaowen asked as he opened the door. Come, let us go see. Jia Dongshu is starting another round of matchmaking, Su Dumao said. throwing an arm around Lin Shaowen's shoulders as they stepped outside. Lin Shaowen, eager for the excitement, felt the innate desire for lively company awaken within him. Chapter 41. What does it mean to resemble me? When the two arrived at the courtyard, a crowd had already gathered. The matchmaker Zhang and a shy girl stood at the entrance to the Jia family, where Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu promptly emerged. Why her? Qin Huairu gasped, astonished. Who? Lin Shaowen and the others leaned in with curiosity. Yes, my cousin, a distant cousin, Qin Huairu mumbled. From Qinjia village? Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brow. He had given Jia Dongshu 100 yuan to marry a city girl, yet here he was with a rural girl instead. Lin Shaowen noticed Qin Huairu's reaction and felt a stir of concern. Perhaps this girl had some complications. Yet she was quite attractive. Xiaozhu wore a foolish grin. While she might not surpass Qin Huairu, her fair features and graceful figure made her a beauty in her own right. Lin Shaowen couldn't help but smirk, sensing Xiaozhu's inclination towards widows, a trait seemingly ingrained in the He family. He Daqing favored widows, and He Yuzhu did as well. As the crowd gathered and chatted, it was not without amusement. Lin Shaowen tried to impose some order, and soon the courtyard fell quiet. Yin Jieqing, Lu Guangtian, and others surrounded him and Su Domao, exchanging jokes, while Xiaozhu joined in. The youthful crowd in the courtyard was sparse. The rest were either too young or already settled down, dulled by the rigors of life, and less inclined to join the revelry. Xiaozhu, I hear Jia Dongshu is already on his second marriage. Have you even held a girl's hand? Su Domao teased. Shut your mouth. Xiaozhu retorted disdainfully. I've not only held hands, I've even kissed. Well then, that warrants a trip to the authorities. You're a confirmed rogue. Lin Shaowen jested. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Xiaozhu's face turned crimson as he protested. Su Domao, Lin Shaowen, I may be single, but so are you. Lin Shaowen, having just graduated from university, was not exempt, and neither was Su Domao. How many years have you worked? My family has long prepared everything for me. Su Domao said with pride. Who is it? Not only was Xiaozhu curious, but the others were also intrigued by Su Domao's words. It is a secret that cannot be revealed. Su Domao's remark made many feel a twinge of envy. Lin Shaowen observed Su Domao, deep in thought. Many say that Lu Xiaowa is the kindest person in the courtyard, and this statement holds true. Miss Lu Xiaowa hails from a distinguished background. Her nature is carefree. Her trajectory in life is entirely different from Su Domao's. Her marriage to Su Domao was a sacrifice made by her family. However, it has been proven that such a sacrifice is of no use. Despite marrying Su Domao, Lu Xiaowa has treated him quite well. Although Lu Banqing looks down on Su Domao, he has never mistreated him, which serves as compensation for Lu Xiaowa. So it is settled. We shall go and obtain the marriage certificate tomorrow. Zhang matchmaker stepped out alone, while Qin Pairu remained at the Jia family. Wow, it's done, Xiaozhu exclaimed. Isn't it? Zhang matchmaker smiled at the crowd, saying that she is a good girl and would not disdain her husband's family. Aunt, my Jieqing is not small either. What do you think? The third aunt, upon seeing Jia Dongshu's success, immediately had an idea. Yin Jieqing is not small either. After graduating high school, he has been wandering for a few years, and now he is in his early 20s. Jieqing is quite good. I will help him find a suitable girl. Zhang matchmaker cheerfully stated. And Zhang, what about me? Xiaozhu chimed in. Wow, He Yuzhu, you are not bad either. I hear your salary is quite high, Zhang matchmaker praised. Indeed. My monthly salary is 37 yuan and 50 cents. Xiaozhu stood proudly, yet his gaze flickered towards Su Domao. Despite Su Domao bringing home items daily, his salary is indeed not higher than Xiaozhu's. He is a level 9 projectionist, earning just over 30 yuan. What is there to show off? Lin is earning 77 yuan and 85 cents, yet he doesn't boast about it every day, Su Domao scoffed. A commotion erupted in the courtyard. Such matters would not be significant if not mentioned, but once brought up, they ignite envy and jealousy. Old Su, you may argue, but I haven't provoked you, Lin Shaowen retorted. Now, everyone in the courtyard harbors ill will towards him. If further provoked, who knows what might happen? Zhang matchmaker smacked her forehead, then smiled at Lin Shaowen, saying, Dr. Lin, you are not young anymore. Your benefits are good. Tell your aunt what kind of girl you would like. Almost everyone ceased their conversations, turning their attention to Lin Shaowen. They may resent him, but if they could become his relatives, that would be splendid. Even the unconnected He Yushui has gained so much. The third aunt just borrowed a hoe from him and obtained a massive cantaloupe. Just a bit leaked from him would suffice for everyone to eat. Qin Huairu felt a sudden tightening in her heart. She cherishes her current life. With a respectable job and Lin Shaowen's support, her superiors treat her with great courtesy. She dresses beautifully every day, rides a bicycle, and countless envy her. Sometimes, when she wakes up in the middle of the night, She feels this life seems almost unreal. Yet, Lin Shaowen will inevitably marry. He cannot remain single forever. While he is still young, if he does not marry in a few years, the neighborhood committee will send someone. Lin Shaowen is not Shaju. The committee is well aware of his background. I have no thoughts on that for now. I find being alone quite pleasant, Lin Shaowen said, waving his hand with a smile. Dr. Lin, heed your aunt's advice. Finding a considerate girl to care for you at home would be wonderful. Zhang Matchmaker earnestly suggested. With your conditions, any girl would be delighted to marry you, managing the home efficiently, and you would return to a hot meal every day. How lovely. Indeed, Dr. Lin, Aunt Zhang is right, several aunts chimed in. However, as the conversation progressed, it took a strange turn. Dr. Lin, I have a niece, 19. With a job, just give a nod, and I will have her come over. The betrothal gifts are merely for formality. We are not after that. We simply admire you. The third aunt rushed to propose. Hey, third aunt, that's not right. Someone objected. I have a niece, 18. She may not have a job, but she is thrifty. Dr. Lin's monthly salary can support a family of 7 or 8. All he lacks is a caring companion. That's irrelevant. What does this have to do with you? The third aunt put her hands on her hips, ready for battle. Third aunt, I have seen your niece. She resembles Zhu Beijing's second aunt. Do you really want to introduce her to Dr. Lin? Forget it, Aunt Qian retorted. Who are you calling Zhu Beijing's second aunt? The third aunt shot back. No, third aunt, what do you mean by resembling me? Shaju protested. In an instant, the courtyard erupted into chaos. Supporters, mediators, instigators. Every kind of character surfaced. Zhang Matchmaker covered her head, overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity amidst the commotion, Lin Shaowen slipped away. After watching the spectacle for a while, Qin Huairu noticed Lin Shaowen was missing and followed suit. Chapter 42. The True Curse of Marriage in the West Wing. Lin Shaowen gazed at the flowers, now knee-high. In all, the climbing ivy was astonishing. He did not know what kind of genes produced it, but it was particularly dense and covered in thorns. Although the toxicity is not severe, Lin Shaowen, in a moment of folly, brushed his hand against it, nearly bringing tears to his eyes from the pain. He was genuinely concerned about his relationship with Qin Huairu being discovered. After all, this era is different. If caught in a scandal, one could face dismissal from their job or, in worse cases, imprisonment. Although Qin Huairu is divorced, a young bachelor like him mingling with her would not be approved by either the neighborhood committee or the steel mill. While it would not ruin his future, as he has none to jeopardize, it would certainly lead to uncomfortable discussions with Director Wang, factory manager Yang, and even Qin Zhong. Now, with the thorny ivy, he felt a sense of security. If he could lure the ivy out to cover the entire wall, it would indeed become a lethal barrier for any intruder. As Lin Shaowen reclined in his chair, lost in thought, Qin Huairu approached, taking a small stool beside him and resting her head on his thigh. What's wrong? Are you troubled? Shaowen, I think. Perhaps you should let Aunt Zhang introduce someone to you. Qin Huairu suggested softly. Why? Are you tired of me? Lin Shaowen ruffled her hair. How could that be? Qin Huairu lifted her face, saying, being with you, I could never grow weary. It's just, you are not young anymore. It's time to settle down. When she spoke these words, she had truly wrestled with her thoughts. She was several years older than Lin Shaowen. While she could still bear children, society would not accept their relationship. No rush, we can discuss it in a few years. Lin Shaowen sighed, acknowledging that marriage entails parenthood. To be honest, he was not ready to become a father. Don't you like children? Qin Huairu asked, her tone tense. It's not that I don't like them. I just haven't prepared myself mentally, Lin Shaowen responded with self-deprecation. I still feel like a child myself, truly. I'm not joking. In his time, children had become a topic that made many uneasy. I want to have a child with you. Qin Huairu mustered her courage. All right, but not now, Lin Shaowen nodded with a smile. But in a few years, I'll be 30. I fear by then I might not be able to conceive, Qin Huairu said, her face scrunched in worry. Have you forgotten what I do? Lin Shaowen proudly declared. I'm not boasting. Even if Jia Zhang seeks to have a child at an old age, I have my ways. Go away, stop talking nonsense. Qin Huairu playfully scolded as she leaned against him. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, with only the distant chirping of insects audible. After a while, Lin Shaowen inquired, what is the situation with Qin Peiru? She has been married before, Qin Huairu replied with a wry smile. Married? Lin Shaowen exclaimed in surprise. Isn't she supposed to be a pure maiden from the Jia family? That is impossible, given Jia Zhang's nature. If Qin Peiru weren't a pure maiden, she would have been kicked out by the next day. Observing Lin's expression, Qin Huairu quickly understood. She is indeed a pure maiden. Is her husband inadequate in that aspect? Lin Shaowen asked, puzzled. How could that be? Where are your thoughts wandering off to? Qin Huai-ru playfully scolded, then sighed. Not only has she been married, but she has been married 4 times. Each time she wed, her husband met an unfortunate end. So in our place, no one dares to marry her even if her family offers a dowry. A widow-maker, Lin Shaowen murmured. Although he was skeptical about such beliefs, the notion of widows bringing misfortune had persisted throughout history, making it hard for him to dismiss. He pondered the consequences if Jia Dongsu were to meet an untimely fate. It would leave everyone in a quandary. Qin Huai-ru sighed softly. Although she had clashed with the child, he was still her offspring. If it troubles you too much, why not give him some money every month? Lin Shaowen suggested. No way, Qin Huai-ru firmly rejected. The child inherits his grandmother's temperament. If I open that door, I can forget about having a peaceful life thereafter. Despite her heartache, the thought of providing funds for the child felt akin to a death sentence. Knowing Jia Zhang's unscrupulous nature, once the child had a taste of money, he would resort to every trick in the book. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on such matters. It's time to sleep, Lin Shaowen said, patting her gently. All right, Qin Huai-ru responded, pulling him up as they made their way to the bedroom. The next day, the sun was high in the sky, yet neither had the inclination to rise. Qin Huai-ru was happily cuddled up to Lin Shaowen, relishing this rare moment. She had never slept in this late, neither before nor after her marriage. Before marriage, she toiled in the fields. After, she served Jia Zhang. If she attempted to rise at this hour, Jia Zhang and Jia Dongsu would surely have her head. Come now, don't make a fuss so early in the morning, Lin Shaowen grasped her mischievous hand. It's the weekend. After all, there is nothing to do, Qin Huai-ru giggled. Who says there is nothing to do? I have to go to the supply and marketing cooperative today, Lin Shaowen replied earnestly. Comrade Qin Huai-ru, public displays of affection are unbecoming. You ought to be mindful, hiss. Time passed unmeasured. When Qin Huai-ru awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon. After stretching and preparing a meal, she finally roused Lin Shaowen. They made their way to the cooperative together. Shaowen, please don't buy any more clothes. I have plenty already, Qin Huai-ru pleaded. But it's almost the change of seasons. We should buy a few pieces for spring and autumn, Lin Shaowen insisted, unfazed. It's best not to. Your salary is high, but you can't afford to be so extravagant. Qin Huai-ru shook her head. She truly wished for Lin Shaowen to spend wisely, even if it was on her. Lin Shaowen pinched her delicate nose and whispered, Guess how much I earned from my last consultation? How much? Qin Huai-ru's interest was piqued instantly. Lin Shaowen raised one hand. 50? What? Qin Huai-ru gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. This little man was incredible. He earned her 2 months' salary in one go. That's too shallow. Lin Shaowen scoffed. 500. Qin Huai-ru's legs nearly gave way, and had it not been for Lin Shaowen's quick reflexes, she would have tumbled to the floor. Rest assured, your man is quite capable, Lin Shaowen whispered in her ear. I know. I've always known. Qin Huai-ru's gaze towards Lin Shaowen brimmed with admiration. From her entry into the steel mill to being introduced to the Women's Federation by Li Chunhua, he had orchestrated everything flawlessly for her. If the situation had been more fitting, she would have been unable to resist embracing him. Chapter 43. Lu Shaoyi arrives at the courtyard with a buoyant spirit. Lin Shaowen took Qin Huai-ru shopping, purchasing 4 sets of spring and autumn attire for her, along with 2 pairs of shoes. He also bought several outfits and shoes for himself, all of which Qin Huai-ru carried. Despite knowing Lin Shaowen was making money, she felt a twinge of anxiety. What troubled her further was that Lin Shaowen had bought 3 electric fans in one go. Their shopping spree nearly depleted 500 yuan. Thus, Qin Huai-ru resolutely refused to dine out, and reluctantly, they returned to the courtyard. In Nanluo Guxiang. Wow, Qin Huai-ru, are you truly living it up? Yan Bugui remarked, eyeing the numerous bags in her hands. More than half of these belonged to Lin Shaowen. I ran into him at the cooperative, and he asked me to help carry some things. Then he vanished, leaving me nearly exhausted, Qin Huai-ru retorted. That Lin is quite the character, Sha Zhu exclaimed angrily. Who can argue with that? Qin Huai-ru sighed. I'm heading back to rest. I'm utterly worn out. With that, she headed towards the back courtyard. Passing through the central courtyard, she noticed Qin Pei-ru laughing and chatting with Jia Zhang. At that moment, Jia Zhang appeared far less domineering, instead exhibiting a kind and gentle demeanor. Jia Dongsu beamed beside her, while the child, Bang Gong, affectionately called Qin Pei-ru Mama. The family of 4 appeared harmonious. Upon noticing Qin Huai-ru, their expressions shifted dramatically. There's someone who actually has a job. Let us see what kind of nonsense they come up with. Jia Zhang sneered. Wretched woman, shameless hussy, Bang Gong muttered under his breath. Jia Dongsu remained silent, merely casting a disdainful glance at Qin Huai-ru. Qin Pei-ru, however, wore a worried expression, knowing Jia Dongsu was Qin Huairu's ex-husband. Yet, she felt trapped. If she didn't marry soon, she might truly resort to desperate measures. The rumors in rural areas could be deadly. Qin Huairu couldn't be bothered with them and returned straight to the back courtyard. Before long, Lin Shaowen appeared, carrying several containers of food. Returning leisurely to the yard. "Shaolin, you're back. Just now. Qin Huairu scolded you quite a bit," third uncle said cheerfully. "Does she even have the audacity to speak?" Lin Shaowen retorted, his eyes wide in disbelief. "I asked her to help me carry something, and when I turned back, she had vanished. I nearly called the police. How could you have the gall to ask Sister Qin to carry things?" Shaju defended Qin Huairu. "What is it to you?" Lin Shaowen replied dismissively. "You, living in the back courtyard, why are you always loitering in the front? Have you taken a fancy to Jia Dongsu's new wife?" "Lin, don't slander me." Shaju's face flushed red. "Who knows?" Lin Shaowen gazed skyward. A young man, neglecting his own affairs, constantly fawning over Sister Qin. I wonder what he is after. Lin Shaowen, don't be so arrogant. There will come a time when you'll be crying. Feeling the sting of truth, Shaju hurriedly fled. Lin Shaowen, uninterested in Shaju's antics, was about to head home when a surprised voice called out behind him. "What are you doing here?" Lu Shaoyi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Who were you talking to?" Lin Shaowen frowned. Don't you recognize me?" We've met before. Lu Shaoyi stepped forward, while Su Damao's eyelids twitched. "Never seen you, don't know you, goodbye." Although Lin Shaowen was unafraid of Su Damao, he had no desire to offend him. After all, Su was the only companion he had in this courtyard. Losing a friend over a woman who wasn't even his was a foolish act. "Brother, you're quite something." Su Damao silently admired Lin Shaowen's indifference. Lu Shaoyi bit her lip, gazing at Lin Shaowen's retreating figure, and inexplicably felt compelled to follow him. "Shaoyi, I live over there," Su Damao called out anxiously. He and Lin Shaowen resided in the back courtyard, but they were worlds apart. "I need to speak with Dr. Lin about something. You head back first, and I'll find you later." Luo Xiaowa, having uttered a remark, hurried after Lin Shaowen. As Lin Shaowen passed through the courtyard, he encountered the Jia family's 4 members. "How can you not choke on all that good food?" Jia Zhongshu muttered, eyeing the lunchbox in his hand. "Jia Dongshu," Lin Shaowen suddenly called out. "What?" Jia Dongshu replied, somewhat irked. "Did your father choke to death?" Lin Shaowen inquired with curiosity. "You little beast, what nonsense are you spouting?" Jia Zhongshu's temper flared. Calm down, Lin Shaowen quickly urged. "I'm merely curious. You always talk about dying this way or that way, and I can't make sense of how old Jia actually died. You little beast, may you meet a bad end." Jia Zhongshu shot up in anger. "Lin Shaowen, are you looking for trouble?" Jia Dongshu wore a grim expression. Qin Pairu glanced at Lin Shaowen, then at her mother-in-law and husband, wisely choosing silence. "Do you not recognize a good person's heart?" Lin Shaowen lamented. "Jia Zhongshu, you must keep the household registration book well hidden. That Jia sister-in-law, if one day Jia Zhongshu wants to merge your household with hers, you must not agree. You little beast, I will fight you." Jia Zhongshu lunged at him. Jia Dongshu turned red, grabbing a kitchen knife from the entrance. But Lin Shaowen was too clever. By the time they charged at him, he had already fled far away. Jia Dongshu pursued him into the backyard, intending to strike Lin Shaowen's door with the knife, but was simultaneously stopped by Qin Pairu and Jia Zhongshu. "Son, you cannot strike that," Jia Zhongshu urged. "Why not?" Jia Dongshu asked, his face dark. "That door costs 200. If you damage it, that little beast will surely extort us." Jia Zhongshu was particularly shrewd when it came to matters of money. "Dongshu, let it go. Do not argue with such a person," Qin Pairu advised gently. "Humph," Jia Dongshu scoffed, turning to leave when he spotted Luo Xiaowa, dressed in a charming little dress, standing there. "Excuse me, is Dr. Lin residing here?" "There is no such person here," Jia Dongshu retorted, turning back into the house. "Miss, I advise you, Lin Shaowen is not a good man," Jia Zhongshu added with a sarcastic tone. "All right, thank you," Luo Xiaowa politely replied, glancing at the grand copper door. After hesitating, she ultimately knocked on it. "Who is it?" Lin Shaowen shouted gruffly while fiddling with a fan, thinking it might be someone from the Jia family coming to cause trouble. Qin Huairu quickly rushed back to her own home, peeking through the window to see a young woman standing elegantly at the door. I am Luo Xiaowa." Lin Shaowen frowned, opening the door. "What brings you here? Where is Su Damao?" I wanted to talk to you," Luo Xiaowa said timidly. After a moment of silence, Lin Shaowen stepped aside, allowing her into the courtyard. Since she had come, he thought, why worry about Su Damao's misconceptions? Chapter 44, He Likes Men. Once inside the courtyard, Luo Xiaowa was momentarily stunned. The fast-growing flowers surrounding the yard were in full bloom, and the climbing ivy had reached the top of the wall. giving the entire space a vibrant spring atmosphere. In one corner, a sunshade had been erected, complete with a lounge chair and a small tea table. On the opposite side stood a large table with 2 long benches, all robust and exuding quality. A vase adorned the table, filled with a bouquet of fresh flowers, creating a picturesque scene. "Would you like some water?" Lin Shaowen inquired. "No, thank you," Luo Xiao replied softly. "How about some coconut?" Lin Shaowen asked again. "Coconut? Do you have coconuts at home?" Luo Xiao asked in surprise, recalling the last time she had eaten coconut was when she was very young, and her father had procured it from afar. "None here," Lin Shaowen shrugged. "Oh," Luo Xiao said, somewhat disappointed. After a brief moment in his study, Lin Shaowen emerged with 2 coconuts, each adorned with a straw. "Why are you deceiving me?" Luo Xiao playfully chided. "Would you like one?" Lin Shaowen shrugged. "Yes." Luo Xiao blushed. "Take your time drinking." After instructing her, Lin Shaowen resumed adjusting his fan. He had purchased 3 fans in total, one for the sunshade, one for Qin Huairu, and the last for his bedroom. However, there was no power source at the sunshade, so he was working to connect electricity and install a light fixture. Otherwise, without moonlight at night, the yard would be utterly dark. "May I take a look around?" Luo Xiao asked, clutching the coconut as she stood up. "Sure." Lin Shaowen responded distractedly, continuing with his wiring. Luo Xiao entered the study and noticed 2 pairs of slippers on the floor, which made her smile. "Doctor, Lin is quite thoughtful, even providing slippers for guests." She slipped on the slippers and was taken aback upon entering the study. The polished floor was spotless, and the golden silk Nanmu furniture gleamed in the sunlight. The large desk held only a bouquet of flowers and some stationery, devoid of any other items. Behind the desk stood a towering bookshelf, reaching from floor to ceiling, accompanied by a small ladder. The shelves were densely packed with books, all evidently well-fingered, mostly old volumes. "No wonder he is so knowledgeable," Luo Xiao mused. If Lin Shaowen had heard this, he would have vehemently protested his innocence. Most of these books were either acquired or belonged to his late father, a middle-aged man with a comfortable income who easily indulged in his hobbies. She picked up a book and flipped through a few pages, finding them filled with dense notes. The handwriting was strong and vigorous, somewhat different from the prescription she had seen at the Zhao family's, though the differences were minor, and Luo Xiao paid little heed. She then proceeded to examine the bathroom and toilet, amazed by the luxurious shower fixtures. "It even has hot water? I don't see any boiler here," she pondered, bewildered. Of course, if she could comprehend the workings of a solar-powered electric water heater, that would indeed be remarkable. "A little bourgeois," Luo Xiao remarked, hesitating before finally entering Lin Shaowen's bedroom. The sight of the expansive 2x2-meter bed stunned her. The bedroom's decor was simple. Aside from a massive wardrobe, there was nothing else. Remembering the 2 pairs of slippers in the study, she noticed there were also 2 pairs in the bedroom, causing her heart to tighten. She leaned forward to glance and saw Lin Shaowen still busy with the fan, suppressing her embarrassment as she opened the wardrobe. "Phew." Luo Xiao sighed in relief. There were no female garments within. Suddenly, a noise from the courtyard made her flush, prompting her to quickly shut the wardrobe and dash outside. "Oh, this is the essence of life." Lin Shaowen, satisfied with the fan he had modified, watched it sway atop the sunshade. "Have you finished?" Luo Xiao asked with a smile. "Yes, it's done," Lin Shaowen nodded, reclining on the lounge chair. "It's quite rude to treat a lady like this," Luo Xiao pointed out. "Aren't you supposed to be on a date with Su Damao? Why come here?" Lin Shaowen replied lazily. "I wish to be friends with you," Luo Xiao giggled. "If you were Su Damao, would you allow him to have a female friend?" Lin Shaowen scoffed. "Why not?" Luo Xiao's eyes widened. What pure friendship could exist between men and women? It's merely a matter of desire. Lin Shaowen, leisurely puffing on a cigarette, swayed gently. "There can be pure friendships." "Indeed," Luo Xiao retorted, blushing. "For instance, you left your date to come to my courtyard. Do you truly believe that I would trust you only wish to befriend me? Or perhaps, do you think Su Dama would believe that you merely want to be my friend?" Lin Shaowen mused. "What do you think I am here for?" Lu Xiaoyi rested her chin on her hand. "You have taken a fancy to me," Lin Shaowen replied leisurely. You are quite shameless," Lu Xiaoyi uttered hastily. Her cheeks flushed as she fled. Before departing, she glanced back at Lin Shaowen, only to find him standing beneath the awning, his gaze fixed intently upon her, causing her heart to skip a beat as she hurriedly shut the gate. Leaning against the door, she gasped for breath, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Xiaoyi, what brings you here?" Su Damao approached, cautioning her not to lean against the door, for Lin Shaowen was not an easy man to deal with. He was practically the pariah of the courtyard. It is no wonder that Su Damao is quite the talent, seizing every opportunity to cast aspersions on Lin Shaowen. "Oh, why is that?" Lu Xiaoyi's interest was piqued. "He lacks respect for the elderly and is quite selfish. Su Damao, with no qualms, began to malign Lin Shaowen, claiming that he had a toilet at home, yet refused to allow the elderly in the courtyard to use it. Would you not agree that such a person has moral issues? Indeed, there are certainly problems. Lu Shaowen nodded. And what else? Do you know about the deaf old lady? She resides in our back courtyard. One of the uncles in our courtyard pays her 10 yuan each month to take care of her. Why him? Lu Shaowen inquired, intrigued. Because he has a large courtyard, Su Damao replied with a hint of envy. Have you never visited his home? Let me tell you, this fellow is quite the glutton, occupying 3 large rooms, all to himself, surpassing even the former landlords in excess. That is indeed excessive. I suspect this fellow has some issues, Su Damao whispered. We have a divorcee living in the ear room of his house, and the woman is extraordinarily beautiful. And then, many are waiting for the night to catch them in the act, Su Damao chuckled. But who would know? This fellow never steps outside after work. And neither does the woman. They live as if they were strangers. Do you not think that something is amiss? What could possibly be wrong with that? Lu Shaowen exclaimed in astonishment. Is it not normal for a divorced woman and a young man to share a space, without any expectation of impropriety? Many say he prefers men. Su Damao finished his statement and burst into laughter. He prefers men? Lu Shaowen also found it amusing, her laughter enchanting and delightful. Chapter 45. I am not Lu Shaowen followed Su Damao to the back courtyard, where she saw the deaf old lady basking in the sun. And she stepped forward to greet her. Shaju, hearing the commotion outside, rushed out, and upon seeing Lu Shaowen, he was momentarily stunned. Lu Shaowen was clad in a stylish dress, her hair styled in glamorous waves, and elegant little shoes adorned her feet, giving her an air of sophistication. This is our factory's cook, Shaju, Su Damao remarked, raising an eyebrow. This is my partner, Lu Shaowen. Su Damao, we are not yet partners, Lu Shaowen corrected him. Ahem. Prospective partners, Su Damao's face flushed. Lu Shaowen is it? Do not fall for this fellow's charm. He is not a good person, Shaju proclaimed loudly. Shaju, cease your nonsense. You are not a good person yourself, Su Damao retorted angrily. Lu Shaowen, let me tell you, the worst in our courtyard is this Su Damao. He is even worse than Lin Shaowen. Shaju scoffed. Spare me your nonsense. You are far worse than Lin Shaowen, Su Damao shouted. You are worse than Lin Shaowen. The two bickered like children, even resorting to spitting at one another, causing Lu Shaowen to feel a wave of disgust. She turned to the elderly lady seated on the chair and smiled sweetly. Dear lady, what sort of person is Lin Shaowen? He is a scoundrel. The deaf old lady's expression changed instantly. My dear, let me tell you, if you marry into this courtyard, do not engage with Lin Shaowen. He is a rascal with sores on his head and pus on his feet. Indeed, Su Damao has said the same. Lu Shaowen nodded vigorously. Su Damao and Shaju continued their playful banter until they eventually grew tired. They agreed to continue their quarrel later, and Su Damao led Lu Shaowen back home. Su Damao's home was tidy, with everything neatly arranged in the 2 rooms. Lu Shaowen discreetly peered under the bed, only to find it stuffed with items, clothes, shoes, and even 2 bowls containing noodles, which made her feel quite nauseous. Shaowen, why not stay for dinner and sample my culinary skills? Su Damao said, reaching out to take Lu Shaowen's hand, only to have her deftly evade him. Yet before she could speak, a voice called from outside, Lu Shaowen, do not be deceived. He can barely cook a thing. What business is it of yours? Su Damao lamented, realizing he should have brought Lu Shaowen home while Shaju was away. Lu Shaowen, I will remain outside. If Su Damao dares to lay a hand on you, I will rush in and send him to the neighborhood watch. Aside from when he faces Qin Huairu, Shaju is quite clever. His shout made it impossible for Lu Shaowen to even consider sitting down, and she felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Su Damao, I must return. Your neighbors are rather amusing. Lu Shaowen laughed sweetly and stood to leave. I will see you out, Su Damao said hurriedly, glaring fiercely at Shaju as he exited. Shaju, sporting a mischievous grin, even raised his fist in a mocking gesture. One day, I shall have my revenge. Su Damao shot back a threatening remark and hurried after Lu Shaowen. At this moment, in the central courtyard, Jia Zhangshi was calling out for her deceased husband, still addressing Yin Bugui. My dear Jia, why did you leave me? I, this old woman, am nearly being bullied to death by Yin Laoshi. You must come and take a look, or take Yin Laoshi away, old Jia. It must be said that Jia Zhangshi truly had a knack for calling out. Though her lamentations were neither painful nor irritating, they were undeniably vexing. Yin Bugui's face was ashen, his grip on the hoe trembling slightly. He was a respected teacher and one of the 3 elders in the courtyard, and Jia Zhangshi's antics nearly drove him to his wit's end. A crowd had gathered to watch. Lin Shaowen was among them, squatting nearby, munching on seeds while directing Jia Zhangshi's performance. Jia Zhangshi, you must slap your thigh. The rhythm must not falter. When you call out old Jia, raise your voice a tad. Upon witnessing Lin Shaowen's demeanor, Lu Shaoyi's eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Shaowen, I ask, do you have nothing better to do? Yin Bugui retorted irritably, blaming Lin Shaowen for the chaos caused by Jia Zhangshi. Old Yin, that is not quite fair, Lin Shaowen replied, displeased. Initially, I had no intention of introducing Qin Huairu for a job, but you forced my hand. Now that the task is done, you wish to deny it? Did I compel you? Yin Bugui exclaimed, exasperated. The entire courtyard shared the burden, yet Jia Zhangshi seems to visit my home daily. Did we not agree that all 3 elders would partake? That is simple enough. Lin Shaowen tilted his head. Oh, do you know why? Yin Bugui immediately became interested. If you shout, Yi Zhonghai is an old fool, I will tell you right away. Lin Shaowen grinned mischievously. Such behavior is utterly unbecoming. Yin Bugui's expression darkened. Perhaps you could ask your son to shout it instead. Lin Shaowen took a step back, and Yin Bugui fell silent, his gaze darting towards Yin Jiequang, who was watching the commotion. Yin Jiequang instantly understood the situation. Without uttering another word, he dashed to Yi Zhonghai's doorstep and shouted, Yi Zhonghai, you old scoundrel. After making his proclamation, he sprinted away. Who is that? Oh dear. The sound of something heavy crashing to the ground emanated from Yi Zhonghai's home. You little rascal, what are you yelling about? Show some respect. Yi Bugui pretended to chase after him for a couple of steps. But Yin Jiequang had already vanished from sight. After a while, Yi Zhonghai emerged, clutching his waist, and cursed, who is so impolite? It's Yin Lao Air. Someone called out. Yi Bugui, how are you managing the children? Yi Zhonghai rebuked angrily. Old Yin, do you know why the Jia and Zhang families are always seeking you out? It's because they have both spent money. If you don't believe me, just ask Jia and Zhang. Lin Shaowen, witnessing Yi Zhonghai's furious demeanor, spoke earnestly. Uncle Yi, there's no need to thank me. I am also a part of the courtyard. It is my duty. With that, he swiftly returned home. Lin Shaowen, you rascal. Yi Zhonghai bellowed at the sky. Lu Shaoyi, watching Lin Shaowen's retreating figure, chuckled incessantly. Lin Shaowen was far more intriguing than she had imagined. I was wondering why Jia and Zhang have been seeking me out for 4 consecutive days. It turns out they were bribed by you too, Yi Bugui sneered. Old Yin, let me explain. I want to listen. Just wait for me. Yi Bugui left with a fierce remark and returned indoors. Yi Zhonghai, observing the giggling Lu Shaoyi, solemnly advised, you are engaged to Su Damao, right? If you come to this courtyard in the future, keep your distance from that lad. I am not. Lu Shaoyi laughed, shaking her head, and disregarded Yi Zhonghai's further admonitions as she hopped into a car and drove away. Yi Zhonghai was left bewildered, pondering the situation. Su Damao was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, roaring, Shaju, I will take you on. Following that, the backyard echoed with Su Damao's lamentations. Chapter 46. I do not want to marry Su Damao at the Lu family mansion. While conversing with Lu Shaoyi's parents, Wu Ma was startled by a commotion at the door, her expression shifting instantly. Why are they back so soon? Did Su Damao fail to win over Lu Shaoyi? Wu Ma, please step out for a moment. I have something to discuss with my parents, Lu Shaoyi declared as she settled onto the sofa. Miss, you and Su Damao. Wu Ma attempted to continue, but Lu Shaoyi shot her a glare, prompting Wu Ma to retreat awkwardly. Shaoyi, that is your future mother-in-law, Lu's mother admonished. She is not. I do not like Su Damao, Lu Shaoyi stated candidly. Nonsense. Lu Banqing slammed the table. Shaoyi, do you not understand our family situation? This is not simply a matter of preference. Wu Ma, eavesdropping from a distance, was satisfied by the sound of the table slamming and left. I know. You merely wish to secure a future for the Lu family. Lu Shaoyi bit her lip. You want me to marry Su Damao to show loyalty to certain individuals, right? Lu Banqing snorted but remained silent. In truth, he did not wish for Lu Shaoyi to marry Su Damao either. After all, Su Damao was merely the son of a servant. However, if they did not proceed with this arrangement, numerous eyes would be watching the Lu family. After all, Lu Banqing was a man of substantial wealth. Although he had converted most of his assets to a public-private partnership, the wealth he retained was still astonishing. Actually, if you wish to stabilize the Lu family, I have a better option, Lu Shaoyi blushed. Oh, Lu Banqing's interest was piqued. His daughter had been pampered since childhood, treated delicately as if she might break. This had led Lu Shaoyi to develop a free-spirited nature, showing little interest in such matters. When the notion of marrying her off to Su Damao was proposed, Lu Banqing had wept profusely. Father, do you remember the doctor we met at Grandpa Zhao's house last time? Lu Shaoyi said, her cheeks flushed. Who? Lin Shaowen. Lu Banqing was taken aback, then slapped his forehead. Shaoyi, have you seen him? After returning from Zhao Qingming, He had immediately dispatched someone to gather information on Lin Shaowen, a top student from the medical university, a prized disciple of Dean Xin, who had given up an exceptionally high-paying position at Xiao Hospital to resolutely join the steel factory. His parents were both highly educated individuals and martyrs' families. Such a background was indeed formidable. What does it matter if he comes from 3 generations of peasants? His father sacrificed himself for the country. How can you compare? Yes, I have met him, Liu Shaoyi admitted shyly, but do not rejoice too soon. He is rather unpleasant, and he said that I have feelings for him. Oh, is that so? Liu's mother exclaimed in surprise. Liu Shaoyi recounted her visit to Lin Shaowen's home, leaving her parents speechless with laughter, especially Liu's mother, who initially thought that anyone who dared to dissuade Zhao's wife from enticing doctors with benefits would be quite a stern individual, only to find him so amusing. Furthermore, Lin Shaowen seemed unperturbed by the stunning beauty residing next door, proving he was indeed a man of integrity. Mother, I must tell you, the flowers in Lin Shaowen's garden are particularly beautiful, even more so than ours, and he is exceptionally tidy. Liu Shaoyi chattered on, leaving Liu Bansheng with a wry smile. His daughter had clearly fallen head over heels. Really? Then I must go see for myself, Liu's mother said affectionately. But there's no reason, Liu Shaoyi lamented. You don't understand. Lin Shaowen is quite annoying. He even implied that I have feelings for him. Oh, is that so? Liu's mother was astonished. Liu Shaoyi recounted how she had followed Lin Shaowen to his home, making Liu's mother both amused and exasperated. You, an unmarried young lady, trailing a young man to his home, is that not an indication of interest? What reason do you need? Liu Bansheng interjected sternly. Your mother is unwell. Lin is an excellent doctor. Take her to the steel factory for a visit. Right, father is clever. Liu Shaoyi perked up. Tomorrow is Monday. We shall go. But wait, I need to check my clothes. I cannot wear anything too eye-catching to the steel factory. With that, she dashed upstairs. This daughter of mine has been raised in vain, Liu's mother sighed. She is too optimistic. Lin Shaowen is not someone easily won over, Liu Bansheng lamented. Oh, is there something that Liu Bansheng cannot handle? Liu's mother was surprised. Did you know that old Zhao has recovered? Are you aware of this? Liu Bansheng inquired. Yes. I visited the hospital yesterday and chatted with Mrs. Zhao for a bit, Liu's mother nodded. Liu Bansheng fell silent, closing his eyes to rest. After a long moment, Liu's mother chuckled softly. If Lin Shaowen disregarded someone as significant as Zhao Qingming, what did the Liu family signify in comparison? In the Nanluo Guxiang, West Wing Courtyard, Lin Shaowen noticed Qin Huairu looking despondent. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? He asked. No, she forced a smile. Let me guess, is it because of Liu Shaoyi? Lin Shaowen wrapped his arms around her. Actually, Miss Liu is quite admirable, Qin Huairu sighed. Indeed, she is, Lin Shaowen acknowledged. But if I were to marry her, I doubt the union would last beyond a decade. Why? Qin Huairu was taken aback. There are many things you will come to understand in due time, Lin Shaowen replied with a smile. Then, hypothetically speaking, would you marry Miss Liu? Qin Huairu pressed. If fate allows, why not? Lin Shaowen murmured. However, companionship is the most enduring declaration of love. Prolonged separation can diminish feelings. I don't understand. Qin Huairu nestled her head against his chest. Not understanding is precisely the point. I, too, do not comprehend, Lin Shaowen shrugged. I shall always be by your side. Qin Huairu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Lin Shaowen embraced her, rolled up his sleeves, and declared, I have procured some exquisite ingredients. I shall prepare dinner today. With that, he made his way to the kitchen. I'll help you. Qin Huairu promptly followed him. However, upon seeing a sizable Australian lobster in the kitchen, she instinctively recoiled 2 steps. She had never encountered such a large shrimp. It resembled a monster. This is an Australian lobster. It's quite delectable, Lin Shaowen remarked with a smile. I refuse to eat that. It looks revolting. Qin Huairu quickly shook her head. Half an hour later, Shaowen, this is absolutely delicious. Qin Huairu exclaimed enthusiastically. If you find it tasty, indulge a bit more, Lin Shaowen replied with a chuckle. The seasoning was rather simple, consisting solely of soy sauce. If only there were some mustard and beer, that would be true culinary delight. I'll just have a bite to taste, Lin Shaowen added. Qin Huairu placed the peeled lobster meat into Lin Shaowen's bowl. She adored it, but with only 2 lobsters, she couldn't consume too much. Silly girl, there are plenty more. I have my sources. Lin Shaowen pushed the bowl towards her. Whenever you wish for more, just let me know, and I'll fetch it for you. Really? Qin Huairu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. You know I would never deceive you, right? Lin Shaowen laughed. Of course not. How could you ever lie to me? Qin Huairu hurriedly shook her head. Lin Shaowen's standing in her heart had surpassed that of anyone else. Chapter 47. Mother-in-law meets son-in-law on Monday. Lin Shaowen sat in the office, feeling rather bored. Seizing a moment when no one was around, he locked the medical room door and entered the island. First attempt, acquire the Yama's 13 needles. Would you like to learn? It was a success. The knowledge surged into him, causing Lin Shaowen to leap with excitement. Although he wasn't particularly passionate about medicine, his greatest virtue was his dedication to his profession. Massage, pulse diagnosis, and acupuncture. Anyone who doubted his medical skills would find themselves regretting it. Second attempt, acquire the Huangdi Neijing. Would you like to learn? Learn, Lin Shaowen confirmed immediately, despite being unaware of what the Huangdi Neijing entailed. However, an influx of knowledge flooded his mind, causing his lips to twitch. The dual cultivation methods, techniques for maintaining youth, and strengthening the body filled him with awe. Third attempt, would you like to use the isolation formation? Note, this formation is a one-time use. Please choose wisely. Do not use. Lin Shaowen contemplated the talisman in his hand, pondering its purpose. After much deliberation, he decided it was best not to dwell on it. Just as he was about to exit the island, he suddenly noticed a patch of earth at the doorway, where some plants were growing. Yet, after observing for quite some time, he could not discern what they were. Upon leaving the island, he leaned over his desk to take a break, but unexpectedly, a group of individuals rushed in. Dr. Lin, please take a look at him. 7 or 8 workers were assisting a pale-faced man who was clutching his wrist, his hand being held by another worker. What happened? Lin Shaowen asked seriously. He lost focus at work and got caught in the cutting machine. A colleague quickly responded. Lin Shaowen produced several silver needles and inserted them into the man's arm. The man's initially pale complexion began to regain some color. After a moment of thought, he also administered a needle to the severed hand. You all need to get to the hospital immediately, regardless of whose vehicle it is. Go straight to the Concord Hospital. And do not disturb my silver needles. Inform the doctors there to do everything possible to save his hand, Lin Shaowen instructed rapidly. Even with a car, it would take an hour to reach Concord, and the Yama's 13 needles could only staunch his bleeding for an hour and a half. Understood. We will leave at once, someone replied, rushing out. Also, he wasn't unfocused. There was a malfunction with the machine. If anyone asks, that's what you must say, Lin Shaowen added quietly. The workers shuddered at his words. Thank you, Dr. Lin, the injured man said tearfully, fully aware that Lin Shaowen was helping him. If it was reported as a lapse in attention, the factory would not provide compensation. Not that it was about the money, but the factory was unwilling to take responsibility. All right, off you go, Lin Shaowen waved his hand. The workers expressed their gratitude as they departed. Lin Shaowen intended to wash his hands and change his clothes, as his hands and white coat were stained with blood. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted as Lu Shaoyi entered with her mother. Dr. Lin, your compassion is commendable, Lu's mother remarked with a smile. There is no need for such praise. It is simply a doctor's duty, Lin Shaowen replied while washing his hands. Is there something wrong with you, Mrs. Lu? Perhaps you could provide me with a diagnosis, Dr. Lin, Lu's mother suggested with a smile. I finally understand why Lu Shaoyi has such a peculiar disposition. It must be hereditary, Lin Shaowen mused. No, you are the peculiar one, Lu Shaoyi retorted. Silly girl. They are complimenting you, her mother chuckled. Complimenting me? Lu Shaoyi tilted her head in confusion. Please. After changing into a fresh white coat, Lin Shaowen took a seat. Lu's mother extended her hand, beginning her pulse diagnosis. After a moment, Lin Shaowen spoke solemnly. Madam, do you experience palpitations, a sense of melancholy, and difficulty sleeping at night, often waking suddenly? Yes, that's exactly it, Lu's mother exclaimed, her excitement palpable. This ailment has plagued me for many years. It began when you married your husband, didn't it? Lin Shaowen smiled. Indeed, how astute of you, Dr. Lin, Lu's mother was taken aback. His medical skills are truly remarkable. I shall prescribe a course of treatment, but you must adhere strictly to my instructions. Any deviation could hinder your recovery, Lin Shaowen stated earnestly. I shall follow your advice. Lu's mother nodded. The treatment will span 5 years. Lin Shaowen took out paper and pen, swiftly writing several lines. Lu's mother, upon reading the prescription, was left speechless. 100 silkworms. You must personally gather mulberry leaves to feed them. Once the silkworms pupate and transform into moths, you must care for them attentively. And after they lay eggs, repeat the process, continuing for 5 years. What kind of prescription is this? Lu Shaoyi pouted. Are you questioning my expertise? Lin Shaowen replied with a smirk. I dare not, Lu Shaoyi responded hastily. Lu's mother tugged at her daughter, beaming. Dr. Lin's skills are unparalleled. He would never deceive me. Do not be lazy, and do not delegate your responsibilities to others, Lin Shaowen advised. Of course not, Lu's mother agreed with a smile. Come here. I shall give you a massage. Lin Shaowen donned gloves and stood up. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. Lin. Lu's mother chuckled as she lay down on the bed. Lin Shaowen's massage techniques had improved significantly, leaving Lu's mother feeling both relaxed and astonished. She came from wealth and had experienced many skilled masseurs, yet she had never encountered someone whose techniques had such immediate effects as Lin Shaowen's. After rising from the bed, Lu's mother felt invigorated, even capable of running a couple of laps around the steel factory. Please give me a massage too. My neck has been hurting lately. Lu Shaoyi said, her cheeks flushed. How shameless, Lu's mother whispered. Lin Shaowen remained silent for a moment before saying, all right, come up. Okay. Lu Shaoyi quickly climbed onto the bed. Ah, this feels wonderful. Oh, Dr. Lin, you are incredible. Yes, right there. Stop shouting, you'll embarrass yourself. Lu's mother admonished. Lin Shaowen, focusing on his work, pretended not to hear. 10 minutes later, Dr. Lin, you are truly amazing. Lu Shaoyi praised. Indeed, Lin Shaowen nodded. Glancing at Lu's mother, who seemed eager to find a hiding spot, the two exchanged shy glances, and Lu's mother, after placing a bag on the table, pulled Lu Shaoyi away, rushing out. Mom, I still have words for him. You've embarrassed yourself enough. There's no need for further conversation, Lu's mother declared. Ushering Lu Shaoyi into the car before driving away, Lin Shaowen gazed at the bag on the table, and upon opening it, he was taken aback. 2 stacks of receipts for tobacco and alcohol, along with a crisp 5,000 yuan in cash. It truly showcases the extravagance of Lu Banqing, Lin Shaowen mused. With such lavishness, who else could it be but you? At the Lu family mansion, Lu Shaoyi was being pulled into the living room by her mother, who was gripping her ear tightly. What is happening? Lu Banqing laughed. Why are you asking? Today, your daughter has utterly embarrassed me. Lu's mother exclaimed. I will not visit the steel factory again. If you want to go, you go by yourself. What did you do to upset your mother? Lu Banqing inquired. Looking at Lu Shaoyi. I have no idea, she replied, somewhat perplexed. Ah, how delightful. Lin Shaowen is truly impressive. Lu's mother mimicked her daughter's enthusiasm perfectly. Oh, I'm not like that. Lu Shaoyi protested, her ears turning red. Chapter 48. The magnificent factory director. If I hadn't intervened, your daughter would have devoured Dr. Lin Hole. Lu's mother shot a glare at Lu Shaoyi. Girls grow up too fast, Lu Banqing remarked, then curiously asked, so, what do you think of Lin Shaowen? Does he catch your fancy? You're deliberately teasing me, aren't you? Lu's mother sighed. Just his looks alone are exceptional, and coupled with his extraordinary medical skills. I find Shaoyi unworthy of him. What? Unworthy of him? Lu Shaoyi immediately objected. Lin Shaowen has a serious medical degree. May I ask how many years of schooling you have, Miss Lu? Lu Banqing teased. I attended a private school, and I even had a tutor. Lu Shaoyi retorted. Dr. Lin graduated and enjoys a 6-level salary, while you still rely on your parents, Lu's mother chuckled. So what? Eventually, everything you have will be mine. Including his, Lu Shaoyi said nonchalantly. How shameless, Lu's mother remarked, playfully pinching her daughter's nose. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Banqing spoke. The steel factory employs thousands. It's inappropriate for Dr. Lin to manage the medical office alone. Starting tomorrow, you will assist him. Really? Lu Shaoyi exclaimed in surprise. But it's volunteer work. With no salary. I don't want a salary. I'll go tomorrow. Oh dear, what should I wear? I need to buy a couple of outfits for work, she declared, then shouted, Shaoli, prepare the car. We are heading to Wangfujing. That girl. Lu's mother sighed, shaking her head. I heard old Zhao plans to present a banner to Lin Shaowen. Lu Banqing's words left Lu's mother momentarily stunned. In the medical office, Lin Shaowen had just finished lunch and was taking a nap when a cacophony of noise startled him awake. What on earth? This is a medical office, not a theater. He opened the door and shouted, causing everyone to freeze. What are you staring at? Is the factory director so impressive? He directed his ire at Yang Weigua, startling everyone present. There are outsiders here. Yang, the factory director, gritted his teeth. Show some decorum, Vice Director Li whispered. Lin Shaowen took a deep breath and quickly donned a smile. Director Yang, Vice Director Li, how may I assist you? Could you be any less sincere? Yang Weigua nearly ground his teeth. Enough with the pretense. What's the matter? Lin Shaowen was disinterested in playing along. Someone has come to present a banner. Vice Director Li beamed. Yes, indeed. Who? Lin Shaowen asked curiously. Hello, Dr. Lin. I am Zhao Qingshan, a robust man approached. Although dressed casually, Lin Shaowen recognized him as a soldier immediately. Hello, how may I help you? Lin Shaowen inquired, frowning. I've come to deliver a banner on behalf of my father, expressing gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Zhao Qingshan bowed slightly before unfurling the banner, which read, Thanks to Dr. Lin for the gift of life, from Zhao Qingming. How is your father's health? Lin Shaowen asked with interest. He is still somewhat weak, but at least he is alive, Zhao Qingshan replied with a bittersweet smile. Lin Shaowen pondered for a moment. Let us go to the hospital. To the hospital for what? Yang Weiguo was taken aback. To have some fun. Care to join me? Lin Shaowen rolled his eyes. Vice Director Li shook his head inwardly, baffled by Yang's lack of understanding. After walking a distance, Lin Shaowen noticed Yang Weiguo hadn't followed and called out, Director Yang, hurry up. At the hospital, Yang Weiguo was bewildered upon entering the ward, where a multitude of high-ranking officials were seated. Dr. Lin, what brings you here? Zhao Qingming managed a pale smile. Both of your factory directors were concerned about your health and sent me to check on you, Lin Shaowen replied calmly. Zhao Qingshan looked at Lin Shaowen with surprise. Recognizing his thoughtfulness, Zhao Qingming waved his hand, indicating for Yang Weiguo and Li Shimin to find their own seats. However, they dared not move. Beads of sweat trickling down their faces. Now, let me give you a couple of injections, Lin Shaowen said, motioning for Zhao Qingshan to help turn Zhao Qingming over. Ignoring the shocked doctor, Zhao Qingshan lifted Zhao Qingming effortlessly. You can't move the patient. The attending physician exclaimed angrily. Enough, you can leave now. A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Director Qin, the head of the hospital, the doctor respectfully acknowledged, but both men waved him away. Lin Shaowen focused intently, and 13 silver needles flew from his hands, precisely piercing Zhao Qingming's back. With a deep exhale, Zhao Qingming released a breath of tension, his furrowed brow relaxing almost immediately. Soon, he fell into a deep slumber. What kind of acupuncture technique is this? Qin Zhang asked in astonishment. Self-created, the 13 needles of Yama. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Shaowen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Qin Zhong nodded. How long did it take you to develop it? Zhang Yuyang inquired quietly. I just figured it out not long ago. Lin Shaowen scratched his head. So you've been using my father as a test subject? Zhao Qingshan chuckled ruefully. Let us not put it that way. It's called clinical experimentation, Lin Shaowen replied earnestly. Enough with the nonsense. Qin Zhong lightly tapped Lin Shaowen's head. The patient from the steel factory this morning. The needles you used were on his hand, right? Did it reattach? Lin Shaowen's expression turned anxious. It did, but the post-operative results aren't very promising. That hand will likely only serve as decoration, Zhang Yuyang lamented. Is that so? Lin Shaowen sighed. Consider yourself fortunate. If it weren't for your 2 needles stopping the bleeding, he might not have made it halfway. Qin Zhong again tapped Lin Shaowen's head. Well, since that's settled, I'll return to work now. Lin Shaowen strode directly towards the exit. Kid, that needle technique. Qin Zhong called out. It'll fall out in half an hour. Lin Shaowen's voice echoed from afar. I'll see him off. Zhao Qingshan immediately followed him out. Vice Director Li and Director Yang sat among the prominent figures, reporting on their work. Young Yang, your steel factory has been performing admirably. Young Li, you are in charge of welfare. Ensure the workers are not at a disadvantage. You younger generations are working hard. We old folks can't just sit idly by. So, Young Hu, leave a contact number for Yang Weiguo. Assist him when needed. As Yang Weiguo and Li Shimin exited the hospital, they were elated. Promotions are a must. Yang Weiguo declared fiercely. Let us just give him the ministerial position you hold. Li Shimin suggested. Let us not rush. Let him start as a director first. Yang Weiguo steadied. What about rewards? Li Shimin inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Weiguo realized that Lin Shaowen seemed to lack nothing at all. Chapter 49. Director Lin Comrade Lin Shaowen of the medical department has been dedicated to his work since joining the factory, demonstrating exceptional medical skills and earning the deep affection and respect of his colleagues. His expertise has significantly contributed to the factory's development. Now, with the approval of the Rolling Steel Factory Committee, he has been promoted to the position of director of the medical department, with his original allowances remaining unchanged. The announcement was broadcasted 3 times in succession, causing a stir throughout the factory. This young man has become an official? Lu Haizhong was taken aback. The director of the medical department, a vice section level position, was held by someone much younger than his own son, Lu Guangfu. How could this be? Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongxiu exchanged glances, their faces clouded with concern. If this young man was already difficult to handle without an official title, what would happen now that he had won? In the cafeteria, disbelief echoed. What? Lin Shaowen has actually become an official? Sha Zhu could hardly believe it. Lin Shaowen, he is now Director Lin, Lu Lan scoffed. What nonsense, he is just a sycophant ingratiating himself with the leaders. Sha Zhu spat in disdain. Though Qin Huairu did not defend Lin Shaowen, she felt a surge of pride within. Her small man was remarkably impressive. In the medical department, Lin Shaowen listened to the broadcast with a wry smile. If these two truly wanted to express their gratitude, they should enhance his remuneration. Perhaps elevating him to an 8th-level medical staff position would be commendable. Although his promotion to director meant an increase in salary, His future compensation would be dictated by administrative rank. As the current director of the medical department at vice section level, his salary tier would be 17, amounting to 99 yuan, plus allowances, totaling 109 yuan a month, a rather intimidating figure. However, he had no desire for an official title, particularly when the storms of fate could lead many officials to downfall. Nevertheless, his medical department was a straightforward entity, with the procurement department managed by the logistics department, meaning all financial matters would bypass his control. Shaking his head, Lin Shaowen unwrapped a gift from Zhao Qingshan, a dozen Panda cigarettes and several bottles of Wulianya. This time, there was no cash, but inside was a note with Zhao Qingshan's name and a phone number. In Nanluo Guxiang, as Director Lin finished work, numerous residents greeted him warmly, as if past grievances had been forgotten. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Shaowen turned to enter the courtyard. Jia Dongshu glanced at him in silence, feeling the unfairness of the world. Those who merely flattered the leaders had ascended to positions of power. I must report him. We cannot allow such individuals to harm the rolling steel factory. Jia Zhangshi began her performance, insinuating her grievances. Old Jia, come look at how your Dongshu has turned out. Her face was flushed with anger, while Lin Shaowen invoked the spirit of mischief, igniting laughter among the courtyard residents. Little brat, don't run. Lin Shaowen, I'll get you. Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu pursued him with a stool and a stick, respectively. Lin Shaowen dashed back into the courtyard, quickly closing the door behind him. Come out, you little brat. Jia Zhangshi shouted. Old dog, come inside. Lin Shaowen retorted. Just wait. Jia Zhangshi hissed before disappearing. Moments later, a shriek pierced the air. Lin Shaowen opened the door to find it amusing. Jia Zhangshi's hand was covered in sharp thorns, and the nearby stairs were overturned. You scoundrel! You've set traps on the wall. You won't get away with this. Jia Zhangshi scolded. If anything happens to my mother, I won't let you off. Jia Dongshu shouted, his eyes aflame with anger. Qin Peruzu looked on helplessly at the mother-son duo. Aren't you going to help your mother? Jia Dongshu barked at Qin Peruzu. She did not respond but reached out to assist Jia Zhangshi, who was too heavy and, halfway through, collapsed, instinctively bracing herself against the ground. Ouch, that hurts. The thorns had pierced her flesh, causing tears to stream down her face. You wicked woman. Was this deliberate? Jia Dongshu raised his hand, ready to strike Qin Peruzu, but was halted by a sharp command. Stop. Qin Huairu approached, pushing her bicycle. Qin Huairu, what business is this of yours? Jia Zhangshi scolded. Jia Dongshu, if you dare to lift a hand, I'll summon security from the factory immediately. Qin Huairu warned sternly. What happens between my wife and me is none of your concern, Jia Dongshu retorted. I am the representative of the Women's Federation in Nanluo Guxiang. And if you dare to act violently, you can take your mother to beg on the streets, Qin Huairu replied with a cold smile. Qin Peruzu, if he lays a hand on you, let me know. Understood, Qin Peruzu replied gratefully. Amidst the commotion, Yi Zhonghai arrived with a group, and upon seeing the thorns covering Jia Zhangshi's hand, he rallied everyone, announcing a factory-wide meeting. In the courtyard, all gathered. Lin Shaowen chuckled at Su Damao, whose face was battered. Brother, did a dog bite you? Who says otherwise? Su Damao gritted his teeth. Su Damao, who are you referring to? Sha Zhu interjected angrily. Whoever hits me, I'll say who. Su Damao retorted defiantly, his eyes blazing with resentment. The Lu family officially informed him that he and Lu Xiao were incompatible, though the specific reasons were left unspoken. Su Damao was certain it was due to Sha Zhu's previous interference that his marriage failed. Silence, Yi Zhonghai bellowed. Today's meeting is about some individuals hiding dangerous items in the courtyard. Is that so? Concern washed over many faces. What is it, old man? What is hidden? Su Damao called out. Jia Zhangshi, step forward. Yi Zhonghai commanded, and Jia Zhangshi immediately complied, wailing, who else could it be but that scoundrel Lin Shaowen? Old Jia, come see. Lin Shaowen's call made Jia Zhangshi's face flush crimson. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Qin Huairu shot Lin Shaowen a reproachful glance. You're a director now, yet still so mischievous. Lin Shaowen, stop changing the subject, Yi Zhonghai demanded. What have you planted on your wall? Confess. Climbing ivy. Lin Shaowen shrugged. Whose climbing ivy has thorns? Lu Haizhong bellowed. Is your eyesight merely for show? It's mine, Lin Shaowen replied innocently, provoking another round of laughter. Lin Shaowen, there are many elderly and children in our courtyard. Do you not realize how dangerous this is? Yin Bugue admonished. Dangerous? In what way? Lin Shaowen feigned confusion. What if someone gets pricked? Can you take responsibility for that? Yi Zhonghai maintained a stern demeanor. Look at what you've done to Jia Zhangshi. As everyone leaned in for a closer look, a collective gasp arose. Jia Zhangshi's right hand was covered in sharp thorns, resembling the back of a toad, sending chills down their spines. Chapter 50. The Isolation Formation. What do you intend to do? Lin Shaowen scoffed. First, you must compensate Jia Zhangshi. Yi Zhonghai was about to speak when he noticed Jia Zhangshi's gestures. 50. Indeed, you owe Jia Zhangshi 50 yuan for medical expenses, Yi Zhonghai stated with conviction. What else? Lin Shaowen inquired. Second, you must remove all the climbing ivy from your wall. Is there anything more? Lin Shaowen produced a cigarette, tossing one to Su Damao. Third, you are granted a chance for leniency. You must relinquish your toilet for the use of the elderly and children. Many individuals were taken aback upon hearing the third proposition from Yi Zhongtian. It was mentioned that Lin Shaowen's home even had a bathhouse, which could save quite a bit of money. Lin Shaowen readily agreed, leaving everyone astonished. You agreed? Yi Zhonghai himself could hardly believe it. I agreed, Lin Shaowen affirmed, surveying those around him. This is all your consensus, is it not? No, it is not my intention. Su Damao was the first to shake his head. Nor mine. Qin Huairu quickly followed suit. What about the rest of you? It is your collective intention, right? Lin Shaowen inquired again, yet they remained silent. A sense of ominous foreboding surged within all of them. Brother, please go summon the Joint Defense Office and inform them that someone is conspiring to commit theft and harm, Lin Shaowen instructed Su Damao. All right. Su Damao immediately prepared to rush out. Wait. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly called out to stop him, while the others blocked the exit to prevent Su Damao from leaving. Brother, add one more point. Obstructing the victim from reporting to the police, Lin Shaowen shouted, startling everyone. Lin Shaowen, how have we conspired to harm and steal? Yi Zhonghai roared in anger. Firstly, my climbing vine is planted on the wall of my yard. Pay attention, it is my yard, Lin Shaowen stated seriously. You claim it could harm those in the yard, which implies someone intends to intrude into my premises. Utter nonsense. Who wishes to invade your yard? Lu Haizhong's face turned ashen. Then what about what she holds? Lin Shaowen pointed at Jia Zhangshi. I now suspect you have colluded with Yi Zhonghai to plot against me. You speak falsely. I have not. Jia Zhangshi swiftly retreated home, slamming the door without hesitation. What nonsense are you spouting? What wealth or life do I wish to take from you? Yi Zhonghai glared. You have allied with everyone in the courtyard to scheme against my toilet, and this is not the first time. Lin Shaowen's statement startled Yi Zhonghai. Previously, they had caused a ruckus, and the street office was already aware. If another disturbance arose, the Joint Defense Office might indeed believe Lin Shaowen's words. We are merely discussing, Yi Zhonghai said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yes, we are discussing with you. Lu Haizhong chimed in. Yan Bugui sighed but remained silent. I disagree, and then what? Lin Shaowen turned to Yi Zhonghai. If you disagree, then fine, Yi Zhonghai awkwardly replied. Also, Jia Zhangshi damaged my climbing vine. How shall we resolve that? Lin Shaowen's voice escalated. Damn it, little beast, I have yet to demand medical expenses from you. Upon hearing Lin Shaowen's demand for money, Jia Zhangshi burst forth. Do you mean to say that you damaged my belongings and still expect me to compensate you? Lin Shaowen retorted. Should I toss you onto Yi Zhonghai's bed? Could I then ask him for compensation? Su Damao couldn't help but chuckle, seeing him laugh. Qin Huairu also suppressed her laughter. Lin Shaowen, what absurdity are you uttering? Yi Zhonghai slammed the table, shouting angrily. An elderly woman's face turned a shade darker. I apologize, I misspoke. Let us start over. Lin Shaowen made a gesture to pause. Jia Zhangshi. If Jia Dongxi were to throw you onto Yi Zhonghai's bed, could he then demand payment from Yi Zhonghai? Laughter erupted throughout the courtyard. Yanbu Gui and Lu Haizhong could no longer contain their mirth, their eyes glimmering with schadenfreude. Lin Shaowen, if you dare insult my mother, I shall confront you. Jia Dongxu charged forward, wielding a stick, his eyes filled with rage. Lin Shaowen snatched the stick from him, knocking him to the ground in one swift motion. Jia Zhangshi, you have damaged Lin Shaowen's property. You ought to compensate him 10 yuan. Yi Zhonghai, feeling weary, knew that Lin Shaowen's antics could not continue. What? 10 yuan? Jia Zhangshi leaped up, demanding, no money, then a life. Brother, summon the Joint Defense Office, Lin Shaowen instructed Su Damao. Wait. Jia Zhangshi panicked, sitting on the ground and crying, little. Dr. Lin, I truly have no money. As an unemployed old woman, where would I find the funds? If you cannot provide money, that is acceptable, Lin Shaowen replied languidly. Really? Jia Zhangshi immediately ceased her sobbing. Qin Huairu sighed, realizing that the little man was up to mischief again. Go to Lu Haizhong's door and beckon souls for 10 yuan. Just 3 days will suffice. Lin Shaowen added, do not mention my name. Do not think I am unaware that you cursed me at old Yan's house. I will not mention you. I will not. Jia Zhangshi chuckled awkwardly. Why must it be me? Lu Haizhong lamented. Yi Zhonghai and Yanbu Gui exchanged glances, feeling quite relieved. I do not know. I merely said it at random. Lin Shaowen shrugged and turned to return home. However, the crowd did not disperse. They awaited Jia Zhangshi to summon the souls. Oh, by the way, Lin Shaowen turned back, looking at Jia Zhangshi. I do not entirely trust you. Please swear an oath. Your household registration is no longer of use. This time, use Jia Dongshu's. The onlookers, including the simpleton Zhao Zhu, could not help but laugh. Lin Shaowen, do not go too far, Jia Dongshu shouted in fury. No oath, no money. Lin Shaowen extended his hand toward Jia Zhangshi. Jia Zhangshi's gaze was fierce, yet her body was remarkably compliant. I swear, I will go to Lu Haizhong's house to beckon souls for 3 days. If I cannot do so, then Jia Dongshu shall lose his household registration. Is that acceptable? Qin Pairu was taken aback. What kind of peculiar family resorted to using their own descendants and oaths? Well then, please commence your performance. I shall return home for dinner, Lin Shaowen declared and departed. Jia Zhangshi marched directly to Lu Haizhong's door. Sitting on the ground and lamenting, old Jia. Lu Haizhong, his face darkened, closed the doors and windows. The others laughed uncontrollably, especially Yan Bugui, who even showed his teeth in amusement. Though Yi Zhonghai was restrained, he could not help but shake his shoulders, struggling to contain himself. In the west yard, Qin Huairu was cooking, while Lin Shaowen took out the isolation great array talisman he had won in the lottery that day. After some hesitation, he ultimately tossed it into the sky. The formation activated. In his mind, an ancient voice echoed. Before long, Lin Shaowen could distinctly sense everything within his yard, even the birds perched on the wall. Activate, Lin Shaowen commanded. All sounds and scents in his yard were completely isolated. Even if someone stood atop the wall peering in, they would only see a misty haze. Why can't I smell meat today? Many were secretly astonished, wondering if Lin Shaowen had indeed become more frugal after his promotion. Time to eat, Qin Huairu whispered. No need to whisper. I have changed the wall to soundproof materials. The outside cannot hear the inside, Lin Shaowen replied earnestly. Really? Qin Huairu's face lit up with joy, fully believing Lin Shaowen's words. Indeed, Lin Shaowen nodded with a smile, adding, with climbing vines on the wall. No one dares to scale the yard. Wow, how wonderful. Qin Huairu joyfully kissed Lin Shaowen. She always felt a bit anxious in the yard, fearing that others might see her or hear her voice. Silly girl, Lin Shaowen ruffled her hair. Let us dine in the pergola from now on, Qin Huairu suggested. Although there's a fan inside, it's still too hot. All right, Lin Shaowen nodded. Qin Huairu immediately went to bring out the dishes. As night fell, Lin Shaowen reclined on the chair in the yard, feeling drowsy. Accompanied by a faint fragrance, a soft body pressed against him. Qin Huairu, this is the yard, you know. Didn't you say others cannot hear? Qin Huairu blushed. But, The next day, Lin Shaowen sat in the infirmary, filled with regret. Having anticipated this, he would not have disclosed his concerns about the courtyard sound insulation to Qin Huairu. Now, it seemed, this fellow had completely liberated himself. Sighing, Lin Shaowen stepped into the island. He intended to commence fishing, yet upon witnessing the peculiar growth at the entrance, he was taken aback. The plant bore an uncanny resemblance to corn, or rather, it was corn. However, instead of yielding cobs, it produced an array of beverages, Coca-Cola, Sprite, beer, and more. Sighing once more, Lin Shaowen plucked a can of cola and began to cast his line. Surely, he mused, it could not be that a refrigerator would materialize? With a murmured thought, his fishing line arced gracefully through the air, landing in the water. On his first cast, he acquired a refrigerator. Lin Shaowen stared in disbelief at the appliance that seemed to belong to the 1980s. Though devoid of labels, it resembled the retro single-door refrigerators he had encountered in his previous life. This contraption, he hesitated to utilize it. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to keep it, albeit concealed within a wooden cabinet in the kitchen. On his second cast, he obtained a blueprint for an additional floor. What was this? Lin Shaowen gazed blankly at the plans in hand, unable to discern their utility, so he set them aside for the time being. His third cast yielded a case of mustard. At last, something of tangible worth. Satisfied, Lin Shaowen finished the cola and prepared to discard the bottle in the cabin, only to be astonished when it reattached itself to a tree as he passed through the cornfield, the beverage within gradually replenishing. Remarkable. After completing 3 casts, Lin Shaowen entered a contemplative state. Just as he pondered what to have for dinner, Director Yang entered with a modestly dressed young woman. Dr. Lin, this is Lu Xiao. She has come to the infirmary as a temporary worker. Please show her the ropes. His tone was calm, imbued with a sense of official duty. What is this about? Lin Shaowen queried helplessly. Cough, cough, cough. It's merely that I see you struggling alone. Before Yang could finish, a few workers rushed in, exclaiming, Director, Something terrible has happened. The molten iron boiler has exploded. Director, please contact Xiehe and Hongqing hospitals for support, Lin Shaowen uttered, leaving behind his medical kit as he dashed with the workers. The boiler exploded? Director Yang's mind buzzed, his legs weakening as he collapsed to the ground, chastising himself for his imprudent words. Observing this, Lu Xiao wasted no time, jumping into her small vehicle to summon help from the two hospitals. By the time Lin Shaowen arrived at the heating area, anguished cries filled the air. Two workers nearest the boiler had already succumbed, while the others bore injuries from the explosion's shrapnel. All uninjured, follow my orders, Lin Shaowen commanded, instantly silencing the previously chaotic scene. When Zhang Yuyang and his team arrived, they found the area already organized for rescue operations. Shaolin, what is the situation? Lin Shaowen reported gravely, 2 fatalities, 5 with severe burns, 3 with severed arms, 2 with broken legs, and 4 critically injured and unconscious. The remaining are lightly injured. We may not have enough vehicles, Zhang Yuyang remarked, his expression serious. I've dispatched a small vehicle to take the unconscious to Hongqing Hospital. You handle those with severe burns. I fear Hongqing may lack the necessary medical resources. Lin Shaowen replied, his tone resolute. We have yet to receive news on the unconscious. Be prepared to receive them at any moment. Zhang Yuyang, appreciating Lin Shaowen's thoroughness, regarded him with admiration. Shaolin, what is the situation? Vice Director Li had also arrived. I will have Zhang explain the situation shortly. For now, use your vehicle to transport a few workers to the hospital. Just as Lin Shaowen spoke, he overheard the driver trailing behind Vice Director Li muttering, let us wait for the hospital's vehicle. It will be a mess with blood all over our car. The air seemed to freeze. Lin Shaowen shot a glance at Vice Director Li and, without hesitation, directed workers to assist the severely injured into the vehicle. He then took the driver's seat, starting the engine and driving away. Come back. The driver, realizing too late, chased after the vehicle only to find it had already exited the steel mill. After a futile attempt to catch up, he returned to report, Director, Lin Shaowen has taken our car. Slap. Vice Director Li delivered a sharp blow to the driver's face. Be silent. Uncle. The driver protested, feeling wronged. Silence. Vice Director Li's fury intensified at the familial address. He could not fathom how someone sharing his bloodline could be so foolish. When it comes time for the handover, I will report this to the factory committee, Zhang Yuyang stated before departing. Vice Director Li's expression darkened. He realized his nephew was in deep trouble. 20 minutes later, Lin Shaowen returned to the steel mill, having ensured all injured workers were transported to the hospital. As for subsequent treatment, that was no longer his concern. The accident site was already bustling with individuals collecting evidence, as officials from the Joint Defense Office and the steel mill arrived to investigate the cause. Upon seeing Lin Shaowen, Director Yang hurried over, grasping his hand warmly. Shaolin, we are fortunate to have you here today. Indeed, Director Yang, we owe you our gratitude. Vice Director Li added with fervor. Well done, Director Lin. Other leaders gathered around, expressing their appreciation. Messages from Xiehe and Hongqing hospitals indicated that, aside from the 2 deceased workers, all other lives had been saved. Moreover, both hospitals sent letters of commendation to the medical department of the steel mill, praising the timely rescue efforts, particularly for the workers who had suffered significant blood loss. Without prompt action, the casualty figures could have quadrupled. Chapter 52, Lin Shaowen's accomplishment. Qin Huairu's promotion, it was merely my duty, Lin Shaowen replied calmly, a hint of fatigue evident in his voice. Director Lin, you should take a rest. We will manage the work here, Vice Director Li suggested courteously. Yes, Shaolin, you should rest now, Director Yang urged. Lin Shaowen's white coat was stained with blood and pus, and even his face bore traces of blood, a testament to the perilous circumstances. Very well. I shall change into clean clothes, he acknowledged before departing. The other leaders went to oversee the ongoing operations, leaving only Vice Director Li and Yang Weiguo behind. Vice Director Li produced a cigarette and offered it to Yang Weiguo. Despite their usual rivalry, given the gravity of the situation, they needed to present a united front. Otherwise, the entire steel mill would suffer. Should we mention Director Lin's commendation? Li inquired. We cannot. He is too young, Yang sighed. In this era, unconventional talent was not readily accepted among the lower ranks. Seniority remained the prevailing standard. Lin Shaowen, having graduated just 2 months prior and already serving as the head of the medical department, was quite remarkable, provoking discontent among many. The steel mill was not solely under the control of Yang Weiguo and Li Xinmin. Numerous individuals in management held influence. I heard a rumor. Director Lin recently introduced a woman to the factory, Li added, inhaling deeply. That woman is divorced. Yang Weiguo paused, then replied slowly, Young people can be a bit unconventional. It is understandable. In this era, moral conduct was of utmost importance, particularly for ordinary citizens. However, for certain individuals, such matters could be trivial. Did Yang Weiwen not know about Li Xinmin and Lu Lan? He must have been aware, yet he would not exploit such matters, for even if he succeeded, he would gain nothing. Struggles were acceptable, but some unspoken rules must be adhered to. Shall I remind her? Li Xinmin inquired. Do not make it too conspicuous. Yang Weiwen replied softly. MHM. Li Xinmin nodded and turned to leave. In the infirmary, Lin Shaowen pushed the door open and was taken aback. Lu Xiaoyi was seated in his chair, gently leafing through the volume of notes from the Yue Grass Hall. Today, she was dressed quite simply, wearing a gray plaid shirt, black work pants, and a pair of leather shoes, resembling someone from a government office. Hearing the noise at the door, Lu Xiaoyi promptly stood up. You're back. MHM. Lin Shaowen nodded, preparing to remove his white coat, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. A pair of graceful hands reached out first to grasp his sleeve, assisting him in changing. I'll fetch you some water. After folding the dirty lab coat a few times, Lu Xiaoyi picked up the kettle to pour hot water. Lin Shaowen quietly observed her busy movements. And after a long while, he sighed. She was destined to depart for Hong Kong. If they were together, it would only be a fleeting few years. The water is ready, Lu Xiaoyi called out. Lin Shaowen stepped forward, first washing his hands with soap, then splashing his face before finally exhaling a long breath. Just as he settled into his seat, a cup of steaming fragrant tea was presented to him. Have some tea, Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Thank you. Lin Shaowen nodded, taking a sip of the tea, and was immediately astonished, glancing at Lu Xiaoyi. This tea is extraordinary. A sip was slightly bitter, yet it soon transformed into a refreshing sweetness, leaving a delightful aftertaste. Why are you staring at me? Lu Xiaoyi chided lightly. What kind of tea is this? Wui de Hong Pao? Lin Shaowen asked. How did you know? Lu Xiaoyi was momentarily stunned. No way, it really is Wui de Hong Pao? Lin Shaowen was equally taken aback. He knew nothing about tea. It was merely a casual guess, yet it turned out to be correct. Do you like it? If you do, I'll sneak some more for you next time, Lu Xiaoyi teased playfully. No need. Lin Shaowen quickly waved his hand. If my father finds out, he would surely skewer me alive. It's not that serious. While they conversed, suddenly the loudspeaker crackled to life. Respected leaders, comrades, greetings to all. I am your broadcaster, Xiaozhong. I will now read 2 commendation letters from Xia Hospital and Hongxing Hospital, honoring Director Lin Shaowen of our Steel Plant S Medical Department. Ah, your commendation letter. Lu Xiaoyi exclaimed excitedly, as if the praise were meant for her. MHM, Lin Shaowen nodded. Why aren't you happy? Lu Xiaoyi frowned. What is there to be happy about when it comes at the cost of 2 lives and numerous injuries? Lin Shaowen sighed. He did not consider himself a noble person, yet he could not stomach the thought of profiting from others' blood. Lu Xiaoyi gazed at Lin Shaowen silently for a long time before softly saying, Lin Shaowen, you are a kind man. Lin Shaowen forced a smile and shook his head, attentively listening to the broadcast. Therefore, the factory has decided to award Director Lin Shaowen a bonus of 100 yuan as encouragement. In Workshop 1. Why is it him again? Jia Dongshu gritted his teeth. Yi Zhonghai's brow furrowed, remaining silent. It was evident he was not pleased either. In the cafeteria. Damn it. Why is he everywhere? Shaju spat angrily. Jealous are we? Lulan mocked. Uft, am I jealous of him? What is he to me? Shaju spat disdainfully. Qin Huairu maintained a calm demeanor, though her heart was elated. Suddenly, Wang Kuerong entered, clapping his hands. Now, I will announce a personnel appointment. Everyone in the kitchen set down their tasks and gathered around. Wang Kuerong pulled out a piece of paper and read, Comrade Qin Huairu has been diligent since joining the factory. Not only has she flawlessly completed her duties, but she has also made significant contributions to the Women's Federation's development. The factory has decided to increase her responsibilities and promote her to an 8th-level cook. Everyone, please applaud. After finishing, he was the first to clap. Others quickly followed suit, instinctively applauding, their gazes fixed on Qin Huairu. However, Qin Huairu's mind was blank. She felt as if she had crashed. An 8th-level cook, with a salary of 37 yuan and 50 cents? That would place her on par with Shaju. Director Wang. She won't be able to handle the cutting board duties. What will this 8th-level cook position entail for her? Shaju inquired. She will continue assisting in the kitchen. Wang Kuerong replied nonchalantly. An 8th-level cook doing assistant work? Shaju was dumbfounded. Typically, only the chefs in the cafeteria were classified as 8th-level cooks. While Ma Hua and others also assisted in cooking, they earned merely 18 yuan as apprentice wages. If you have objections, take them to the factory. What good is it to bring them to me? Wang Kuerong scoffed, turning to leave. An 8th-level cook is not something he, as the cafeteria director, could appoint. Even in the cook's assessment, He was merely one of the judges. He found it curious why Qin Huairu was promoted, and so significantly without assessment. In the past, if Factory Director Li had acted so arbitrarily, Factory Director Yang would have protested. Yet, this time, Factory Director Yang remained unusually quiet, even instructing him to take good care of Qin Huairu. Could it be Lin Shaowen truly wielded such influence? Chapter 53. Qin Huairu becomes popular. As Wang Kuerong pondered, a voice called out behind him. Director Wang. Qin Huairu, what brings you here? I wanted to ask why the factory promoted me. I don't know how to cook. Qin Huairu said, somewhat anxiously. I've been pondering that as well. Wang Kuerong chuckled wryly. I have a slight inkling, but I'm not sure. Do tell, Qin Huairu urged earnestly. You're aware of the boiler explosion that occurred while melting iron, right? Yes. Such a significant event could hardly escape Qin Huairu's notice. 2 lives were lost, and over 10 were injured, leaving the factory leadership overwhelmed and the small kitchen neglected. Today, the factory received 2 commendation letters, both praising Director Lin. Logically, with such great merit, he should be rewarded in some capacity. Wang Kuerong stroked his chin. However, the factory only awarded him a mere 100 yuan. Initially, I found it quite unreasonable, but now that you've been promoted, it seems more justifiable. Why? Upon hearing Lin Shaowen's name, Qin Huairu became tense. He is only in his 20s, a director at such a young age, and now he is at the same level as me. Wang Kuerong expressed a hint of jealousy. If he gets promoted again, he'll be a deputy director, undoubtedly a factory leader. Do you think that is fair? An image flashed in Qin Huairu's mind. Lin Shaowen in his early 20s, clad in a white shirt, sitting solemnly at the leader's table, surrounded by men in their 50s. It does seem quite unreasonable. Therefore, I believe your promotion is the factory's compensation to him. Wang Kuerong smiled. I'm not privy to what you two share, but perhaps some think there is something between you. Hence the reward was directed to you. Qin Huairu's face flushed red instantly, exclaiming, Director, he is my brother. There is nothing between us. I know, but others might not. Wang Kuerong said with a leisurely tone. However, you needn't worry. This matter was personally handled by both factory directors, and it won't be easy for anyone to interfere. Understood? Thank you, Director. Qin Huairu bowed to Wang Kuerong before returning to her work. Wang Kuerong watched her retreating figure, a bitter smile forming. If Lin Shaowen continued this way, he wouldn't be surprised if this woman took his position. In the cafeteria's kitchen, Sister Qin, Lu Lan greeted warmly. Sister Lu, what are you doing? Qin Huairu was taken aback. Lu Lan was slightly older than her, and they had always addressed each other by name before. Age doesn't matter. Lu Lan beamed sweetly. I must say, Lu Lan, your flattery is quite nauseating, Shaju teased. Oh, please, Sister Qin is now an 8th-level cook, standing on equal ground with you. Lu Lan retorted. Sister Qin, how did you get promoted? Shaju furrowed his brow. I have no idea, Qin Huairu replied with a bitter smile. Could it be related to the Women's Federation? Ma Hua interjected, mentioning that the director seemed to have mentioned the Women's Federation earlier. Oh right, Sister Qin. Haven't you always been in charge of the Women's Federation work in Nanluo Guxiang? Shaju's eyes lit up with realization. The mere mention of the Women's Federation sent shivers down the spines of the others present. The envy they felt towards Qin Huairu dissipated instantly. Those women were not to be trifled with. In the courtyard, after dinner, many gathered to discuss the boiler explosion at the steel plant. Qin Huairu and Lin Shaowen were among them. One was cracking sunflower seeds while the other smoked a cigarette. Today, Director Lin had quite the stature. The factory rewarded him with 100 yuan. Someone remarked, he has stature? Does he compare to Sister Qin? Shaju scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Lin Shaowen. Zhuzi. Qin Huairu shot him a warning look. What about Sister Qin? Many were suddenly intrigued, including Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongxiu. Shaju, filled with pride, declared, Sister Qin has been performing excellently at work recently and has received accolades from the factory. She has now been promoted to an 8th-level cook. Everyone seemed to be choking, staring wide-eyed at Qin Huairu. How much does an 8th-level cook earn? Jia Zhangshi asked Jia Dongxiu. 37 yuan and 50 cents. Jia Dongxiu gulped. What? That is the same as Shaju. Jia Zhangshi exclaimed. Those who had previously dismissed their hopes upon realizing Qin Huairu's debt suddenly felt a flicker of hope rekindle. Alone and without family obligations, with a salary of 1,000 yuan, she could repay her debts in less than 3 years. If one were to marry her, the rest would be profit, a dual-income household. Huairu, how do you feel about my son Jiecheng? Aunt Sen said with a smile. What? Qin Huairu was puzzled. My Jiecheng has a high school education and just got a job at the textile factory, where he has received praise for his work and will soon get a permanent position, Aunt Sen boasted. In our courtyard, who among his peers is better? Lin Shaowen is a deputy section chief. earning 99 a month, Sha Zhu added gloomily. He is a few years older than Jiecheng. He doesn't count as a peer, Sha Zhu retorted. Sha Zhu, if you can't speak properly, just keep quiet, Aunt Sin snapped. Director Lin is a college graduate. That is not comparable. Oh, so you know he is a college graduate? What is a high school student boasting about? Sha Zhu sneered. Fully aware of Aunt San's intentions, Aunt San was suddenly furious, abandoning her conversation with Qin Huairu and taking her small stool back home. Sha Zhu, I haven't offended you recently, have I? Lin Shaowen expressed his discontent. He wasn't afraid of the Yin family holding a grudge, but disliked being used as a pawn by Sha Zhu. I was just complimenting you, Sha Zhu grinned. Go to hell. Lin Shaowen cursed before getting up to leave. Huairu, I have a nephew who is 21. He may be a bit young, but he has a good temperament, Aunt Air added. If you agree, I can have him come over to meet you tomorrow. He is quite spirited. Huairu, I also have a nephew, Aunt Qian chimed in. Thank you, dear aunties, but I'm not in the mood for that right now, Qin Huairu chuckled, shaking her head. I'm heading home to rest. I have to work tomorrow. The onlookers watched Qin Huairu's retreating figure, gritting their teeth in determination. They were resolute in their intention to matchmake with Qin Huairu. After all, a woman earning 37 yuan and 50 cents was akin to marrying a hen that lays golden eggs. As for her past marriage, what did it matter? Qin Huairu was only 27. She could still bear children. Many aunties exchanged glances, igniting mutual understanding in their eyes. In the courtyard, as Qin Huairu passed by, Bang Gung rushed out, wrapping his arms around her leg and calling out, Mom. What is it? Qin Huairu said sternly. I missed you. Bang Gung smiled ingratiatingly. Huairu, come sit. Bang Gung has missed you, Jia Zhangshi warmly beckoned. Jia Zhangshi, I know what you're thinking, but I advise you to abandon that thought. Qin Huairu coldly replied. And you, Bang Gung, don't covet what belongs to me. I've promised my brother that once I repay my debts, I will adopt a child. What did you say? Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu's expressions darkened. Wretched woman, shameless hussy, Bang Gung spat before quickly hiding behind Jia Zhangshi. Qin Huairu remained unmoving, glaring at Bang Gung. Qin Huairu, let me warn you, if you dare to lay a hand on him today, I will fight you. Jia Zhangshi warned sharply. Jia Dongshu remained silent, truthfully feeling somewhat intimidated by Qin Huairu. Qin Pairu gazed at Qin Huairu with concern. After all, who wouldn't he feel hurt when scolded by their own child? After a long pause, Qin Huairu suddenly laughed. In the past, when Bang Gung berated her, it hurt deeply, even bringing her to tears on occasion. Yet this time, she felt nothing at all. Perhaps this was what it meant to truly let go. Chapter 54. I am his beloved in the West Yard. Lin Shaowen was studying the architectural blueprints he had caught today and, upon applying them, quickly comprehended their utility. They would allow for an additional floor to the house, maintaining the same dimensions. An entire new level would seemingly appear out of thin air, surely startling anyone. After contemplating for a moment, an idea struck him. If it could be done above ground, could it also be done below? He immediately manipulated the model to extend underground. To his delight, it worked. Ecstatic, Lin Shaowen proceeded to add another story beneath the original structure, hesitating only at the point of entry. Ultimately, he decided to place it within Qin Huairu's home. Should anything go awry, it was plausible that enemies might discover his involvement. With quite a few who bore him ill will, he felt his own home was not entirely safe. Hence, he concealed the entrance behind the wardrobe in the bedroom. Although it was termed an underground construction, upon descending to the basement, he was momentarily taken aback. The ventilation was adequate, with numerous vents along the corners and walls of the courtyard. He hurried back home to fetch a flashlight, illuminating the expansive basement, which measured over 200 square meters. It had the dimensions of 3 rooms, yet was completely empty, save for the sewage pipes and electrical wiring that had been pre-installed. In other words, it was merely a shell, with all furnishings needing to be added later. Just a rudimentary version. Lin Shaowen quickly lost interest in the courtyard. Returning indoors to tinker in the kitchen, he still had a refrigerator to deal with. After much deliberation, he resolved to build a cabinet specifically for the refrigerator. Without delay, he pushed a cart to the second-hand market, selected some wood, and hastily returned. Director Lin, what are you making? Yanbu Gui inquired with curiosity as he observed Lin Shaowen hauling several planks of wood. There are mice and cockroaches at home. I want to build a cabinet. Lin Shaowen casually replied. Having skills is truly commendable, Yanbu Gui remarked appreciatively. Please, continue. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Qin Huairu already there, examining the refrigerator. Shaowen, what is this thing? A refrigerator. What does it do? It's a machine that can freeze things. But please don't mention it. It was given to me by a patient, Lin Shaowen explained, pointing to the appliance. The top compartment can freeze food to prevent spoilage, and the bottom compartment is for refrigeration, suitable for leftovers and fruits. This is quite a valuable item. Qin Huairu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. But we must keep it concealed. Let us build a cabinet to hide it, Lin Shaowen replied, embracing her with a smile before retrieving his carpentry tools to begin working on the wood. I'll help you, Qin Huairu insisted, rushing to join him. With craftsmanship akin to that of a master carpenter, it didn't take long to complete the cabinet before nightfall. Lin Shaowen, not wanting to take chances, even added 2 layers of protective measures. For those unacquainted with the intricacies, merely opening the cabinet door would reveal nothing but a wooden panel, leaving them unaware that treasures lay hidden behind it. Qin Huairu cheerfully placed the remaining dishes inside, occasionally peeking in and, upon feeling the chill, smiled like a child. The following day, Lin Shaowen pushed open the door to the infirmary, only to be taken aback by the sight of Lu Shaowen already tidying up. You're quite early, he remarked. Not too early, Lu Shaowen replied, brushing her hair back with a smile. I brought you some fruit. It's on the table. Lin Shaowen glanced at the 2 rosy apples on the table and couldn't help but chuckle. This girl seemed to have taken a liking to him. With someone in the infirmary and another at the factory, he barely had time to fish. What do you usually do while working? Lu Shaowen asked as she placed the mop outside and sat beside him. Reading, pondering, then napping, he shrugged. Aren't you busy? She inquired, surprised. No. You shouldn't say such things in the infirmary. Just as Lin Shaowen finished speaking, several workers entered, assisting a pale-faced man. A steel rod protruding from his thigh. What happened? Lin Shaowen asked. The machine got stuck, and when he tried to fix it with the rod, it snapped back with great force, one worker explained with a wry smile. I can only alleviate your pain. For everything else, you'll need to go to the hospital, Lin Shaowen said, taking out silver needles and inserting them into the man's thigh. The man's pallor eased considerably. I have a car. I can take him to the hospital, Lu Shaowen offered. Be quiet, Lin Shaowen admonished her before turning to the workers. Have the factory's shuttle take him to Xiehe. I'll write you a note. Thank you, Director Lin, the injured man expressed gratefully. The shuttle isn't for just anyone, a worker remarked curiously. Who is this? I'm his partner, Lu Shaowen blurted out, her face flushing instantly. What? The worker's eyes widened in surprise. Director Lin was quite the catch. In such a large steel factory, many sought to marry their daughters to him. If it weren't for Lin Shaowen's recent altercation with Yang Weigua, his infirmary would be bustling with suitors. Lin Shaowen glanced at Lu Shaowen, who was looking down. His lips moved, but no words escaped. Don't let the needles fall. Hurry along, he urged. Thank you, Director Lin. The workers departed, but not before casting lingering glances at Lu Shaowen, as if to imprint her image in their minds. I'm sorry, it seems I've caused you trouble, Lu Shaowen murmured softly. You did it on purpose, Lin Shaowen shot back, eyeing her sternly. Lu Shaowen was naive, but not foolish. Her earlier action was undoubtedly intentional. Just wait, before noon. The news of his relationship would spread throughout the steel factory. Yes, I did it on purpose. What will you do about it? Lu Shaowen lifted her chin, shedding her previous shyness. Oh, how did I fall for your trick? Lin Shaowen sighed. This must be a ploy devised by Lu Banqing, right? No. Lu Shaowen shook her head. It was your mother's idea. I want to tell you. Then that settles it, Lin Shaowen sighed. Lu's mother, with her poised demeanor, possessed considerable insight. She likely knew that Lin Shaowen was well regarded in the factory. Even if he and Lu Shaowen were alone together, it would only generate idle gossip. However, this ruckus would be different, and no amount of explanation would suffice. I'll tell you, my reputation could be tarnished by you, and you must take responsibility, Lu Shaowen said with a feigned look of grievance. Can we not reverse that statement? Lin Shaowen chuckled wryly. Then I shall take responsibility for you. Lu Shaowen's face lit up with joy. Oh, what a misfortune. Lin Shaowen sighed deeply. Indeed, when he took Lu Shaowen to the canteen for lunch, the entire place erupted in excitement. Director Lin, bringing your sister-in-law for lunch? Wang Kuerong was the first to greet them. Lin Shaowen glanced at the blushing Lu Shaowen and merely nodded. Let us head to the small kitchen. The factory leaders have arrived, Wang Kuerong said with a grin. Lin Shaowen sighed again. Qin Huairu observed Lu Shaowen trailing behind Lin Shaowen and felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. In the small kitchen, Lin Xinmin playfully punched Lin Shaowen. I suggested you a partner, and you turned it down. Turns out you had someone in mind all along. Right. I thought you'd be single for a few more years, young factory director added jestingly. Director, you were the one who introduced her. How can you claim ignorance? Lin Shaowen raised an eyebrow. All eyes then turned to Yang Weigua. Ahem, it was a favor, he stammered, waving his hands awkwardly. The steel factory was a public-private partnership, with Lu Banqing owning half the shares. Thus, Yang Weigua and Lu Banqing had a cordial relationship. All right, let us eat. Li Xinmin called as everyone took their seats, and opened 2 bottles of Mao Dai, preparing to fill Lin Shaowen's cup, only for him to gently refuse. Esteemed leaders, I differ from you. My profession frowns upon drinking on duty. The group paused, then understood. A doctor operating under the influence could lead to dire consequences. Next time, we'll drink with you, Li Ximin chuckled. Next time, it'll be my treat, Lin Shaowen replied with a smile. Is it a celebration? Young factory director inquired. Upon hearing the word celebration, Lu Xiaoyi's heart raced. Even if you don't attend, I must invite you, Lin Shaowen declared, rising. Esteemed leaders, fulfilling my duty. I raise my cup as a toast to you. Cheers. The crowd responded enthusiastically. No wonder Lin Shaowen, at such a young age, had garnered the admiration of both factory heads. He was adept at both work and social graces, with his own principles. Such a person was destined for success. In the canteen, whispers floated around. Director Lin's partner is quite beautiful. Indeed, her looks are striking. She seems to come from a notable background. I heard her family owns a car. Workers were animatedly discussing Lin Shaowen and Lu Xiaoyi, causing Su Damao to clench his teeth in frustration. So, Lu Xiaoyi has set her sights on Lin Shaowen. That scoundrel Lin, pretending to be friendly, is ruthless when it comes to rivalry. An idea sparked in Su Damao's mind, and he turned to his colleague. Don't be fooled by her beauty. Her background is questionable. Oh, what is the story? Others gathered around. Her family is wealthy. If Director Lin pursues her, he'll surely face repercussions. Su Damao whispered conspiratorially. Really? Many frowned. In this era, lineage was of utmost importance. Those with humble beginnings were often scrutinized. Marrying the daughter of a capitalist was not a decision made lightly. Before long, the rumor that Lin Shaowen was to wed a capitalist's daughter spread throughout the steel factory. In the infirmary, Lin Shaowen told Lu Xiaoyi, "You should head back." Why? She pouted. "This is a workplace. Office romances are inappropriate." After a moment's hesitation, he gently pinched her cheek. "Return home. Find time to visit me." Really? Lu Xiaoyi's face lit up with joy. "Indeed," he affirmed. "So now I am your partner?" She asked anxiously. "Yes, you are my partner," Lin Shaowen smiled. As she turned to leave, she suddenly dashed back, kissed Lin Shaowen's cheek, and fled the scene. Lin Shaowen covered his face, chuckling to himself. It seems it's time to settle down. On the island, Lin Shaowen opened a bottle of cola and began his fishing endeavors. The first cast, obtaining the formula for the musk heart protection pill, left Lin Shaowen momentarily stunned. Ever since he absorbed the knowledge from the Qingnong Shu and Yin Luo's 13 needles, he had become quite a proficient physician. He could analyze prescriptions, and the musk heart protection pill was indeed an excellent remedy for treating myocardial infarctions and coronary heart disease. Its most remarkable feature was its efficacy coupled with its affordability. The second reward was a complete set of modern home furnishings. Lin Shaowen was left speechless. Had he received this 2 months earlier, he would have spared himself the trouble of shopping for furniture. This prize was nearly equivalent to acquiring a house, encompassing everything from beds and wardrobes to tables and stools, and even included lamps and bathroom fixtures. The third reward was the Tianhui medical manual, which he opted to study. The mention of this manual jolted Lin Shaowen's spirits. Known also as the BNK medical book, it represented an advanced level of medical knowledge, especially when considering the remarkable techniques employed by physicians during the Warring States period. While the Qingnong Shu focused on skills, the Tianhui medical manual had reached a level of artistry. Even after systematic study, Lin Shaowen felt he had not fully comprehended it, as many techniques and methods contradicted those in the Qingnong Shu. In the clinic, Lin Shaowen was resting his head on the desk, his gaze vacant. Yet his mind was fervently contemplating the content of the Tianhui medical manual. Suddenly, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air. Shaowen, called Qin Huairu. Her beautiful face tinged with concern. "What's wrong? Are you upset because I mentioned my boyfriend?" Lin Shaowen chuckled. "Not at all." Qin Huairu playfully hit him before continuing. "Everyone says that Lu Xiaowa is the daughter of a capitalist, and being with her could jeopardize your future." While she had prepared herself for Lin Shaowen's marriage, she was unwilling to see his future compromised. "I know who her father is," Lin Shaowen reassured her with a smile. "Don't worry, I will handle it. But if she moves in, what will we do?" Qin Huairu blushed. "We'll go to your place," Lin Shaowen responded playfully. "My home." Qin Huairu shook her head. "It's not safe. If someone finds out, it would be troublesome." "No, your place is perfectly safe. After work, I'll take you somewhere," Lin Shaowen suggested, recalling the day's lottery results, which sparked an idea. "However, you should think it through. If not, we can find another option," Qin Huairu whispered. "Understood, Mrs. Lin," Lin Shaowen teased. "Go on. Who do you think you are calling me that?" Qin Huairu bit her lip and glanced outside. Seeing no one, she boldly kissed Lin Shaowen and hurried away, not daring to linger lest they arouse suspicion. Lin Shaowen chuckled and resumed his contemplation. Moments later, two unexpected visitors arrived. Teacher, Dean Zhang, what brings you here? Lin Shaowen asked in surprise. What? Can't we come to see you? Qin Zhong replied sternly. Shaolin, you did well last time, Zhang Yuyang praised. You're just in time. I was pondering a prescription and could use your advice. Lin Shaowen poured them both a glass of water. A prescription? Qin Zhong and Zhang Yuyang exchanged astonished glances. How could Lin Shaowen, at such a young age, dare to formulate his own prescriptions? No, this young man possessed genuine talent. His mastery of massage and acupuncture was already remarkable. Old Zhang, step out. I'll advise him, Qin Zhong suddenly exclaimed. Old Qin, that's not fair, Zhang Yuyang protested. Business is business, and personal matters are personal. I know my place, and besides, I'm nearing my end. Why would I steal credit from Shaolin? He understood that Qin Zhong wanted him to leave because their hospital had its own pharmacy, fully owned by them rather than a collaborative one. Qin Zhong fell silent. Not at all, Lin Shaowen said, smiling to ease the tension. When I treated Zhao Lao last time, I discovered a significant issue. He has multiple underlying conditions. But the most critical is his heart condition. Yes, although he has recovered well, a heart attack could strike at any moment, Zhang Yuyang sighed. Heart attacks are not just Zhao Qingming's concern. Many elders suffer from them. Shaolin, is your prescription related to heart attacks? Qin Zhong inquired. Indeed, Lin Shaowen confirmed. The medicine is called Musk Heart Protection Pill, with ingredients including musk, ginseng, and cow bile. He listed dozens of medicinal components in one breath. Your ingredients are somewhat expensive, Zhang Yuyang remarked. No, synthetic options will suffice, Lin Shaowen replied with a smile. Synthetic? Qin Zhong was taken aback. Despite widespread claims that wild and artificially cultivated herbal medicines were equivalent, the reality was vastly different. For instance, wild ginseng takes 5 years to mature, while under artificial conditions. It can be ready in just 1 year. The efficacy of the resulting product could not possibly be the same. Moreover, the chemical composition would not be identical. Although the differences might seem minor, they could result in drastically divergent medicinal effects. I'll write down the formula. And you can prepare it for some heart attack patients to try, Lin Shaowen stated, beginning to write, meticulously detailing both the prescription and the preparation process. I'll take care of it right away, Zhang Yuyang said seriously as he secured the written formula and glanced at Qin Zhong. Ahem, Shaolin. We also have another matter to discuss today. After a brief cough, Qin Zhong continued solemnly. You possess great talent and are quite adept socially. Although we are aging, it is not an issue for us to help you advance. You understand my meaning, don't you? Are you referring to Lu Xiao? Lin Shaowen frowned. While Lu Banqing is decent, he is still a capitalist and will eventually face retribution. If you wish to marry, old Qin and I can find you a suitable match. Within the confines of the secret room, Zhang Yuyang spoke candidly. I have already promised her, Lin Shaowen replied quietly. Nonsense. Is this a matter of promises? Qin Zhong said sternly. Teacher, if I can abandon the woman I have pledged my heart to, what else could I possibly forsake in the future? Lin Shaowen asserted seriously. Future prospects mean little to me. I wish to uphold my integrity. Qin Zhong was momentarily taken aback, but soon fell silent. Zhang Yuyang shook his head with a wry smile. Old Qin, didn't I tell you this kid has his head on straight? I advised you not to come, yet you insisted. If I hadn't shown up, would you have this formula? Qin Zhong retorted. Thank you both for your kindness, but I believe life is fleeting. And I wish to live freely, Lin Shaowen said as he bowed to the two elders. Enough, Qin Zhong waved his hand. As long as I draw breath, I can protect you. Thank you. Teacher, Lin Shaowen expressed his gratitude. Shaolin, if anyone troubles you, just call me, Zhang Yuyang said, patting Lin Shaowen on the shoulder before departing with Qin Zhong. At the Lu residence, so, is it true? Lu Mu asked in surprise. Yes, Lu Xiao replied shyly, lowering her head. Ah, my daughter truly lives up to her lineage, Lu Mu exclaimed joyfully, embracing Lu Xiao. Lin Shaowen's medical skills were indeed remarkable. Since she began silkworm farming, she had been busy gathering mulberry leaves daily to care for them, feeding and cleaning after them. However, her palpitations and anxieties had vanished, and she now enjoyed peaceful nights of sleep. Lu Banqing observed the two women's joy and allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. The Lu family now consisted solely of the three of them, as the rest of the extended family had perished or scattered, marking the end of the once great Lu clan. Sir, a visitor has arrived. He says his surname is Zhao, Wu Ma announced as she entered. Zhao? Lu Banqing pondered for less than half a second before rising. Quickly, bring the guest in. Lao Zong, I hope you do not take offense at my uninvited presence. Zhao Qingshan's imposing figure materialized in the living room. Brother Qingshan, what do you mean by that? Please, have a seat. After inviting him to sit, Lu Banqing instructed the servant to serve tea. I shall forego the tea. I have come on behalf of my father to convey a message. Zhao Qingshan, remaining true to his military demeanor, spoke with utmost directness. Please proceed. Lu Banqing's expression grew serious, while Lu's mother appeared quite tense. Only Lu Xiao blinked her large eyes, curiously observing Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan's gaze shifted from Lu Banqing to Lu Xiao before he smiled and stated, My father says, in the future, I will assist where I can. The message has been delivered. I take my leave. With that, he rose and departed without hesitation. Lu Banqing sat in the living room, momentarily stunned, before recalling the need to see Zhao Qingshan off, only to be informed by the servant that Zhao Qingshan had already left. Dad, what does this mean? Lu Xiao inquired, somewhat perplexed. Xiao, your insight is commendable. Lu Banqing exclaimed, embracing his daughter with elation. A fortune teller once said that my Xiao's life would be intertwined with fortune and calamity. It seems fortune prevails. Indeed. One must consider the upbringing of such a daughter, Lu's mother chimed in, equally delighted. With Zhao Qingming's words, they felt a temporary reprieve from worry. Even in times of trouble, Zhao Qingming would inform them in advance. Lu Xiao blinked, still bewildered. In the courtyard, Lin Shaowen passed by the Jia family's entrance and noticed Jia Zhangshi entertaining a middle-aged man, who appeared to be in his 40s, wearing a reserved smile, while Jia Dongshu wore a fawning expression. Upon seeing Lin Shaowen, the group ceased their conversation. That wretched little scoundrel, Jia Zhangshi spat at Lin Shaowen's retreating figure. Who is he? The middle-aged man inquired with curiosity. A local rascal. Ignore him, Jia Zhangshi scolded before asking. Master Feng, you mentioned that the courtyard's fortune has been usurped? Master Feng, you must help us. Jia Zhangshi pleaded. Where does he reside? I shall take a look. Master Feng inquired. In the back courtyard. I shall lead you there, Jia Dongshu promptly responded, guiding Master Feng to the rear. Mother, I feel. This Taoist does not seem trustworthy. Qin Pairu whispered after Feng had exited. Though Feng's actions were subtle, a woman's intuition warned Qin Pairu that he had stolen glances at her more than once. You, a country bumpkin, understand nothing, Jia Zhangshi retorted as she followed to the back courtyard. Qin Pairu wore a bitter smile. It was no wonder Qin Huairu wished to divorce Jia Dongshu. This mother and son truly regarded her as insignificant. On the third day of their marriage, they had resorted to violence against her. Despite Qin Huairu's warnings, Jia Zhangshi showed no restraint, often resorting to physical and verbal abuse. Yet, reflecting on her experiences, she bore it all, hoping her body would soon bear fruit, providing a glimmer of hope for a better life. However, she never considered why Qin Huairu, despite being pregnant, insisted on divorce. In the west courtyard, Lin Shaowen emerged from the basement, taking advantage of Qin Huairu's bath to stash the furniture acquired that day. He also connected a wire from his yard to ensure the lights and water heater operated smoothly. As he reclined in a chair, he overheard a conversation outside. The entire courtyard lay under an isolation formation, allowing him to hear any approach. Outside, Master Feng gazed at the crimson copper gate, visibly astonished. He was no stranger to wealth. Even the two beast-head door knockers were worth a fortune. Master Feng, this is the abode of that little scoundrel, Jia Zhangshi remarked enviously. Understood. Master Feng approached and gently rapped on the copper ring, clearing his throat. Is anyone home? This humble Taoist. Get lost. A booming voice interrupted, forcing Master Feng to swallow his words. You little scoundrel, open the door. Master Feng has come to assess the feng shui, Jia Zhangshi shouted. Jia Zhangshi, are you still peddling superstitions? Are you not afraid of being locked up? Lin Shaowen scoffed, causing a shiver to run through those outside. I will count to 3. If you do not leave, I will summon help. You little scoundrel, you will regret this, Jia Zhangshi threatened before fleeing. Master Feng had already retreated the moment Lin Shaowen spoke. At the Jia residence, Jia Zhangshi seethed. Master Feng, do you have any means to punish that little scoundrel? Rest assured, I have my methods. Master Feng resumed his ethereal demeanor. Tell me more about him. He is the head of the medical department at the steel plant. Jia Dongshu relayed all he knew. Master Feng's eyes widened. 99 a month? Repairing the house and furnishing it costs over 1,000. Is this not a fat sheep? Master Feng, do you have a way to deal with him? Jia Dongshu asked, harboring deep resentment for Lin Shaowen. Were it not for him, I would not be facing divorce. Without the divorce, my family of 4 would be earning 60 a month, a considerable income in this courtyard. Yet, he conveniently forgot who had introduced Qin Huairu to the factory. I have my methods. I have already cast a spell at his door. Tonight, little spirits will transport his wealth. Master Feng stated lightly, once the spirits enter his abode, his fortune will surely dissipate. 5 spirits transporting wealth. Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu were astonished, while Qin Pairu frowned. Do not worry. The results will be evident by tomorrow, Master Feng said mysteriously. In the west courtyard. After dinner, Qin Huairu and Lin Shaowen remained in the cool pavilion, embracing one another. What is it? Let me hold you longer, Qin Huairu said, her eyes glistening. After you marry, wait until she visits her family before you seek me out. It would not end well if she catches us. Although the small door was concealed and covered by climbing ivy, it remained adjacent to the next house, lacking the soundproofing of Lin Shaowen's dwelling. Are you worried about that? Lin Shaowen chuckled, pinching her cheek as he lifted her. I shall take you somewhere that will ease your mind. Where? Qin Huairu asked, wrapping her arms around his neck. Lin Shaowen did not reply, carrying her towards the ear room. Upon opening the wardrobe and revealing a straight staircase descending, Qin Huairu's mouth fell agape. She had no idea her house had a basement. Lin Shaowen flipped the switch, and as the light illuminated the space, Qin Huairu trembled with excitement. The basement was fully equipped, especially the metallic sheen of the large bed that captivated her gaze. Taking a few steps, she opened a closed door and stood frozen. The bathroom, adorned with sleek tiles, a pristine tub, and toilet, enchanted her. No fear of being discovered here, right? Lin Shaowen teased. Shaowen, if you love me, let it be here. Qin Huairu wrapped her arms around Lin Shaowen's neck. That night, after Qin Huairu finished tidying up the dishes and attended to Lin Shaowen's bath, she contentedly lay down in bed. With a weight lifted from her heart, she soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Lin Shaowen felt drowsy but suddenly sensed something amiss, awakening to the realization that someone was scaling his wall. He quickly roused Qin Huairu, instructing her to return to the ear room while he armed himself with a stick, concealing himself beneath the wall. The intruder seemed well prepared, effortlessly climbing atop the wall, unaffected by the thorns of the climbing ivy. After a brief wait, a shadow leapt down from the wall. Bang! Lin Shaowen swung his stick with great force, instantly releasing the barrier of the grand formation. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Thief! Quick, catch the thief!" The once tranquil courtyard was suddenly illuminated by countless lights. Following the commotion, a throng of people rushed towards the western wing's backyard. At that moment, Lin Shaowen wielded his stick and lunged at the small thief. Ouch, stop hitting. I surrender, please. The thief pleaded, rolling on the ground, trying to shield himself. Lin Shaowen, open the door. Many voices called from outside the courtyard. What is going on? Qin Huairu, clad in a silk nightgown, opened the door. Sister Qin. It's said that Lin Shaowen's house has been robbed, said Shaju, his eyes widening with mischief. Qin Huairu, though only revealing a glimpse of her neck and arms, was enough to leave the men gawking. Despite the darkness, their attention was drawn to her, some even drooling, though they paid little heed to it. After a while, Lin Shaowen opened the courtyard gate, shouldering a hefty stick while dragging a man behind him like a dead dog. His fierce demeanor made several onlookers take a step back. Only Qin Huairu secretly gazed at Lin Shaowen, her eyes glimmering with admiration. This man exuded an undeniable sense of security. In the courtyard, apart from the sleeping children, nearly all the adults had emerged. A few bolder individuals brandished sticks and sickles. Regardless of personal differences with Lin Shaowen, the theft was a serious matter. Even in these times, a sense of justice still prevailed among the people. With a thud, Lin Shaowen tossed the small thief to the ground, causing several people to blink in surprise. The thief, quite robust, likely weighed over 160 pounds, yet Lin Shaowen effortlessly handled him, revealing a surprising level of combat prowess. Search him. Lin Shaowen lit a cigarette, offering one to Su Damao and Yin Bugui. Shaju and Yin Jieqing, eager for attention, rushed to pull off the thief's mask and began rummaging through his belongings. Wow, gold bars. So much money. And rings and bracelets. Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu were stunned at the sight of the thief's face, realizing it was the same Feng Daoist who had visited them earlier that afternoon for fortune-telling. Yi Zhonghai looked at the pile of valuables with astonished eyes, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Lin Shaowen, noticing the crowd's bewilderment, chuckled. What are you all staring at? Hurry back and see if your own homes have been robbed. Right. The crowd snapped back to reality and hurried home. The bruised Feng Daoist glared at Lin Shaowen with resentment, wishing he could retaliate. Damn you. Don't you dare show me that attitude. Shaju stepped forward and delivered a kick to his chin. Feng Daoist spat blood and a few teeth. Don't kill him. We might still get some credit for this, Yi Zhonghai cautioned. Exactly. Lu Haizhong chimed in, sensing the treasure trove before them. It was clear that the thief had not only targeted their courtyard, perhaps they could turn him into the authorities and reap some rewards. I didn't lose anything. Neither did I. Could it be that he only went to Lin's house? The crowd murmured among themselves. Suddenly, someone shouted, I've seen that guy. He was at Jia Zhangshi's house this afternoon. You're talking nonsense. Jia Zhangshi exploded with fury. Jia Dongshu turned pale, nearly fainting without the support of Qin Pairu. Jia Zhangshi, you better confess. Are you in cahoots with him? Yin Bugui reprimanded, seizing the opportunity to put Jia Zhangshi in a difficult position. I'm not. I didn't. Jia Zhangshi frantically shook her head. Think carefully, Jia Zhangshi. He stole so much. He's bound to be executed. You'll be implicated as his accomplice. Lu Haizhong threatened. Jia Zhangshi, overwhelmed, broke down in tears. I met him at the courtyard entrance. He claimed to be here for fortune-telling. I never imagined he would be a thief. She lunged at Feng Daoist, clawing at his face, and no one intervened as he was nearly disfigured. That's a death sentence for you. Yin Bugui threatened again. At the mention, Jia Zhangshi immediately ceased her actions. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted through the crowd. Lin Shaowen stepped back, covering his nose. What a strong smell. Jia Zhangshi must be quite furious. I didn't do it. I didn't. Jia Zhangshi wailed, covering her face. Enough. This old lady probably truly knows nothing about this, Lin Shaowen interjected, surprisingly defending her. It wasn't out of kindness, but rather a lack of interest in wrongfully accusing her. Little beast. No, Director Lin, I really have nothing to do with him. Jia Zhangshi crawled towards Lin Shaowen's feet, but he skillfully evaded her grasp. So what should we do now? Yi Zhonghai looked at Lin Shaowen. If you want credit, keep him locked up for a night, and in the morning, hand him over to the local office. If you want to avoid trouble, send him to the neighborhood watch right now. You all can decide. I'm going to sleep. Lin Shaowen yawned, preparing to head to the backyard. Wait. Yin Bugui called out to Lin Shaowen. You caught him, so you should take the credit too. Countless eyes turned towards Yin Bugui, filled with resentment. Even Aunt Sin pinched him hard. Usually clever, how could he be so foolish at such a critical moment? Capturing a thief was a significant achievement. Surely the local office would acknowledge their efforts, especially with such a bounty involved. Realizing the crowd's gaze, Yin Bugui quickly understood, mentally scolding himself. Old Yin, how about you let Yin Jieqing call me Uncle Lin? I'll give you a suggestion, Lin Shaowen said with a grin. You wish. Yin Jieqing retorted angrily. This rascal had the audacity to take advantage of him. If only he could overpower him, he would have beaten him senseless. Yin Bugui, with a serious expression, patted Lin Shaowen's shoulder. Brother Lin, what are you talking about? We're brothers. Yin Jieqing is naturally the younger generation. Jieqing, how did I teach you when you were young? You must never confuse your elders and juniors. Dad. Yin Jieqing nearly ground his teeth. But under Yin Bugui's menacing gaze, he reluctantly forced out, Uncle Lin. With that, Shaju burst into laughter, and the rest soon followed suit, chuckling uncontrollably. Qin Huairu couldn't help but shake her head in amusement, thinking how Lin Shaowen never seemed to mature. Yin Jieqing glared at Lin Shaowen in frustration. His cheeks flushed as he prepared to retreat to his room. Yet, Lin Shaowen called out lazily, That's more like it, old Yin. First, lock him up in your house. Tomorrow, inform the local office that it was under Yin Jieqing's leadership that we caught the thief, and request a commendation from Director Wang. Preferably one delivered to the textile factory. That way, Jieqing's promotion is assured. The courtyard fell silent. Yin Jieqing's previously furious demeanor brightened as he turned to Lin Shaowen. Uncle Lin, are you serious? You're my big nephew. Why would I lie to you? Lin Shaowen affectionately patted his head before turning to head to the backyard. Uncle, please take care. Uncle, if you need anything, just let me know. The crowd watched Yin Jieqing, now resembling a sycophant, with envy rather than ridicule in their eyes. It is said that simply calling someone uncle can lead to a promotion. Where on earth can one find such a favorable situation? Truly, it is the educated minds that shine with brilliance. Lu Haizhong felt a deep sense of loss. If he possessed Lin Shaowen's intellect, he would have likely ascended to a position of authority by now. No wonder that young man climbs the ranks so swiftly, remarked Sha Zhu with a hint of envy. Yin Jieqing, in the future, if you need anything, seek your uncle Damao, he jested, while Su Damao imitated him by patting Yin Jieqing's head. Su Damao, you can leave now, Yin Jieqing retorted, baring his teeth. Yin Jieqing, such impoliteness. I am a brother to Lin Shaowen, and also your elder, Su Damao shot back. I'll take you on. Yin Jieqing charged forward with a stick, prompting Su Damao to flee while shouting, Old Yin, don't you discipline your son. I spit, Jieqing, beat that scoundrel to death. After spitting at Su Damao, Yin Bugui ordered Yin Jiequang and his brother Jie to fetch ropes, binding the almost lifeless Feng Dowling tightly. Furthermore, he instructed that the entire family of 6 must remain awake, guarding through the night. Others, though envious, could do nothing. It was Lin Shaowen who captured the thief, and he decreed that Yin Jieqing should take the credit. What could anyone else say? Chapter 59. Do not speak to me. I fear Lin Shaowen may misunderstand. The next morning, Yin Bugui's family of 6, with eyes as red as rabbits, took the stolen money and escorted Feng Daolang to the street office. Indeed, upon hearing that Yin Jieqing had apprehended a thief, Director Wang immediately became excited, without hesitation sending a commendation letter to the textile factory. And the street office rewarded Yin Jieqing with 20 yuan. This nearly drove Yin Jieqing to madness with joy, lavishly praising Yin Bugui for his foresight. As evening approached, as Lin Shaowen stepped into the courtyard, Yin Jieqing eagerly approached him, respectfully presenting the 20 yuan. Uncle Lin, this is the reward from the street office. Please accept it. Yin Bugui may have had his schemes, but he was well aware of whether this money could be taken. You've been promoted? Lin Shaowen raised an eyebrow slightly. Thanks to your support. Once the commendation reached the factory, the leaders immediately promoted me. Yin Jieqing beamed, eliciting jealousy from many around him. They had all contributed to the capture of the thief, so why was it only Yin Jieqing who reaped the benefits? Especially Jia Zhangshi, who had been quite frightened yesterday and was just recovering, now saw Yin Jieqing's sycophantic demeanor and was instantly enraged. In such a world, shouldn't one have a bit of dignity? People ought not to emulate certain individuals, barking like dogs over a mere bone. Jia Zhangshi's sarcastic remarks drew a chorus of agreement. Indeed, it was initially thought that third uncle was a paragon, yet it turned out he engaged in such shameless acts. Shaju also scoffed. What nonsense is this? Su Damao said sternly. We are all elders. Be mindful of your words in front of the children. Yin Jieqing, unfazed, continued to beam at Lin Shaowen. Go on. Say what you will. He is now a formal employee of the unit. Why would he stoop to the level of some idle individuals? All right. Take this money and buy some seeds and candies to share with the people in the courtyard, Lin Shaowen suggested. Yesterday, every family contributed. You better not embezzle the funds. Upon hearing of the rewards, the atmosphere in the courtyard shifted instantly. Is it any wonder that Lin Shaowen, at such a young age, was able to become a director? Indeed, the way he handled matters is truly commendable. You all ought to learn from him. Everyone began to shower praises, completely forgetting their earlier grievances. Uncle, I heed your words. Yin Jieqing smiled respectfully. Lin Shaowen, both amused and exasperated, waved his hand. Enough of this. Now you're calling me uncle? It seems Yin Jieqing has truly let himself go. Uncle? When did I become an uncle? A clear, melodious voice chimed in, drawing the attention of many. Xiaoyi. Su Damao was about to approach her, but was promptly blocked by Lu Xiaoyi. Su Damao, we have no relation, she said, linking her arm with Lin Shaowen's. From now on, as we live in the same courtyard, let us refrain from speaking. I fear Lin Shaowen may misunderstand. Ha! Shaju laughed heartily. Su Damao. How does it feel now that you've lost the advantage? Damn it, this is all your fault. Su Damao, eyes reddening, grabbed a chair and hurled it at Shaju before fleeing. Oh, Su Damao, just wait until I catch you. Shaju immediately chased after him. Aunt, Yin Jieqing called out to Lu Xiaoyi without a shred of guilt. Huh. Lu Xiaoyi gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. All right. Just leave, Lin Shaowen chuckled. Then took Lu Xiaoyi to the back courtyard. Noticing that he had deliberately opened the main gate, Lu Xiaoyi felt a flutter in her heart, raising her opinion of Lin Shaowen even higher. After all, he was a true gentleman. Little did she know, Lin Shaowen was merely trying to prevent Qin Huairu from barging in. To alert Qin Huairu, he had even closed off the formation in the courtyard. The two sat in the cool pavilion, sipping coconut water. Hey, why does that person call you uncle? Lu Xiaoyi inquired curiously. Lin Shaowen recounted the events of the previous day, causing Lu Xiaoyi to burst into laughter. You're quite the rascal. Who exploits others like that? Isn't he quite happy about it? Lin Shaowen chuckled. Well, that's true. As they conversed, Qin Huairu's figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. However, she did not even glance inside, heading straight to her room. Why didn't she greet you? Lu Xiaoyi remarked. You two are neighbors. Isn't that a bit too distant? What else should it be? Should I invite her in for a chat? Lin Shaowen teased. Go away. You have a partner now. Lu Xiaoyi playfully nudged him, then added, I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner? You're eating here? Lin Shaowen exclaimed in surprise. How novel. Lu Xiaoyi rolled her eyes. We are officially in a relationship. Is it too much to come over for a meal? Well, it's your first time here. I should make it a bit more formal. Lin Shaowen mused before getting up to head outside. Wait here for a moment. All right, Lu Xiaoyi agreed, propping her chin up as she admired the flowers in the courtyard. This courtyard seemed perfectly designed to her liking. Moments later, Qin Huairu appeared at the entrance, preparing to head into the central courtyard. Qin Huairu. Lu Xiaoyi suddenly called out. What is it? Qin Huairu responded calmly, though her heart raced slightly. Come over and sit for a while, Lu Xiaoyi beckoned. Once I marry in, we'll be neighbors. Qin Huairu pondered for a moment before stepping into Lin Shaowen's courtyard. It is often said that women are masters of the performance arts. She surveyed her surroundings as if she were visiting for the first time. Lu Shaoyi observed these behaviors, further convinced that there was nothing between Qin Huairu and Lin Shaowen. I'm Lu Shaoyi. I know, Qin Huairu smiled as she sat down. You are Director Lin's partner. Your name has spread throughout the factory. There are just the two households in the West Wing. We can be friends from now on, Lu Shaoyi cheerfully proposed. That sounds good, Qin Huairu smiled in return. However, that moment of beauty left Lu Shaoyi momentarily entranced. As the two chatted, Lin Shaowen appeared, accompanied by the reluctant Sha Zhu. Originally displeased, Sha Zhu's mood brightened upon seeing Qin Huairu. What brings you here? Lin Shaowen asked her. Your beloved sent me, Qin Huairu replied coolly. Lin Shaowen. I must admonish you, Sha Zhu proclaimed sternly. They say a distant relative is not as good as a nearby neighbor. With just you and Sister Qin in the West Wing, shouldn't you, as a man, look after her? I don't need to. Lin Shaowen and Qin Huairu replied in unison. In a moment of bewilderment, Sha Zhu pondered the discord between the two individuals. Shaowen, I am quite close to Sister Qin. You must not bully her, remarked Lu Shaoyi, entwining her arm with Qin Huairu's. But we are not that close, Lin Shaowen shrugged nonchalantly. Regardless, Sister Qin is alone. Let us dine together this evening, Lu Shaoyi affirmed, embracing Qin Huairu's shoulders. Shaowen, where did you disappear to earlier? I was merely fetching the finest chef in Nanluoguxiang, Lin Shaowen proclaimed with exaggerated flair, instantly eliciting a beaming smile from Sha Zhu. Is it any wonder that Director Lin has an eye for talent? Just you wait and see. Qin Huairu gazed at the jubilant Sha Zhu, bemused by his obliviousness. Was he truly unaware that he was being sold out by Lin Shaowen? Chapter 60. Suspension in the West Wing. The kitchen bustled with activity. Qin Huairu leaned against the doorframe, observing Sha Zhu as he prepared the meal. Her intent was not to clandestinely learn his culinary skills, but rather to safeguard the ingredients that belonged to Lin Shaowen, lest Sha Zhu mishandle them. Unbeknownst to him, Sha Zhu believed Qin Huairu had come to watch him specifically. He exerted every ounce of effort, laboring for over an hour to complete the feast. With the final dish, a braised pork knuckle, ready, he joyfully presented it to the table, taking a seat beside Lin Shaowen while casting furtive glances at Qin Huairu. Indeed, it takes a master chef to create such delectable dishes, Qin Huairu commended, causing Sha Zhu to beam with pride. Sister Qin, I do not mean to boast, but our culinary skills are unparalleled, not just in Nanluoguxiang, but throughout the entire city. Indeed, in Dongqing district, who is not familiar with Master Hiyuzhu? Lin Shaowen exclaimed as he uncorked a bottle of Maotai, subsequently retrieving a bottle of red wine and 2 crystal glasses from the room. However, upon his return, he found the courtyard teeming with onlookers, all eager to witness the spectacle. After all, Sha Zhu's cooking had perfumed the entire courtyard, and with Lin Shaowen's gates usually shut, the open door was an irresistible invitation. Goodness, your flowers are thriving magnificently, exclaimed Yin Bugue, astonished. Where did you acquire such seeds? A patient gifted them, Lin Shaowen chuckled, pulling the cork from the wine bottle, releasing a fragrant aroma that enveloped the courtyard. You even have red wine. Lu Shaoyi gasped with delight, realizing that her perception of Lin Shaowen had been far too limited. A gift from a friend, he replied, pouring 2 glasses before filling his and Sha Zhu's with white liquor. The sight of the sumptuous spread, a feast of 6 meat dishes and a bowl of kelp soup, ignited the appetites of the onlookers, who were rendered speechless by the lavishness of the meal. Curse that wretched scoundrel, Jia Zhangshi muttered under her breath, harboring resentment despite Lin Shaowen's intercession on her behalf. If it weren't for him capturing Daoist Feng, I wouldn't have been so frightened that I nearly lost control of myself. Nor would I have been plagued by nightmares for days. My hatred for Lin Shaowen has only deepened. Yi Zhonghai observed Lin Shaowen, who was merrily toasting with others, feeling a surge of resentment. Ever since Lin Shaowen had arrived, his status had plummeted, and even the younger generation no longer held the elderly in high regard. To add insult to injury, his favored candidate for retirement, Jia Dongxiu, had suffered significant losses under Lin Shaowen's influence, leading to a loss of obedience that Yi Zhonghai could hardly tolerate. He had been devising a plan to oust Lin Shaowen or ruin his reputation altogether. As for Lu Haizhong, each time he heard Lin Shaowen being referred to as Director Lin, jealousy boiled within him. Yin Bugue maintained a fragile truce with Lin Shaowen. But for the miserly Yin Laoshi, Lin Shaowen's assistance in securing his son's position would only sustain peace for a fortnight at most. Should the stakes rise high enough, he would not hesitate to act against Lin Shaowen. The gathering buzzed with varied intentions, all circling around Lin Shaowen's courtyard. Goodness, Lin Shaowen, you possess 2 electric fans? Su Damao exclaimed, astounded by the sight in Lin Shaowen's bedroom. The crowd quickly converged, confirming the presence of not one, but two fans, one in the bedroom and another atop the pergola. Where did you procure the tickets? Yi Zhonghai inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Bicycle tickets were already scarce, but fan tickets were even rarer. Who wouldn't desire a cool summer? A gift from a friend, Lin Shaowen replied calmly. How do you have so many friends? Lu Haizhong sneered. You must either extort patience or embezzle through your position. Before Lin Shaowen could respond, Lu Shaoyi interjected, Old man, you have no right to question the source of my family's fans. How dare you? Lu Haizhong seethed, his temper flaring. As the elder of the courtyard, he found it outrageous that a mere girl would dare reprimand him. What of it? It is just a fan, and my family has plenty more. What will you do about it? Lu Shaoyi scoffed. Clapping in approval, Lin Shaowen was taken aback by Lu Shaoyi's fiery spirit, while Qin Huairu regarded her with newfound respect. You will regret this, Lu Haizhong spat before storming off. Old man, you are unwelcome in my home. If you dare return, I will see to it that you are thrown out. Lu Shaoyi called after him. Bravo, Lin Shaowen and Lu Shaoyi. Well done. Lu Haizhong's face turned ashen with fury. Get lost. Lu Shaoyi waved dismissively, returning to her seat to clink glasses with Qin Huairu. Huh, with such a fierce woman. Lin Shaowen has his work cut out for him, Jia Zhongshu remarked gleefully. Indeed, Jia Dongshu added with a cold smirk. Is it so easy to win the heart of a capitalist's daughter? Just wait. Lin Shaowen's days of sorrow are yet to come. The others nodded in agreement. Save for Su Damao, whose heart ached at the thought. Lu Shaoyi's claims of having an abundance of fans were no mere boast. She possessed tickets for at least 1/5 of the allocations sent to the steel mill, and money was of little concern to her family. Lin Shaowen, Shazhu. Just you wait. Su Damao shot a glacial glance at the two clinking glasses before departing. After Lu Shaoyi's outburst, the crowd lost interest in the commotion and gradually dispersed. However, many harbored resentment toward Lin Shaowen's extravagant lifestyle. His affluence and the fact that he dined on meat at nearly every meal ignited jealousy among many. Now, with his relationship with Lu Shaoyi blossoming, his future prospects appeared even brighter. In a courtyard filled with envy and discontent, many plotted in silence. The next day, at the steel mill's infirmary, Lin Shaowen had just settled in, preparing to cast his line for another fishing expedition. His luck had been lackluster lately, reeling in nothing but mundane household items. One time, he even snagged a half box of gold bars, much to his chagrin. He had no particularly high demands in life, content with enough food and warm clothing. What use are so many gold bars? I would much prefer some reliable medical skills. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Shaolin, have you offended someone recently? Factory Director Yang entered, accompanied by Deputy Director Li and a group of leaders, clutching a stack of letters. Why do you ask? Lin Shaowen inquired, perplexed. Take a look. These are all reports alleging that you accepted bribes from patients and engaged in inappropriate relationships, Director Yang sighed. Deputy Director Li shook his head, while the others wore expressions of bittersweet amusement. Each and every one present had, at one point, given Lin Shaowen something. Would they dare admit it now? Save for the allegations of misconduct, the contents of the reports were, for the most part, accurate. Chapter 61. Lin Shaowen is granted leave. What are the opinions from the factory? Lin Shaowen replied calmly. These anonymous letters are undoubtedly the work of that group of beasts from the courtyard. Take a break for now. Rest for a few days before returning to work. Director Yang patted him on the shoulder. A leave is certainly warranted. The factory must also demonstrate its stance. As for the investigation, it's pointless. They claim Lin Shaowen accepted gifts from patients. The workers are barely scraping by. Who has anything to give him? Those who would send gifts to Lin Shaowen are generally influential. Would you go around asking others if they gifted the doctor? Do they think their lives are too comfortable? All right, I'll head home to rest, Lin Shaowen said with a smile, standing up and departing without hesitation. Yang Weiguo and Li Xinmin exchanged glances, feeling a bit uneasy. This kid wouldn't switch sides, would he? News of Lin Shaowen being isolated for investigation spread instantaneously. Almost everyone, except for Qin Huairu, was elated. Even Shazhu began singing Hubei Bangzi in the kitchen, inciting Qin Huairu's ire to the point she nearly threw a pot at him. In the courtyard, an elder called out, "Oh, Director Lin is back so early." As Lin Shaowen stepped into the courtyard, he heard Jia Zhang's sarcastic voice. The elderly residents basking in the sun and the young wives looked at Lin Shaowen with curiosity, wondering if everyone truly reported him. Indeed, Lin Shaowen nodded with a smile. I am not like your Dongshu, constantly berated by the leaders while wearing a forced smile. Little beast, feeling proud, are we? Now you understand the severity of the situation. Jia Zhang mocked, dropping the pretense. Yes, I understand, Lin Shaowen said, surveying the surroundings with a smile. Now that the steel factory has no doctor, you'd best pray that your men stay unscathed. Otherwise, they might end up like Jia Zhang. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Indeed, with Lin Shaowen on leave, there would be no doctor at the factory. Although they all detested him, both Xia Hospital and Hongqing Hospital held Lin Shaowen in high regard. If it weren't for him during the last boiler explosion, the death toll would have certainly been higher than 2. Continue your activities. I'm off to sleep, Lin Shaowen said as he pushed his cart and hummed a tune. Curse you, Lin the butcher. Can the factory still serve hairy pigs without you? Jia Zhang spat, expressing disdain for Lin Shaowen's background. The others, upon hearing this, relaxed and resumed their conversations. After changing into comfortable clothes, Lin Shaowen reclined in a rocking chair under the gazebo, gently swaying. He paid little mind to the reports. In fact, he felt a tinge of delight. Given the deeply ingrained mentality of the working class, why return to work if one could take leave? Were it not for securing a formal position to avoid being deemed a vagrant by the local authorities, he would have been ready to retire. Speaking of which, he hadn't gone fishing today. After dispelling the barriers, Lin Shaowen entered the island. He grabbed a bottle of beer and settled on the beach, casting his fishing rod in a graceful arc. The beach, the sun, drinking beer while fishing, what a delightful indulgence. With the first cast, he received the Shenong Benchao Jing. Would you like to learn this? Absolutely. Lin Shaowen felt invigorated. If there was anything that could excite him at this moment, it was the advancement of his medical knowledge. He had many unconventional techniques at his disposal, such as the Qing Nong Shu and Tian Hui Yi Jian, which contained intricate medical wisdom. However, his knowledge of pharmacology was rather superficial. He often prescribed medications based on medical texts, which left him feeling uneasy, as each patient's condition was unique. With the second cast, he acquired 5-color pulse diagnosis. Would you like to learn this? Wow. Lin Shaowen stared incredulously at the small green book hanging from his fishing rod. What a day, 2 significant rewards in a row. A plethora of diagnostic knowledge flooded his mind, filling him with exhilaration. If he were to diagnose Zhao Qingming again, he wouldn't need nearly as much time. With the third cast, he obtained the skill divine archery. Would you like to learn this? Lin Shaowen remained silent for a moment before choosing to learn it. One cannot celebrate prematurely. He was a doctor, not a soldier. What use was shooting skills? Although firearms were not strictly prohibited, they were serious matters, and a gunshot could lead to significant consequences. Besides, he had no means to acquire a firearm. Shaking his head, he glanced at the time on the clock tower, grabbed 2 more bottles of beer, and caught an Australian lobster before exiting the island. After enjoying a delightful lunch, he lay back on the lounge chair, gazing at the spinning ceiling fan, feeling drowsy. After an undetermined period, a sudden knock at the door jolted him awake. Who is it? Lin Shaowen snapped, irritated. Open up, came Qin Zhong's voice from outside. Lin Shaowen's heart raced as he hurried to open the door. Teacher, Dean Zhong. Yes, Qin Zhong replied, striding directly towards the gazebo. Dean Zhong Yuyang patted Lin Shaowen on the shoulder and followed. The sun is too hot, Qin Zhong remarked upon seeing the cool beer and a bowl brimming with fruit. He felt somewhat fatigued. After hearing of Lin Shaowen's suspension, he had rushed over. But this boy, it's no wonder he was reported. He knows how to indulge. Do you still have to work in the afternoon? Lin Shaowen smiled at the two. On leave, so why would I work? Qin Zhong replied sternly. Me too, Zhang Yuyang echoed with a grin. All right then. Lin Shaowen turned to the kitchen and returned with an iron bucket filled halfway with eye-catching ice, atop which rested 6 bottles of cold beer. Without waiting for Qin Zhong and Zhang Yuyang to speak, he opened a bottle and took a swig. The 2 elders eyed the frosty beer, swallowing hard. Let us drink, Lin Shaowen urged, handing 1 bottle to himself. After a moment, Qin Zhong burped contentedly and laughed. No wonder you were reported. Your lifestyle surpasses that of capitalists. Indeed. This beer was sent by Lu Banqing, wasn't he it? Zhang Yuyang chuckled. Lin Shaowen shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. What are your plans? Qin Zhong inquired. Isn't to leave? What plans could there be? Lin Shaowen responded in astonishment. Do you intend to remain at the steel factory indefinitely? Qin Zhong asked, exasperated. Dean Qin, please mind your phrasing. I am engaged in revolutionary work. Thank you very much, Lin Shaowen replied solemnly. Enough of that, Qin Zhong said, tapping Lin Shaowen's head. Why not take this opportunity to resign and either return to Xiehe or go back to school? Hey, if we're going to Xiehe, why go back to school? Zhang Yuyang interjected, displeased. Before coming here, we agreed that Qin Zhong would help persuade Lin Shaowen to go to Xiehe. Cough, 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 pursuing a doctoral degree. Qin Zhong said, his face reddening. With Shaowen's current skills, furthering his education would be the best choice. Go to hell, Zhang Yuyang retorted, raising his voice. What does a doctor rely on? It's practice. What good is hiding in an ivory tower? Old Zhang, I've tolerated you for a long time. Didn't you graduate from medical university? Qin Zhong rebuked. Precisely because I graduated from school that I understand how shallow the teachings are. You son of a. Chapter 62. Special consultant. The two argued for an extended period, nearly coming to blows, which alarmed Lin Shaowen. The combined age of these two old fellows exceeded 100. If they were to cause a ruckus, wouldn't he be held responsible? Thus, he hurried forward to mediate, finally managing to quell their dispute. I must ask Shaowen, do you truly intend to take root at the steel factory? Zhang Yuyang redirected his focus. Taking root might be an exaggeration, but I genuinely wish to do something for the working brothers. Lin Shaowen half-jokingly remarked, you, at Xia Technology, are second to none in the nation. Whether I am here or not is hardly consequential. Who said that? Zhang Yuyang countered. Do you have any idea how effective your research on the must-heart protection pill is? The state has classified the formula as top secret, solely to ensure your safety, hence the absence of grandiose publicity. Top secret? Lin Shaowen felt a jolt. Those two words carried substantial weight. Here, this is your commendation letter and bonus, along with your appointment letter from Xia. Zhang Yuyang produced a document, a stack of notes, and cash from his briefcase. Lin Shaowen glanced at the cash, exactly 1,000 yuan. The notes were a hodgepodge of various items. Among the documents were several sheets, one outlining confidentiality regulations, and the other two were appointment letters from Xia. Lin Shaowen looked up at Zhang Yuyang, who maintained a calm demeanor. One letter appointed Lin Shaowen as a physician at Xia, enjoying the benefits of a department chief. This was likely a personal favor from Zhang Yuyang. The other, presumably the official appointment, designated him as a special consultant for Xia Hospital. While the consultant role did not come with a salary, it included a monthly stipend of 30 yuan and some reimbursements. This was the state's compensation for adopting his formula. Otherwise, 1,000 yuan would hardly suffice. Although the costs of drug research were not exorbitant yet, developing new medications still required immense resources. Shaowen, you should consider furthering your medical knowledge within the Xia system, Qin Zhong advised. You possess remarkable talent, surpassing both me and Lao Zhang. The heights you can achieve will undoubtedly exceed our current standing. His words, though humble, held a grain of truth. The pinnacle of a physician's career is akin to that of other scientists, with the only ultimate goal being to become an academician of the two academies. The two before him had already reached that professional zenith. Teacher, my father once told me that the hardest times for a person do not stem from life's demands, but from adhering to one's ideals amidst an ocean of self-interest. Lin Shaowen took the consultant appointment and swiftly inscribed his name. You, Zhang Yuyang, and Qin Zhong shook their heads, smiling wryly. One should feel gratified to have such an ambitious disciple. Yet they both harbored concerns about Lin Shaowen's lack of ambition. It was a contradictory sentiment. Since you wish to remain at the steel mill, I shall not pressure you. However, Mr. Lin, I formally notify you that next week our Xia medical team will be conducting rural free clinics for a week, and we hope you can join us. Following his serious verbal notification, Zhang Yuyang produced a written notice. I cannot refuse. Lin Shaowen chuckled, somewhat resigned. He was currently on holiday, after all. Who wanted to go to the countryside? It is non-negotiable, Zhang Yuyang stated firmly. We at Xia will closely monitor your future schedule, and if any challenging patients arise, we will promptly come to you for consultations. This money feels a bit too hot to handle, doesn't it? Qin Zhong teased. What if I choose not to sign? Lin Shaowen grimaced. Of course you can, but you will face penalties for breach of contract, generally. 2 years of labor re-education, Zhang Yuyang replied with a grin. Mr. Lin, you've encountered Director Zhang's methods, haven't you? Qin Zhong jested. All right, I'll go. Lin Shaowen relented, hands raised in surrender. Now that's more like it. Zhang Yuyang laughed. Lin Shaowen headed to the kitchen to fetch a few bottles of beer, along with a dish of cold pig's head meat and peanuts. And the three of them began drinking under the cool awning. They continued their revelry from afternoon until dusk. The two, unable to hold their liquor, were escorted out by Lin Shaowen. Fortunately, they had arrived in a Xia vehicle, and the driver had been waiting outside, relieving Lin Shaowen of the need to drive them home. Mr. Lin, the hospital will be delivering supplies tomorrow. Please remember to receive them, Zhang Yuyang said. His tongue slightly twisted from the drinks. Got it, Lin Shaowen replied with a smile, gesturing for the driver to start the car. After the vehicle had driven away, he returned to the courtyard. Shaolin, what did that old man call you? Mr. Consultant? The doorman, true to his role, not only monitored comings and goings, but also overheard conversations clearly. Old Yin, you misheard. There's no consultant here, Lin Shaowen chuckled. Impossible, I definitely did not mishear. Yin Buguei insisted. All right, I'm off to rest, Lin Shaowen said, uninterested in further discussion, and headed straight to the back courtyard. Many onlookers observed his relaxed demeanor, puzzled. Isn't he on suspension? Why does he seem so happy? Let him be arrogant. His good days are still ahead, Jia Zhangshi cursed darkly. Just you wait. I will find a way to ruin you, Lu Haizhong muttered grimly. Yi Zhonghai remained silent, but his eyes sparkled with amusement, reveling in Lin Shaowen's predicament. In the West Wing courtyard, Qin Huairu had already tidied up the table and brewed a pot of hot tea for him. She had also organized several documents. Placing them aside, "You're back? You should wash up first," she said as she approached Lin Shaowen. "You can't bathe after drinking. What if you pass out in the bathroom?" Lin Shaowen teased. "I'll wash you," Qin Huairu replied nonchalantly. "That would be too embarrassing," Lin Shaowen replied, half joking. "Qin Huairu, you're such a rogue, always trying to undress people. I mean, undressing is one thing, but do you have to take off your pants too?" Eventually, Lin Shaowen was half pushed, half encouraged into the bathroom, where Qin Huairu washed his hair and scrubbed his back. To be honest, she was quite adept at attending to men. Late at night, Lin Shaowen lay in bed with Qin Huairu nestled in his arms. "Next week, I will be heading to the countryside. I might not be home." "Oh, what are you going to the countryside for?" "Xia has appointed me as a consultant, requiring my assistance for free clinics in rural areas." "Consultant?" Qin Huairu sat up abruptly, her tone urgent. "You're no longer working at the factory?" After marrying, their relationship had become less relaxed. If he ceased working at the factory, their encounters would become exceedingly rare. "No, I'm still working at the factory." Lin Shaowen pulled her close and smiled, saying, "Xia is merely hiring me as a consultant, essentially as an external staff member. Is there a salary for that? If not, then I won't do it," Qin Huairu pouted. "Such a money grubber," Lin Shaowen chuckled, pinching her delicate nose. "Since you love money so much, why not go collect my salary for me each month? It's 30 yuan. You can turn it into your little fund." "How much?" Qin Huairu's eyes widened. 30 yuan a month as a stipend? Plus my original salary of 109 yuan. Goodness, that totals 139 yuan a month? Look at you, just 30 yuan has you flabbergasted? Lin Shaowen teased. "Your stipend is nearly the same as my salary. Why aren't you shocked?" Qin Huairu laughed. "Then you can collect it for me. Just say you're my sister." Lin Shaowen pinched her cheek. "That wouldn't be right. What if Lu Xiao asks about it?" Qin Huairu hesitated. "If you don't want it, then I'll have Yu Shui collect it for me," Lin Shaowen stated earnestly. "That is not allowed." Qin Huairu's expression darkened, her tone fierce. "No one is allowed to touch your money except Lu Xiao." As soon as she finished speaking, she caught the teasing glint in Lin Shaowen's eyes and immediately buried herself under the covers. "Lin Shaowen, I'll bite you to death." "Qin Huairu, you little rogue." The following day was the weekend. Qin Huairu, as per usual, snuggled with Lin Shaowen in bed when suddenly there was a knock at the courtyard gate. She quickly got up, threw on a sleepwear, and returned to her room. "Who is it?" Lin Shaowen called out irritably. "It's early in the morning, and it's the weekend. Can't a person get some rest?" "Good morning, Mr. Lin. I'm Li Feng from Xia." A faint voice called from outside. This Mr. Lin seems to be in a rather foul mood. However, he also understood that someone capable of independently researching new medications would likely possess a rather difficult temperament. With a furrowed brow, Lin Shaowen opened the door only to find a substantial crowd gathered in the courtyard, drawn by the commotion. "Hello, Consultant Lin. This is the material provided by the hospital. Could you please sign here?" Li Feng, a young man in his 30s with an unremarkable appearance, yet undoubtedly a promising talent worthy of entering the prestigious Xia Hospital, stood beside a bicycle adorned with a large, metal medical case strapped to its rear, boldly inscribed with the name Xia in red ink. "Lin Shaowen, have you changed jobs?" Yi Zhonghai exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, you didn't wish to see me. So I've moved to Xia," Lin Shaowen replied with a straight face. "No more need for us to meet. How delightful. Aren't you under investigation?" Lu Haizhong furrowed his brow. "The investigation pertains to the steelworks. What's that got to do with Xia?" Lin Shaowen rolled his eyes. The group fell silent. They had intended to confront Lin Shaowen, even to expel him from the courtyard, but now that he was no longer playing their game, what could they do? "Wait a moment," Yin Bugue shouted. "Isn't this house owned by the steelworks? If you're no longer working there, doesn't that mean they reclaim the property?" His outburst left everyone stunned. That house belongs to the steelworks, indeed. As for who wants it, let them inquire with the factory leadership. I certainly don't covet it. Lin Shaowen shrugged. The three elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, sparks of realization igniting in their eyes. Lin Shaowen's house was far too comfortable. Even if he moved out the furniture, he couldn't take the flooring or the bathroom fixtures with him. Once the conversation had ceased, Li Feng chuckled. "Consultant Lin, please take care of the bicycle and medical case, as they are essential for your frequent medical outreach. If the bicycle breaks down, Report to the logistics department for repairs or a replacement. A bicycle provided by the unit? Lu Haizhong's eyes turned green with envy. Comrade, does your unit know Lin Shaowen has a bike? Yi Zhonghai asserted with righteous indignation. Lin Shaowen, resources are scarce everywhere. One mustn't take advantage of public property. Lin Shaowen shrugged nonchalantly. Dear sir, a private bicycle doesn't conflict with a hospital-provided one. But I suppose you wouldn't understand. Li Feng, uninterested in further explanation, had Lin Shaowen sign the documents, instructing him to report to Xia at 8 o'clock the following Monday before departing. What a splendid bicycle. Look at these steel rims, these hubs, truly a remarkable unit-provided bike. Yin Bugue marveled, then shifted the conversation. Brother Lin, now that you have a unit bicycle, your nephew commutes quite a distance for work. Oh, third uncle, are you trying to claim someone else's bicycle? Su Damao interjected with a mocking tone. What are you saying? I'm merely inquiring about a purchase, Yin Bugue retorted, his face reddening. I remember Lin Shaowen bought this bike less than 2 months ago. How much did you pay? Su Damao's inquiry was intended to embarrass Yin Bugue, who had no intention of aiding Lin Shaowen's case. Indeed, third uncle, a ticket for a bicycle now costs a good amount in Pigeon City. How much did you spend? Qin Huairu chimed in, intrigued. Yin Bugue found himself at a loss. He knew Lin Shaowen's bike had cost him a mere 180. He had hoped to negotiate closer to 100. However, with Su Damao and Qin Huairu's banter, he felt it would be awkward to speak of anything less than 200. Yet 200 for a second-hand bicycle? That was absurd. All right. Third uncle, you may remain silent, Lin Shaowen smiled. I'm not selling this bike. I need it for myself. Isn't the hospital providing you with a bicycle? Lu Haizhong remarked sourly. What are you implying? Lin Shaowen replied with a serious demeanor. You, an older comrade, should know the distinction between public and private vehicles. Such misguided notions ought to be corrected through study. Yi Zhonghai and the others exchanged bewildered glances at Lu Haizhong. It was peculiar to see a man in his 50s being reprimanded by someone in their 20s. Lu Haizhong, his lips turning pale with anger, found himself unable to retort. All right, everyone disperse. Lin Shaowen began ushering people out, but paused at the door to add, those wanting this house should hurry. Who knows if the factory will allocate it to someone else later. In an instant, the crowd's expressions shifted to alarm. Initially walking normally, they surged toward the street office. Qin Huairu returned from the side room, wrapping her arms around Lin Shaowen. You're so mischievous. They lose their minds over this. Let me share a secret, Lin Shaowen whispered in her ear. Even if I leave the steelworks, they cannot reclaim this house. What? Why? Qin Huairu exclaimed in astonishment. This house belongs to the Ministry of Industry. I exchanged it for my father's apartment. Who could take it away? Lin Shaowen replied with a grin. Yet you just told them. Just teasing them. Of course, he laughed. You're too wicked, Shaowen. Qin Huairu chuckled heartily, her earlier anxiety dissipating. This house belonged to Lin Shaowen, and the side room was hers. Even if he took a job elsewhere, they could still live together. Chapter 64. Medical Outreach and the Steelworks Leadership's Unease on Monday. As Lin Shaowen rode his bicycle to Xia, he discovered that the doctors participating in the medical outreach were already prepared, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Consultant Lin, I am Dr. Li Feng, the team leader for this outreach. Li Feng extended his hand formally, yet he winked discreetly when he thought no one was watching. Hello, Dr. Li, Lin Shaowen acknowledged with a smile. Allow me to briefly outline our itinerary. We will be visiting 3 villages over the course of a week. The aim is to cultivate young doctors while providing medical assistance to the rural areas. Li Feng spoke eloquently, his fellow young doctors gazing at him with admiration. Lin Shaowen observed Li Feng with surprise. He didn't quite resemble a doctor, but rather an administrative figure. While many hospitals conduct outreach programs, they seldom venture far due to transportation challenges. Even Xia couldn't afford to provide vehicles for the outreach doctors, so everyone rode bicycles laden with heavy equipment. The selected villages, although labeled as nearby, still required a bus ride, but fortunately, all expenses were covered by the hospital. On the bus, Li Feng sat next to Lin Shaowen, predominantly discussing the details of the outreach and the situation at Xia. Captain Li, what is your relationship with Director Zhang? Lin Shaowen inquired. You finally asked. Li Feng chuckled ruefully before whispering. He is my father-in-law. Please keep that to yourself. Understood. Lin Shaowen felt a weight lift from his shoulders. It made sense why Li Feng had been so cordial towards him. Unlike the other young doctors from Xia who seemed to regard him as beneath them upon learning he was a factory doctor. After over 4 hours, they arrived at Chongping County, but this was merely the beginning, as they still had to cycle for several more hours. By the time they reached the village, it was already 4 in the afternoon, having departed before 8 in the morning. However, Lin Shaowen felt reassured. Despite their arrogance, this group could endure hardship. The 8-member team, including 3 young women, showed no signs of complaint, all persevering through the fatigue. Esteemed leaders, we've prepared a meal for you. Please take your seats. The village secretary is a man in his 50s named Wang Yuxing. In this era, village names tend to be quite simple. As the Wang family is predominant in this area, the village is aptly named Wangjia Village. Though impoverished, they do not skimp on hospitality. Li Feng stepped forward to clarify. Please do not refer to us as your leaders. We are merely physicians here to provide free medical consultations. I am team leader Li Feng, and this is Dr. Lin Shaowen. We are in charge of this event. As soon as he finished speaking, the other young doctors looked at Lin Shaowen in astonishment. Wasn't he merely a factory doctor? Why did Director Li hold him in such high regard? Li Feng, Dr. Lin. Wang Yuxing called out, inviting everyone to take their seats for a meal. In these times of hardship, the village still made an effort to provide a warm welcome. 2 tables were set, laden with meat dishes, and each table was graced with 2 bottles of sorghum liquor, which appeared to be homemade, judging by its thick consistency. Wang Yuxing was also a jovial host. After filling everyone's glasses, he raised his cup and said, "Let us warmly welcome our esteemed doctors. Cheers." The Concordia team almost all took a sip. Even the young women joined in. After a tiring day, a drink indeed provided some relaxation. However, 2 individuals abstained, Li Feng and Lin Shaowen. "I am unwell and cannot drink," Li Feng stated candidly. "I have an allergy to alcohol. Consuming it could lead to severe consequences." Lin Shaowen politely declined as well. After exchanging a knowing glance filled with amusement, they settled for tea instead. Wang Yuxing did not press the issue and raised his glass to toast the other physicians. Given their training at Concordia, not only did they indulge in food and drink, but the 3 young women exhibited remarkable resilience. A mere half-hour later, nearly all the village leaders were thoroughly intoxicated, with only Wang Yuxing still attempting to hold his ground. However, he too succumbed to the effects of the alcohol and soon lay slumped on the table. With no guest house in the village, the group from Concordia was accommodated in the yard of the village secretary. This arrangement was both for convenience and safety, particularly due to the presence of young women. As numerous grim realities have shown that not all farmers are benign. After a long day and a few drinks, the group quickly fell asleep as soon as they hit the beds, snoring in no time. Lin Shaowen checked his watch. It was not yet 6 in the evening. He decided to set up a makeshift clinic in the village. However, upon arriving at the consultation site, he found that Li Feng was already attending to patients. Li Feng greeted him with a smile and continued his examination. Lin Shaowen was unfazed. Someone esteemed by Zhang Yuyang could not possibly be an ordinary person. As he settled down, a long queue formed in front of him. "Doctor, I often experience chest pain." A grandmother, appearing to be in her 60s, approached him. "Could you please tell me your age and name?" Lin Shaowen inquired with a smile. "Wang Xiyu, 62, she quickly replied. He noted her name and age before beginning his pulse diagnosis. Within 30 seconds, he had a clear understanding of her condition. "Grandmother, do you often cough? Do you sometimes feel dizzy, or have you fainted before?" Yes. I often feel faint. Just the other day, I almost fell in the bathroom after standing up." Wang Zuiyu lamented. "It's not a major issue. Please come over. I will give you a couple of acupuncture needles." Lin Shaowen gestured for her to lie down on the makeshift bed. "Do I not need to take any medicine?" Wang Xiyu asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Not for now. You do not have a serious problem," Lin Shaowen reassured her with a smile. Although she felt uncertain, she chose to trust the city doctor and laid down. After performing a massage, Lin Shaowen swiftly applied the Yama's 13 needles technique while her energy surged. "Wow, this young doctor is remarkable," some exclaimed. Indeed, his needlework is precise and steady. "Look, Granny Tsuyu has fallen asleep." After glancing at the peacefully slumbering Wang Tsuyu, Lin Shaowen returned to his consultation desk. "Next, young doctor, my name is Wang Tieshuan, 38 years old. You are simply fatigued, resulting in some weakness. It's nothing serious. Refrain from intimacy for half a month, and you'll be fine," Lin Shaowen casually remarked, intending to call the next patient. However, Wang Tieshuan interrupted him. "Young doctor, I don't quite understand. Could you clarify?" he asked, genuinely puzzled. "What I mean is, for the next 2 weeks, avoid any nighttime activities with your wife, and your health will improve," Lin Shaowen explained. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Wang Tieshuan turned beet red and, after thanking Lin Shaowen, hurriedly left. Li Feng observed this and gave Lin Shaowen a thumbs up. Lin Shaowen shrugged and continued his consultations. As the evening darkened, Li Feng looked at the patients still waiting in line and instructed the village officials to light up the area for continued consultations. Lin Shaowen stood up and announced, "We can attend to 20 more patients today. It is not that we do not wish to help, but rather that we fear it may become too late, and misdiagnosis could occur. Thus, we asked the remaining individuals to return home. Initially, the villagers who had been waiting for a long time grumbled, but upon hearing the term misdiagnosis, they quickly fell silent, fully aware of the potential horrors of medical error. Li Feng let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Lin Shaowen, who was still intently attending to a patient. The following day, after the Concordia doctors awoke and began their morning routines amidst laughter and chatter, they arrived at the consultation site only to find that Lin Shaowen and Li Feng had already been hard at work for quite some time. Upon seeing their arrival, the two simply nodded and continued their tasks, while the others calmly set up their stations. At that moment, an elderly woman approached, swaying as she carried a basket, followed by several robust men. I hope they aren't here to cause trouble, Zhang Manyun frowned. It looks like they are headed for Lin Shaowen. I hope he hasn't harmed anyone. Li Sha grew anxious. What will we do if a fight breaks out? Wu Ming sighed. The three young female doctors stood still, waiting to see how the situation would unfold. The male doctors, on the other hand, seemed somewhat amused. Why should a mere factory doctor be included in this charitable endeavor? Although all present were young doctors, even the youngest among them was in their 30s, with years of experience under their belts. That young man looked barely out of medical school, possibly merely leveraging connections to gain credentials. Young doctor, the elderly woman called out. Li Feng, noticing the burly men behind her, furrowed his brow and stood beside Lin Shaowen. Everyone ceased their conversations, their gazes fixed on her. Grandmother Tsuyu, what brings you here? Lin Shaowen asked, surprised as he noted her presence. Young doctor, you are a divine healer. Ever since you treated me yesterday, I no longer feel dizzy, and my heart feels much lighter. I finally had a good night's sleep. Wang Tsuyu exclaimed. My sons heard about it, and came specifically to express their gratitude. With that, she opened her basket, revealing 2 chickens and some loose change, totaling over 20 yuan, a significant sum in the countryside. The young Concordia doctors winced. Why did such good fortune not come their way? Grandmother Tsuyu, you are putting me in a difficult position. Lin Shaowen chuckled as he handed the basket to one of the sturdy men behind her. Our hospital has strict rules. We cannot accept gifts from the people. Well said. Someone shouted, prompting a wave of applause. The young doctors from Concordia grimaced in envy. Please, young doctor, don't reject my gift, Wang Ziyu pleaded. Though my sons are many, their only means of subsistence is through farming and gathering herbs. They truly cannot offer much. It's not that I am rejecting you. Lin Shaowen began, suddenly noticing Wang Ziyu's sons. Do you know about herbal medicine? Indeed, the sturdy men nodded in unison. Very well, assist me in procuring some herbs, and I shall compensate you at market prices, Lin Shaowen remarked as he produced a handful of cash, presumably amounting to several hundred. Wow, the young doctor is quite affluent. A villager whispered. Indeed, he hails from the city. No wonder he refuses to accept anything. The money he casually pulls out could sustain us for a year. Please, just inform them of your needs. There is no need for you to spend your money, Wang Suiyu urged hastily. Old Granny Tsuiyin, let's keep matters straightforward. After handing the money to a burly man, Lin Shaowen began listing the herbs he required, all of which were rather common. We have those at home. I will fetch them for you shortly, the man replied, returning the money. I cannot accept your money. That would be a mistake on my part. Lin Shaowen insisted. Very well, you prepare the herbs, as I have patients awaiting treatment. Young doctor, a voice called, but Lin Shaowen chuckled, shaking his head. There are many more patients behind. Then, may I bow to you in gratitude? Wang Zuiyu said, attempting to kneel, only to be gently pulled back by Lin Shaowen. Grandma, please, this is truly important. He gestured for several strong men to escort Wang Zuiyu away. Mother, let us return. Indeed, we must not delay the young doctor's work. The group managed to lead Wang Zuiyu back, allowing Lin Shaowen to resume his consultations. However, her commotion had noticeably elongated the queue before him. Half an hour later, several sturdy men wheeled a cart over, laden with several bamboo baskets filled with herbs. Young doctor, here is the remaining money. What is your name, and what is your birth order? I am Li Daniu, the 5th child, he whispered. Would you like to be my assistant? It won't be for free. I offer 10 coins a day, Lin Shaowen said cheerfully. 10 coins a day? The whole village was astir. I cannot. Li Daniu's face turned crimson. Can you read? Lin Shaowen inquired seriously. I know a few characters, Li Daniu replied, lowering his head. Do you recognize the names of the herbs? Lin Shaowen continued. I do know them, Li Daniu hurriedly responded. My father was a barefoot doctor and taught us to identify herbs from a young age. Very well, move the herbs aside and wait. I will provide you with the prescriptions shortly. With that, Lin Shaowen dropped the remark and resumed taking pulses. Brother, what should we do? Li Daniu immediately conferred with his siblings. 10 coins a day is excessive. Why don't you? The fourth brother, stay and help? Li Laoda suggested calmly. Yes, brother. Li Laosi nodded in agreement. Work hard, or I shall give you a sound beating, Li Laer warned them. Then he and the eldest brother pushed the cart away. Dainyu, it's time to work, Lin Shaowen called out, and Li Dainyu and Li Laosi quickly jogged over. The village had set up 8 stalls. But only Lin Shaowen and Li Feng-s attracted the most patrons, with a line extending nearly beyond the village. Lin Shaowen worked tirelessly from 7 in the morning until 10 at night, even foregoing dinner when the villagers insisted he eat. Instead, Li Feng brought him food. And Li Dainyu and Li Laosi stayed with him late into the night. Ultimately, Lin Shaowen compensated them with 20 coins, causing their hands to tremble in shock. Take this. It is your payment, he said, before retreating to rest. Today was truly exhausting. Fourth brother, are we returning tomorrow? Li Dainyu asked softly. Of course, even without pay. We shall come, Li Laosi declared resolutely. Chapter 66. A potential uproar the following day at 7 o'clock. Lin Shaowen arrived at the clinic stall to find that Li Dainyu and Li Laosi were already present, and a long queue had formed before his table. Young doctor. Upon seeing him, everyone greeted him warmly. Wang Eru, did I not treat you yesterday? Lin Shaowen inquired, puzzled. Young doctor, my mother-in-law is not in good health. So I brought her here to see you, Wang Eru replied with a sheepish grin. We are visiting 3 villages. I know you will go to Wangjia village, Lijia village, and Qingjia village, but you are not going to Zhangjiazhuang for my mother-in-law, Wang Eru lamented. Lin Shaowen was at a loss for words as he took his seat and began working. However, to his astonishment, after several hours, the queue continued to grow longer instead of diminishing. Li Feng quickly noticed and sought out the village head. Upon arrival, the village head was furious. Zhang Quan, do you have no shame? As the village head of Zhangjiazhuang, what right do you have to come to Wangjia village? What are you shouting about? Zhang Quan, an elderly man, calmly tapped his pipe. The young doctor claims he serves the people. Do the people of Wangjia village count as the people, while we do not? Well said. Several villagers applauded enthusiastically, further infuriating Wang Yusheng. Have you brought your whole village here? Not everyone. Some simply haven't been informed yet. Zhang Quan replied with a smirk. Get lost. The doctor can only stay for 2 days. He won't be able to treat everyone in our village. Wang Yusheng. The medical team is public property. Why do you take more than your share? Zhang Quan retorted, immediately surrounded by dozens of strong men. Wang Yusheng, do you think I am easily intimidated? He shouted back. All the young men from Wangjia village, come over here. In an instant, over 100 strong youths rallied behind Wang Yusheng. Even the Li brothers who were gathering herbs joined in. The atmosphere turned tense. And the 3 female doctors from the cooperative paled in fear. They had never witnessed such a scene. The other male doctors were also drenched in cold sweat, fearing a potential brawl. Li Feng. Lin Shaowen leaned in to whisper in Li Feng's ear. Li Feng assessed the situation and felt conflicted. We can endure some hardship, but we are running low on medicine. We need support from above. No worries, we have an abundance of herbs right here. Lin Shaowen pointed at the large bamboo baskets. We can purchase herbs while treating patients? Li Feng's eyes brightened momentarily, but he soon looked disheartened. However, everyone is accustomed to using proprietary Chinese medicine. They are not familiar with herbal remedies. Then, if anyone requires medicinal treatment, bring them to me, and I will prescribe for them, Lin Shaowen said with a smile. I am not boastful. I am known as the pharmaceutical king of medical school. Get lost. Have you no shame? Li Feng laughed as he scolded him, but ultimately approached Wang Yusheng. Captain Wang, he called out, but his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Quan. Should the latter make a move, he was determined to teach him a stern lesson. Both village heads, after discussing with our vice captain, we have decided to extend the consultation time. We will also visit Zhangjiazhuang, which was not part of the original plan, Li Feng stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yusheng had nothing more to say. He merely impatiently waved Zhang Quan away. Did you hear? Get lost. Our village does not welcome you. Get lost. The young men of Wangjia village shouted in unison, their voices thunderous. What are you shouting about? Zhang Quan was no fool. He had participated in many village brawls alongside his father in his youth. Such trivial confrontations did not intimidate him. He pointed at Lin Shaowen and asked, will the young doctor accompany us to the consultation? He will indeed, Lin Shaowen replied with a nod and a smile. You see, Wangjia village is a poor place. Our village is prosperous. When you come, we will treat you well, Zhang Quan boasted, casting a smug glance at Wang Yusheng. Get lost. Wang Yusheng nearly fumed with rage. Has the captain of the 6th Brigade arrived? Zhang Quan shouted loudly. Come here, secretary. A man jogged out from the crowd. Tomorrow, we'll select the best pig for slaughter to entertain the young doctor. Zhang Quan smirked, understood. The man acknowledged with a glance at the villagers of Wangjia village. His expression haughty. Get lost. At that moment, a warrior from Wangjia village could no longer contain himself and shouted, igniting the crowd's fervor. Get lost, hurry up. Where are the dogs? Bring them out. Or should we just beat them up? It's infuriating. Wang Yusheng also clenched his teeth in frustration. Let's go. Zhang Quan, being astute, recognized the importance of knowing when to withdraw. Hadn't he noticed the redness in Wang Yusheng's eyes? If provoked further, he might truly suffer a beating. Lin Shaowen shook his head with a bitter smile, continuing his consultations. Li Feng sighed and returned to his seat. Only Zhang Manyun and her companions wore expressions fluctuating with emotions. This was not their first rural clinic, yet such a commotion was unprecedented. Lin Shaowen had stayed in Wangjia village for 3 days before heading to Zhangjiazhuang, which was undeniably affluent, to host the medical team. They slaughtered a large pig and prepared an extravagant feast that nearly caused Zhang Manyun and her companions to swallow their tongues. Of course, they ended up intoxicated as usual, while Lin Shaowen and Li Feng remained sober. In Zhangjiazhuang's village office, Li Feng and Lin Shaowen each occupied a table for consultations. However, Lin Shaowen was accompanied by Li Daniyu and Li Laosi. They borrowed a donkey cart from the village, loaded with a trove of medicinal herbs. Insisting on assisting Lin Shaowen without charge, Lin Shaowen couldn't let them work for free, so he continued to pay them 10 yuan a day as assistants. Zhang Quan stood at a distance, puffing on his dry tobacco. In the darkness, his expression flickered with uncertainty. Secretary, haven't you gone to rest yet? Several villagers approached, concerned. Just checking on the young doctor. One villager remarked, I heard from my son-in-law that this young doctor is the most responsible in the entire medical team, even spending his own money to buy herbs for everyone. Oh, is that so? Zhang Quan furrowed his brow. Indeed, another villager sighed. Not only is the young doctor skilled, but he is also kind-hearted. Zhang Dequan's old woman was rotten and infested, yet the young doctor didn't disdain her and personally treated her. He even said there is hope for her. Zhang Quan's expression stiffened. After a moment's contemplation, he said to the villagers nearby, quickly, notify the heads of all the teams to gather all the herbs from our village and organize a group to go up the mountain to gather more. Yes, the villagers immediately complied, dispersing to relay the message. Chapter 67. Renowned in Chongping, Lin Shaowen diligently continued his work, even until 2 in the morning. Yet he rose punctually the next day to commence his duties. This left Li Feng in awe. This was the true essence of a healer's benevolence. In truth, Lin Shaowen had not contemplated this deeply. He merely felt that the rural populace was indeed suffering. The elderly woman in Zhangjiazhuang was afflicted with diabetes, which was not particularly severe, but in those times, diabetes was considered a rare disease. Coupled with limited medical resources, she had not received effective treatment, leading to a grotesque condition. Such tragedies were not isolated incidents. Lin Shaowen harbored no grand ambitions, but since he was there, he aimed to do as much as he could. At noon, when Zhang Quan arrived, 2 donkey carts followed behind, laden with bamboo baskets. Secretary Zhang, what is this for? Lin Shaowen inquired in astonishment. I heard you were using your own funds to buy medicinal herbs for everyone. Our Zhangjiazhuang would never commit such a disgraceful act. So we've brought all the herbs from the village for you to use. If it's not enough, just let me know, Zhang Quan replied, shooting a glance at Li Daniyu and Li Laosi, nearly inciting them to grind their teeth in frustration. How considerate. Lin Shaowen smiled and nodded, continuing his consultations. Zhang Quan stood contentedly nearby, puffing on his tobacco, occasionally stepping forward to maintain order in the queue, displaying the potential of a security captain. However, in the afternoon, Zhang Quan encountered a situation eerily reminiscent of Wang Yusheng's. What the hell are you doing here in Zhangjiazhuang, Zhao Erling? He shouted. What are you shouting about? The medical team was dispatched from above, not from your Zhangjiazhuang, sneered Zhao Erling, the secretary of Zhejiatin. I took them from Wang Dian, Zhang Quan retorted. Only you are allowed to take? Zhao Erling whistled sharply. Instantly, hundreds of people surged into Zhangjiazhuang, all young and able-bodied, armed with pitchforks and sickles. Zhang Manyun and her companions could no longer focus on their work and hurried to hide behind Li Feng. This is lawless, absolutely lawless. Zhang Quan's face turned ashen. What you are doing is no different from banditry. I'll report you to the county. Go ahead, Zhao Erling scoffed. Don't forget, when you were in Wangjia village, you did the same. In the end, we'll all be considered accomplices. You. Zhang Quan fell silent, realizing he lacked the moral high ground, especially since his own methods were not entirely honorable. Fight. I truly can't compete. Zhejiatin has the strongest young men among the surrounding villages. Zhang Depeo, I won't make it hard for you. There are 8 doctors here, right? I'll take 1. And you can keep the others. Zhao Erling grinned. Zhang Quan's heart sank, a bad premonition creeping in. He then pointed at the villagers, berating, Which beast sold out the young doctor? Many people bowed their heads in shame. These villages had intermarried for many years, and their ties were deeply intertwined. Despite occasional conflicts, the interests of the village were paramount, and familial bonds were clearly delineated. Exactly, I want the young doctor. Is that acceptable? Zhao Erlang smiled. Instantaneously, Li Feng and Zhang Manyun turned their gazes towards Lin Shaowen. Zhang Manyun and her companions were perplexed as to why Lin Shaowen's reputation had spread throughout the surrounding villages while the other doctors remained relatively unknown. They needed to dine at the village committee, yet Lin Shaowen received bountiful meals nearly 4 times a day, with an abundance of offers, though he accepted none. Li Feng internally chuckled, realizing that gold would shine wherever it was placed. No, Zhang Quan promptly rejected, but upon seeing Zhao Erlang's malevolent gaze, he quickly altered his stance. Zhao Erlang, we are technically cousins. Here's the deal. As the elder brother, I'll take care of you. You can take the other doctors. But let the young doctor stay. Go to hell. Zhao Erlang was no fool. He had long understood the capabilities of these doctors. In terms of medical skill, Lin Shaowen was undoubtedly the best. In terms of character, he was equally unmatched. After decades of life, Zhao Erlang had never encountered a doctor willing to treat patients that even their own children would disdain. They would merely say, this ailment can't be treated here. You need to go to a large hospital. If there were conditions to go to a large hospital, wouldn't they have gone already? Why would they wait at home to die? Li team. Lin Shaowen called out. Li Feng immediately understood and hurried forward to mediate, promising that after finishing consultations in Zhangjiazhuang, they would head to Zhejiang next. Zhao Erlang still appeared somewhat unconvinced, so he selected 2 youths from the village familiar with herbs to assist, specifically to aid Lin Shaowen. What are your names? Lin Shaowen asked the 2 men before him. I am Zhang Taidan. I am Zhang Tieshuan. They both replied simultaneously. Are you brothers? Lin Shaowen inquired in astonishment. Yes, he is my 3rd brother. Zhang Taidan pointed at Zhang Tieshuan with a smile. By the way, why did the village choose you? Lin Shaowen asked while examining a pulse. Why else? Zhao Erlang is afraid we might cause trouble, they replied. The villagers of Zhangjiazhuang curled their lips in disdain. These 2 boys were originally from their village. However, after their parents passed away, their aunt and uncle could not support so many children and sent them to live with their uncle. Lin Shaowen couldn't help but smile at this revelation. Zhao, the village secretary, was quite clever. Zhang Tiedan's relatives were certainly unwilling to see their nephew harmed. In the dead of night, after attending to the last patient, Lin Shaowen stretched and pulled out 40 yuan from his pocket to distribute to Li Daniu and the others. Thank you, young doctor. Li Daniu and Li Laosi expressed their gratitude. However, Zhang Taidan and Zhang Tieshuan were taken aback. They had never seen a significant sum of money throughout the year and dared not accept it. Just take it, Lin Shaowen said with a gentle smile. Still, they hesitated. It's a gift from the young doctor, Li Daniu urged. If you refuse, you 1T need to come back tomorrow. Then I shall take it. Zhang Taidan exclaimed, startled. Being turned away would surely invoke the secretary's wrath, as he had sternly warned them multiple times not to offend the young doctor. All right, rest now, Lin Shaowen said, lighting a cigarette and turning towards another room. Li Daniu and Li Laosi immediately followed. While the Zhang brothers had relatives in the village and naturally had a place to stay, even if they had nowhere to go, given Zhang Quan's temperament, he wouldn't arrange anything for them. This was likely why Zhao Er had chosen them. Chapter 68. The misfortune of Su Damao after spending 3 more days in Zhangjiazhuang. Lin Shaowen set off again, this time accompanied by 2 donkey carts, one from Wangjiakin and the other from Zhangjiazhuang. The Li brothers and the Zhang brothers took charge of the carts and were responsible for feeding the donkeys. Lin Shaowen lay on a pile of herbs, sleeping with his bicycle and medicine box stored in the cart. Zhang Manyun and the others followed behind on their bikes, gritting their teeth. Li Feng wore a bitter smile. Finally understanding why Lin Shaowen had been reported, his behavior was excessively infuriating. In this day and age, he behaved as if he were a landlord, being served tea and fan-cooled while seeing patients, and even having someone carry the medicine box during his travels. It was truly exasperating. In Zhejiang, Su Damao was enjoying the village's hospitality and flattery, discreetly accepting 2 chickens and a basket of eggs. Although the projectionist's salary was not high, there were ample benefits. The policy allowed for 1 film screening per village, but a second showing could be arranged at the projectionist's discretion. As the sun began to set, Su Damao leisurely strolled to the village's entrance, where a frame had already been set up. Raise the curtain. Don't touch the machine. If you break it, can you afford to pay? He commanded, directing the villagers like a leader. Even though the villagers harbored grievances, they dared not voice them. For he was a city projectionist they could not afford to offend. As night fell, Su Damao lit a cigarette, waiting for the audience to arrive while his eyes roved about. searching for attractive young women or widows to flirt with, wary of those already taken. However, after a lengthy wait, only a few women with children appeared to watch the film. The front 3 rows were barely filled. What is going on? Why isn't anyone coming to watch the movie? Su Damao asked a villager. The medical team from the city is here. Everyone has gone to see the doctor. The villager replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Damao's expression changed. The news of Lin Shaowen's medical outreach had spread throughout the courtyard. Could it be mere coincidence? He left the film running and hurried to the village committee to take a look. To his dismay, it was indeed Lin Shaowen. This time, you shall fall into my hands. Su Damao gritted his teeth. During Lin Shaowen's stay in the village, Lin Shaowen would frequently visit the courtyard, either bringing supplies or cleaning. This left the other villagers astonished, as they had all said that Lin Shaowen would suffer after marrying the daughter of a capitalist. It seemed otherwise. Only Su Damao knew that despite Lin Shaowen's harsh words towards Lu Haizhong, she was quite easy to handle. All one had to do was flatter her, and she would be willing to give her all. Su Damao's greatest resentment was directed at Lin Shaowen, followed closely by Shaju. For the hatred of a husband stealing another's wife was unending. With this thought in mind, Su Damao's eyes flickered with a scheme. At the medical camp, you all continue seeing the doctor. I need to speak with Captain Li and the young doctor, Zhao Er said, his expression darkening. Secretary Zhao, what is the matter? Li Feng inquired. Someone is spreading rumors about the young doctor, claiming he engages in inappropriate relationships and frequently solicits money from patients. Saying he was forced out to do medical outreach, Zhao Er explained, observing their reactions carefully. Such maliciousness. A villager protested. The young doctor has never charged us a dime, and he even uses his own money to buy herbs for us. Another chimed in. Secretary Zhao, who told you these things? Lin Shaowen asked calmly. A projectionist. I believe from the steel factory, Zhao Er replied uncertainly. Oh, him, Lin Shaowen chuckled. We have some history. He recounted his grievances with Su Damao. This man deserves a beating. Zhao Er slammed the table. Should we take care of him? Zhang Taidan asked. Not just take care of him. We should give him a good thrashing to teach him a lesson, Zhao Er said through gritted teeth. Young doctor, focus on treating the villagers. I'll handle this matter. Secretary Zhao, there's no need. Lin Shaowen began, but was cut off by Zhao Er's wave. Young doctor, you are still young and do not understand the malice of people. Rest assured, let me handle these matters. Zhao Er signaled, and several burly men immediately gathered behind him. Meanwhile, Su Damao was still preoccupied with the film, though his mind was elsewhere. He longed to see how the villagers would deal with Lin Shaowen, knowing all too well that these men would not tolerate any disrespect. Before long, Zhao Er returned with 7 or 8 strong men, and Su Damao's heart leaped with joy. They were coming to deal with Lin Shaowen. Secretary Zhao, give me a beating. Zhao Er commanded, and the men surged forward, pummeling Su Damao with fists and kicks. Ouch, stop it. Secretary Zhao, there must be a misunderstanding. I was wrong. Su Damao cried, shielding his head in a panic, accidentally toppling the projector and tearing the screen. There's no misunderstanding. I'm beating you for a reason, Zhao Er said coolly, puffing on a cigarette. Go back and tell your factory that next time. If you send someone else to show films, we do not welcome your kind in our village. Take your things and leave. Secretary Zhao. Su Damao began to protest, but was met with a sharp slap. Do you have cotton in your ears? Didn't you hear me telling you to leave? Zhang Taidan said coldly, having specifically taken leave to teach Su Damao a lesson. Daring to slander the young doctor, they could not bring him down. Su Damao, with tears unshed, gazed at the tattered curtain, his mind in a daze. On this late evening, if the village did not accommodate him, where could he possibly go? Surely he could not spend the night in the desolate wilderness? After 2 individuals forced him out, forbidding him to linger in the village, Zhao Er merely issued a command before turning to leave. Beating Su Damao was a trivial matter. He had far more pressing concerns. Chapter 69. 2 baskets of commendation letters. Listening to Zhang Taidan vividly recounting Su Damao's dismal predicament, Lin Shaowen could not help but chuckle. He had initially intended to deal with Su Damao upon his return, but unexpectedly, Zhao Er had acted first. As for Yi Zhonghai and others, he had already taken his revenge long ago. After 3 days of free medical consultations in Zhejiang, before they could even head to Lijia village, the village head from a neighboring village arrived with news. Reluctantly, the medical team had to change locations once more. However, the road they traveled became increasingly obscure, and they found themselves in Liushi village, nearly hundreds of miles away from Lijia village, even exceeding the jurisdiction of Chongping County, having reached Shuni County. Yet Sun Shirxiu, the village head of Liushi village, paid no heed and entertained them lavishly. Particularly, he regarded Lin Shaowen with the warmth one would show a son-in-law, constantly inquiring about his well-being. Fearing that the villagers might inadvertently offend Lin Shaowen, he even brought a stool to sit beside Lin Shaowen's consultation table, reprimanding any villager who dared to ask too many questions. "Son, this is unnecessary," Lin Shaowen replied, bemused. "Just let me attend to the patients. Leave the rest to me." Sun Shishio thumped his chest, proudly asserting that in Liushi village, no one would dare to disrespect him, threatening to discipline anyone who did. Li Feng, Zhang Manyun, and others were left in shock, witnessing the absurdity of the medical team being accompanied by bodyguards. Eventually, they came to understand the necessity of such protection. Every morning, as soon as Lin Shaowen appeared, countless villagers from both near and far flocked to see the young doctor. Within half a month, tales of the young doctor spread throughout Chongping and Shuani counties. After waiting for an extended period without seeing the medical team in Lijia village and Qinjia village, they decided to inquire in the surrounding areas, only to learn that the team had moved to Shuani County, which incensed them. The village heads of both villages traveled hundreds of miles to confront the local village head, leading to significant conflict. The situation escalated to the extent that county leaders and Zhang Yuyang became involved. Consequently, Lin Shaowen and his group were summoned to the Shuani County Committee. In the county committee office, not only had the village heads from the 7 villages Lin Shaowen had visited gathered, but also the heads from Lijia village, Qinjia village, and the surrounding areas who had yet to benefit from the medical consultations. The gathering included a dozen individuals, surpassing the usual attendance for meetings. "Li Feng, how did you lead this team? Who authorized you to deviate from the medical consultation route?" Zhang Yuyang reprimanded Li Feng sternly. Zhang Manyun and others trembled in fear at the director's imposing authority. The village heads led by Zhao Air exchanged glances, their lips moving, but none dared to speak. "It was I," Lin Shaowen raised his hand. "And you as well." Zhang Yuyang pivoted his ire, slamming the table. "Lin Shaowen, look at your grandeur. Accompanied by 4 or 5 people, with someone driving and another carrying your medical box, you truly are impressive." Lin Shaowen opened his mouth, but ultimately lowered his head. "Director, your words are unfair," Zhao Air interjected, "whether carrying the medical box or driving. It was the village's intention and has nothing to do with the young doctor." "Exactly." Wang Yuxing stood up, scoffing. "Those individuals were arranged by me. They are unrelated to the young doctor. Since our county leaders are present, I accept any punishment. 2 were arranged by me. I will accept any consequences." Zhang Quan also rose. Seeing this, several other village heads stood up to defend Lin Shaowen. "Enough. What are you arguing about?" The county leader banged on the table. "This is a matter for the hospital itself. Why are you meddling?" "Director, this is not right." Wang Yuxing protested. The young doctor was taken away by Zhang Quan. He did not voluntarily go to Zhangjiazhuang. "Indeed, I took the young doctor, and I even threatened him." Zhang Quan admitted candidly. "If there's any punishment from the county, I will accept it. The young doctor came to our village because I took him," Zhao Air chimed in, tapping his pipe. Zhang Yuyang was momentarily stunned. What was happening? He had only staged a performance to facilitate the retreat of the medical team. Yet the situation appeared to be escalating. "Regardless of the responsibility, we will bear it," he concluded. Sun Shishio grinned and waved to the door. Soon after which Zhang Taidan and Li Danio entered, each carrying 2 baskets. "What is this?" The county leader frowned. "Director, these are commendation letters from the village committees for the young doctor, along with some letters of gratitude from patients," Zhao Air replied cheerfully. Even Li Feng, who had seen much in his time, was left dumbfounded. When did commendation letters necessitate baskets for transport? Zhang Yuyang's lips twitched. Lin Shaowen was truly capable of causing a stir, even with a simple medical consultation. "Director, the village heads have conferred and wish for the county to send a commendation letter to the young doctor's unit." Wang Yuxing addressed the county leader. "Isn't this a commendation letter?" The county leader queried in surprise. "Our village's commendation letter might not be taken seriously by the young doctor's unit," Zhao Air interjected. "This young doctor has been wrongfully accused and is currently under suspension." "Is that so?" The county leader turned a concerned gaze toward Zhang Yuyang. "The young Dr. Xiao Lin is not from our hospital. He is affiliated with the steel mill as a consultant. It just so happened that he was on leave. So he came to the countryside for consultations," Zhang Yuyang explained with a wry smile. "With such excellent medical skills, why not bring him to the hospital?" The county leader inquired further. "I wish I could. If Xiao Lin were willing to come to the hospital, I would offer him a departmental position," Zhang Yuyang sighed. "However, Xiao Lin's father was a senior engineer who died in the line of duty, which is why he wishes to do something for his fellow workers." Leading him to the mill, Wang Yuxin and the others looked at Lin Shaowen in astonishment. The young doctor was actually a war martyr's child. The county leader fell silent for a moment before slamming the table. "Contact the steel mill and commend him. He must be recognized appropriately." In the evening, Lin Shaowen boarded a bus back to Beijing, accompanied by 2 baskets of commendation letters. In the capital, at the steel mill, Director Zhang, I must tell you, this matter is non-negotiable, Yang Weigu declared sternly. Indeed, this matter is non-negotiable. Please take your leave, Li Shimin chimed in. I am exchanging for a permanent medical team at the steel mill. Zhang Yuyang had invested significantly, if not for an entire medical team. You won't even get him to come. Yang Weigu waved his hand impatiently. What nonsense is this? Are you suggesting we replace Lin Shaowen? Do you have any idea how many times our mill has been commended these past few days? Do you know how many leaders have acknowledged our work? 2 baskets of commendation letters. That is no trivial matter. In such a tense office environment. We even cleared a room for Lin Shaowen to store the commendation letters and hang the banners. This represents our mill's honor, our capital for visibility. Then let Xiao Lin take some time off. I have a medical team going down next month. Time off? What time off? Yang Weigu exclaimed in disbelief. Our medical department has so much work waiting for Director Lin. You want me to give him time off? Exactly. You have no idea what it was like when Director Lin was on leave for half a month. The workers caused quite a stir, Li Xinmin added sarcastically. This was no exaggeration. Just the women from Li Chuanhua's group had been causing a ruckus in the director's office every few days, which had become quite the headache. And now, they were suggesting time off for him? They had nearly had enough of it. Director Lin Zhang Yuyang's lips twitched at the title. Who the hell leaked what I said at the Shuani County Committee? He had just mentioned promoting Lin Shaowen to a section chief, and without hesitation, the steel mill elevated him to the position. What a stroke of misfortune, indeed. Chapter 70. Almost knocked the dog's brain out. Lin Shaowen dragged his weary body back to the courtyard, and as soon as he stepped through the entrance, he was greeted with laughter. Old master, who has done this to you? Yi Zhonghai's head was wrapped in thick gauze, and his face bore several scratches, indicating he had not escaped unscathed. Get lost. Yi Zhonghai roared, turning to retreat into the house. Lin Shaowen paid no mind and glanced over at the door god, bursting into laughter. Yin Bugui's hair was neatly arranged, though it appeared a chunk was missing from the top of his head. His face was clean, but one leg of his glasses was missing. Third uncle, have you gotten into a scuffle? Lin Shaowen chuckled. Lin Shaowen, this is all you're doing. Yin Bugui shot him a fierce glare before heading back inside. Lin Shaowen surveyed the other residents of the courtyard, noting that nearly everyone bore injuries, with the more severely hurt ones' heads wrapped like dumplings. The glares directed at him were filled with animosity, as if they wished to stab him on the spot. Passing through the central courtyard, Lin Shaowen couldn't contain his mirth. Jia Zhong, why are you using a crutch? And Jia Dongshu. TSK, have you been bitten by a dog? Lin Shaowen grinned at the two. You little scoundrel, what kind of disaster have you brought upon our courtyard? Jia Zhong exclaimed, dropping her crutch as she fell to the ground. Old Jia, come and take this little rascal away. Everyone in the courtyard is about to be driven to death by him. She thumped her thighs in exasperation. Lin Shaowen, if you have nothing to do, just go home, Qin Pairu said sternly as she emerged. Our family is in such dire straits because of you. And you still dare to provoke my mother? Are you trying to drive us to our doom? That could be arranged, Lin Shaowen replied with a tilt of his head. Get lost, get lost. Qin Pairu raised a basin of water as if to splash it at him. Lin Shaowen quickly fled, leaving behind a remark. Jia Zhong, you could have done better. Not a single tear was shed. That wretched little beast, may you die 1,000 deaths. Woo woo woo. Jia Zhong sobbed on the ground, while Jia Dongshu's eyes were bloodshot. If he could overpower Lin Shaowen, he would have rushed to stab him in the back. As Lin Shaowen pushed open the courtyard gate, he found Qin Huairu busy tidying up the garden. Upon seeing him return, she immediately rushed over. Didn't we agree on a week? Why has it almost been a month? Qin Huairu tightly embraced him. Circumstances dictated, Lin Shaowen sighed before smiling. Why is everyone in the courtyard injured? Did you all get into a brawl with another courtyard? It's all you're doing. Qin Huairu rolled her eyes playfully before covering her mouth with a chuckle. You mentioned last time that the factory wanted to reclaim the houses, and the next day they rushed to the street office to cause a scene. And then, Director Wang was quite clever. She never told everyone that the houses belonged to the Ministry of Industry. She just told them to discuss among themselves who would keep the houses. As she spoke, she began to smile broadly. When they returned to the courtyard, they ended up fighting. Second uncle was sent to the hospital by Jia Dongshu, and Jia Zhang's leg was broken by Lu Guangtian. Third uncle and Shaju got into it, and when old master tried to mediate, he was struck on the head by Yin Jiqing. Others joined in, and it turned into chaos. They nearly knocked each other's brains out. Ha! Lin Shaowen laughed heartily. He had known this group of rascals would create a ruckus. The next day, they went to the factory, intent on dividing your house. They were met with a barrage of scolding from directors Yang and Li, and several members of our courtyard were punished with cleaning the toilets. What about the street office? Surely there should be some punishment for fighting? Lin Shaowen expressed his dissatisfaction. Of course, the street office mandated that everyone from our courtyard, except you, me, and Su Damao, must sweep the streets for half a month. Qin Huairu kissed him gently before inquiring. It seems Su Damao got beaten up. He is limping and has reportedly been fined 2 months' salary by the factory. I wonder what happened. I know about that. Lin Shaowen chuckled as he recounted the events to her. Really? Su Damao is that wicked? Qin Huairu frowned. Don't underestimate Su Damao. If there are any schemers in our courtyard, it would surely be him and Lu Haizhong. Lin Shaowen reclined in a lounge chair, feeling relaxed. Qin Huairu went to the kitchen to prepare a cold dish and brought out 2 bottles of beer. Let us have a little something to fill our stomachs while I cook, she said. Lin Shaowen replied, popping open a bottle and taking a swig. This is the essence of life. Half an hour later, when Qin Huairu brought out the finished dishes, Lin Shaowen had already fallen into a deep sleep. After covering him with a blanket from the bedroom, she sat on a small stool, propping her head up to gaze at him. Compared to their first meeting, Lin Shaowen appeared increasingly youthful. His fair skin, thin lips, and large eyes resembled a young actor on stage. Unable to resist, Qin Huairu stood up and kissed him, then covered her mouth and giggled. The following day, as Lin Shaowen entered the courtyard, all conversation ceased, and he was met with hostile glares. Particularly alarming was Lu Haizhong, whose head was bandaged like a mummy. Yet, his exposed eyes pierced Lin Shaowen like daggers. Oh, who might this be? Lin Shaowen feigned surprise. Out in broad daylight with your head wrapped up, are you off to engage in some shady dealings? Lin Shaowen, you still have the audacity to show your face? Lu Haizhong bellowed, causing many to rush out. The curses ensued. Lin Shaowen pulled out a cigarette, and Yin Bugui appeared at his side as if he could fly. Unfazed, Lin Shaowen offered him a cigarette before lighting one for himself. Lin Shaowen, do you have any remorse for the havoc you've wreaked upon everyone? Yi Zhonghai spoke solemnly, igniting a resonance throughout the courtyard. Is my conscience not devoured by you? Lin Shaowen retorted in astonishment. What do you mean devoured by me? Your conscience is. Yi Zhonghai's words trailed off, his face turning ashen. Kick him out of the courtyard, Lu Haizhong ordered, and a swarm of people followed suit. Fine, then I shall go to the street office and request a house exchange, Lin Shaowen declared as he mounted his bicycle, swiftly pedaling away. Wait, come back. Lu Haizhong panicked. Others too were flustered, hastily pursuing him. But Lin Shaowen had already vanished from sight. Second uncle, have you lost your mind, shouting like that? Shaju complained. Exactly, second uncle. If Lin Shaowen really reports us to the street office, it won't be good for you, Su Damao added angrily. Second uncle, you've handled this poorly. Yi Zhonghai frowned. You all, Pa. Lu Haizhong, overwhelmed with anger, spat out a mouthful of blood. Head of the household, what is wrong with you? Second Aunt Lu exclaimed in alarm, shouting into the house. Guang Tian, Guang Fu, come out quickly. Your father has been driven to vomit blood. The Lu brothers immediately armed themselves and rushed out. Upon seeing Su Damao and Shaju, they wasted no time in attacking. Hey, Lu Guangtian, have you gone mad? Shaju exclaimed as he suddenly took a heavy blow, immediately retaliating with a punch to Lu Guangtian's face. I'll fight you. Lu Guangtian, now seeing red, charged at Shaju. Stop this. Lu Haizhong yelled at the top of his lungs. Yet, no one paid him any mind, and chaos erupted throughout the courtyard. Chapter 71. Director Lin in Shumping County, Wangjia Village, and over 20 other units, letters of commendation were sent. Recognizing the remarkable contributions made by Comrade Lin Shaowen from our hospital during the free medical consultation activities organized by Shieda Hospital. Following deliberation among the factory leadership, it was decided to promote Comrade Lin Shaowen to the position of chief of the medical department. The announcement echoed 3 times over the steel mill's loudspeakers. Yizonghai, who was busy cleaning the restroom, turned a sickly shade of green, while Shaju nearly stumbled into the toilet. Damn it, how did this guy get promoted again? Lu Haizhong exclaimed in frustration. Although he had spat blood that morning, which somewhat alleviated his internal turmoil, the news of Lin Shaowen's promotion reignited his resentment. Shall we report him again? Suggested Jia Dongshu. What good would that do? Shaju retorted impatiently. You reported him last time. Did the factory penalize him? Su Damao, who had come over to stir trouble, overheard their conversation and laughed, saying, Jia Dongshu, why not offer your wife again? Last time, Jia Dongshu had tried to use Qin Huairu to set a trap for Lin Shaowen, and many in the hospital were aware of it. However, out of fear of the Jia family's powerful sorcery, everyone dared only to discuss it privately. Su Damao, aren't you still sore from last time? Jia Dongshu shot back darkly. Did you have enough to eat last time? Su Damao retorted, unyielding. Ugh, Shaju immediately felt nauseous and rushed aside to vomit bile. Su Daomao, do you have something to say? If not, scram. Yazonghai waved his hand irritably. Who said I had nothing? I'm just using the restroom. Su Daomao replied as he slipped into the toilet, once again making a mess. In the medical office, Qin Huairu blushed and smiled, saying, Congratulations, Director Lin. Thank you. Thank you, Lin Shaowen replied with a bow. In truth, the promotion brought him little sensation, aside from his salary increasing from 99 to 110. 5. Nothing else had changed. In the medical office, he remained the same, both as the department head and as an employee. I went to Xiehe this morning to collect your subsidy, but they unexpectedly gave me an extra 1,000 yuan as a reward for you, Qin Huairu said, pulling out a thick envelope and placing it on the desk. She was nearly scared to death. She had never seen so much money before. When she arrived at the factory, she had been too afraid to ride her bike, pushing it the whole way to avoid losing it. You should keep it for yourself. Lin Shaowen waved his hand dismissively. Huh, Shaowen, this is 1,000 yuan. Qin Huairu exclaimed in surprise. Are you not worth 1,000 yuan? Lin Shaowen teased, pinching her cheek. How embarrassing. What if someone comes in? Qin Huairu protested, removing his hand from her face since the office door was open. All right, go back to work, Lin Shaowen smiled. Then I'll head back, Qin Huairu said, standing up. After peeking outside and ensuring no one was coming, she embraced Lin Shaowen and planted a passionate kiss on him before leaving with satisfaction. Lin Shaowen slumped over the desk, dozing off. It had been a while since he had seen Qin Huairu. Yesterday, she had almost overwhelmed him with her affection. Suddenly, a few knocks sounded on the table. Lin Shaowen looked up, astonished. Mr. Liu, Mrs. Liu, what brings you here? What? Director Lin isn't welcoming us? Liu Banqing chuckled, impeccably dressed. Of course not. Please make yourselves comfortable, Lin Shaowen replied, quickly rising to serve them tea. Director Lin, you seem to be courting my daughter, correct? Liu Banqing inquired with a smile. Liu Xiao stood shyly beside her mother, unable to look him in the eye. It is indeed the case, Lin Shaowen replied candidly. You two have been together for about a month, haven't you? Liu Banqing observed with a teasing smile. I must apologize for not having introduced myself properly before, Lin Shaowen said with a sincere expression. Liu Banqing exchanged curious glances with his wife, surprised by Lin Shaowen's unexpected response. Everyone knew that Lin Shaowen had received a mountain of commendation letters for his volunteer work in rural medical consultations over the past month. Even if he didn't use that as a justification, he ought to defend himself. Dad, didn't I tell you that Shaowen went to the countryside? Liu Xiao pouted. Really? I don't recall, Liu Banqing replied, casting a stern look at his daughter for her apparent disloyalty before marriage. The countryside isn't an excuse. Lin Shaowen chuckled. According to etiquette, I should have met with you both before going to the countryside. It's commendable of you to take responsibility, Liu Banqing praised, giving a thumbs up. Mr. Liu, let us not wait for a more auspicious day. How about we have dinner together tonight? You choose the place, and I'll treat, Lin Shaowen suggested earnestly. Why not come to my house? Liu's mother replied with a smile. Shaowen, you work so hard. It's rare for us to have you over. Why not make it today? All right, you can decide, Lin Shaowen nodded with a smile. Since you're here, Director Lin, why not let me check your pulse? Liu Banqing extended his hand. Lin Shaowen readily complied and began to take his pulse. A half-minute later. How is it? Liu Banqing asked calmly, though his gaze was fixed intently on Lin Shaowen, revealing a hint of tension. There's nothing serious, but you should avoid supplements, Lin Shaowen stated calmly. Your body is depleted from excessive stress. Supplements can't remedy that. Insufficient nourishment and constant worries are not the path to longevity. Liu Banqing sighed, appearing outwardly prosperous but inwardly living on edge. After a long silence, Lin Shaowen continued, since I intend to marry Liu Xiao, we are family now. If you trust me, you should eat and drink as you please. I will handle the rest. Liu Banqing and his wife stared at Lin Shaowen in astonishment, momentarily speechless. Dad, what's wrong? Liu Xiao frowned. It's nothing. Liu Banqing shook his head, then turned to Lin Shaowen. Son-in-law, I want to hide it from you. This family business will eventually belong to you and Xiao. However, given the current state of affairs, whether I can maintain it is uncertain. If you can't maintain it, then let it all go, Lin Shaowen replied earnestly. Let it go? Liu Banqing looked at Lin Shaowen in disbelief. Your current situation resembles a child carrying gold through the market. Do you think they haven't targeted you out of fear? No. It's simply that they are currently too occupied to act against you. Lin Shaowen smiled wryly. Once they find the opportunity, you may not be harmed, but you will certainly suffer. Liu Banqing scrutinized Lin Shaowen carefully, realizing that he was not only skilled in medicine, but also astute in other matters. What should I do next? Sell all your assets and convert them into gold. The battlefield of the next 20 years will not be here, but in the south. Lin Shaowen advised softly. The south? Are you suggesting? Lu Banqing's eyes brightened. Mr. Lu, have you read the records of the Grand Historian? Lin Shaowen asked with a smile. I have, Lu Banqing nodded. What does the Jin Shu in the records of the Grand Historian say? Lin Shaowen inquired. The Jin Shu. Jier was born in exile, while Xinsheng perished within, Lu Banqing murmured. It seems Mr. Lu understands, Lin Shaowen smiled. But what about Xiao? Lu Banqing hesitated. He knew well the depth of Lu Xiao's feelings for Lin Shaowen. If he were to leave abruptly, it would leave her heartbroken for life. Once she enters my door, I will ensure her safety, Lin Shaowen replied with a calm smile. In the past, he would not have had such confidence, but now. Perhaps it was worth the gamble. Chapter 72. The gift the Lu family departed. Lin Shaowen personally saw them off to the factory gates. Watching as their car drove away, lost in contemplation. He felt uncertain about how to face the impending storm. Lu Xiao's identity was like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Sighing, Lin Shaowen closed the door to the medical office and stepped into the fishing area. He hadn't fished in a long time. On his first cast, he caught a set of phoenix coronet and bridal gown. Lin Shaowen stared at the dazzling golden attire, his face darkening. While it looked splendid, did Lu Xiao truly dare to wear it? On his second cast, a jade bracelet was acquired. Could you refrain from giving me such trinkets? Lin Shaowen chuckled wryly, shaking his head. These items can be purchased later, they hold no value for me. He received the formula for Ngong Niu Huang Wan. Instantly, a smile spread across his face. Finally, something truly useful had emerged. This medicine possessed formidable potency, specifically designed to treat acute strokes, essentially a life-saving elixir. Content after departing from the island, he barely had a moment to catch his breath before a group of women led by Li Chunhua rushed toward him. Director Lin, you've finally returned. Come and give me a massage. What do you mean, give you a massage first? Can I at least enter the house? Director Lin, don't listen to them. Give me a massage first. If one woman was akin to 10 ducks, then a group of women resembled a flock of quacking ducks. Lin Shaowen felt his head spinning and hastily pleaded, Ladies, please quiet down, it's all the same. Sisterly, you go first, the others can have some fruit. As he spoke, he reached under the table and retrieved a cloth bag filled with an abundance of bananas and apples. Wow, did your father-in-law give these? Li Chunhua squinted knowingly. Just now. Lu Banqing's car arrived at the steel plant. Many saw it. If I don't massage you, so be it. Lin Shaowen feigned anger. Massage, how could I not? Director Lin, you have no idea. I've been uncomfortable for over a month. Li Chunhua declared as she laid down on the bed. Lin Shaowen donned gloves and immediately commenced the massage. In the evening, Lin Shaowen encountered Qin Huairu in the parking shed. I want to be home for dinner tonight. You eat on your own. Understood. Qin Huairu intertwined her fingers, whispering, Are you going to Lu Xiao's house tonight? When did she move in? I'm not sure yet. Observing the reticent Qin Huairu, Lin Shaowen reached into his pocket and produced a small box. What is this? Qin Huairu inquired, intrigued. It's my mother's keepsake, Lin Shaowen fibbed. She told me to give it to my future daughter-in-law. Oh, Qin Huairu replied, somewhat dejected. Here, it's for you. Lin Shaowen pressed the box into her hands. For me? Qin Huairu's eyes widened. Isn't this your mother's keepsake? Didn't she say it was for her daughter-in-law? Don't return it to me. Lin Shaowen feigned an attempt to reclaim it. No way. Qin Huairu's face lit up with joy as she swiftly rode away on her bicycle. Lin Shaowen watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a wry smile. At the Lu residence, Shaowen has arrived. What have you brought? Lu's mother feigned displeasure. Just some inexpensive trinkets, Lin Shaowen said, placing the gifts on the table. What about mine? Lu Xiaoyi leaned in. You have one too. Lin Shaowen pointed to the large bag in the center. Really? Lu Xiaoyi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had only anticipated a mere trinket, not a genuine gift from Lin Shaowen. Xiaoyi, how can you be so impolite? Lu's mother admonished. Lu Xiaoyi playfully stuck out her tongue and, with bright eyes, asked, May I take a look? Of course, Lin Shaowen replied with a smile. Lu Xiaoyi eagerly opened the bag, revealing a gleaming golden attire that left everyone in awe. What is this? Lu's mother asked, astonished. A phoenix crown and ceremonial robe? Where did you acquire these? Lu Banqing's expression mirrored the astonishment. This outfit appeared brand new, as if freshly crafted. However, having encountered numerous treasures, Lu Banqing could ascertain that it was undoubtedly an antique. Lin Shaowen shrugged, disinterested in concocting fabrications. Shaowen, is this for me? Lu Xiaoyi's cheeks flushed with excitement. Her voice trembling. Yes, it's for you, Lin Shaowen affirmed with a smile. Ah, I'm so happy. Lu Xiaoyi, disregarding her parents nearby, hugged Lin Shaowen and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. What girl does not harbor romantic dreams? Who does not desire a grand wedding? although she understood that such attire could not be worn publicly, displaying it at home would suffice. In her old age, she could tell her children that their father had once prepared a magnificent gift for her. Lu Shaowen, how shameless! Lu's mother scolded, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. Let me see what Shaowen prepared for you. Lu Shaowen eagerly opened the bag, gasping in astonishment as she covered her mouth. Inside was a white jade jar, and as she gently opened the lid, a delightful fragrance wafted through the living room. Shaowen, what is this? Lu's mother speculated, eyeing the contents of the jar. It's some skincare products I made, Lin Shaowen replied with a faint smile. While I cannot guarantee eternal youth, it can delay aging. The ingredients are quite rare, with some being extinct. Hence this is the only jar. His words were not entirely a fabrication. Who could predict when he might catch another jar while fishing? Both Lu Banqing and Lu's mother shuddered at the implication. If someone capable of presenting a phoenix crown and ceremonial robe deemed this precious, it must be extraordinary. Mom, you're still so young. You won't need this. I'll take it back to my room, Lu Shaowen remarked, reaching for the jar, only to be swatted away by Lu's mother. You have no manners. This is a gift for me. After saying this, Lu's mother cradled the jar in her arms and hurried back to her room to hide it, regaining her composure only afterward. What did you send to my father? Lu Shaowen asked, opening the last bag, only to find a small ceramic bottle, roughly half the size of an adult's palm. Upon opening it, she discovered dark pills emitting a medicinal aroma. Shaowen, what is this? Lu Banqing inquired. Nourishment, nourishment, Lin Shaowen chuckled awkwardly. Lu Banqing, noticing his expression, sent a questioning look. After Lin Shaowen nodded affirmatively, he elaborated. This is superior to ordinary supplements, with minimal side effects. Take one a month, and after a year, you'll feel as if you're 30. 30? Lu Banqing gasped. Shaowen, what are you implying? Lu Shaowen was puzzled, unable to grasp their cryptic conversation. Children should not interrupt adults, Lu's mother chided, yet her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At just over 40, with some effort perhaps a miracle could happen? Chapter 73. Qin Pairu's pregnant son-in-law, come drink. Lu Banqing exclaimed, his words slightly slurred. Ultimately, he chose to trust Lin Shaowen. Once the burdens he had carried for years were lifted, he felt liberated. Lin Shaowen glanced at the 4 empty bottles beside him and couldn't help but chuckle. Son-in-law. Old Lu can't drink anymore, Lu's mother whispered. Come, drink. Lin Shaowen raised his glass, only to collapse onto the table moments later. Phew. Lu Banqing wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning at his wife and daughter. Did you see? Old ginger is still spicier, right? Indeed, son-in-law is so young. How could you compete? Lu's mother chimed in. Lu Banqing stood up, intending to pat Lin Shaowen on the shoulder, but instead, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Lu's mother and Lu Shaowen rushed to assist him, only to find he had already collapsed, snoring. Lin Shaowen peeked at Lu Banqing, loosened his shirt, and administered 2 quick jabs to his chest before saying, Aunt, thank you for your hospitality. I must take my leave. Are you pretending? Lu Shaowen was taken aback. Go. Lu's mother gently scolded Lu Shaowen before smiling. How old is your father? Could he possibly outdrink Shaowen? That is true, Lu Shaowen nodded. Shaowen, shall I send a car for you? Lu's mother asked as she prepared to summon the driver. No need. I'll ride my bicycle back. Lin Shaowen declined with a smile. All right then, Shaowen, see Shaowen off. I'll help your father inside. Lao Mu did not insist, primarily because Lin Shaowen remained perfectly calm, utterly unfazed by the situation. Outside the Lu residence, Lin Shaowen cheerfully urged, All right, you should head back now. Shaowen, what? In a moment of distraction, Lin Shaowen found himself met with a pair of lips, sweet with the essence of fruit, pressed against his own. After a long while, Lu Shaowen blushed deeply and declared, I'm going back, before turning on her heel and dashing into the house. Lin Shaowen stood in stunned silence for some time before bursting into laughter, waving at the house as he mounted his bicycle and sped away. Inside, Lu Shaowen, who had been peeking, felt her face flush even more. How could he have known she was watching? Upon Lin Shaowen's return to the courtyard, he discovered it was already filled with guests. Jia Zhangshi, in high spirits, was distributing a plate of sunflower seeds, and everyone who received them greeted her with beaming smiles and kind words. However, as Lin Shaowen observed the modest size of the plate, he couldn't help but ponder how, with so many people in the courtyard, she had managed to still have a considerable amount left after distributing them for so long. Seeing Lin Shaowen, Jia Zhangshi's smile faltered slightly. Yet she forced a sickly grin and said, Lin Shaowen, come, have some seeds. With 3 fingers, she pinched a few seeds, preparing to place them in his hand. Thank you, but I'm not particularly fond of sunflower seeds, Lin Shaowen politely declined, not out of aversion to the seeds themselves, but rather due to his disdain for Jia Zhangshi. whose fingernails bore dirt larger than the seeds. Well then, forget it. Jia Zhangshi bit back a slew of curses that nearly escaped her lips. What is the happy occasion today? Lin Shaowen inquired, offering a cigarette to Yanbu Gui. Why? Qin Pairu is pregnant. Yanbu Gui replied with a hearty laugh. Lin Shaowen, Jia Dongshu is about to have a second child. When are you planning to celebrate your happy occasion? Shouted Xiaozhu. Yes, Lin Shaowen. When will your joyous event take place? We're all willing to lend a hand. Added Yi Zhonghai, sporting a kind demeanor. I'm not in a rush, Lin Shaowen smiled back. But you, Xiaozhu, aren't you a few years older than me? When will you find a girlfriend? Who could possibly want him? He looks like a clumsy fool, someone muttered. Su Damao, who had been sulking, suddenly perked up. That is not fair to say. Lin Shaowen replied with utmost sincerity. Xiaozhu merely looks a bit more mature. He resembles an elder brother. What kind of nonsense is that? Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened. Don't get too smug. You'll eventually reap what you sow, Xiaozhu retorted bitterly. That is certainly better than some who have nothing to harvest. Su Damao remarked sarcastically. Who can say? Perhaps others will have children before long, Lin Shaowen mused. Are you suggesting borrowing a chick to lay eggs? Su Damao blurted out. Glancing at Qin Pairu, Lin Shaowen took a step back in horror, swearing he had not meant it that way. The courtyard fell eerily silent as everyone exchanged glances between Xiaozhu and Qin Pairu, deep in thought. I'll take you on, Jia Dongshu roared, raising a stool to hurl at Su Damao. You scoundrel, I'll kill you. Xiaozhu joined in the fray with a shout. Isn't this just escalating? Su Damao chuckled awkwardly, glancing toward Lin Shaowen, who was preparing to make a discreet exit. No, this is all Lin Shaowen's fault. He misled me. All eyes shifted to Lin Shaowen. Little brat. Jia Zhangshi was about to unleash her wrath, but was halted by Lin Shaowen's hand. Jia Zhangshi. I was merely referring to Xiaozhu. I certainly did not implicate your daughter-in-law, he replied, tilting his head as if in self-reflection. But where there is smoke, there is fire. Su Damao, do you know something? Su Damao's face turned ashen. Wasn't he just fanning the flames? Indeed. Su Damao, what do you know? Could it really be Xiaozhu? It shouldn't be. Jia Zhangshi regarded Qin Pairu with the same scrutiny as one would a criminal. The murmurs among the crowd made Xiaozhu ponder the tearful expression on Qin Pairu's face. For the first time, he realized she was quite attractive. Ever since Qin Huairu's divorce, she had only become more beautiful, yet he felt she held less allure for him now. Xiaozhu, it is quite rude to stare at someone else's wife. Lin Shaowen pointed out gently. At that moment, everyone noticed Xiaozhu was indeed gazing intently at Qin Pairu. I'll kill you. Jia Dongshu exploded, rushing forward to slap Xiaozhu. Oh, caught off guard, Xiaozhu barely had time to retaliate before someone grabbed his hair. Jia Dongshu, let us teach this shameless one a lesson. Su Damao growled, eager to take his long-awaited shot at Xiaozhu. With Xiaozhu restrained, Jia Dongshu wasted no time delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Third uncle. If Su Damao speaks ill of Qin Pairu, how can Jia Dongshu hold his head high at the factory? Lin Shaowen lamented to Yanbu Gui. Su Damao, momentarily stunned, sensed a wave of hostility directed toward him. Wait, Dongshu, Jiadama, don't come after me, he cried, scrambling to escape. Su Damao, I'll tear you apart, Xiaozhu shouted, tackling Su Damao to the ground. Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu immediately joined in, launching a relentless assault on Su Damao, whose cries of anguish echoed throughout the courtyard. As the chaos unfolded, Yi Zhonghai contemplated intervening but decided against it, recognizing that his throbbing head advised against such a move. He chose to step in only once the dust had settled, commanding everyone to cease their brawl. Are you trying to kill someone? Chapter 74. Yuli Lin Shaowen hummed a tune as he returned to the courtyard, shortly followed by Qin Huairu. You're so wicked. Su Damao nearly met his end. From the moment Lin Shaowen entered, she sensed his mischievous intent. Ah, he didn't die? Lin Shaowen feigned disappointment. Go away. Qin Huairu playfully embraced him, whispering, how was your chat with my mother today? Quite well, Lin Shaowen replied with a smile. Have you set a date for the wedding? When will you tie the knot? Qin Huairu pressed. Not yet, Lin Shaowen sighed, rubbing his forehead as he recalled how he had been too caught up in drinking to discuss such matters. Oh, you. She chided with a playful poke to his forehead, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Every day they spent together felt like a cherished secret. Just as she was about to pull Lin Shaowen inside, a loud knock echoed from the door. Lin Shaowen, come out and see the commotion. Su Dama's voice rang out from outside. Despite his animosity toward Lin Shaowen, he enjoyed their playful banter, knowing that wherever Lin was, there would be entertainment. Coming. Lin Shaowen shrugged at Qin Huairu before heading to the door. Qin Huairu, frustrated, stomped her foot and retreated to her room. What now? Lin Shaowen asked, eyeing Su Damao, whose face bore the marks of the recent scuffle. Well, Zhang Meipa is here, and she brought a girl to introduce to Yin Jieqing. Su Damao winked. The girl is a stunner, not inferior to Lu Shaoyi. Wait, what did you just say? Lin Shaowen interrupted. She brought a girl? Su Damao replied uncertainly. No. The next part, Lin Shaowen urged. She said she was introducing her to Yin Jieqing. Su Damao stammered, confused by Lin Shaowen's insistence. If she is introducing her to Yin Jieqing, it means she hasn't done so yet. Lin Shaowen sighed. Old Su, you're not a kid anymore. Have you not heard the saying, the early bird catches the worm? With that, he began to head towards the courtyard. Su Damao tilted his head in contemplation, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Indeed, if it was said to be an introduction to Yin Jieqing, it meant nothing was settled yet. Didn't it imply that everyone still had a chance? Understanding this, he wasted no time in chasing after Lin Shaowen, calling out, Lin, wait for me. Hidden in the side room, Qin Huairu listened to their exchange and couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile. Su Damao was truly insufferable. Had he not learned his lesson from Lin Shaowen already? The courtyard, though it had just witnessed some commotion, remained lively. The Jia family engaged in light banter with Shaju, completely unfazed by the earlier tension. One good thing about people these days is that while they may hold grudges, the notion of completely severing ties is simply unfeasible. After all, the courtyard was quite small. One could not avoid encounters forever. When the younger generation saw Lin Shaowen and Su Dama approaching, they immediately gathered around. They were fond of Lin Shaowen for his generosity and his ever-present supply of fine cigarettes. Lin Shaowen was not stingy either, distributing cigarettes among the crowd, even to Shaju. The moment Yin Bugue saw Lin Shaowen pull out the cigarettes, he instinctively prepared to slip away, only to be halted by third aunt. Old Yin, she scolded. Don't you know what kind of occasion this is? Yin Bugue's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly returned to his seat, with a cigarette in his mouth. Lin Shaowen surveyed the young lady conversing with Yin Jieqing. She appeared to be in her early 20s. While not exceptionally beautiful, her figure was quite appealing, and her two long braids gave her a lively aura. Do you think it will work out? Shaju whispered. If it doesn't, it's none of your business, Su Damao retorted. Su Damao, are you looking for a fight? Shaju shouted back angrily. Enough of that. They're on a date. Lin Shaowen waved dismissively. Lin, what do you think of that girl? Lu Guangtian inquired curiously. What? Are you looking for a wife? Lin Shaowen teased. The oldest among them in the courtyard was Jia Dongxiu, nearing 30. Following him were Su Damao and Shaju, both around 24 or 25. Next was Yin Jieqing at 23. Then Lin Shaowen at 21, while Lu Guangtian and Yin Jiekong were merely 17 or 18. No, I'm still young, Lu Guangtian blushed. True, but have you not noticed that both Su Damao and Shaju are still single? What are you in such a rush for? Lin Shaowen chuckled. Lin Shaowen, can't you just keep your mouth shut? Shaju scowled. Exactly, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute, Su Damao added, both annoyed and frustrated. If it weren't for Shaju's meddling, how could Lin Shaowen have gained the upper hand? Zhang Matchmaker, who had been chatting with third aunt, noticed the group of youngsters and approached with a smile. Move aside. They're on a date. Aunt Zhang, that's not fair, Lin Shaowen laughed. Dates can lead to something or nothing. If it turns out well, splendid. If not, we still have plenty of eligible young talents in the courtyard. Lin Shaowen, you're talking nonsense, Yin Bugue chided. Aunt Zhang, just confirm if I'm right, Lin Shaowen shrugged. Director Lin, please don't cause trouble, Zhang Matchmaker replied with a wry smile. You may have won the heart of a beauty, but Jiekong is even older than you and still single. Aunt Zhang, I think Lin Shaowen makes a valid point. Su Dama mused, stroking his chin. There is some truth to it. After all, nothing is settled yet, Shaju pondered. Although the girl wasn't as stunning as Qin Huairu, she certainly had youth on her side. I'm going to compete with you all, Yin Jieqing declared, grabbing a rolling pin and charging out with reddened eyes. Jieqing, don't act recklessly. This is all Lin Shaowen's doing. Su Maodai was about to shift blame, but realized Lin Shaowen had already darted several meters away. All of you are hopeless, Yin Jieqing shouted, swinging the pin at Su Damao's head, causing tears to spring to his eyes. Seeing this, Shaju bolted. Shaju, stand still, Yin Jieqing bellowed, instantly pursuing him. Watching the chaos unfold, Zhang Matchmaker sighed, covering her forehead. Yuli, these are all Yin Jieqing's friends. They're accustomed to causing mischief. Aunt Zhang, who is Director Lin? Yuli asked playfully. Yin Bugue and third aunt's expressions darkened. However, Zhang Matchmaker, seasoned in such matters, replied with a light chuckle. Director Lin is also a young man from the courtyard, but he is already engaged. Oh, Yuli acknowledged, glancing at Lin Shaowen, who was doubled over with laughter in the courtyard, lost in thought. Chapter 75, Su Damao's attempt to intervene in an effort to impress Yuli. Yin Bugue rarely indulged in lavish meals. The table was set with 5 dishes and a soup, all hearty fare, making Yin Jieqing feel somewhat smug. This meal was indeed a rarity in the courtyard. Yuli was pleased as well. Yin Jiqing had a stable job, appeared spirited, and came from an educated family with a kind-looking mother. Lin Shaowen. Su Damao called out in the courtyard, drawing the attention of many. What is it? Lin Shaowen, engaged in casual conversation with second aunt, turned his head. Come on, I'm treating you to drinks, Su Dama said, draping an arm around Lin Shaowen's shoulder. Oh, what is the occasion today? Lin Shaowen asked, astonished. Isn't it a bit shallow to need a reason to treat a brother to drinks? Su Damao feigned displeasure. Since when have I ever lacked food at home? What is on the menu today? Lin Shaowen's interest peaked. Wild boar meat, and I'll throw in a chicken. Is that good enough? Su Damao boasted. Sounds generous. Lin Shaowen's eyes sparkled, and he patted Shaju on the shoulder. Master He, did you hear what Su Damao just said? I heard it. What is up? Shaju, thinking Lin Shaowen was merely showing off, appeared displeased. Old Su has some good stuff, but his culinary skills are lacking. How about this? I bring some beef, and we can have a feast together. Lin Shaowen said, grinning. Lin Shaowen, why are you calling him? Su Damao became irritated. I still have a few bottles of good wine at home. Why don't we all drink together? Lin Shaowen suggested. Su Damao swallowed hard. If Lin Shaowen claimed it was good wine, it must start from the 5-grain liquor. No wonder they say Lin Shaowen has good taste. Shaju, brushing off imaginary dust, said, Fine, for your sake, where shall we eat? Since old Su is treating, we should go to his place. Lin Shaowen chuckled. Shaju nodded and was about to head to the backyard when he suddenly heard Qin Huairu shout, Lin Shaowen, you scoundrel. What? This month's electricity bill is 10 yuan. You expect me to pay half? Qin Huairu exclaimed, her face flushed. Lin Shaowen, you can't do that. Shaju immediately interjected. Qin Jia's house has just a radio and a light bulb. Why should she pay half? I'll treat you to a meal instead. Lin Shaowen turned to Su Damao. Old Su, how about I add a pig's head and bring Qin Huairu along? Sure, Su Damao readily agreed. 5 yuan for a meal? That's gold. Qin Huairu, don't fall for that little brat's trick, Jia Zhang exclaimed sourly. What does it have to do with you? Lin Shaowen retorted. We can't be like your old Jia, who hardly eats, only feasting on wax candles daily. Su Damao and Shaju burst out laughing. And even Qin Huairu covered her mouth, stifling her giggles. The others looked on with bewilderment, wondering how Lin Shaowen could be so audacious. Little brat, what did you say? Jia Zhang was instantly furious. Jia Zhang, I advise you to refrain from any exertion. Your leg isn't fully healed yet, Lin Shaowen said leisurely. If you end up with lingering effects, you won't be Jia Zhang anymore, but rather Zhang the Lame. Jia Zhang, fuming with rage, plopped down on the ground, preparing to unleash her formidable soul-calling technique. Wait, Lin Shaowen halted her. I'll give you $1 if you let old Jia come up and seek out a grandmaster. Really? Jia Zhang was somewhat tempted. What nonsense are you up to now? Lin Shaowen? Go drink your horse urine, roared the visibly furious Yi Zhonghai. All right then. Lin Shaowen retreated awkwardly, disappearing in a flash. Jia Zhang, observing his retreat and the expectant gazes around her, scolded, You think I should summon old Jia without compensation? You can all go to hell. Rising, she dusted off her trousers and limped home. The crowd in the courtyard felt a wave of disappointment. Ever since Lin Shaowen arrived, Jia Zhang's soul calling had become a source of anticipation. The clamor in the courtyard was clearly heard by Yu Li and others inside, causing them to lose their appetite for the meal on the table. It's bad enough that Lin Shaowen is ruining everything. Why is Su Damao joining in? Yin Bugui frowned. Exactly, Lin Shaowen earns a whopping 110 yuan, while Su Damao barely makes a few, sighed Sindama. Aren't they just slapping his family's face? That Lin section chief has such a high salary? Yu Li quietly inquired of Yin Jiqing. Lin Shaowen isn't exactly a paragon of virtue. Yin Jiqing disparaged Lin Shaowen before sighing, but his salary is indeed high. He is the head of the medical department at the steel factory. Head of the medical department? How old is he? Yu Li exclaimed in surprise. It's not about age, Yin Bugui interjected. You're new here and don't understand. That boy may be young, but he is quite shrewd. Among the young folks in our courtyard, he is one of the more successful ones. How true, Sandama echoed with a sigh. We have only 4 bicycles in our courtyard, and he owns 2 of them. Really? Yu Li was taken aback. Don't overthink it, Xiaoyu, Zhang Meipa chuckled while advising. Lin Shaowen has money but doesn't he know how to live? He drinks and eats meat every day, and his salary hardly suffices for that. He can't compare to Jiqing, who is so level-headed. Yu Li nodded. After dinner, Zhang Meipa suggested that Yin Jiqing take Yu Li for a stroll around the courtyard to familiarize her with the surroundings. Yu Li agreed, having little expectation of marriage. After all, she just needed someone to share her life with, so she felt no aversion to Yin Jiqing. In the back courtyard, Shaju had been busy for half the day and finally gathered all the dishes. The weather was pleasant, prompting Su Damao to move the table outside for dinner. What is he up to? Qin Huairu whispered. Probably trying to show off. Lin Shaowen pointed toward the front courtyard. Is he interested in Yuli? Qin Huairu exclaimed in surprise, her voice a tad too loud, catching the attention of Su Damao and Shaju, who were approaching. Oh, Su Damao, I see you're inviting us to dinner. Turns out you have ulterior motives. Shaju immediately rebuked. What are you shouting about? Su Damao replied with righteous indignation. We just had a matchmaking session. If it doesn't work out, everyone still has a chance, right? Wait, old Su, do you really like Yuli? Lin Shaowen asked curiously. That shouldn't be the case. Su Damao was not the type to hang his hopes on a single tree. He had married Lu Shaoyi for her family's wealth. What would he gain from marrying Yuli? Her looks were average. Even among the country's widows, there were plenty more attractive than her. What does liking even mean? Su Damao boisterously retorted. Just because you and Lu Shaoyi are all lovey-dovey, doesn't mean I can't find someone too. Old Su, has the affair with Lu Shaoyi really passed? Lin Shaowen laughed. What do you mean it hasn't? Su Damao scoffed. If it truly hadn't tea, would I invite you for drinks? Lin Shaowen, you underestimate me. Indeed. Lin Shaowen nodded with a smile, then shifted the topic. So, what do you think about Yuli? Chapter 76. Su Damao takes action. I just can't bear to see a fine girl like her jump into the pit with third master. Su Damao's words rang with conviction. Shaju, Lin Shaowen, speak honestly. If Yuli marries Yin Jieqing, what kind of life would she have? Lin Shaowen remained silent, taking a sip from his cup. That's true, Shaju agreed wholeheartedly. With Yin Laoxi's meager salary, managing to support so many people is already tough. Their house is so small, where would they live after marriage? They can't just hang a curtain like Jia Dongxiu's family, can they? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Qin Huairu. Shaju, why are you comparing me to Jia Dongxiu? Qin Huairu retorted, I have nothing to do with him. Right. Shaju chuckled awkwardly. So Su Damao, what exactly do you want? Lin Shaowen glanced toward the entrance of the back courtyard. I wish to find an opportunity to inform the girl. Su Damao said earnestly, after revealing the truth to her. If Yuli still chooses Yin Jieqing, that is her decision. And if she doesn't choose Yin Jieqing? Lin Shaowen prompted. Then Yin Jieqing can't blame me. Just as Su Damao finished speaking, a gust of wind swept in. Bang! Before anyone could react, Su Damao was struck hard on the head with a stick. Yin Jieqing, are you out of your mind? Yuli rushed in, grabbing him. Su Damao, I'll kill you. Yin Jieqing, eyes ablaze, pushed Yuli aside and lunged at Su Damao with the stick. Oh no! He's going to kill someone. Yin Jieqing is going to kill someone. Su Damao rolled on the ground desperately, trying to evade, shouting at the top of his lungs. Lin Shaowen, maintaining a calm demeanor, shielded Qin Huairu and took a few steps back. But to his surprise, Qin Huairu stepped forward, clutching 2 bottles of Maotai liquor. What are you doing? Even now you're thinking about those? Lin Shaowen exclaimed, bemused. These are my family's things, Qin Huairu whispered. You. Lin Shaowen shook his head. Aren't you going to help Su Damao? What if something really happens? Qin Huairu inquired again. You're so foolish. Just because Su Damao looks a bit desperate doesn't mean he's in real trouble. Did you hear him calling for help? Lin Shaowen said quietly. Oh right. Why isn't he asking for help? Qin Huairu pondered. This time, Lin Shaowen remained silent, merely glancing at Yuli, who was trying to calm Yin Jieqing. Qin Huairu suddenly understood. It was a ruse. Meanwhile, Shaju was enjoying the spectacle, laughing uncontrollably. Murder! Murder! Su Damao's cries finally attracted attention. Stop it! Yi Zhonghai and Yin Bugui shouted simultaneously. Yin Jieqing paused momentarily, but still furious, gave Su Damao another whack before standing to the side. I still read. What kind of nonsense are you up to? Yin Bugui glared at Yin Jieqing. Ask him. Yin Jieqing shot a glare at Su Damao before running back home. Upon seeing Yuli with red-rimmed eyes, Qin Huairu instinctively pulled her close to comfort her. After Shaju recounted the events, Yin Bugui's face turned pale with anger. This is outrageous. We must hold a courtyard assembly. Lu Haizhong barked. Right, this matter requires a meeting, Yin Bugui echoed. Yi Zhonghai glanced at Lin Shaowen, only to find him innocently shrugging, which dampened the enthusiasm for the assembly significantly. If he wanted to find trouble with Su Damao, he could do so at any time. If only he could find a way to trouble Lin Shaowen instead. But with both overseers speaking, he could hardly refuse. In the courtyard, after Qin Huairu returned and stored the liquor, she casually grabbed 2 stools and some sunflower seeds, placing them outside while grumbling. Lin Shaowen, you promised me $1 for bringing you the stools. All right, $1. $1. Lin Shaowen waved dismissively. The others looked on with envy. No wonder Qin Huairu's life is getting better and better, with such a prosperous neighbor, who knows how much he can earn each month. Ahem. Yi Zhonghai cleared his throat and lamented. Dear neighbors, a most grievous incident has occurred in our courtyard, involving Su Damao. Please stand up. The bruised Su Damao rose and managed to smile at Yu Li, who stood beside the matchmaker, Zhang. The once hopeful Yu Li immediately lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. Xiao Yu, Zhang scolded, unable to contain her disapproval. In the public eye, the two exchanged glances, leaving much to be inferred. Su Damao, why are you speaking ill of Yin Jieqing behind his back? Lu Haizhong thundered, banging the table. What'll have I spoken? Su Damao retorted loudly. You all judge for yourselves. I merely remarked on Yin Laoxi's situation. Is it not true that the third uncle's family bears a heavy burden? With one salary to support 6 people? Have I erred in my statement? You speak nonsense. Does Yin Jieqing not have a salary? Yin Bugui countered loudly. I never claimed he lacked a salary, Su Damao insisted. I merely pointed out that they live in 2 rooms with 6 people. When Yu Li marries in, how will they manage? I speak the truth, do I not? Yin Bugui's face turned green with anger. How can you undermine another's family like this? Yi Zhonghai expressed his discontent. As the elder, under your leadership, shouldn't our courtyard uphold honesty and integrity? Su Damao, feeling unjustly accused, raised his chin defiantly. If Yu Li were to marry into our courtyard, I would naturally welcome her, but we cannot deceive the girl, can we? This assertion resonated with many, who nodded in agreement. We must convey the truth to the girl, must we not? So tell me, do you believe I have acted wrongly? Su Damao seemed poised for martyrdom. Su Damao is not entirely at fault. The third uncle's family must be transparent about their circumstances. It seems he wishes to lure the girl over first. Whispers rippled through the crowd, leaving the third aunt dizzy. Amidst the commotion, could Yin Jieqing still find a bride? Lin Shaowen, you are the most educated in the courtyard. Please arbitrate, Su Damao insisted, seeking to draw Lin into the fray. All eyes turned to Lin Shaowen, who was munching seeds and watching the spectacle, feeling utterly bewildered. Why drag me into this? Speak your piece. Ahem, Lin Shaowen. Please share your thoughts, Yi Zhonghai urged calmly, though secretly relishing the chaos. It was unwise to earn Yin Bugui's ire. Despite Lu Haizhong's cunning, Yin Bugui could afford to be magnanimous. After all, the worst that could be said was that he was a scholar. I am still young and inexperienced in such matters. So I wholeheartedly support the 3 uncles' decision, Lin Shaowen declared with conviction. Lin Shaowen, if we ask you to speak, then speak. Lu Haizhong pressed impatiently. He wished for Lin Shaowen to offend Yin Bugui, uniting the others against him. Indeed, Lin Shaowen, with your high education, you should speak up. Shaju, relishing the drama, joined in. Others were quickly swept up in the excitement. Lin Shaowen glanced at the silent Yin Bugui, sighed, and said, I believe this situation does not stem from family conditions. Consider this. Throughout, the girl has said nothing, yet Su Damao is at odds with Yin Jieqing. Does that not seem peculiar? Indeed, many suddenly realized, glancing at Yu Li beside the matchmaker, who had remained silent throughout. Old Yin, third aunt, let me voice my opinion. Yu Li only came to your home for a meal. She never stated she would marry Yin Jieqing, did she? No, Yin Bugui acknowledged. Third aunt, although Su Damao may have ill intentions, is he not speaking the truth? Lin Shaowen inquired again. Yes, third aunt begrudgingly affirmed. We live in a new era. Arranged marriages no longer exist. Yin Jieqing is a fine young man with a stable job. He will undoubtedly find a suitable partner. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Shaowen continued. As for Su Damao, perhaps he harbors feelings for Yu Li, but it is not uncommon for an unmarried man and woman to have such inclinations, is it? The crowd nodded in agreement. Although speaking ill of others is indeed vile, even if it holds truth, Su Damao was still beaten by Yin Jieqing, was he not? Thus, let us not concern ourselves with this matter. Love is a reciprocal pursuit, whether it be Yin Jieqing or Su Damao. If the girl does not consent, it is merely unrequited affection. After Lin Shaowen concluded, he returned to his seat. The courtyard remained silent for a time before someone began to applaud. Love is a reciprocal pursuit, how eloquently expressed. Truly, a university student, his level shines through. Lin Shaowen, do share more. The 3 uncles exchanged glances, each nodding. Although none favored Lin Shaowen, they acknowledged the validity of his points. Do not linger. They are on the verge of marriage. The matchmaker urged Yu Li, and Zhang. What are you saying? Yu Li blushed instantly. Lin Kachang's friend is quite handsome, and his family owns a car. Do not let your imagination run wild, Zhang admonished. Understood. Yu Li replied, lowering her head. On stage, Yi Zhonghai rapped the table and stated solemnly, the situation has been clarified. Third uncle, Su Damao, you must cease this disturbance. Agreed. Both men nodded. So, it is settled, the meeting is adjourned. Yi Zhonghai called, leading the way back into the house. Others soon dispersed to chat amongst themselves. Shall we continue drinking, brothers? Lin Shaowen suggested. Yes, let us. Shaju exclaimed, I barely ate a thing. Xiao Yu, why not join us? Su Damao called to Yuli. This fellow. Lin Shaowen found it amusing and exasperating that Su Damao seemed to court Yin Jieqing's wrath. Could you not be a little more discreet? Qin Huairu remarked, exasperated. If Su Damao succeeded, Yin Jieqing would likely struggle to hold his head high for the next couple of years. Yuli pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Su Damao immediately beamed and hurried back to the courtyard to prepare dishes. Lin Shaowen sighed, hoping nothing unfortunate would befall Su Damao. In the rear courtyard, Qin Huairu reluctantly placed the wine on the table and sat beside Lin Shaowen. Yuli, allow me to introduce you. This is Lin Shaowen. This is Qin Huairu, a level 8 cook at the steel mill. Su Damao, ever clever, knew that Xiaozhu took great pride in his 37 yuan and thus pushed Qin Huairu forward to thwart Xiaozhu's boasting. Level 8 cook? Yuli exclaimed in surprise. She had not anticipated that a woman could earn such a high salary. This is Xiaozhu, also a level 8 cook at the steel mill, Su Damao gestured. Do I not have my own voice? Xiaozhu wiped his hands before extending one to Yuli. Hello, Comrade Yuli. I am He Yuzhu, a cook at the steel mill. Hello, Master He. Yuli politely shook his hand. Come, brothers, let us toast. Lin Shaowen lifted his glass. Seeing this, Su Damao dashed back inside to fetch another glass, pouring a modest amount before handing it to Yuli. Cheers. Su Damao called enthusiastically, his voice carrying across half the courtyard. At the Yin household, Yin Jieqing's eyes burned with rage, wishing he could strike Su Damao dead on the spot. No hurry. Watch how I deal with him. A glint of coldness flashed in Yin Bugui's eyes. A gentleman's revenge is best served 10 years later. There is plenty of time. In the evening, Yuli had likely consumed 2 liang of liquor, her cheeks flushed. Su Damao offered to escort her home, but she declined, and ultimately, it was Qin Huairu who took her back. Lin Shaowen observed the smug Su Damao with unease, though Su Damao remained blissfully unaware. Late at night, drowsily, Su Damao emerged to relieve himself, oblivious to the presence of another behind him. The public restroom in Nanluo Guxiang was a modest wooden structure housing approximately 10 squat toilets, with a deep cesspool beneath the wooden planks. In this era, the profession of feces collector still existed. Su Damao, in a hazy stupor, unfastened his belt and squatted down. Suddenly, a shadow approached. Before he could raise his head, the sound of splintering wood echoed, and he plunged down instantly, unable to utter a single cry. Splash. Water sprayed everywhere. Before Yin Jieqing could relish his satisfaction, he realized Su Damao had vanished, with only bubbling sounds emanating from the cesspool. Panic set in as he shouted. Help! Someone has fallen into the cesspool. True to his lineage, Yin Bugwai, having shouted, made a hasty retreat. The commotion was thunderous, drawing numerous onlookers. Lin Shaowen and Qin Huairu were also roused from their slumber. Qin Huairu yawned, yet before she could speak, she noticed Lin Shaowen had already dressed. I'm off to see the spectacle. You stay and sleep. He kissed her and dashed away. Amused and exasperated by his childlike demeanor, Qin Huairu decided to follow him. Donning her clothes. Upon arrival at the restroom, Lin Shaowen found Su Damao in a pitiful state, having been pulled up by others. He lay on the ground, retching, while many spectators covered their noses, but none offered to help him clean up. Oh Su Damao, how did you end up in the toilet again? Came the gleeful voice of Xiaozhu. Lin Shaowen immediately sensed trouble and dragged the newly arrived Qin Huairu away into the courtyard. Indeed, Xiaozhu, go to hell. Su Damao's furious roar resonated through the night. He rose, attempting to leap forward, but his weight hindered him. Undeterred, he snatched a handful of something from himself and hurled it at Xiaozhu with great force. Bang! The projectile splattered across Xiaozhu's face, affecting those nearby. Xiaozhu, startled, began to scream, I want you dead, I want you dead. Su Damao, seemingly deranged, continued to grapple with Xiaozhu. Chapter 78. The Yin family slightly prevailed. Xiaozhu, refusing to be outdone, lifted his fist to retaliate. Yet Su Damao, fueled by anger and adrenaline, felt no pain, even as he was quickly overpowered and thrown to the ground. Xiaozhu, not truly foolish, fled after toppling Su Damao. Rising clumsily, knowing he couldn't catch Xiaozhu, Su Damao began to hurl more clumps of matter in Xiaozhu's direction. Su Damao, damn you. Someone, call the police. Su Damao has gone insane, cried the residents of the courtyard as they fled. In the pitch-black night, Su Damao's aim was woefully inaccurate. Anger clouded his judgment as he continued to throw the clumps. Yin Jieqing, feeling a sense of triumph, turned to glance back at Su Damao's predicament, only to have a projectile splatter across his face, rendering him unable to see. Oh! His pained wail echoed throughout the courtyard as he fell to the ground. Su Damao, unable to distinguish anyone, saw a figure fall and immediately pounced, rolling on the ground with them. After a considerable time, a voice finally called out, "Stop it, both of you." The neighborhood security arrived, enduring the foul stench as they separated the two combatants. Su Domao, indifferent, lay on the ground, recognizing it wasn't his first encounter. Yin Jieching, pulled up by Yin Bugwai, began to weep at the disdainful gazes surrounding him. Did someone push you down? The security officers inquired, astonished. Yes, Su Domao replied, although I had a bit to drink. The four of us only shared a little over one bottle. Surely that wouldn't cause me to misstep? Do you have any suspects? They asked. Shaju, it must be Shaju. Su Domao shouted emphatically. Get lost, it wasn't me. Shaju protested, his eyes reddened from the unfairness of the situation. The security officers were momentarily at a loss. Without evidence, they couldn't rely solely on Su Domao's claims. Old Su, it wasn't Shaju, Lin Shaowen interjected with a smile. Why do you say that? The officers queried. Because if Shaju had intended to push Su Domao, he certainly wouldn't have worn what he is now, Lin Shaowen pointed out. The crowd scrutinized Shaju more closely, noting his tattered vest and shorts that barely covered him. Ah! Shaju shrieked, dashing home. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Shaju often boasted of his 37 yuan salary. Yet his attire was pitiful. Then who do you think it is? The officers directed their attention to Lin Shaowen. It doesn't matter who, as there is no proof. Lin Shaowen replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Such matters are akin to infidelity. If caught in the act, it holds weight, but otherwise, it's meaningless. He was aware it was Yin Jieching, yet voicing it held no value. Yin Bugwai would undoubtedly shield Yin Jieching, and they lacked tangible evidence. The officers nodded in understanding. Turning to Su Domao, what do you have to say? What can I say? Su Domao lamented, his face a mask of despair. All right, everyone disperse. We have work tomorrow. Yi Zhonghai called out, prompting the crowd to leave. The security officers merely cast a sympathetic glance at Su Domao before departing. Old Yin, stay a moment, Lin Shaowen called, causing Yin Bugwai to shudder. Lu Haizhong and Yi Zhonghai, poised to leave, halted in confusion. After distributing cigarettes, Lin Shaowen finally spoke. Old Yin. It was Yin Jieching who pushed Su Domao, wasn't he it? You. How can you slander someone without evidence? Yin Bugwai's face paled. He was well aware it was Yin Jieching. The courtyard was small, and he was reputed as the guardian of the gate. How could he not know who left? Yin Jieching. Su Domao ground his teeth in fury. Stop pretending. The security officers were here earlier, and I showed your family some courtesy, Lin Shaowen stated firmly. If it were any other form of retaliation, that would be one thing, but Yin Jieching pushing Su Domao into the cesspool, especially after drinking, could have dire consequences. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong exchanged serious glances, realizing that had it not been for the shout, Su Domao might have truly faced a fatal fate. Yin Bugwai hesitated, but ultimately returned home to confront Yin Jieching. You scoundrel, what have you done? Speak. Yin Bugwai barked. I. Yin Jieching stammered, ultimately unable to articulate a defense. Enough, Lin Shaowen waved dismissively. I only brought you out to warn you. Do not act so recklessly again, as this could genuinely lead to someone's demise. As for how you will compensate Su Domao, you may discuss that among yourselves. With that, he departed. Compensate? Su Domao demanded fiercely. How much? Yin Jieching asked timidly. 20. No, 50. Su Domao raised his right hand, despite having been washed. The lingering stench caused Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong to instinctively take a step back. Upon reaching the courtyard, Lin Shaowen halted in surprise upon hearing the amount. Chuckling to himself, Su Domao, truly lacking in dignity. After much bargaining, Yin Jieching ultimately agreed to compensate Su Domao 25 yuan. However, the following day, tales of Su Domao's misfortune circulated throughout the courtyard, and Yuli returned once more. Yuli. Su Domao's eyes sparkled upon seeing her. Su Domao, enough. Yin Jieching and I are already engaged. Upon hearing the proposal, Yuli's face turned pale. Despite Su Domao's seemingly favorable conditions, the mere thought of consuming that repugnant dish made her stomach churn. Xiaoyu, do not converse with such individuals, admonished Sendama, pulling Yuli into the house without hesitation. Yin Bugwai, who was tending to the flowers, let out a derisive laugh. Was his money so easily acquired? Yin Jieching. Just you wait. I shall eventually make you wear a green hat, Su Domao declared, tossing the words over his shoulder as he fled. Su Domao, you seek death. Yin Jieching exclaimed, brandishing a kitchen knife and chasing after him, followed closely by Yin Jiquang, who wielded a stick. Lin Shaowen, returning home from work, couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head at the scene. Su Domao was indeed both incompetent and mischievous. Shaowen, a clear, melodious voice rang out. Upon turning, Lin Shaowen's expression brightened at the sight of Lu Shaoyi, who was cheerfully pushing a lady's bicycle, standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Miss Lu, forsaking your car for a bicycle? He teased. What? Am I not allowed to ride a bicycle? Lu Shaoyi retorted playfully, rolling her eyes. She then stepped forward, linking her arm with Lin Shaowen's. My father asked me to inquire when we shall wed. The moment those words escaped her lips, a hush fell over the courtyard. Ahem. Lin Shaowen's face flushed crimson as he coughed awkwardly. Could you not ask me in private? It's not as if it's something to be ashamed of. She replied nonchalantly. Director Lin, a wedding necessitates a banquet, someone jested. Indeed, you are a distinguished director. The feast must be grand. Jia Zhangshi chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Must a wedding always entail a lavish banquet? Lin Shaowen inquired curiously. Of course, Jia Zhangshi replied matter-of-factly. Didn't he your family's Jia Dongshu marry Qin Pairu in such a haphazard manner? Lin Shaowen countered. Qin Pairu, who had been watching the commotion, turned pale. She had never envisioned a wedding, having only accepted 20 yuan as a bride price. That's right, Jia Zhangshi, I'd forgotten about that, an elder woman interjected. You didn't invite anyone for drinks when Jia Dongshu married. Even if Jia Dongshu is on his second marriage, Qin Pairu is on her first, another woman concurred. Go away, what conditions does our family have compared to that little beast's family? Can we even compare? Jia Zhangshi scoffed, rolling her eyes. Does our money grow on trees? Lu Shaoyi also rolled her eyes. I say, little harlot, do you have a say in this matter? Jia Zhangshi sneered. What a shameless creature. Asking a man publicly when he will marry her. Truly a worthless affair. Lu Shaoyi, though fiery, was no match for Jia Zhangshi, and she trembled with rage. Forgive me, but Lu Shaoyi holds 3 large rooms in this courtyard. Lin Shaowen interjected with a grin. Jia Zhangshi, you claim your family has but 1 room. Yet Jia Dongshu keeps having children one after another. I imagine you've overheard quite a bit through the walls during those nights, no? You insolent brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Who's eavesdropping? Jia Zhangshi's expression shifted dramatically. Nevertheless, Jia Dongshu's fortitude remained intact. If he were in the same room as his mother, he feared he would not endure. Lin Shaowen shook his head in admiration. You little beast, I will tear you apart. Jia Zhangshi was instantly provoked. Her claws outstretched toward Lin Shaowen. Yet, her legs were still not fully recovered, and she limped as she attempted to chase him. Lin Shaowen, pushing Lu Shaoyi aside, beckoned to Jia Zhangshi playfully. Come on, come on. Jia Zhangshi, limping, darted around the courtyard in pursuit of Lin Shaowen. Before long, she sat breathless on the ground, pounding her thighs, crying, Jia Dongshu, Qin Pairu, are you both dead? Your mother is being bullied to death by that little beast. In truth, Jia Dongshu had long been aware of Lin Shaowen's provocations toward his mother, but he could not contend with him and remained hidden indoors. However, Jia Zhangshi's loud outcry compelled him to emerge. Lin Shaowen, why do you always bully my mother? Bully? I wouldn't dare, Lin Shaowen quickly denied. She is of a different generation than I. If you say that Uncle Li bullies Jia Zhangshi, that would be more accurate. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. That word bully does seem to carry a certain connotation, Lin Shaowen remarked. You are spouting nonsense again. Yi Zhonghai, with a grim expression, rushed out from the house. Uncle Li, I'm merely elucidating proper terminology for Jia Dongshu, Lin Shaowen replied with a broad smile. Return to your meal. Stop causing a ruckus in the courtyard. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand impatiently. Very well, Lin Shaowen acquiesced, but just as he was about to retreat to the backyard, he peeked his head back out. Jia Zhangshi, the stage is set. How regrettable it would be not to engage old Jia. You little beast, may you meet a miserable end. Jia Zhangshi lamented dramatically. Oh, old Jia, hurry and come take this little beast away. If this continues, I shall join you soon. Lin Shaowen, I will slay you, Jia Dongshu threatened, pretending to retrieve a knife, but Lin Shaowen swiftly grabbed Lu Shaoyi and bolted away. In the western courtyard, Lu Shaoyi and Lin Shaowen lounged beneath a pergola, each reclining on a deck chair with a small tea table between them adorned with fruits and beer. Shaowen, when shall we wed? Lu Shaoyi inquired, her large eyes blinking innocently. Compared to the grandeur of Lu's family mansion, she favored Lin Shaowen's quaint courtyard more. During Lin Shaowen's countryside stint, she had adorned the yard with numerous items, most of which were for her own use. Anytime you wish to discuss marriage is fine with me. I have no objections. Lin Shaowen replied with a smile. Really? Lu Shaoyi exclaimed, sitting up in delight. Indeed, Lin Shaowen replied, lighting a cigarette. How about this, tomorrow? I will invite an elder to your home to discuss this matter with your parents. What do you think? In a typical family, one might simply go to obtain a marriage certificate. However, the Lu family was different. Lu Banqing was a man of stature and would not approve of marrying off his daughter in a haphazard manner. Then I shall return and inform my parents. Lu Shaoyi exclaimed, scampering off, but soon returned. You, MMM. As Lin Shaowen opened his mouth to ask what she was doing back, Lu Shaoyi lunged forward, embracing him in a passionate kiss before speeding away on her bicycle. This girl, Lin Shaowen chuckled in disbelief. At the Ministry of Industry. In the office of the logistics department head, Uncle Zhang, Lin Shaowen called out. Ah, what brings Director Lin here? Zhang Guoping, his features distorted, replied. Ever since Lin Shaowen went to the steel mill, he had not set foot in Zhang Guoping's office for 2 months, except for sending fruits and snacks through others. Uncle Zhang, please don't be upset. I simply wish to avoid causing you trouble, Lin Shaowen said with a wry smile. His position at the steel mill had already attracted envy. Should others discover his closeness to the head of the logistics department, it would surely cause a stir. He was indifferent to the gossip, but worried about the implications it would have for Zhang Guoping. Having entered the ranks of officials, he had learned to be cautious. Zhang Guoping scrutinized him for a long moment before breaking into a smile. I wondered why you bear no resemblance to your father. He is a man of singular focus on technology, while you seem to ascend the ranks like a rocket. I am merely adapting to the circumstances. Lin Shaowen chuckled awkwardly before turning serious. Uncle Zhang, I have come to ask for your assistance. Go on, Zhang Guoping said, straightening in his seat. He had been following Lin Shaowen's endeavors and knew he had garnered considerable favor among the higher-ups. Lin Shaowen's visit was surely of great significance. I would like to ask you to be my matchmaker and also serve as my witness, Lin Shaowen admitted, a bit bashful. Good lad. This is wonderful news. Zhang Guoping exclaimed, elated. You have won the heart of Lu Banqing's daughter? Yes, Lin Shaowen confirmed with a nod. Excellent. Tomorrow, I shall go to propose on your behalf. Zhang Guoping said with a hearty laugh. He was aware that Lin Shaowen's partner was Lu Shaoyi and had hesitated for a moment, considering the extraordinary times they were in. However, he quickly changed his mind, realizing that many individuals in the Ministry of Industry were former associates of Lin Shaowen's father. If things escalated, while it might be challenging to preserve Lu Banqing's reputation, safeguarding Lu Shaoyi would likely pose no significant issue. After all, this was a new era. There was no longer a notion of forcing a daughter to marry against her will. Naturally, Lin Shaowen's future would face some consequences, yet the medical profession, with its emphasis on skill, remained paramount. I appreciate your assistance. I shall deliver the gift to you tomorrow, Lin Shaowen expressed gratefully. What nonsense are you speaking? Zhang Guoping frowned. You are a child of our ministry, and your father sacrificed his life in service. Why should you bear these expenses? Are you not slapping our ministry's face? But, no buts. I will arrange things tomorrow. You should return now, Zhang Guoping insisted, beginning to escort him out. Lin Shaowen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said nothing. Chapter 80. The imposing matchmaking team. Zhang Guoping submitted a report to the leaders of the Ministry of Industry, detailing the immense contributions Lin Shaowen's father made to the nation's development. He then recounted how Lin Shaowen, in honor of his father's legacy, relinquished the lucrative position at Xiao Hospital to join the steel mill. The senior officials of the ministry were deeply moved and, without hesitation, extended considerable support. After hearing of this development, Zhao Qingming, who had been monitoring Lin Shaowen's situation, personally approached Zhang Guoping, expressing his willingness to assist with the matchmaking. This left both Zhang Guoping and the ministry's leaders astonished, as Zhao Qingming held a significant position within the military. In the office of the medical university dean, Lin Shaowen quietly declared, Teacher, I wish to marry. Are you still bashful, Lin? Qin Zhong laughed heartily. It is a natural course of life for a man to marry and a woman to wed. It is a joyous occasion. Teacher, you know my parents are gone. So I wish to invite you to officiate, Lin Shaowen said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Despite Lu Banqing being a capitalist, he had numerous friends and family. Although many were not faring well, they remained part of the elite social circle, and he did not want Lu Shaoyi to face any disparagement in the future. If you are marrying, it is only right that I represent you, Qin Zhong reassured him. Prepare for your arrangements. I will accompany you and your teacher's wife. Yes. Thank you. Teacher, Lin Shaowen replied joyfully. Qin Zhong watched his retreating figure, smiling. On September 23rd, in the early morning, Lu Banqing, dressed in a black suit, sat upright in the living room beside his mother, who wore a blue qipao with light makeup but no accessories. Master, the matchmaker has arrived. The maid Wuma announced. Lu Banqing and his mother immediately rose and walked to the courtyard. Mr. Lu, congratulations. Zhao Qingming led the way, followed closely by Zhao Qingshan. Thank you. Please come in for tea, Lu Banqing responded, momentarily stunned before a smile spread across his face. Lin Shaowen had only informed him that a matchmaker would come, without revealing it would be Zhao Qingming. Mr. Lu, I am Zhang Guoping, the matchmaker for Lin Shaowen, he introduced, followed by several young men carrying various gifts. These were funded by the Ministry of Industry, serving as a tribute to Lin Shaowen's father. Minister Zhang, please, come inside, Lu Banqing invited, fully aware of Lin Shaowen's background in the ministry. Mr. Lu, congratulations. Zhang Yuyang chimed in cheerfully. Dean Zhang. Lu Banqing quickly moved to greet him, his heart brimming with joy. The three matchmakers were prominent figures: the logistics minister of the Ministry of Industry, a military heavyweight, and an academician, creating an extraordinarily grand assembly. As they enjoyed tea and engaged in light-hearted conversation, Lu Banqing felt momentarily transported back to days filled with esteemed guests. Lu's mother refrained from summoning the maid for tea, choosing instead to serve personally. While these distinguished figures might not concern themselves with her household help, appearances still mattered. This is the bridal gift list. Zhang Guoping presented a large red booklet. Lu Banqing did not even open it, handing it directly to his mother before resuming jovial exchanges with the guests. Ultimately, they decided on October 1st for the wedding. In the west wing of the courtyard, Lin Shaowen stared in bewilderment at the seemingly frantic Qin Huairu and let out a small sigh. Was she attempting to drive him to madness before their marriage? Shaowen, I want to have a child, Qin Huairu insisted resolutely. Having not conceived for a long time, she suspected Lin Shaowen had been involved in the matter. After a long silence, Lin Shaowen finally replied, Are you certain you don't regret it? I do not regret it. I want a child, your child. Qin Huairu cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. Very well, Lin Shaowen nodded. In an instant, the news of Lin Shaowen's impending marriage spread like wildfire through the courtyard, provoking a mix of jealousy, envy, and resentment among the residents. Yuli had married Yan Jieqing just days prior without any ceremony, merely receiving 50 yuan as a bridal gift and donning a new outfit before arriving on a bicycle. While it seemed simple, it was quite an achievement in this era. Within the courtyard, Lin Shaowen leisurely approached the somewhat disgruntled Shaju, who was chatting with Yan Jieqing. What are you doing? Shaju grumbled. Why did Lin Shaowen get to marry a beautiful wife while he, an 8th-level cook and the authentic heir of the Tan family cuisine, remained single? Master He, I am getting married on October 1st. Could you lend a hand? Lin Shaowen inquired with a smile after distributing cigarettes. Rest assured, I won't let you work for free. I'll provide the ingredients and offer you 50 yuan as a token of gratitude. How does that sound? How much? Shaju jumped up, astonished. The residents in the courtyard ceased their conversations, staring in disbelief at Lin Shaowen. Yuli nearly choked in disbelief. She had received only 50 yuan as a bridal gift and brought 30 yuan back with her. Lin Shaowen was willing to pay 50 just to hire a chef? Lin Shaowen, are you hosting a banquet in the courtyard? Yi Zhonghai asked, his eyes sparkling. Yes, I plan to invite everyone for a celebratory drink. Lin Shaowen confirmed with a smile. Little rascal, at least you have some conscience. Jia Zhang's cold snort echoed as she secretly resolved to eat less in the days leading up to the wedding, intending to consume Lin Shaowen's resources during the feast. Brother Lin, how many tables are you preparing? Yin Bugui inquired with a smile. Probably around 20 tables. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see when the time comes. Lin Shaowen replied uncertainly. How many tables? The crowd was astonished. 20 tables? Does Lin Shaowen have that many relatives? Master He, can you take on the task? Lin Shaowen half-joked to Shaju. Director Yang and the others will all be there. Don't ruin your own reputation. What nonsense. When it comes to my profession, I am confident. Lin Shaowen, mark my words. Even if it's 20 tables, I can manage it, and I won't charge you much. But you must find me 2 assistants. You can find your own assistants. I'll add 20 yuan to the payment. How about that? Lin Shaowen laughed. No problem. Shaju immediately assured him. Little Lin, how do you find my second aunt? I have been helping in the kitchen since I was young. The second aunt chimed in. 10 yuan a day for an assistant? Lin Shaowen must be crazy. They aren't foolish, he thought. Little Lin, the third aunt is also free. Little Lin, I'm not boasting. When it comes to kitchen matters, Aunt Ma is the expert. Many residents gathered around, hoping to gain some benefit. Ladies, I appreciate your goodwill, but I have entrusted this matter to Master He. If you wish to help, please speak to him, Lin Shaowen stated firmly before leaving without hesitation. What a joke. This group of women could be quite ruthless. Shaju. The crowd surrounded Shaju, eager to offer assistance. Don't crowd. I need to calculate how many people to prepare for. Unlike Lin Shaowen, Shaju relished the attention. Chapter 81. The wedding October 1st. Dressed in a black suit, Lin Shaowen entered the Lu residence, surrounded by Zhao Qingshan and others. Zhao Qingshan also donned a black suit today, serving as Lin Shaowen's best man. The joyful Lu Banqing and his mother were warmly welcoming the wedding party, having prepared 10 tables of delicacies in the garden and the living room. Guests were seated in the living room, engaging in lively conversation and smoking. Meanwhile, Lu Shaoyi shyly sat in her boudoir, adorned in a resplendent traditional red wedding gown. Initially, Lu Banqing wished to keep things understated, but Zhao Qingming dismissed such concerns, stating that it was futile to conceal matters when trouble arises. It would strike regardless of one's circumstances. Lin Shaowen surveyed the surroundings. Most of the guests were Lu Banqing's friends, yet he saw none of his relatives, which surprised him. Even amidst familial decline, wouldn't relatives still maintain some connection? Soon, Lu Banqing found Lin Shaowen, and they stood on the balcony conversing. Son-in-law, you must treat Xiaoyi well in the future. Father, rest assured, Lin Shaowen replied, clinking glasses with him before inquiring, why have I not seen any of our relatives? In times of turmoil, the Lu family was divided, Lu Banqing lamented. We are the direct line, preserving the family legacy. Some who committed grave wrongs were executed, while others either perished or fled. Thus, the family dispersed. Observing Lu Banqing's melancholic demeanor, Lin Shaowen comforted him, but you are still here. As long as you remain, the Lu family will not truly disband. Yet, the Lu family has no heirs, Lu Banqing replied with a bitter smile, his gaze furtively studying Lin Shaowen. Do you wish for my son to carry the Lu surname? Lin Shaowen understood his implication, but honestly, such matters were not of great concern to him in his era. One child is sufficient. Lu Banqing, visibly anxious, assured him, rest assured. I will pass on the Lu family estate to you intact. How you choose to divide it is entirely up to you. Very well. You agreed? Lu Banqing stammered, startled by Lin Shaowen's swift acquiescence. What flows in our blood cannot be altered by a mere surname. Lin Shaowen raised his glass. Shaowen, I have already established a will, bequeathing it to Xiaoyi as her dowry. Lu Banqing excitedly clinked his glass with Lin Shaowen's. Nothing brings greater joy than ensuring the continuation of one's lineage. Lin Shaowen shrugged nonchalantly. As long as I remain alive, how hard can it be for future generations to thrive? If I were to pass prematurely, I could not oversee them regardless. What are you discussing? Zhao Qingming approached with his own glass. We were speaking of the winds of change. Lin Shaowen replied calmly. Old Zhao, is there any way to send my father-in-law to Hong Kong? Wishing to leave, Zhao Qingming frowned. With such prominence, staying is not an option. Lin Shaowen sighed. But rest assured, he will take none of the family assets with him. This statement was half-truth, for the current Lu family was but a shell. Most sellable assets had been sold, and what could not be sold had been surrendered to the state. The only remnant was the Lu residence itself. I will think of something. Zhao Qingming exhaled a cloud of smoke. Thank you, old Zhao, Lu Banqing expressed his gratitude. Zhao Qingming cast a glance at Lin Shaowen before turning to leave. Standing on the balcony, Lin Shaowen gazed at the bustling populace outside, his expression growing increasingly profound. At 11:58 in the morning, 7 cars came to a steady halt at the entrance of the courtyard, causing the initially eager Jia Zhangshi to shrink back in trepidation. Lu Hai intended to assert his authority, but upon seeing Yang Weiguo alight from the vehicle, he instantly slouched. Qin Huairu, hidden among the crowd, observed the commotion. Her motivations unclear, she had also donned a striking red dress today, her face adorned with a hint of makeup. Although nearing 30, she remained exceptionally beautiful. A throng of children gathered at the entrance, eagerly reaching for wedding candies, particularly the boisterous Bang Gong, who behaved as brazenly as a bandit. Were it not for the celebratory occasion, Zhao Qingshan might have been tempted to discipline him. However, given the significance of the wedding, Lin Shaowen chose not to engage in conflict, scattering generous handfuls of candies instead, after which Bang Gong was pulled away by Qin Pairu, while the children clamored for sweets. The adults craned their necks, anticipating the sight of the new bride. As Lin Shaowen opened the car door, gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. To be fair, Lin Shaowen was indeed quite handsome. Not only would he stand out in the courtyard, but even in a steel mill, he would be a sight to behold. Where did this lad procure his attire? Amidst the compliments, envy brewed among some. Yet, Lin Shaowen remained indifferent, extending his hand to Lu Xiaoyi, who took it, revealing herself to all. The courtyard fell silent, many women gazing at Lu Xiaoyi with complex emotions, envy evident in their eyes. Dressed in a radiant red traditional wedding gown, adorned with shimmering gold thread, her hair elegantly styled and crowned with a golden ornament, and sporting bright red high heels, she held a delicate silk fan, exuding an air of nobility. This was indeed a wedding. Yuli felt a pang of jealousy. Qin Huairu bit her lip, and, after casting a glance at Lin Shaowen, turned to leave. Qin Pairu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had never envisioned such an extravagant wedding and gown. With the assistance of her bridesmaids, Lu Xiaoyi gracefully descended from the car, her smile unwavering. This wedding, this attire, was unparalleled in the city. Of course, she possessed even more exquisite wedding attire, but she dared not wear it. The bride is entering, someone called out. The crowd eagerly ushered Lin Shaowen and Lu Xiaoyi into the backyard, where Yi Zhonghai, upon seeing Director Yang, could only follow suit, their audacity quelled. They stood helplessly aside, their jealousy igniting fiercely. No rush. There is plenty of time ahead. In the West Wing courtyard, Qin Zhong and Mrs. Qin occupied the main seats, while Lin Shaowen and Lu Shaoyi knelt before them, bowing and offering tea. Teacher. Lu Shaoyi greeted. Good, good, good. Qin Zhong laughed heartily, producing a small golden lock from his pocket and presenting it to Lu Shaoyi. Thank you, teacher, she beamed, accepting the gift before taking a teacup from her bridesmaid, addressing Mrs. Qin, Madam Teacher. Mrs. Qin, in her 50s but well-preserved, appeared dignified in a blue qipao. May you both lead a happy life. Do come to our home for meals when you have time, she advised, removing a jade bracelet from her wrist and placing it on Lu Shaoyi's slender arm. What about mine? Lin Shaowen interjected. The crowd paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. Go on, this is for your wedding. What are you doing here? Mrs. Qin chided playfully, yet she still handed Lin Shaowen a red envelope. Little Lin, may you lead a happy life. If you dare to bully Shaoyi, I shall not stand for it. Understood, Lin Shaowen replied, gleefully accepting the envelope. Seeing this, Qin Zhong shook his head with a smile, marveling at how his once serious and reserved student had transformed. While at school, he was diligent and uncommunicative. Now, in the steel mill, he exhibited charm and charisma, becoming astutely adaptable. Chapter 82. The Dowry. The West Wing courtyard was bustling, mirroring the lively atmosphere in the main yard. A group of young people continuously transported items from outside, causing Jia Zhongshi's eyes to bulge in disbelief. Is that a sewing machine and a radio? Oh my, a bicycle. Watches, 2 watches. Su Damao felt a deep sense of discomfort, even more so than when he had to eat something distasteful. These items were rightfully his. Had it not been for that fool, he would have likely married Lu Shaoyi by now. Though he professed to hold no grudge against Lin Shaowen, the truth remained that he could never truly move on from this incident. More than a dozen young men spent a full half-hour merely transporting the bride's dowry, which filled half the courtyard with items ranging from large pieces like a 3-piece suite to small ones like tables, chairs, and bedding. Many had lost their appetite for the afternoon feast, instead preoccupied with thoughts of how to extract something from Lin Shaowen. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the banquet officially commenced. The ingredients had been procured by Zhang Guoping at Lin Shaowen's request. Of course, he had paid for them. Receipts were of no concern to Lin Shaowen or Lu Banqing. One commendable trait of Xia Zhu was his unwavering commitment to his work, regardless of his temperament. He had been bustling since 3 in the morning, overseeing a total of 25 tables with the help of 4 assistants. 2 were his apprentices, Ma Hua and Fatty, alongside Andy Air and Andy San. However, Xia Zhu was somewhat cunning. While Lin Shaowen had allocated 10 yuan per assistant, Xia Zhu compensated them with only 5 yuan each, leaving it to their discretion to accept. The courtyard was adorned with 20 tables, while 5 tables were set in Lin Shaowen's western courtyard. Let us raise a glass to the groom. Zhao Qingming was the first to lift his cup. Thank you all for coming to assist today. I, Lin Shaowen, may not possess great abilities, but I vow to be of service to anyone in need in the future. Lin Shaowen, undaunted, downed his drink in one go. Cheers. The crowd applauded. Lin Shaowen raised his cup again, first expressing gratitude to Qin Zhong and his wife, and subsequently to the 3 matchmakers. He then began to stroll through the courtyard with Lu Shaoyi, flanked by Zhao Qingshan and the bridesmaids, who poured wine for them. Observing Lin Shaowen consume 2 liang of liquor without a change in demeanor, Zhao Qingshan fell into contemplation. Seizing an opportunity, he lifted his cup to sniff. Detecting a robust aroma of alcohol. It's water, Lin Shaowen whispered. Are you cheating? Zhao Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. No. How could a scholar's actions be deemed as deceit? Lin Shaowen retorted, slightly displeased. I have imparted my unique skill to you. When it's your turn to marry, get lost. My child is already old enough to fetch soy sauce. Zhao Qingshan jested. Next time you marry, Lin Shaowen, do you wish to be beaten? No. As Lin Shaowen and Zhao Qingshan shared laughter, they arrived at a table where 3 dignified elders, Yi Zhonghai and others, were poised, ready to pour themselves wine, anticipating Lin Shaowen's arrival. Everyone, enjoy the feast. Lin Shaowen greeted with a beaming smile. Lin Shaowen, now that you are married, you ought to be more considerate, Yi Zhonghai remarked sternly. In the past, you were young and did not respect your elders. That must change. Indeed, Lin Shaowen, you ought to maintain decorum in the courtyard moving forward, Lu Haizhong added. Yin Bugui, adhering to his usual demeanor, refrained from offending anyone. Yes, both elders speak wisely. Lin Shaowen, pulling Lu Shaoyi, who was on the verge of a tantrum, raised his cup and drank it all. Who are these 2 old men? Zhao Qingshan frowned. Lin Shaowen's elders are not as overbearing as they. They are the managing elders of the courtyard. Don't mind them, Lin Shaowen chuckled. patting Zhao Qingshan's shoulder, and moved to another table. Chef He, you've worked hard today. This cup is for you. Lin Shaowen, tell me, is this money well spent? Xia Zhu asked with a grin. Absolutely, immensely worthwhile, Lin Shaowen replied with a smile, affirming Xia Zhu's reputation as the authentic heir of the Tan family village. Indeed, Xia Zhu beamed with pride. Meanwhile, Su Damao observed Lu Shaoyi, whose face radiated joy, feeling increasingly despondent. At that moment, Jia Zhangshi was too preoccupied to acknowledge Lin Shaowen. As she was busy shoveling food into her bowl, Jia Dongxiu and Bang Geng were also devouring their meal, faces smeared with grease, occasionally gagging yet unwilling to relent. The most astonishing sight was Qin Pairu, who was indulging in food without regard for her image. Yet, one could hardly blame her. She was nearly 3 months pregnant, and her family hadn't slaughtered a single chicken. The last time she had eaten chicken was during a visit to her parents, who, seeing her so thin, had finally decided to butcher their laying hen. That night, after bidding farewell to the guests, Lin Shaowen prepared to return to his courtyard for some rest. However, as he passed by the ear room, someone suddenly pulled him inside. Huaizhu, are you out of your mind? Shaowen. Qin Huaizhu pressed close, dragging him towards the basement. Half an hour later, Lin Shaowen returned to his courtyard, letting out a long sigh. You're back? Lu Shaoyi was seated at the table, tidying up. Upon seeing him, she immediately approached to help him change clothes. It's sweltering. Wearing a suit is unbearable. Wow, did you bring the entire dressing table from home? Lin Shaowen marveled at the transformed bedroom. This feels less like a wedding and more like a relocation. The bedroom now boasted a standardized golden silk Namu wardrobe filled with Lu Shaoyi's clothes, a layer of white carpet covering the floor, and a charmingly intricate bedside lamp atop the nightstand. The grand bed was adorned with an additional canopy, exuding an air of opulence. Indeed, Lu Shaoyi smiled. From now on, this is my home. That was merely my family's. My dear, the night is deep. Lin Shaowen, what are you planning? We haven't even drunk the ceremonial wine yet. The following morning, Lu Shaoyi rose early, having been kept awake by Lin Shaowen throughout the night. Nevertheless, she was still radiant, first organizing everything before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Although she was not adept at cooking, she had started learning since Lin Shaowen sent matchmakers to her home. Can you cook? A languid voice inquired, prompting Lu Shaoyi to chuckle. I can't, but I can learn. That's true, Lin Shaowen nodded, then led her to a cupboard, saying, let us learn gradually. For now, let us have breakfast. As he opened the cupboard, oh, a refrigerator. Lu Shaoyi gasped, covering her mouth. No wonder you are the eldest daughter of the Lu family. You have such knowledge. Lin Shaowen praised with a thumbs up. Oh, stop it. Lu Shaoyi playfully swatted at him, then sheepishly admitted, I've only heard of it. This is my first time seeing one. Indeed, Lin Shaowen retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator, casually preparing 2 bowls of noodles before magically producing 2 glasses of chilled coconut juice. Under the awning, he said, Shaowen, why do we have so much food? Lu Shaoyi exclaimed excitedly. Did you forget what I do for a living? Lin Shaowen smiled. I am a doctor. While I may let the steel mill slide, I must collect some consultation fees when I go out. But you're quite impressive, Lu Shaoyi remarked. Shaoyi, do you have any plans? Lin Shaowen ignited a cigarette. What plans do I have? Lu Shaoyi was taken aback. Isn't it enough to stay home after getting married? Being a housewife is rather dull. Lin Shaowen gently ruffled her hair. You should venture out more. Perhaps find a job. Otherwise, following Jia Zhangshi around for gossip is unbecoming. I don't like them. Lu Shaoyi scrunched her nose. Then you should work. It doesn't matter how much you earn, but you should at least have something to occupy your time. Lin Shaowen smiled. I don't know what I would do. Lu Shaoyi lowered her head, feeling somewhat troubled, but upon reflection, Lin Shaowen's words held merit. Filled with hope, she asked, could I work at the steel mill? Of course, Lin Shaowen replied earnestly. Coincidentally, Yi Zhonghai is an 8th level fitter. You could be his apprentice. I don't want to be a worker, Lu Shaoyi pouted. She had previously accompanied Lu Banqing to the steel mill's workshop, where both men and women were filthy and rather rough. All right, I've already arranged everything for you. Once your leave is over, report to the Human Resources Department of the steel mill. You'll be a 10th level clerk. Lin Shaowen had already discussed Lu Shaoyi's educational background with Lu Banqing. Despite never having formally attended school, her education continued unabated until she turned 18. Thus, being considered a vocational school graduate was not an insurmountable issue. Typically, a vocational school graduate should rank as a level 7 clerk. However, the factory did not recognize such informal education. It was only through Lin Shaowen's connections that she secured the position of a level 10 clerk. How much does a level 10 clerk earn? Asked Lu Shaoyi, her curiosity piqued. 27 yuan and 50 cents, Lin Shaowen replied nonchalantly. And what about your salary? Lu Shaowen inquired further. What? Are you already eager to seize control of the finances just after our marriage? Lin Shaowen teased. Of course. Lu Shaowen asserted earnestly. Isn't it the norm for men to work outside and women to manage the household? Then you can collect my salary for me each month. Lin Shaowen shrugged casually. Although he avoided the cues, many people envied him each time he went to collect his pay. Really? Lu Shaowen exclaimed, delighted. Her mother had told her that when a man was willing to entrust the household finances to you, it signified true acceptance. Indeed, Lin Shaowen nodded with a smile. You are truly wonderful, Shaowen, Lu Shaowen declared, throwing herself into his arms. Lin Shaowen took 3 days off for their wedding, intending to take Lu Shaowen on a tour around the vicinity of the city. However, to his surprise, Lu Shaowen suggested their first destination be the Xiangshan cemetery to pay respects to his parents. As they emerged with their bicycles, numerous acquaintances greeted them. After all, the Lin family was prominent. Who else owned 2 bicycles? You say that, but the Lin family actually has 3, someone chimed in. Where's the family heading? Since it was still the weekend, most people remained at home. Lin Shaowen halted Lu Shaowen, stating, Isn't it customary to take a stroll after just getting married? Isn't this a visit to pay respects? Jia Zhangshi quipped sarcastically. Indeed, when one harbors guilt, they often feel compelled to pay homage. Otherwise, how could they sleep soundly at night? Upon hearing this, Lu Shaowen frowned, preparing to retort, but Lin Shaowen smiled and added, Well, at least it's better than some who don't even offer incense and candles, right? You little brat, who are you referring to? Jia Zhangshi erupted in anger. I merely meant some people. Why are you so agitated? Lin Shaowen feigned shock. You haven't visited old Jia, have you? That would be quite pitiful. Lu Shaowen chuckled at Lin Shaowen's antics. Little brat, who says I haven't paid my respects to him? Jia Zhangshi's face flushed. In truth, she had not visited old Jia in many years. Their relationship had dwindled over time. She endured beatings in youth and later lived in widowhood. Given Jia Zhangshi's character, it was fortunate she hadn't exhumed his grave, let alone paid respects. Enough, Lin Shaowen. If you wish to pay your respects, hurry along instead of causing a ruckus in the yard, Yi Zhonghai admonished. Uncle, think carefully. Some people don't even pay respects to their biological fathers, let alone their illegitimate ones. Yi Zhonghai and Andy Yi's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the gravity of this perspective. Retirement was not merely about aging. Yi Zhonghai had saved a substantial sum, which was more than sufficient for their needs. Yet, there were matters of life and death that required attention, as well as the need for someone to memorialize them during festivals. Lin Shaowen, what nonsense are you spouting? Jia Dongshu stormed out, wielding a stick. What do you intend to do? Lu Shaowen stepped protectively in front of Lin Shaowen, her expression tense. It's nothing, Lin Shaowen reassured as he pulled Lu Shaowen behind him. Then coldly remarked, Jia Dongshu, I'm conversing with uncle. What business is it of yours? I'll beat you to a pulp. Jia Dongshu swung his stick menacingly. Lin Shaowen swiftly advanced, seizing control of the stick and delivering a sharp elbow to Jia Dongshu's chest. Ugh! Jia Dongshu was sent sprawling several meters away, rolling on the ground while clutching his chest. Ah! Lu Shaowen gasped, astonished to discover Lin Shaowen's remarkable fighting abilities. You little harlot. I'll have it out with you. Jia Zhangshi shouted, lunging towards Lu Shaowen. Lin Shaowen kicked the stick into the air, striking Jia Zhangshi squarely in the chest, sending her crashing to the ground while she clutched her abdomen, wailing in agony. Lin Shaowen, how could you strike an elder? Yi Zhonghai reprimanded angrily. And what? Does that elder have the right to hit me? Lin Shaowen retorted dismissively. Jia Zhangshi. She was merely trying to intimidate Lu Shaowen, Yi Zhonghai insisted. I was only scaring her. Otherwise, I would have beaten her senseless long ago, Lin Shaowen shrugged. But Jia Zhangshi is aging. What if something were to happen to her? Yi Zhonghai exchanged glances with Jia Zhangshi. Jia Zhangshi immediately understood, rolling on the ground and wailing. My stomach hurts terribly. Oh dear. Isn't that just perfect? Lin Shaowen remarked to Jia Dongshu. I'll take care of Jia Zhangshi for you, and in return, I'll serve my time in jail. Your family will be rid of a freeloader, and consider it my contribution. Of course, no need to thank me. You little brat, who are you calling a freeloader? Jia Zhangshi ceased her pretense, sitting up to glare at Lin Shaowen. Isn't everything fine now? Lin Shaowen laughed. You. Yi Zhonghai's face flushed crimson. Jia Zhangshi was momentarily taken aback. How delightful it would be if she could extort Lin Shaowen. Everyone is busy, we are leaving. Lin Shaowen took Lu Shaowen by the hand, departing with an air of satisfaction, leaving many seething with envy. On the first day after Lin Shaowen and Lu Shaowen paid their respects to his parents, they spent the next 2 days wandering the city. Each morning they would set out, returning in the evening laden with packages that made many envious. On the final day of his wedding leave, Lin Shaowen took Lu Shaowen back home. Upon learning of his plans to have her join the factory workforce, Lu Banqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. How had he not thought of this? In this era, workers were the backbone of society. They could not allow Lu Shaowen to toil in the fields. But she could certainly become a factory worker. Though I may be a capitalist, my family is willing to contribute to the nation's development. No one can find fault with that. That night, Lu Banqing drank himself into a stupor again, but Lu Shaowen was not inclined to indulge him. Dad, if you can't keep up with Shaowen, don't try to show off. What nonsense is this? I can't match him. Lu Banqing fumed, pointing at the slumped Lin Shaowen. Enough. Stop pretending. We are leaving. Lu Shaowen dismissed him, helping Lin Shaowen to his feet. Shaowen, you. Lin Shaowen looked awkwardly at Lu Banqing. So you were all acting last time? Lu Banqing was furious, realizing he had been the fool all along. This is... Lin Shaowen glanced at Lu's mother. Oh. So you two teamed up to deceive me. Get lost, get lost. Lu Banqing cursed angrily, storming upstairs. Shaowen, we are heading home, Lu Shaowen declared, pulling Lin Shaowen along. Don't pull me, Mom. I'll visit again next time. Oh no, my clothes are torn. Lin Shaowen was dragged away by Lu Shaowen, leaving Lu's mother with a bittersweet smile. It seemed her daughter had been raised in vain. The following day, Lu Shaowen awoke early, changing from her long dress into simple work attire before pushing her bike behind Lin Shaowen. She was filled with excitement. This was her first job. Lin Shaowen, isn't your wedding leave over? Where are we going? Sudama chased after them on his bike. Yi Zhonghai and the others perked up, all ears. To work. Where else? Lin Shaowen replied with a smile. To work? Sudama and the others were taken aback. You're a department head earning 115 yuan a month. And you're sending Lu Shaowen to work? Jia Dongshu mockingly remarked. Indeed, third uncle manages to support a family of 6 on just over 30 yuan. Even Shaju couldn't help but chime in, as he believed that earning money was a man's duty, while women ought to enjoy the comforts of home. Yet, he remained oblivious to the reality of such comforts. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu silently observed Lin Shaowen while pondering why he insisted that Lu Shaowen should work. What are you discussing? Lu Shaowen frowned, asserting, supporting the family is not solely Shaowen's responsibility. I have a stake in this too. Why shouldn't I be allowed to work? Her words rendered everyone speechless. Lin Shaowen gave Lu Shaowen a thumbs up, and blushing, she playfully tugged at him before they rode off on their bicycles. Soon after, Su Damao and Qin Huairu followed suit, leaving the onlookers filled with envy. Master, do you think Lu Shaowen will work in the workshop? Jia Dongshu posed the question. Workshop? Yi Zhonghai's eyes sparkled with interest. Lin Shaowen was formidable. If he couldn't handle Lin Shaowen, how could he manage Lu Shaowen? Only Shaju shook his head, feeling the two were overly optimistic. Lin Shaowen could easily send Qin Huairu to the kitchen. How could Lu Shaowen possibly work in the workshop doing strenuous tasks? At the steel mill's personnel department, a flurry of excitement erupted when Li Chunhua exclaimed, "Oh, it's still the honeymoon phase." Section Chief Lin personally escorted his lovely wife to report for duty. A group of women quickly gathered around, admiring Lu Shaowen. What a beautiful girl. She truly matches Lin Shaowen. Dear, come fill out an application form to join our women's federation. Lu Shaowen glanced at Lin Shaowen, who merely shrugged, prompting her to smile as she shared her fruits and wedding candies with everyone. Dear seniors, I may be a bit slow-witted. I hope you will teach me whenever I am in doubt, she said while bowing slightly. Of course, no problem, Li Chunhua replied, helping Lu Shaowen to her feet and addressing the crowd. From now on, no one is allowed to bully Shaowen. She is under my protection. Huh? What do you mean under your protection? Someone shouted, then turned to Lu Shaowen with a grin. Don't worry, dear, even without Section Chief Lin here, no one in this factory would dare to mistreat you. Oh, stop it. Lin Shaowen feigned annoyance. What do you mean without me? I've just gotten married. Laughter erupted among the group. After ensuring Lu Shaowen was settled, Lin Shaowen returned to his post, only to find several men waiting for him. Where have you been during work hours? Director Yang's stern voice echoed. What are you all doing here during work hours? Lin Shaowen retorted. Huh, old Yang is in a bit of a bind. Someone chuckled. Who doesn't know that today is Lu Shaowen's first day? Deputy Director Li teased. I said Section Chief Lin would surely escort her to the personnel department. All right, you all are the leaders here. Lin Shaowen quipped as he opened the door to the infirmary, leading the group inside. Come on, Xiao Lin, give me a massage. My neck has been killing me, Director Yang declared, lying down on the examination table. Lin Shaowen's massage techniques were remarkable, though they were often too brief. A session could last 3 months or more. But eventually, the pain would return. After spending the morning attending to the leaders, Lin Shaowen returned to a state of tranquility. During lunch, Lu Shaowen did not sit with him, but instead joined her colleagues, adhering to Lin Shaowen's suggestion that it was better to make friends outside, as they had plenty of time together at home. Yi Zhonghai, upon learning of Liu Shaoyi's position in the personnel department as a level 10 clerk, was taken aback. A dual-income couple, Jia Dongshu muttered. Since Qin Huairu started working at the factory, he often found himself dreaming about what life might have been like had he not divorced. Just Lin Shaowen's salary alone was substantial. How could he possibly spend such a fortune? While getting her lunch, Liu Shaoyi fortuitously encountered Qin Huairu, who quietly handed her a generous serving of meat. Thank you, Qin Jia, Liu Shaoyi beamed, knowing that even a couple of pieces of meat in others' bowls was a luxury. Shoo! Qin Huairu urged her to hurry. Liu Shaoyi quickly complied, covering her lunchbox and scurrying away. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Huairu felt a complex mix of emotions, sensing a change within herself, albeit just a fleeting feeling. Chapter 85. The legendary leader Lin Shaowen's days passed pleasantly, although Liu Shaoyi was a young lady. She managed the household with remarkable efficiency. Each day, she returned home to learn culinary skills from her mother and Wu Ma, significantly elevating Lin Shaowen's quality of life. However, there was one downside. Both Liu Shaoyi and Qin Huairu were eager to conceive. Thus, Lin Shaowen, embodying the steadfast bull, toiled tirelessly. Fortunately, his work environment remained tranquil, though he lamented not catching anything worthwhile recently. Why do you seem so downcast? Yang Weigua entered the infirmary and plopped down in front of Lin Shaowen. If you have something to say it. If not, please don't bother me. Lin Shaowen rolled his eyes. Oh, have you taken offense? Yang Weigua chuckled, tossing a pack of cigarettes onto the table. Is newlywed life already fraught with troubles? Share your concerns, perhaps I can assist. How could I involve an outsider in this matter? Lin Shaowen unwrapped a cigarette and lit it. Ah, so it's about Liu Shaoyi wanting a child? Yang Weigua's keen intellect quickly discerned the issue. Lin Shaowen sighed again. It's just a phase. Once she conceives, everything will be fine, Yang Weigua consoled. Lin Shaowen scrutinized him, frowning. As the director of a major factory, you seem to have an abundance of free time. I sought you out for a reason, Yang Weigua replied seriously. Today, I need you to accompany me to see a patient. Why not go to Xia? Lin Shaowen inquired, adopting a grave demeanor. We went, but there was no solution. Yang Weigua produced a few unclear medical records from his bag and handed them to Lin Shaowen. Upon examining them, Lin Shaowen immediately grasped why Xia couldn't help. The patient was showing signs of a stroke, a condition that posed significant challenges even for modern medicine. Is there a way? Yang Weigua asked. Is this patient significant? Lin Shaowen countered. Very important, Yang Weigua confirmed with a wry smile. To be honest, this is the wife of an old leader who has greatly aided my career. I owe him everything. If there's a way, I would risk my life to help him. There is a method, but it is complicated, Lin Shaowen sighed. I'll be frank, this illness cannot be completely cured. I can administer acupuncture to manage it, but the results are uncertain. An alternative would be to keep Ngong Niu Huang one on hand. If an episode occurs, it might save a life. That will suffice. Yang Weigua replied solemnly. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. If you need any medications, please don't hesitate to ask. You cannot assist with this matter, Lin Shaowen shook his head. Please contact Director Zhang from Xia. We shall arrange a time to visit the patient together. Let's do it today, Yang Weigua decided. We'll head over first, and I'll arrange for Director Zhang. Very well, Lin Shaowen nodded nonchalantly. Yang Weigua executed his tasks with remarkable decisiveness, promptly summoning the vehicle crew to transport two individuals to the residence of a high-ranking official. As they journeyed along, Lin Shaowen sensed something amiss. Wasn't he this direction toward the family compound of the Ministry of Industry? Before long, the car came to a steady halt in front of a quaint villa. Lin Shaowen, gazing at the familiar garden, found himself at a loss for words. Yang Weigua approached the door and knocked, soon greeted by an energetic elderly gentleman. Little Yang has come? Indeed, I'm here to see Sister Yang. Yang Weigua replied with a smile, gesturing for Lin Shaowen to come forth. Yet, before introductions could be made, Lin Shaowen, his face flushed, took a couple of steps forward. Uncle Bai, little Lin, what brings you here? Bai Yanjun laughed heartily. Little Yang mentioned he was recommending a miraculous doctor. Turns out it's you. Miraculous doctor? Lin Shaowen's lips twitched slightly. Yang Weigua had certainly inflated his reputation. Do you two know each other? Yang Weigua inquired cautiously. Know each other? It's more than that. Bai Yanjun gestured for them to enter, chuckling as he walked. His father and I were comrades. After his mother passed, he dined at my home until he graduated high school. Is that so? I've never heard little Lin mention this, Yang Weigua said with a wry smile. This lad is rather taciturn, much like his father. Bai Yanjun shook his head in agreement. I was supposed to officiate at his wedding, but he turned me down, claiming my rank was too high for such an occasion. Yang Weigua glanced at Lin Shaowen, suddenly perceiving the boy as quite enigmatic. Nevertheless, there was some logic to his reasoning. A minister of the Ministry of Industry certainly held a significant position. How is Aunt Yang's condition? Lin Shaowen broached the main topic. He recalled that Bai Yanjun's wife had always treated him kindly, and he naturally felt a sense of obligation. Her situation is not good, Bai Yanjun replied, his expression darkening. She has always had this ailment, but it had never manifested until she fainted in the kitchen last time, which terrified me. I'll go see her, Lin Shaowen declared, rising to head towards the bedroom. Bai Yanjun and Yang Weigua immediately followed. In the bedroom, a pale woman lay staring at the ceiling, tears occasionally streaming down her cheeks. Though her hair had turned gray, Lin Shaowen knew she was only in her 50s. Aunt Yang, Lin Shaowen softly called. Little Lin, Yang Wanjun exclaimed, struggling to sit up. Come here, let me see. Ah, since your marriage, you've matured significantly, Lin Shaowen sighed inwardly, though a smile graced his face. It can't be that quick. Surely, one must endure some trials for a few years, right? What are you saying? Yang Wanjun chided. Thank goodness your partner isn't here. Otherwise, she would surely scold you. Wanjun, you're still unaware of little Lin's background, are you? Bai Yanjun interjected. Background? What background? Yang Wanjun appeared perplexed. Little Lin is now referred to as a miraculous doctor by outsiders, Bai Yanjun said, taking her hand with a smile. Miraculous doctor? Yang Wanjun's expression changed drastically. Who is bestowing such a title upon him? He is barely of age. Yanjun, you must investigate who is endangering our family. Yang Weigua's face flushed with embarrassment, not daring to speak. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed from outside. Comrade Yang Wanjun. Although it may be an exaggeration to call Section Chief Lin a miraculous doctor, his future undoubtedly surpasses ours old-timers. Zhang Yuyang and Qin Zhong entered together. Teacher, Director Zhang. Lin Shaowen immediately greeted. Section Chief Lin? Little Lin, you've actually entered the ranks of officials? Yang Wanjun exclaimed in surprise. But wait. You previously said you wanted to practice medicine for the people. How did you end up in the bureaucratic path? Comrade Yang Wanjun. I humbly report that I am now the chief physician at the steel plant, concurrently serving as the head of the medical department. Lin Shaowen stood and rendered a salute that was somewhat awkward. Little Lin is quite accomplished indeed, Yang Wanjun said, tears of joy streaming down her face. At last, she felt she had honored her dear friend's wish. Chapter 86. Such a remedy, not only ordinary citizens, but even your salary would be insufficient to afford. Lin Shaowen was taking Yang Wanjun's pulse while the others instinctively held their breaths. After a moment, he released her wrist, frowning. The situation is not severe. It can be managed with silver needles, but any unexpected incidents, such as fatigue or a bump, could trigger a stroke. Little Lin, didn't you say there were medications to suppress it? Yang Weigua asked urgently. It's life-saving medicine, not suppressive medication, Lin Shaowen corrected. You've developed a new drug? Qin Zhong asked, astonished. Yes, Lin Shaowen nodded. After much contemplation, I believe I have a formula that is remarkably effective for stroke patients. But it is only for emergency use and not intended for long-term consumption. That is sufficient, if it can save lives. Will it cause any post-stroke complications after taking the medicine? Zhang Yuyang's voice trembled slightly. It will not, Lin Shaowen affirmed. Theoretically, this medicine is effective for stroke comas, encephalitis, toxic encephalopathy, and cerebral hemorrhage. I have also deduced that it might be effective for sepsis, but the production cost is quite high. This is incredible. Zhang Yuyang exclaimed excitedly, pacing in the living room. The greatest fears of a stroke are delayed treatment and subsequent complications. If Section Chief Lin can resolve these two issues, it would be a tremendous contribution to the nation. Director Zhang, let us not be overly optimistic, Lin Shaowen cautioned. The absence of complications is merely theoretical. The specifics will require clinical trials. I understand, Zhang Yuyang nodded vigorously. What is the name of this medicine? Ngong Yo Huangwan. Lin Shaowen pulled over a piece of paper and began writing the prescription. The familiarity of his movements indicated he had reasoned it out many times before. Yang Wanjun and Bai Yanjun observed Lin Shaowen with a sense of pride. They had 2 sons, both working in distant locations and considerably older than Lin Shaowen. Thus, in recent years, all their affection had been directed towards Lin Shaowen, treating him almost as their own son. Had it not been for Lin Shaowen's alcoholic father, he would have long since perished from hunger. In addition to the precursors to a stroke, Aunt Yang also had numerous other underlying health issues that required management. After finishing the first prescription, Lin Shaowen wrote another and handed it to Zhang Yuyang. This medicine should be taken for 3 days. Avoid any strenuous activities for the time being, and recovery will commence in half a month. Once Ngong Yo Huangwan is produced, please send over a couple of doses for emergencies. Understood, Zhang Yuyang replied. Lin Shaowen looked at Bai Yanjun, hesitating momentarily, before continuing. and Gong Niu Huang Wan can be taken long-term. It should be chewed before the solar terms of Jingzhe, Shaoshu, Shuangjiang, and the day before winter solstice to prevent strokes. Didn't you say this medicine shouldn't be taken long-term? Qin Zhong furrowed his brow. Once Director Zhang produces this medicine, you will understand why I said that. Lin Shaowen sighed with a bitter smile. Are you implying it's a cost issue? Zhang Yuyang immediately flipped through the prescription, exclaiming, these are all natural ingredients. Artificial substitutes cannot be used? Indeed not, Lin Shaowen affirmed. Artificially cultivated medicines cannot replace natural ones. Many people are aware of this, yet often, they are left with no choice. The cost will indeed be high. Ordinary families will certainly find it unaffordable, Zhang Yuyang lamented. Lin Shaowen remained silent. In his previous life, a single Ngong Niu Huang Wan from Tong Rin Tang had once fetched an astonishing price of 110,000, merely for one pill. The ingredient musk is nearly extinct in later years. Uncle Bai, if possible, please try to stock up on this medicine, Lin Shaowen whispered. Otherwise, in a few years, this remedy will be beyond the reach of ordinary citizens, let alone your salary. He was acutely aware of Bai Yanjun's significance. Never engaging in corruption or bribery. I rely solely on my meager salary to make a living. Shaolin Qinzhong furrowed his brow and called out. How could such words be uttered carelessly? Good child. Good child. Yang Wanjun gently embraced Lin Shaowen, chuckling softly, you have achieved much now. When in a position of power, you must exercise caution in your words. Especially regarding such matters. Do you understand? Yes. Lin Shaowen smiled helplessly before saying, Yang Mama, let me give you acupuncture. All right. Yang Wanjun rose and returned to the bedroom. Bai Yanjun, Qin Zhong, and Director Zhang surrounded the bed, while Yang Weiguo refrained from entering, as he would not comprehend the situation. Lin Shaowen focused intently, and within moments, 12 silver needles were deftly inserted into the acupoints on Yang Wanjun's head, their ends trembling slightly. Bai Yanjun felt a chill run down his spine. Yet Yang Wanjun fell into a deep slumber. Half an hour for the removal of the needles. Let us step outside, Lin Shaowen whispered. Bai Yanjun gazed at the flushed face of Yang Wanjun and could not help but give Lin Shaowen a thumbs up. He had never imagined that his old friend's son would achieve such success. In the dead of night, Lin Shaowen, feeling slightly fatigued, returned to the west wing courtyard. Before he could knock, he spotted Qin Huairu appearing at the ear room door. Shaowen, I think I might be, Qin Huairu whispered, extending her hand. Lin Shaowen grasped her right hand, and an electric shock coursed through him. Sitting up straight, he focused once more to take her pulse. Is it true? Qin Huairu asked anxiously. Yes, Lin Shaowen replied with a wry smile. It's been over a month. It's a girl. You can tell that? Qin Huairu was taken aback. It's quite simple, Lin Shaowen shrugged. Although his skills did not yet rival those of an eye-level CT scan. The marvel of 5 colors pulse diagnosis surpassed ordinary imagination. A girl. Qin Huairu's mood darkened slightly. She had hoped to have a son with Lin Shaowen. I quite like daughters. Lin Shaowen lay back on the bed, laughing. To be honest, I have fantasized countless times about having a daughter. And now my dream has finally come true. Really? Qin Huairu asked skeptically. In this day and age, one would expect a preference for boys, Lin Shaowen assured her, gently patting her flat abdomen. You must not favor boys over girls. I will cherish my little girl. Of course I want tea, Qin Huairu playfully retorted. All right. You should rest well. If you wish to avoid exhaustion, take a long leave. I will handle things here, Lin Shaowen said with a smile. No one takes leave just over a month. Qin Huairu rolled her eyes charmingly. You can't wait until you're heavily pregnant to take leave, can you? Lin Shaowen hugged her, suggesting, next month, you should return to Qin family village and come back after the baby is born. But what if I miss you? Qin Huairu wrapped her arms around him. I will visit you every month. You promise? I promise. Lin Shaowen ruffled her hair, lingering in affection before returning to his own home. Back already? Are you hungry? Lu Shaoyi, who was lying on the bed reading, dashed out upon hearing the noise. I'm not hungry. I've already eaten, Lin Shaowen chuckled. Then I'll get you some clean clothes. You should take a shower, Lu Shaoyi said, running back into her room. Lin Shaowen watched her cheerful figure and couldn't help but chuckle softly. This girl seemed eternally youthful. Chapter 87. Lin Shaowen must not emerge to harm others in the infirmary. Wang Kuering and Li Xinmin wore serious expressions, while Qin Huairu sat across from Lin Shaowen, visibly anxious. Chief Lin, is there anything wrong with my condition? There is. Lin Shaowen replied solemnly. You have some issues with your lungs. It appears to be tuberculosis. Wang Kuerong and Li Xinmin immediately stepped back, alarmed. In these times, tuberculosis, also known as consumption, could render a patient virtually incapacitated if not treated correctly. Moreover, its highly contagious nature was the reason for their trepidation. Tuberculosis? Qin Huairu's large eyes filled with tears instantly. My recommendation is to rest at home, preferably in the countryside, Lin Shaowen stated seriously. If you take your medication regularly, it shouldn't be a major issue. But my job, Qin Huairu, do not worry about your job, Wang Kuerong interjected hastily. We will hold your position for you. You can return whenever you are ready. Indeed, Li Xinmin concurred, you should return home to recuperate. And it's best to heed Chief Lin's advice and rest in the countryside. I will consider this a work-related injury and compensate you with half a year's salary. We can discuss other matters once you recover. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Huairu finally stood and bowed to the two leaders, saying, Thank you both. No need for thanks. You should leave at once, Li Xinmin urged again. Don't joke. We can't afford to get infected, Wang Kuerong added as he retreated further. Qin Huairu turned to Lin Shaowen and winked. I still need to give her acupuncture. She may cough a bit. Leaders Lin Shaowen's words were cut short as Li Xinmin dashed away. Chief Lin, I appreciate your efforts, but I have a meeting to attend. I have kitchen duties to handle. I must take my leave as well. Wang Kuerong hurriedly followed suit. Watching the two escape, Qin Huairu erupted into peals of laughter. Lin Shaowen also chuckled and then pulled out an envelope, handing it to Qin Huairu. Here's 2,000 yuan. Keep it for now, and if it's insufficient, let me know. I have money. You just got married, and there are expenses everywhere. Qin Huairu quickly waved her hand. Take it, Lin Shaowen insisted, placing it in her hands. If you need anything, just send word, and I'll arrange for it to be delivered. Understood. Qin Huairu wrapped her arms around his neck. Exhaling softly, I'm going back now. We want to see each other for a long time. Qin Huairu, this is an office. Lin Shaowen's gaze wandered. I have tuberculosis. Qin Huairu laughed as she dashed to lock the door. That afternoon, Qin Huairu took a bus back to Qin family village. And news of her tuberculosis spread rapidly throughout the steel mill and the courtyard. Aside from Li Chunhua and Lu Shaoyi expressing some concern, everyone else was in high spirits. Lin Shaowen was also granted leave from work, with a sufficiently valid reason. After all, he had diagnosed Qin Huairu with tuberculosis. And Lu Shaoyi was taken home by Lu Banqing. In these times, tuberculosis was no trivial matter. Of course, Li Xinmin and Wang Kuerong were also given leave. There was no arguing. They were part of the close contact group. In the West Wing courtyard, Lin Shaowen sat alone, lost in thought. Compared to living with others, he preferred solitude. This habit stemmed from his past life as a wage slave, devoid of money or a girlfriend. He could only retreat into himself for entertainment. Moonlight cascaded down as he sat outside the pavilion, a few bottles of beer angled in a bucket of ice beside him. A barbecue grill was set up in front of him, the charcoal crackling enthusiastically as he placed a piece of beef on it, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. The residents of the courtyard, enjoying the evening breeze and chatting, immediately sensed something amiss. Who is it, making a racket at this hour? Can't anyone sleep? Jia Zhangshi exclaimed irritably. Who else but Lin Shaowen? Sudama scoffed. Silly Zhu sniffed the air and confidently declared, Beef, it must be beef. And I can smell roast pig trotters too. Lin Shaowen's skills are quite commendable. This aroma is rather enticing. Lu Haizhong swallowed hard, and then shouted with righteous indignation. Elder E, you must go tell him to stop. Who can sleep with barbecued meat wafting through the night? You're the second elder in the courtyard. Why don't you go? Yi Zhonghai retorted. He wasn't foolish. After all, Qin Huairu had been diagnosed with tuberculosis, and Lin Shaowen was the one who made the diagnosis. Who knew if he had been infected? Yin Bugui glanced around, clearly uninterested in joining the conversation. The vile creature, it would be best if that harlot infected him. And they both perished together. Jia Zhangshi spoke harshly, questioning why they deserved to reside in such a fine dwelling. Yi Zhonghai and the others remained silent, yet internally resonated with Jia Zhangshi's sentiments. It would be preferable for Qin Huairu and Lin Shaowen to meet their demise. Then the house would be vacated. If something were to befall Lin Shaowen, there would be no one left to serve tea or water. Su Damao gleefully remarked. What is going on? The crowd suddenly grew intrigued. The Lu family, upon hearing the possibility of Lin Shaowen contracting tuberculosis, fetched Lu Shaoyi back home, while others remained unaware of this matter. Su Damao was well informed, as his mother worked as a servant in the Lu household. It served him right. Jia Zhangshi chuckled, remarking that it was his own fault for marrying the daughter of a capitalist. Now he was reaping the consequences. When he dies, no one will be the wiser. Indeed, capitalists are devoid of conscience, despite Lu Shaoyi's appearance. Just as Jia Dongshu prepared to insult Lu Shaoyi, a figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Lu Shaoyi? Su Damao stammered. Were we not told to remain silent? Lu Shaoyi scoffed and turned towards the backyard. Lu Shaoyi, where are you going? Yi Zhonghai called out. Going home. Lu Shaoyi regarded him as if he were a fool. Ahem, what I meant was, Lin Shaowen may have contracted tuberculosis. Yi Zhonghai reminded her. I am aware, and what of it? Lu Shaoyi retorted. Are you not afraid of being infected? Jia Dongshu frowned. Are you ill? Lu Shaoyi's brows furrowed tightly. Lin Shaowen is my beloved. Even if he has contracted tuberculosis, I must remain by his side. Having said that, she ignored them and proceeded directly to the backyard. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. Su Damao felt a scorching pain in his face, as if he had been struck. Jia Dongshu, however, felt no pain. Instead, he was consumed by jealousy. Why should Lin Shaowen monopolize all the good fortune? He was handsome, highly educated, and had attained a government position at a young age. He had married the daughter of a capitalist, receiving a dowry that made one envious enough to wish to seize it. Uncle, I believe Lin Shaowen is highly likely to have contracted tuberculosis. The courtyard should implement some measures. Lu Haizhong stated solemnly. I concur. Yin Bugue also stepped forward. After all, there are many elderly and children in the courtyard. What if an outbreak occurs? Yi Zhonghai pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. You are right. We cannot allow Lin Shaowen to endanger others. I suggest we seal off his yard for half a month. Agreed. This concerns the safety of the entire courtyard. There is no reason for anyone to object. Yet, not a single person stepped forward to offer Lin Shaowen any supplies or food. Chapter 88. Werewolf Kill, what brings you here? Lin Shaowen looked at Lu Shaoyi in surprise. This is my home. Where else would I go? Lu Shaoyi glared at Lin Shaowen, who was busy grilling skewers, and exclaimed angrily, I was worried you might go hungry. Yet here you are, living lavishly, grilling meat all by yourself. As she spoke, she slammed the lunchbox onto the table. Care for a drink? Lin Shaowen shook a bottle of cold beer. No thanks. I'm already full of anger. Lu Shaoyi turned her head away. Then you shall miss out. Lin Shaowen leisurely tore into the grilled meat, and after downing a large cup of beer, he remarked, this grilled meat is delightful, and the beer is sweet. Lin Shaowen, enough already. Lu Shaoyi gritted her teeth in frustration. She had been so worried about Lin Shaowen that she hardly ate anything at the Lu household before rushing over. Fine, let us eat together. Lin Shaowen pulled her down beside him, poured her a full cup of cold beer, and raised his glass to clink with hers. Lu Shaoyi playfully responded, taking a sip for herself. As they feasted, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Who is it? Lin Shaowen called out. Lin Shaowen, it is Uncle Yi. Yi Zhonghai's voice came from outside. We just held a meeting for the entire courtyard, and given the possibility of your tuberculosis infection, we have decided to prohibit you from leaving your yard for 2 weeks. On what grounds? Lu Shao shouted abruptly. Because we have elderly and children in the courtyard. Lu Haizhong's harsh voice echoed. Your illness is of no concern, but what if you infect the elderly and children? You. Lu Shaoyi was about to argue further when Lin Shaowen tugged at her. Understood. You may leave now. Lin Shaowen replied calmly. Lin Shaowen, what is your attitude? Yi Zhonghai bellowed. If you have an issue, you may enter. I will open the door now. Lin Shaowen remarked as he walked toward the entrance. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside. When Lin Shaowen opened the door, everyone had already fled, hiding at the entrance of the west wing, watching from a distance. Lin Shaowen raised an obscene gesture at them before shutting the door. I think we should keep them confined for a month. Let them starve. Jia Zhashi remarked coldly. No need for a month. A week will suffice before they relent. Su Damao scoffed. When Lin Shaowen comes begging us, we should first demand he relinquish the toilet. Yin Bugue cunningly suggested, then have him provide a bicycle for the courtyard's use. Agreed. The others' eyes lit up at the prospect. They were utterly indifferent to Lin Shaowen's well-being. Their only concern was how to benefit themselves. I believe, as neighbors, we should not be too excessive. Yi Zhonghai spoke earnestly. If Lin Shaowen admits his fault, he should only be asked to relinquish 2 rooms. After all, there are only 2 people in his family, and occupying 3 large rooms is wasteful. Exactly. Jia Zhangshi and Yin Bugue's eyes brightened instantly. Ultimately, Uncle Yi is thinking long-term. Asking for the toilet is too petty. Releasing the rooms is the right course of action. Many would wish for Qin Huairu to perish in the countryside, at which point they could claim her side room. After a brief chat, everyone returned home, each harboring their own thoughts. In the West Wing courtyard, Lu Shaoyi was infuriated, having lost all appetite, while Lin Shaowen remained unfazed, continuing to eat and drink without a hitch. Shaowen, although we have a refrigerator, I fear we might not last the 2 weeks. Lu Shaoyi expressed her concern. Do not worry, you will not go hungry. Lin Shaowen ruffled her hair. But, do you still not trust me? Lin Shaowen teased. They are merely using this as an excuse, so I shall give them a taste of werewolf kill. Let them enjoy the show. Hearing this, Lu Shaoyi felt slightly reassured, yet her worries lingered. On the first day, the aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the courtyard, causing many to curse. Eat, eat. Let us see how long you 2 can last. May you starve, little brats. Jia Zhongshi cursed. Yi Zhonghai and the others wore grim expressions. But it was only the first day, and they managed to endure. On the third day, just as everyone was preparing to cook, the scent of stir-fried duck wafted through the courtyard, unsettling many. Have you seen Lin Shaowen tending to livestock? How come it's chicken and duck again? In the yard, is someone delivering goods to Lin Shaowen? Yi Zhonghai frowned. Lin Shaowen is likely infected with tuberculosis, and after contact with him, we are bound to be infected. This statement was deftly crafted. Initially, it merely suggested suspicion of Lin Shaowen having tuberculosis, but later implied that others would be infected, leading everyone to instinctively believe Lin Shaowen was indeed infected. Indeed, let us not fall for Lin Shaowen's tricks for the sake of trivial gains. Lu Haizhong warned sternly. I propose that we supervise one another. Yin Bugui offered his opinion. Agreed. Xiaozhu and Su Dama immediately echoed him. Seeing this, the others nodded in agreement. While only He Yushui remained in a state of worry, as she did not return every weekend. Yesterday, upon returning, I heard that Lin Shaowen had gotten married, which made her weep bitterly. After learning that Lin Shaowen might have contracted tuberculosis and was subsequently isolated by everyone, she yearned to secretly deliver some food to him. However, today, that hope seems to have been dashed. Not only would the elderly gentleman in the courtyard not allow it, but even the Navi Zhu would be opposed. Days passed, and as mealtime approached, a delightful aroma wafted through the yard, intensifying the resentment towards Lin Shaowen among many, while simultaneously deepening suspicions that someone was providing him with support. Everyone had visited Lin Shaowen's home and knew that he had no animals to speak of. Although it was November, the lingering warmth of autumn made it impossible for meat to last more than a couple of days without spoiling. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that someone was secretly feeding Lin Shaowen. I suspect someone has betrayed us. Yi Zhonghai surveyed the surroundings, seemingly searching for clues. Yet everyone's expressions were sincere, devoid of evasion. To be on the safe side, He Yushui had been sent to school by Zhu the day before. She was the only one in the courtyard under suspicion. Shall we go take a look? Su Domao suggested, proposing that it would be best for just one person to investigate what Lin Shaowen was up to. This suggestion was quite constructive. If too many went, they surely wouldn't uncover anything. Better to test the waters with one. Agreed. Yi Zhonghai nodded and turned to Su Domao, saying, since it was your idea, you should go and see what the situation is. Just don't go inside. Ask at the door. Understood. Su Domao nodded, preparing to leave, but was interrupted by Zhu. No, I think it should be two people. Zhu insisted. If Su Domao returns and makes up a story, we would be easily deceived. Zhu, you're the one who would make things up. Su Domao exploded in anger. He admitted to himself that he was indeed contemplating saying it was Zhu who had secretly delivered food to Lin Shaowen, if he couldn't extract any information. Su Domao, are you looking for a beating? Zhu retorted, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Elder, look at him. Su Domao immediately hid behind Yi Zhonghai, for fighting was not his forte. Enough. Yi Zhonghai interjected, pausing thoughtfully before saying, here's the plan. Su Domao will go with third elder. He is a teacher and of upright character, and he won't deceive us. Elder has good judgment. Yin Bugui straightened his back. Everyone was satisfied with this arrangement. Thus, Su Domao and Yin Bugui proceeded to the backyard. Upon knocking on the door, they heard Lu Shaoyi's voice from within. Is it second elder? Lu Shaoyi's tone was low. Yin Bugui and Su Domao exchanged glances, both astonished. Lu Haizhong, you are truly despicable. Su Domao was about to speak when Yin Bugui pulled him back. Lu Shaoyi, I've brought you food. Yin Bugui mimicked Lu Haizhong, adopting an official tone. Just toss it in. Lu Shaoyi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, saying, Shaowen asked me to tell you that his job in Guangfu will be arranged once he is out. He appreciates your help during these days. Yin Bugui and Su Domao exchanged furious glances before quietly leaving. After a while, Lu Shaoyi whispered to Lin Shaowen, it seems they've left. Now, there is some entertainment in the courtyard. A smile crept into Lin Shaowen's eyes. You're too wicked. Lu Haizhong won't be able to explain himself. Lu Shaoyi giggled. This is just the beginning. Lin Shaowen replied languidly. Just wait and see. Many will take the bait. In the courtyard, the crowd was engaged in idle chatter. Upon seeing Su Domao and Yin Bugui return, they eagerly gathered around. Did you find out anything? Yi Zhonghai asked anxiously. Su Domao and Yin Bugui remained silent. Speak up. What is going on? Lu Haizhong demanded angrily. Su Domao, witnessing Lu Haizhong's arrogant demeanor, couldn't help but step forward and slap him across the face. Lu Haizhong spun around like a top. Su Domao, how dare you hit me? As Lu Guangfu rushed to retaliate, Yin Jieqing stepped in to block him. Among the courtyard's three elders, aside from Yi Zhonghai, who was selected for his charisma, The second and third elders shared a common trait. Both had 3 sons. In this era, having 4 able-bodied males in a family was quite intimidating. Su Domao, what are you doing? Lu Haizhong bellowed. Lu Haizhong, don't shout. Yin Bugui retorted coldly, you know precisely what you've done. At this, everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Haizhong. Could it be that he had secretly delivered items to Lin Shaowen? What have I done? Lu Haizhong was bewildered. What have you done? Su Domao sneered. I wondered how Lin Shaowen's family could have lavish meals every day. It turns out you, the traitor, have been supplying him. Second elder? Everyone was taken aback, gazing at Lu Haizhong in disbelief. Nonsense. It wasn't me. I've never sent him anything. Lu Haizhong shouted. Not you? Yin Bugui's expression was stern. Lu Shaoyi explicitly mentioned her gratitude for your assistance during these days, promising to sort out Lin Shaowen's job once he is out. Lu Haizhong. Surprising that you were the most vocal in suppressing Lin Shaowen, yet turned out to be the traitor. Dad, is this true? Lu Guangfu's eyes brimmed with emotion. At home, aside from his older brother Lu Guangqi, he and his younger brother Lu Guangtian felt as if they were raised by a stepmother, beaten by Lu Haizhong whenever he was displeased. Several times, they were left too afraid to return home. He had resented and hated, even vowing that once he found a job, he would never return. Yet, he never expected his father would dare to act behind the courtyard's back for his future. Truly, a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Just as Lu Guangfu was lost in self-adoration, a slap shattered his sentiment. You're a fool. Why would I flatter Lin Shaowen for you? Lu Haizhong roared. Lu Haizhong, stop acting. You did it. Yin Bugui scolded. Exactly. Lu Haizhong, how dare you commit such an act? You've betrayed the entire courtyard. Su Domao asserted with righteous indignation. I propose we send Lu Haizhong home for a week of reflection, forbidding him from leaving. Su Domao, I still have to work. Lu Haizhong panicked. What about Lin Shaowen? What about Lu Shaoyi? Su Domao scoffed. Of course, we can't solely rely on Lu Shaoyi's words to condemn you, but you must prove your innocence. Yes, second elder, you must prove your innocence. Zhu rarely aligned with Su Domao, but nodded in agreement. Others also expressed their support. Second elder, if you can't prove your innocence, who will respect you in the future? Yi Zhonghai added earnestly, otherwise, you should resign from your position as second elder at the street office, and we will elect another elder. You all. Lu Haizhong's face drained of color. He had always aspired to hold a position of authority, with no hope from the factory. If the second elder were dismissed, he might as well die. Old Lu, you can't agree to this. Second aunt cried out worriedly. 7 days without work could lead to great trouble. 7 days is excessive. Yi Zhonghai, still cautious of Lu Shaoyi's words, offered a compromise. Second elder, how about you stay home for 3 days? If other issues arise after 3 days, we'll release you. Lu Haizhong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. The next day, Yi Zhonghai went to the factory to request a 3-day leave for Lu Haizhong. Yet, despair loomed as, during dinner time, the delightful aroma of meat filled the courtyard once again. This situation is rather perplexing. Where on earth did Lin Shaowen acquire such an abundance of meat? Sha Zhu remarked with palpable frustration. Do you think he slipped out through the back wall? Su Domao pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the back wall. Sha Zhu suddenly realized. Lin Shaowen's residence occupies the southwestern corner of the courtyard, with 2 walls adjacent to the outside. Yi Zhonghai contemplated for a moment, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. We should send 2 people to keep watch tonight. If Lin Shaowen sneaks out to the black market to procure goods, we can accuse him of speculation and profiteering. I will go with Su Domao tonight. Sha Zhu immediately volunteered. That sounds fine, Su Domao agreed. It was a critical moment. If we sever Lin Shaowen's supply line, he would be utterly at our mercy. In the dead of night, 2 figures stealthily approached the corner of the back wall. After waiting for several hours without a sound from Lin Shaowen's courtyard, Su Domao and Sha Zhu began to doubt their assumptions. Perhaps they had made an error? Just then, a noise emanated from the wall, igniting excitement in both men. Chapter 90. Is that you, third uncle? The wall of the west wing was knocked upon. A distinct pattern of 3 long and 1 short, clearly a signal. Su Domao and Sha Zhu were well prepared. They knew that if a confrontation ensued, they were no match for Lin Shaowen. They had even procured a fishing net from the street office, ready to pounce should Lin Shaowen attempt to leap the wall. Oldian, have you arrived? Lin Shaowen's voice sounded slightly subdued. Su Domao and Sha Zhu were taken aback. How could it be third uncle? Sha Zhu, not the sharpest, was about to reply when Su Domao pulled him back. Su Domao began to knock on the courtyard wall in return, mirroring the signal. Oldian, we can no longer rely on Lu Haizhong. Thankfully, we have you. Lin Shaowen expressed his gratitude. Rest assured, once I am done here, you can take the bicycle. Of course, I shall not shortchange you for the money spent. Su Damao and Sha Zhu gritted their teeth in resentment. Noticing the prolonged silence from the other side, Lin Shaowen urged, "Old Yin, my family is nearly out of food. Please hurry and toss the goods over." Just as Sha Zhu was about to chastise him, Su Damao roared, "Third uncle, what are you doing here?" After which, he gestured for Sha Zhu to run, and Sha Zhu immediately understood, scampering away. Su Damao, however, remained concealed at the wall. "Shaowen, what is the matter?" Lu Shaoyi's voice unexpectedly rang out. Third uncle seemed to have been discovered. Lin Shaowen forced a bitter smile. "It's all right, they're still." He was abruptly silenced, as if Lu Shaoyi's mouth had been covered. Su Damao stood frozen in shock. Aside from Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong, there were others colluding with Lin Shaowen? This was intolerable. In the courtyard, Sha Zhu's voice boomed. "Yin Bugui, get out here." His loud call startled many. "Sha Zhu, what are you shouting about at this hour?" Yi Zhonghai emerged, draped in a coat. "Old one, your timing is impeccable," Sha Zhu coldly addressed the bewildered Yin Bugui. "Su Damao and I have been guarding the back wall for most of the night, and guess what? What is it?" Yin Bugui furrowed his brow. "What is it? You still have the audacity to ask?" Su Damao rushed in without a second thought, delivering a resounding slap to Yin Bugui, sending his glasses flying. "Su Damao, I'll take you on." Yin Jiecheng roared, charging forward, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by Sha Zhu. "Sha Zhu, how can you resort to violence?" Yuli immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Yin Jiecheng. "And you needn't shout," Sha Zhu coldly replied. "Yin Bugui knows full well what he has done. I had been wondering why Lin Shaowen feasted daily. It turns out both of our esteemed elders in this courtyard have been bribed by him." "Sha Zhu, what nonsense are you spouting?" "I have not been bribed by Lin Shaowen," Lu Haizhong reprimanded sharply. "This courtyard's people guard against him like a thief. He has 3 or 4 people trailing him even when he goes to the restroom. How can we continue living like this?" "Yes, Sha Zhu, what are you babbling about?" Yin Bugui finally located his glasses after a lengthy search. "Nonsense. Yin Bugui, you are quite ruthless," Su Damao retorted fiercely. "While Lu Haizhong merely seeks to resolve Lu Guangfu's employment, you directly sought Lin Shaowen's bicycle." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. A single bicycle was roughly equivalent to a year's wages for a primary worker. Yin Bugui truly had the audacity to make such demands. "Father," Yin Jiecheng and Yuli glanced at Yin Bugui. To be honest, while they had initially been skeptical, the mention of the bicycle made them reconsider. Yin Bugui had frequently complained about Lin Shaowen's excessive consumption and had mentioned the existence of 3 bicycles in his household. He had even claimed that if Lin Shaowen capitulated and offered up a bicycle, Yin Jiecheng would seize it under the pretext of it being too far from the textile factory. "Utter nonsense. You are slandering me." Yin Bugui's eyes reddened instantly. He was indeed fond of scheming, yet he had never contemplated colluding with Lin Shaowen in such a manner. After all, Lu Haizhong had nearly shattered the dignity of the courtyard elder with a single slap. He certainly did not wish to repeat that fate. "Nonsense. This is something we both heard with our own ears," Su Damao stated coolly, surveying the crowd. "Do you all believe that Lin Shaowen has only Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui delivering goods to him? I tell you, there are others in this courtyard secretly sending him supplies." "What?" An uproar ensued within the courtyard. The established strategy was to compel Lin Shaowen to submit and relinquish his house and toilet. Who would dare risk the ire of the entire courtyard to curry favor with him? "Su Damao, are you speaking the truth?" Yi Zhonghai asked, frowning. He sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint what. "Of course it's true," Su Damao replied, raising his right hand. "I, Su Damao, swear that if I am lying, my son will be born without an anus." In these times, a vow held considerable weight. Following Su Damao's proclamation, silence enveloped the crowd. People exchanged glances, their expressions turning hostile. Furthermore, Lin Shaowen mentioned that his family is nearly out of food. "We are at a critical juncture," Su Damao continued. "I propose that we supervise one another closely. It would be best if we all took leave. If we all gather in the courtyard during the day for 3 more days, Lin Shaowen will surely yield." In truth, he was indifferent to Lin Shaowen's possessions. He had 2 rooms and could use the factory bicycle as rural assignments required cycling. His resentment stemmed purely from jealousy towards Lin Shaowen and hatred for Lu Shaoyi, who had supposedly expressed her desire to marry Lin Shaowen to her parents. "This is absurd," Lu Haizhong immediately protested. "If no one goes to work, how will we survive until the end of the month?" He had already taken 3 days off. If he requested more, would he ever return to the steel mill? Exactly. Taking leave is out of the question, Yin Bugui concurred. As a teacher, obtaining leave was not easy. "Su Damao, this is inappropriate." Yi Zhonghai shook his head. With so many people in the courtyard, if everyone took leave, others would think something was amiss. While he himself did not mind, he was concerned that if everyone remained indoors, it could attract the attention of the street office. which had no authority to confine Lin Shaowen. Everything depended on the will of the people. However, public opinion held little weight for the street office. What do you propose we do? Su Damao raised his hands in exasperation. The group fell into contemplation. After a long pause, Yi Zhonghai suggested a compromise. Henceforth, no one is permitted to act alone. Whenever anyone leaves the courtyard, they must be accompanied by someone else, and it cannot be a family member. I agree. Lu Haizhong readily shouted. I concur. Yin Bugue echoed in agreement. Dissent was not an option. The two of them were now prime suspects. Seeing that the three prominent elders had spoken, the others hesitated to voice any objections. Thus, a new rule was established. Anyone needing to use the restroom must go in pairs, regardless of the time of day. Chapter 91. The great brawl. The entire courtyard was suddenly enveloped in an unusual atmosphere. Distrust festered not only among neighbors, but even between fathers and sons. Everyone was on high alert, particularly the gatekeeper Yin Bugue, who, after finishing work, sat at the entrance with pen and paper, meticulously recording the time of each person's departure. Indeed, their actions had led to an absence of fragrant aromas wafting through the yard. A sense of joy blossomed among them, as they believed their efforts were proving effective. It had been nearly 8 days since Lin Shaowen had been confined, with 7 days remaining. Surely hunger would compel them to relent. As 2 more days passed, Yi Zhonghai and others stealthily gathered near Lin Shaowen's courtyard to eavesdrop. Shaowen, I am so hungry. I can no longer bear to drink water, complained Lu Shaoyi, clutching a lobster as she bit into it, a smile adorning her face. Far from losing weight, she had become even more voluptuous during these days of indulgence. After all, who could resist gaining a few pounds when one slept and ate without any expenditure of energy for over a week? Just hold on, someone will bring us something tonight, Lin Shaowen said in a low tone. You mean? Don't say it, he interrupted Lu Shaoyi, and the courtyard fell silent. What? Someone is bringing Lin Shaowen something tonight. Lu Haizhong erupted, his voice sharp and commanding. We are at a critical juncture. In 2 days, Lin Shaowen will yield. Who dares to deliver anything? Don't say I didn't warn you. What are you shouting about? Su Damao retorted coldly. Lu Haizhong, your suspicions remain unproven. Lu Haizhong's mouth twitched, but he chose not to respond further. I propose we arrange for patrols tonight, Yin Bugue declared with righteous indignation. We should station people both in the courtyard and along the back wall, and see who dares to deliver anything. I concur, Yi Zhonghai nodded. Lin Shaowen has been starved for 4 days. If he endures 1 more day, he might not survive. I agree, Su Dama added, relishing the thought of Lu Shaoyi resorting to drinking water for sustenance. If she had married me back then, she wouldn't have fallen to such depths. Very well. I will organize the patrols for tonight. Yi Zhonghai promptly began his preparations, determined to see Lin Shaowen capitulate. In the dead of night, Su Damao and Jia Dongshu patrolled the back wall, while Shaju and Yin Jieqing kept watch at the main entrance of the west wing. Suddenly, Jia Dongshu noticed something moving on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a coin. With a quick thought, he yawned and said to Su Damao, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll rest against the wall while you keep watch. All right, Su Damao replied without suspicion, lighting a cigarette and walking away. Once Jia Dongshu was sure he was out of sight, he swiftly picked up the coin, but suddenly, something fell from above and struck him on the head. Damn it! Who? He exclaimed, cursing as he bent to retrieve the object that had hit him. Yet before he could reach it, he was caught by someone. I knew someone was up to no good. I didn't expect it to be you, Su Dama shouted, causing Jia Dongshu to tremble. Lu Shaoyi and Lin Shaowen, hidden behind the back wall, nearly burst into laughter, especially Lu Shaoyi, initially worried about the two being starved. She hadn't anticipated that their refrigerator was stocked with frozen chickens, ducks, and lobsters. Additionally, they had several bags of fine rice and flour stored away. In an era where everyone else was eating cornbread, her family was practically overflowing with abundance. Shoo! Lin Shaowen gestured for silence. Big Damao, it wasn't me. No need for explanations. Come with me, Su Damao said, grabbing Jia Dongshu by the collar, picking up the plucked chicken from the ground, and marching toward the courtyard. Damao, let me explain. We will talk in the courtyard. Su Damao offered him no chance to argue, simply dragging him along. In the courtyard, Lu Haizhong glared at Jia Dongshu. How do you explain this? Dongshu, how could you do such a thing? Is it for that little vixen Qin Pairu? Although Jia Zhasher was fierce, she understood that the entire courtyard was watching the Jia family, and defending everyone would spell disaster for them. For Qin Pairu? Yi Zhonghai frowned. Jia Dongshu had only seen that little vixen working. As Jia Zhasher prepared to plead for sympathy, Jia Dongshu suddenly roared, Mom, I didn't Smack. Yin Bugue struck Jia Dongshu hard across the face. Jia Dongshu, confess willingly, or face severe consequences. Yin Bugue was genuinely enraged. If it weren't for that little rascal sneaking food to Lin Shaowen, he wouldn't be wrongfully accused. Yin Bugue, how dare you hit my son? Jia Zhangshi shrieked, attempting to charge forward, only to be knocked down by Air Damao with a slap. Old hag, you can keep your family's dirty deeds to yourself. You dare slander us, Yin? I'll kill you. Air Damao had likely been feeling quite wronged lately, riding on Jia Zhangshi as she cried and hit her. Help! Murder! Murder! Jia Zhangshi wasn't one to back down, shouting and resisting, and soon they were locked in a fierce struggle. Hearing the commotion, Qin Pairu rushed out, and upon seeing Jia Zhangshi being pinned down, she immediately charged forward. Yu Li, witnessing this, also stepped in to restrain her. Don't hit my mom. Jia Dongshu bellowed again, preparing to rush in, but Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefeng quickly stepped up, restraining him, while Yin Jiekuan went to fetch something. Enough! Yi Zhonghai roared, causing everyone to momentarily freeze. Elder uncle, you cannot be biased, Su Damao scoffed, still weighing the chicken in his hand. Su Damao, do you relish the idea of causing a death? Yi Zhonghai scolded sternly. Yi Zhonghai, you are mistaken, Lu Haizhong immediately countered. When I was being beaten, where were you to speak up? Elder second, I just hadn't had the chance. Yi Zhonghai's face flushed. But don't spout nonsense. Yin Bugue retorted sarcastically. Who doesn't know you and the Jia family are in cahoots? In my opinion, today's matter is far from over. Indeed, this matter is far from over. As Shaju prepared to fan the flames, he suddenly caught sight of Qin Pairu gazing at him intently, sending a chill down his spine. Help me out. If this continues, Dongshu will really be beaten to death. Qin Pairu cried, her eyes brimming with tears. Help you? Can you even help? Sudama snorted coldly. Qin Pairu called out again. Her pitiable appearance nearly shattered Shaju's heart. Despite his usual bravado, he had never encountered such a scene. Not only was his heart faltering, but his very body felt weak. All right, enough fighting. Shaju forcefully pushed Yin Jieqing and Yin Jiefeng aside. But before he could help Jia Dongshu up, he suddenly received a kick to his backside, sending him sprawling to the ground. Chapter 92. Director Wang arrives. Su Damao, are you looking for death? Shaju turned around, his voice sharp with reprimand. Shaju, you're just being a hero. Jia Dongshu secretly sent things to Lin Shaowen, violating the courtyard's rules, and deserves punishment, Su Damao proclaimed loudly. To discipline Lin Shaowen is a policy set by the courtyard. He acted out of selfishness and did such a thing. What does everyone say should be done? Punish him. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue led the chorus of agreement. The others nodded. Jia Dongshu's actions were utterly disgraceful. So the entire courtyard is guilty, and only you, Jia Dongshu, are innocent. Is that it? I didn't. Jia Dongshu, bruised and battered, weakly protested. You didn't? Su Damao pointed at himself, declaring loudly, I am a witness. And this in my hand is material evidence. Enough. Yi Zhonghai shouted again. What witnesses and evidence? If you beat someone to death, let us see how you're going to deal with it. Su Damao exclaimed with conviction. Elder, if you insist on saying that, I must protest. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a fierce kick sent him soaring, crashing into Lu Haizhong. Before Su Damao could utter a word, Lu Haizhong roared in fury, Shaju, what are you doing? What are you doing? I will kill you. Shaju let out a bellow and pounced onto Su Damao, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. Oh, so it's a rebellion, is it? Lu Haizhong bellowed after receiving a few blows. Guangtian, Guangfu attack. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu immediately charged at Shaju. Even the strongest warrior of the courtyard, with their combined might, Su Damao and the others believed they could subdue Shaju. Chaos erupted in an instant. Jia Dongshu attempted to flee, but Yin Bugue would not let him escape, pinning him to the ground. Help! Help! Jia Zhangshi cried out. Shout all you want. Came the response as Sanda Ma struck Jia Zhangshi, leaving her head ringing. Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Yi Zhonghai rushed over to mediate, only to receive a sharp blow himself from Yin Jiequang, who, being young and wielding a stick, struck without hesitation. Old E, you're bleeding. Sanda Ma panicked. Quick, call a doctor. Call a doctor? At this late hour, where will you find one? Erdema grumbled. Li Tsuehua, do you want old E to die? Sanda Ma exploded in anger. It's just a little blood, what's the big deal? Lu Guangfu scoffed. As Lu Haizhong's son, enduring a bloody beating was a regular occurrence for him, and he had never complained. Is it that you think our family has no one to stand up to you? In a fit of rage, Sanda Ma lunged at Erdema, seizing her hair. Erdema retaliated, crying out in pain as she reached for Sanda Ma's face. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Yi Zhonghai pulled Lu Guangfu aside, trying to mediate. But in the heat of battle, Lu Guangfu struck him hard. The blow left Yi Zhonghai dazed. Even Lin Shaowen would not dare to strike him in this courtyard. Regaining his senses, Yi Zhonghai retaliated, delivering a powerful slap to Lu Guangfu, sending him spinning and causing blood to trickle from his mouth. Lu Haizhong let out a furious roar and charged in without hesitation. His son could fight, but no one else could touch him. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong were soon locked in combat, causing the onlooking residents of the courtyard to grow anxious. It wasn't that they feared for the outcome of the fight. Rather, they were concerned about the reputation of their esteemed courtyard being tarnished. Although the title of Outstanding Courtyard was merely a label, it came with tangible rewards such as towels, soap, and fruits distributed monthly. But blinded by rage, Yi Zhonghai was not easily persuaded, and many who initially sought to mediate were quickly swept into the fray, turning the courtyard into utter chaos. At that moment, Lin Shaowen and Liu Xiaoyi were watching the spectacle from the entrance of the West Wing. Lin Shaowen remained indifferent, while Liu Xiaoyi found herself in fits of laughter, having never witnessed such a scene growing up in the Liu family mansion. Late-night brawls had severe consequences. Before long, the neighborhood patrol and street office arrived. Responding to the commotion, everyone stopped. Director Wang's furious shout sent a tremor through the crowd, and all stood frozen in place, too intimidated to move. Director Wang. Yi Zhonghai's head raised as he explained, Su Dama and Shaju were fighting, and we came to mediate. He exchanged glances with Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui. Yes, they were fighting, and we were trying to mediate. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui nodded in unison. Mediating? Is this what you call mediating? Director Wang questioned skeptically. This is sheer chaos. Yi Zhonghai forced a laugh. Su Dama, He Yuzhu, you two explain yourselves. Director Wang, uninterested in Yi Zhonghai, called forth the main parties involved. Su Damao's nose was crooked from the beating, while Shaju sported two blackened eyes. They exchanged glances and spat at each other. Why did you fight? Director Wang demanded. He stole my things, Su Damao quickly interjected, though his reasoning was rather flimsy. Stole something? The neighborhood patrol and Director Wang immediately turned serious. Su Damao, don't speak nonsense. Shaju shouted, fully aware that being labeled a thief would ruin him. He Yuzhu, be quiet. Director Wang commanded, then turned his attention back to Su Damao. You need to clarify what he stole from you. Su Damao faltered. Knowing he couldn't fabricate lies in front of the patrol, Director Wang, the situation is as follows. Yi Zhonghai stepped forward. This afternoon, Su Damao had some chicken, and we're unsure if a cat stole it. He saw that Shaju had chicken, and thus, it turned into a misunderstanding. Is that true, Su Damao? Director Wang asked sternly. Yes, that's exactly it. Su Damao eagerly nodded. He Yuzhu, did you steal Su Damao's chicken? Director Wang turned to Shaju. No, absolutely not. How could a man do such a thing? Shaju protested. I bought this chicken in the afternoon. Jia Dongshu. Yes, Jia Dongshu can vouch for me. In an instant, all eyes turned to Jia Dongshu, whose face was swollen and bruised, lips protruding like sausages, clearly having endured a thorough beating. Yes, I went to buy it with Shaju. Jia Dongshu forced a smile while suppressing his anger. This is just a misunderstanding on Su Damao's part. And I ended up taking a few punches too. Director Wang, naturally skeptical of their claims, recognized their reluctance to pursue the matter further. She had no desire to engage in their petty squabbles and decided that Su Damao and Shaju would simply need to sweep the streets for a week as a resolution. However, just as she prepared to leave, she suddenly noticed that one person was missing. Whereas Dr. Lin, the once relieved Yi Zhonghai and the others felt their hearts drop at Director Wang's inquiry. He might be asleep, Yi Zhonghai stammered. Go and find someone to check on Dr. Lin. Bring him to me. Never mind, I'll go myself, Director Wang declared. Striding toward the West Wing without a second thought, Yi Zhonghai and the others, feeling uneasy, immediately followed her. In the West Wing, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Dr. Lin. It's me, Director Wang. Coming. Lin Shaowen opened the door and, upon seeing Director Wang, greeted her with a smile. Director Wang, what brings you here so late? Just came to check on you, Director Wang replied as she stepped inside. The others followed suit. Under the awning, Liu Xiaoyi lay reclining, with a cup of cold water and a few steamed buns on the table beside her. Xiaoyi, why are you still awake at this hour? Director Wang greeted her. Director Wang. Liu Xiaoyi began to respond, but was silenced by a glance from Lin Shaowen. Director Wang, sensing something was amiss, immediately called out, Xiaoyi, have you been wronged? Speak to me. Dr. Lin, please step aside. Lin Shaowen forced a smile and retreated to a corner. The hearts of Yi Zhonghai and the others raced with anxiety. Director Wang, we've been in isolation for 10 days. When will it end? Liu Xiaoyi asked weakly. Isolation? What isolation? Director Wang exclaimed in shock. You didn't know? Lao Xiaoyi, disregarding the disapproving gazes of those around her, spoke softly, because Shaowen treated a patient with tuberculosis. He fears contracting the disease himself, So he forbids us from going out, saying he is worried about infecting the elderly and children in the courtyard. We have already run out of food at home. If this isolation continues, I fear Shaowen's health will not withstand it. What? Director Wang was taken aback. How long have you been isolated? 10 days, Lao Shaoyi replied sorrowfully. Initially, Shaowen said 7 days would suffice, but he was not at ease. So he insisted we stay home. However, Director Wang, we truly have nothing to eat. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Lin Shaowen shook his head with a bitter smile, internally lamenting, are all women such talented actresses? They can cry on cue. Dr. Lin, you are commendable. Director Wang, deeply moved, grasped Lao Shaoyi's hand and said, Shaoyi, you are commendable too. The others exchanged glances, feeling more uncomfortable than if they had consumed something distasteful. Will you starve? Director Wang questioned. Is the fragrant aroma wafting from this courtyard merely the sin of dogs eating? Yet, Yi Zhonghai and the others dared not expose them. Once they spoke, the truth of their confinement of Lin Shaowen would be impossible to conceal. Director Wang, there are so many elderly and children in this courtyard. We can endure some hardship, Lin Shaowen sighed. Nonsense, Director Wang retorted sharply. Tuberculosis can manifest rapidly. Symptoms can appear within 2 to 3 days. Is 10 days of isolation not sufficient? You may endure, but how can Shaoyi manage? Director Wang, I am fine. Lao Shaoyi forced a smile through her tears. Damn it, keep acting. Su Damao nearly shouted but restrained himself, biting down hard on his teeth. I must commend you, Director Wang declared, wiping away Lao Shaoyi's tears. Comrades. The actions of Comrade Lao Shaoyi and Comrade Lin Shaowen exemplify the standards of excellent youth, particularly Comrade Lao Shaoyi, who perfectly embodies the notion of a devoted spouse. Although Comrade Lin Shaowen may be at risk of contracting tuberculosis, Comrade Lao Shaoyi, as his wife, does not shy away but willingly shares the burden. Such spirit is truly worthy of recognition. At dawn tomorrow, I intend to recommend Comrade Lao Shaoyi for the title of Outstanding Individual. What does everyone think? The courtyard fell silent. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of discomfort. They had nearly stirred up a life-or-death situation, only for Lao Shaoyi to emerge as an outstanding individual. In this day and age, the title of Outstanding Individual was not merely a label. It was intricately tied to one's record and could significantly impact a person's career trajectory. Do you disagree? Director Wang's gaze turned stern. Comrade Lao Shaoyi has starved at home for your safety. You dare to object? Of course not. We agree. We agree. Yi Zhonghai hastily replied, leading the applause. The others, harboring resentment towards Lin Shaowen, still wore forced smiles. Director Wang, this is what we ought to do. No need. Lin Shaowen hesitated to speak. Comrade Lin Shaowen, I must reprimand you, Director Wang said sternly. As a doctor, isolating yourself after treating a contagious patient aligns with your professional standards. But Comrade Lao Shaoyi is not a doctor. While she is your wife, she should not take such risks. Director Wang, this is my choice. Shaowen is my husband. Lao Shaoyi choked on her words. Good child, good child. Director Wang embraced Lao Shaoyi and after a moment added, Shaoyi, you may remain in the courtyard without worry. If anyone dares to speak ill of your background, inform me, and I shall handle it. Lao Shaoyi was the daughter of Lu Banqing. Director Wang could not possibly be unaware. Initially, he held some bias against her, but now it was evident that Lao Shaoyi was truly remarkable. Yi Zhonghai and the others wore expressions more sorrowful than grief, as if they had lost a father. The following morning, Lin Shaowen and Lao Shaoyi appeared in the courtyard, engaging in light-hearted banter while pushing a bicycle. You little rascal, wait. Jia Zhangshu rushed out, shouting, you must clarify before everyone who delivered things to you. After Jia Dongshu returned last night, he adamantly denied delivering anything to Lin Shaowen. However, others insisted that Jia Dongshu pay for the medical expenses, as he had instigated the situation. This time, Yi Zhonghai did not dare to shield them. Ultimately, they compensated Lu Haizhong and Yan Bugui 5 yuan each, while Su Damao and Shaju also sought compensation but were rebuffed by Yi Zhonghai, reasoning that they had not been wronged. What do you mean by delivering things? What are you talking about? Lin Shaowen was taken aback. Are you still going to play dumb? Jia Zhangshu yelled furiously. Did our Dongshu deliver something to you? Did you promise to resolve Qin Pairu's job situation? Are you out of your mind? Lin Shaowen scoffed. Even if your family delivered something to me, I would not dare accept it, fearing you might poison me. Did everyone hear that? Jia Zhangshu scanned the crowd. Our Dongshu did not deliver anything to this little rascal. Yan Bugui, Lu Haizhong, return our money. Both Yan Bugui and Lu Haizhong wore frustrated expressions, unwilling to engage with her. Lin Shaowen and Lao Shaoyi decided not to waste any more words on the madwoman and rode off. As Yi Zhonghai, Jia Dongshu, and Su Damao walked along the road, they quickly stepped aside to avoid the speeding bicycle. Do you think Lao Shaoyi has gained weight? Su Dama pondered, stroking his chin. She does seem a bit plumper. Her face has rounded out. Shaja nodded. Damn it, these two rascals are hiding at home, living luxuriously, treating us like fools. Jia Dongshu shouted. Yi Zhonghai observed their retreating figures, a sense of defeat washing over him. This matter had escalated. Chapter 94, Promotion and Raise Now. I shall read a commendation letter from the Nanluo Guxiang Street office. Comrade Lao Shaoyi is an exceptionally outstanding woman, despite knowing her husband may contract a contagious disease. She remains steadfast by his side, enduring 10 days of isolation while facing hunger. Her actions are worthy of emulation and praised by all, thus the Nanluo Guxiang Street office, representing the higher authorities, bestows upon her the title of Outstanding Individual. Notification: Comrade Lao Shaoyi possesses noble character. Since joining the factory, she has worked diligently and has gained the unanimous affection of all comrades, serving as a role model for all female comrades. The Women's Federation comrades have applied for her salary increase, and after deliberation by the factory committee, she has been promoted to a level 7 clerk as a form of encouragement. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu, who were having lunch, were utterly stunned. A level 7 clerk earns 37 yuan and 50 cents. How long has Lao Shaoyi been with the factory? Her salary now matches that of Shaju, who has been there for 5 years. It even surpasses Yin Bugui's salary. I must report this. It is imperative to report this. Jia Dongshu gritted his teeth. If it weren't for Lin Shaowen's good relations with the leadership, how could Lao Shaoyi deserve this? A woman from a capitalist background. Why should she receive such a high salary? His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Before Yi Zhonghai could respond, a lunchbox suddenly struck Jia Dongshu on the head. Who did that? Jia Dongshu sprang to his feet in anger. Why are you shouting? Li Chunhua raised an eyebrow, her voice sharp. What right do you have to gossip behind someone's back? Li Jia, let it go. The wronged Lao Shaoyi tugged at Li Chunhua's sleeve. Let go. Li Chunhua turned to reprimand. Why is it that Lin Kachong is like this, and you are too? You've allowed others to bully you, and yet you still endure? You scholars have such a good temper. Indeed, Shaoyi, do not concern yourself with this matter. Several other female comrades quickly pulled Lao Shaoyi aside. Directorly, it is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly intervened to mediate. A misunderstanding? You speak ill of others behind their backs, and you call that a misunderstanding? Is it because our Human Resources Department is comprised solely of women that you believe we are easy to manipulate? Li Chunhua remarked with a scornful smile. Directorly, how could that be? This is truly a misunderstanding. Yi Zhonghai responded, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Who is unaware that your department is the most audacious in the entire steel mill, showing no regard even for the factory leadership? Apologize, Li Chunhua commanded coldly. Jia Dongshu, glancing at Lu Shaoyi, who was hiding behind Li Chunhua and had the audacity to wink at him, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Unable to utter a word of apology. This woman is merely pretending, he thought defiantly. You refuse to apologize, do you? Fine, just wait and see. Li Chunhua called out before turning on her heel to leave. Directorly, Yi Zhonghai quickly stepped forward to block her path, sternly admonishing Jia Dongshu. Dongshu, what is the matter with you? Apologize promptly. Why yes, I'm sorry, Jia Dongshu stammered, on the verge of tears. He could distinctly feel Lu Shaoyi mocking him, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Apologizing now? Too late. Shaoyi, we are leaving, Li Chunhua asserted, pulling Lu Shaoyi away. Directorly, Yi Zhonghai hurried after them. Yet, Li Chunhua paid him no mind, striding directly toward the factory manager's office. Dongshu you, Yi Zhonghai sighed. Before long, the director of Workshop 1 arrived, followed by a team leader. Jia Dongshu, are you out of your mind? Why would you provoke the Human Resources Department? The workshop director bellowed. I didn't provoke them. Jia Dongshu exclaimed, nearly in tears. To hell with you, you will clean the toilets for half a month. The team leader roared. Jia Dongshu finally broke down, tears streaming down his face. As if that wasn't enough, the loudspeaker blared in the afternoon, announcing Jia Dongshu's slanderous remarks against Comrade Lu Shaoyi, resulting in a formal reprimand from the factory. In the medical office, Lin Shaowen couldn't help but chuckle at the announcement. This young comrade Jia Dongshu clearly has no understanding of political correctness. Dare to oppose those in power, and you will be doomed. After ensuring that no one was around, he locked the medical office door and entered the island. It had been ages since he last went fishing. Recently, Lu Shaoyi had been almost constantly by his side, even knocking on the door if he took too long in the restroom, which left him somewhat exasperated. The only place where he could fish in peace was in the basement of the ear room where Qin Huairu resided. Even the ear room felt unsafe. If someone were to peek through the window and see him vanish suddenly, it would surely scare them half to death. On the island, Lin Shaowen removed his jacket and walked to the beach. Although it was November and the weather had turned a bit chilly, the island still basked in bright sunshine. Unfortunately, this splendid sunlight was a secret for him alone. Even Liu Shaowen must remain oblivious to it. Casting his first line, Lin Shaowen took a sip of cola. 10 minutes later, he received a notification, acquired postpartum care for sows. Would you like to study it? What a stroke of bad luck, Lin Shaowen muttered before opting to learn. With his second cast, he received another notification, acquired Handan manuscripts. Would you like to study it? What on earth is this? Lin Shaowen's interest was piqued, and without hesitation, he chose to learn. A wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, leaving him astonished. The Handan manuscripts primarily focused on gynecological treatments, categorizing it as a specialized text. Excellent, Lin Shaowen thought with satisfaction. Assuming no unforeseen circumstances arise, medicine would likely be his lifelong profession, and acquiring more knowledge was always beneficial. With his third cast, he received, acquired complete works of Jinghua, women's regulations. Would you like to study it? Reluctantly, Lin Shaowen chose to learn. It seemed that either nothing would come up, or an avalanche of such materials would appear. Did it expect him to become a champion for women? Nevertheless, it was ultimately a good thing. Given the current state of medical care, if Liu Shaowen or Qin Huairu fell ill, he could lend a helping hand. After lingering for some time, he decided to withdraw. After all, he was still at work. Skimming off time was permissible, but going too far was unacceptable. Lin Shaowen, feeling utterly bored, rested his head on the desk, preparing to doze off, when suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Director Zhang, what brings you here? I heard you nearly contracted tuberculosis, so I came to check on you. Zhang Yuyang replied with a smile, placing some gifts on the desk. I've heard about the situation, you did well, and so did Liu Shaowen. It's merely a doctor's duty. Lin Shaowen said, his face reddening. If it weren't for wanting to get back at those in the courtyard, he surely wouldn't have lingered at home for so long. The Ongong Niohuang pill has been developed, and its efficacy is remarkable. Apart from the high cost, it has virtually no drawbacks, Zhang Yuyang stated earnestly. Congratulations. Lin Shaowen replied respectfully. No, you should congratulate yourself, Zhang Yuyang retorted, immediately breaking into a smile as he handed Lin Shaowen an official document. What is this? Lin Shaowen asked, opening it to reveal a letter of commendation. Comrade Lin Shaowen's development of new drugs has greatly benefited the public. Approval granted for the medical university's application to appoint him as a lecturer while concurrently pursuing his doctoral studies. He will also receive a special monthly stipend of 100 yuan, and his workplace will remain unchanged as per his preference. The handwriting was somewhat hurried, yet vigorous, clearly penned by a person of significance. Chapter 95, An Extraordinary Circle. What was the highest degree in the 1960s? It was the doctoral degree, typically a 3-year program, though exceptions abound. Many have studied for 5 years without graduating, while prodigies have completed their studies in just 2 years. For instance, Zhang Yuyang completed his doctoral studies in merely a year and a half, earning recognition from industry leaders. Have you decided on a research direction? Zhang Yuyang inquired cheerfully. I have some ideas, Lin Shaowen replied tentatively. After getting married, I realized that the current medical conditions are not very friendly to women, so I plan to focus on this area. Gynecology? Zhang Yuyang frowned. It was not that he looked down upon gynecology, but rather that with Lin Shaowen's capabilities, he ought to tackle more significant diseases. Director Zhang, have you ever considered that? In this day and age, it is indeed unfriendly to women? Lin Shaowen spoke earnestly. When men fall ill, even with embarrassing ailments, they can boldly seek treatment at a hospital, but women cannot. They fear the gossip. Their reputation is more important than life itself. This statement left Zhang Yuyang in thoughtful silence. He was well aware of the difficulties women face in accessing medical care. The ratio of male to female doctors in those times was even over 10-1, with female gynecologists being exceedingly rare. No man wished for a strange man to examine his wife or daughter, even if the latter were a doctor. So what approach do you plan to take? Zhang Yuyang asked. I aim to develop a product that can replace sanitary napkins, Lin Shaowen stated gravely. Many women still use sanitary pads during their menstrual cycle, and in poorer conditions, they might resort to tearing a piece of cloth and using some plant ash, which is highly unsanitary. Zhang Yuyang remained silent for a moment before responding. Draft a plan for me. If I can assist in any way, I will do my best to help you complete your research project. This response was tactful. While he did not support Lin Shaowen's focus on gynecology, he was willing to assist with the research. All right, I will submit it to you tomorrow, Lin Shaowen nodded. Sanitary pads indeed require a fair amount of technical expertise, especially in an era when resources were scarce. Creating absorbent plant fibers was a considerable challenge, while tampons were less demanding. As long as suitable materials were available and a production line established, it would not pose significant issues. Of course, he had no control over sales and pricing. After chatting for a while longer, Zhang Yuyang took his leave. While Lin Shaowen was busy writing in the medical office, two individuals entered without knocking. Ah, Zhao Lao. Qing Shan, what brings you both here? Lin Shaowen asked, his expression serious. They were both quite busy and rarely visited without pressing matters. I have a comrade in arms who would like you to take a look, Zhao Qiming said softly. Very well, Lin Shaowen replied without hesitation, gathering his belongings and preparing to depart. Zhao Qingshan stared at Lin Shaowen's proposal in a daze, unresponsive even when Zhao Qingming called his name several times. What is the matter? Lin Shaowen inquired. Zhao Qingming did not reply but countered, Shaowen, don't you think sanitary napkins also need to be manufactured in a factory? Yes, do you have any ideas? Lin Shaowen looked puzzled. Zhao Qingshan gave off the impression of a disciplined soldier, his demeanor precise in every action. It was hard to imagine him being interested in such feminine products. Shaolin, to be honest, my brother Qingshan might retire soon, Zhao Qingming said, taking a seat and sighing. Retire? Lin Shaowen's mouth fell open. Although Zhao Qingming had more than one son, Zhao Qingshan was undoubtedly the heir he valued the most. With the heir retiring, the Zhao family's influence in the military could diminish significantly. I have no choice but to retire. Zhao Qingshan smiled wryly, revealing a scar on his right wrist, resembling a centipede, clearly indicating a severed tendon. He has seen battle? Lin Shaowen furrowed his brow, contemplating that perhaps, in the future, there would be a chance to draw some knowledge on tendon repair, but at present, he truly felt powerless. It was evident that the Zhao father and son harbored no hope regarding this matter. They merely regarded Lin Shaowen as one of their own, which is why they shared this information with him. What are your plans? Lin Shaowen hesitated to ask this foolish question. In terms of background, Zhao Qingshan could overshadow him by miles, and Zhao Qiming was still alive, certainly providing ample support for Zhao Qingshan. Yet, since the other party had confided in him, it must have some relevance. I currently have two choices, to join a government agency, or to take over a small textile factory as the manager. Zhao Qingshan stated earnestly. I initially aimed to enter the agency, but after seeing your proposal today, I am inclined to take over a textile factory to produce sanitary napkins. However, this proposal is not yet very mature, Lin Shaowen hesitated. If Zhao Qingshan takes over the factory, he must achieve results. What if sanitary napkins turn out to be unreliable? Wouldn't that harm others? How many mature plans are there? Zhao Qingming chuckled, patting Lin Shaowen on the shoulder. I know you're looking out for my brother Qingshan's best interests, but in doing our work, we cannot solely aspire for promotions and wealth. We must also consider the welfare of the people. Lin Shaowen felt a flush of embarrassment at his words. He had not contemplated promotions or wealth, nor had he thought about serving the country and the people. One cannot expect an ordinary worker to make significant contributions to the nation, right? At the Zhao family's Western-style house, Lin Shaowen followed Zhao Qiming and Zhao Qingshan with a medical kit in hand, before they even entered the living room. A hearty laughter erupted. Damn it, Zhao Qingming. You rascal, I thought you had fled. Get lost. When have I ever abandoned my comrades? Zhao Qingming retorted with a laugh. Is this the doctor you invited? He looks like a child. A middle-aged man in his 50s was sizing up Lin Shaowen. Shaolin, don't mind him. Zhao Qingming beckoned Lin Shaowen to sit down. Hello, I am Lin Shaowen, the physician from the steel mill. Lin Shaowen introduced himself. I am Deng Guangrong, a former soldier. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Come on, let me see what capabilities this young lad possesses. Saying this, he extended his right hand, indicating Lin Shaowen to take his pulse. Lin Shaowen, unhesitant, placed his hand on the man's pulse. You once suffered from typhoid fever? Almost fatal? Old Zhao. Did you tell him? Deng Guangrong expressed his surprise. Get lost. I said nothing. Zhao Qiming laughed. Your health seems generally fine, just a bit overworked and overly worried. Lin Shaowen hesitated before continuing. It's not a major issue, but there are some hidden dangers. It's best to rest for a while. Rest? With all these tasks awaiting us, it's not like this old guy can retire. Deng Guangrong laughed heartily. Zhao Qiming smiled but said nothing. Lie down. I'll give you a massage. Lin Shaowen stood up. Deng Guangrong was not one to be coy and promptly lay on the sofa. As Lin Shaowen began the massage, it was too long before Deng Guangrong's voice filled the room. After a while, once the massage was complete and seeing that he had fallen asleep, Lin Shaowen wrote out a prescription on paper and quietly left. Shaowen. Zhao Qingshan chased after him, appearing hesitant to speak. Brother Qingshan, don't say anything to me. Lin Shaowen smiled. Some matters are best left as kind connections. What you all have decided upon, just stick to it. A little assistance is often more valuable than mere embellishments. With that, he turned and departed. Zhao Qingshan stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to them, Deng Guangrong and Zhao Qiming were observing from the window in the living room. What do you think? Zhao Qiming said proudly. I told you this kid must have guessed something, and you didn't believe me. This kid has some depth, Ding Guangrong chuckled softly. Lin Shaowen sat silently in the car for a long time. Who knows what he felt when he first entered the living room? His mindset was nearly shattered. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to flee, feeling as though he had stepped into an extraordinary circle, one that was not meant for someone of his humble stature. He merely aspired to be a doctor, a mere tool, and that sufficed for him. After some time, Lin Shaowen returned to the courtyard. To others, the arrival of a car delivering Lin Shaowen was already an ordinary occurrence. Jia Zhangshi, as usual, mocked Lin Shaowen. Some people only know how to curry favor with their superiors, doing nothing worthwhile every day. You're dead, husband, Lin Shaowen replied expressionlessly. Hearing the commotion, the residents of the courtyard rushed out. Why the hurry to cook? Watching the excitement is what matters. You little beast, you have no guts. Jia Zhangshi shouted angrily. You're dead, husband. You're a little beast. Lu Xiao is nothing but a little prostitute. You all want to end well. You're dead, husband. Little beast. Your whole family is doomed. You're dead, husband. Suddenly, someone chuckled, and the entire courtyard erupted in laughter. The stark contrast between Lin Shaowen's calmness and Jia Zhangshi's frenzy was particularly striking, especially with that line, you're dead, husband, hitting the mark. Ah, little beast. Jia Zhangshi, overwhelmed by the collective laughter, immediately charged forward like a wild boar. Lin Shaowen pointed skyward, shouting, Jia Zhangshi, look. Old Jia is flying in the sky. What? Jia Zhangshi halted, gazing up, only to find nothing there. Ha ha ha, old Jia is flying in the sky. Yin Jieqing laughed heartily, and his laughter further amused the crowd. Little beast, I'll take you down. Jia Zhangshi's eyes turned red, and she swiftly turned to find Lin Shaowen, but he had already slipped away. He wasn't in the mood to play with her today. Yin family's little brat. What are you laughing at? Jia Zhangshi redirected her anger towards Yin Jieqing. You're dead, husband, Yin Jieqing replied with a grin. You little brat. I'll tear your mouth apart. Jia Zhangshi charged at him. Look, old Jia is flying in the sky. After Yin Jieqing shouted this playfully, he too dashed back into the house. Ah, you all think you can bully this old woman, huh? Jia Zhangshi plopped down at the entrance of Yin Bugui's home. But before she could speak, Yin Jieqing's voice rang out from inside. Old Jia, come up quickly, take Lin Shaowen and Jia Zhangshi away. Ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Cough, cough, cough. This dead kid. What kind of spirit is he shouting about in broad daylight? Third aunt pretended to be angry, pushing open the door to go teach Yin Jieqing a lesson, but the mirth in her eyes was impossible to conceal. All right, you all think you can bully me, huh? Today, I will crash right at your doorstep. Jia Zhangshi, head down, charged towards Yin Jieqing's door. Jia Zhangshi, how dare you crash at Lin Shaowen's door? What is the meaning of making a scene at our place? Yin Bugui said with displeasure. You still act like a teacher. You can't even teach your son properly. Jia Zhangshi, who are you talking about? Yin Laoshi, I am referring to you. Old Qianduo, are you looking for a fight? Yin Bugui and Jia Zhangshi immediately began to quarrel once more. In the courtyard, when Lin Shaowen returned home, Lu Xiaoyi had already prepared dinner, resting her chin on her hand in deep thought, not even noticing Lin Shaowen's approach. What could she be pondering so intently? Lin Shaowen wrapped his arms around her. Oh, when did you arrive? Lu Xiaoyi exclaimed joyfully before her expression turned to concern. Shaowen, I've heard that Qin Pairu is about to give birth, yet I feel no signs at all. Why is my stomach still quiet? We are still young, why the rush? Lin Shaowen replied, astonished. How can I not be anxious? We have been married for nearly 2 months, and there is still no sign, Lu Xiaoyi retorted, somewhat irritated. Let me guess, who has provoked you? Lin Shaowen rested his head on her shoulder. Is it that old Jia Zhangshi? How did you know? Lu Xiaoyi looked at him in surprise. In the entire courtyard, she was the only one with such a sharp tongue. Lin Shaowen shook his head and settled himself comfortably. Come, allow me to check your pulse. How annoying. Lu Xiaoyi playfully protested, yet still extended her hand with hope. Lin Shaowen touched her delicate wrist, and suddenly his expression flickered with surprise. This shouldn't be. How could it be so accurate? Is there something? Lu Xiaoyi asked anxiously. There is. Lin Shaowen nodded with a bitter smile, and it has been for more than a month. He swallowed the words, it's a boy, not wanting to reveal the gender after witnessing Qin Huairu's experience. Really? Lu Xiaoyi covered her mouth in disbelief. Indeed. Lin Shaowen smiled and extended his hand. Comrade Lu Xiaoyi, congratulations, you are about to become a mother. Comrade Lin Shaowen, congratulations to you as well. Lu Xiaoyi playfully reached out her hand. As their hands clasped, they both laughed heartily. That night, Lu Xiaoyi embraced Lin Shaowen and spoke endlessly, even starting to think of names for their son. While Lin Shaowen found it both amusing and touching, He felt somewhat out of place in this world, having been here for over 6 months, yet still feeling detached. He often reminisced about his past life, even dreaming about it. This world, with its scarce resources and lack of entertainment, felt rather dull. When Qin Huairu was pregnant, he felt a stirring in his heart, but she left the next day, leaving him without the chance to experience the joy of fatherhood. However, Liu Shaoyi's pregnancy allowed him to deeply feel that he belonged to this world, with someone connected to him by blood. Shaoyi, thank you, Lin Shaowen whispered. Thank me for what? Liu Shaoyi tilted her head in curiosity. Thank you for bearing my child, Lin Shaowen said with a silly grin. Are you tired and silly? Liu Shaoyi rolled her eyes playfully. I am your wife. Having children is what I should do. By the way, I promised Dad that the first child will take the Liu surname, she added. Lin Shaowen chuckled lightly. You promised? I certainly did not. Liu Shaoyi's expression changed, her displeasure evident. I will decide the surname of my child. His wishes do not count. She understood Lin Shaowen well and was aware of her father's thoughts. Lin Shaowen was indifferent, but she cared. If the first child truly bore the Liu surname, Lin Shaowen would find it hard to hold his head high in the future. Chapter 97. Promoting superstition. Even though we now live in a new era, people's mindsets have not entirely shifted. Liu Shaoyi, though carefree, understood that many whispered behind Lin Shaowen's back, calling him a sycophant and a petty man, with some even suggesting he was a son-in-law to the Liu family. To be a son-in-law was to shatter a man's dignity. In earlier years, a son-in-law was regarded similarly to a laborer. Therefore, Lin Shaowen's suggestion for their first child to take the Liu surname was something Liu Shaoyi could never agree to. This matter is mine to decide. There is no room for negotiation, Liu Shaoyi declared, revealing a rare stubbornness. Do as you wish, Lin Shaowen shrugged, appearing indifferent. But Liu Banqing did not share the same sentiment. Lin Shaowen, how did you agree to this? He asked darkly. Just as Lin Shaowen was about to speak, Liu Shaoyi interjected. Dad, the child is mine. You cannot dictate to Shaowen. Liu Shaoyi, who raised you? Liu Banqing glared. Indeed. A daughter once married is like water poured away. The ancients were not mistaken. You raised me. And it is only right that I care for you in your old age, Liu Shaoyi replied coldly. But I will not allow Shaowen to be belittled by others. Shaoyi, how can you speak to your father like that? Liu's mother admonished from the side. How else should I speak? This is how I choose to speak, Liu Shaoyi huffed. If you continue to argue, you can give your possessions to whomever you wish. I do not care. You. Liu Banqing raised his hand in anger. Father-in-law. Please maintain your composure. Lin Shaowen stepped in front of Liu Shaoyi and said softly. I have agreed to let our first child take the Liu surname. But Shaoyi does not wish for it. How about we settle for the second child? Lin Shaowen, your words hold no weight. The child's household registration will follow the mother. Liu Shaoyi rarely lost her temper. And do not speak to my father. You have no say. All right, Liu Shaoyi. You have grown wings. Liu Banqing's face turned ashen with rage. Get out, all of you, and do not return. Furthermore, my possessions, even if lost, I would rather give to beggars than to you. Who cares? Liu Shaoyi scoffed, taking Lin Shaowen's hand and leaving decisively. Shaoyi. Liu's mother hurried after them. But Liu Shaoyi led Lin Shaowen away without looking back. In the courtyard, damned little beast. Jia Zhangshi cursed upon seeing Lin Shaowen. Are we all beasts? Is your family human? Liu Shaoyi retorted, her mood sour. In the past, she would have ignored Jia Zhangshi, but today she was in no mood to hold back. You little harlot, what did you say? Jia Zhangshi, taken aback by Liu Shaoyi's resistance, charged forward. Lin Shaowen felt the ground tremble, perhaps from Jia Zhangshi's fury. What has happened to you? Liu Shaoyi stepped forward, unafraid. I have torn your face. As Jia Zhangshi launched her attack, Lin Shaowen pulled Liu Shaoyi aside, causing Jia Zhangshi to fall. Many rushed to see the commotion, some even carrying bowls of food. The little harlot and little beast are fighting. Everyone come and see. Lin Shaowen, how can you attack an elder again? Yi Zhonghai shouted angrily. I did not strike. She fell on her own. Lin Shaowen shrugged. Little beast. Jia Zhangshi was about to make a scene when Lin Shaowen raised a hand. Wait a moment. I have a question for you. Little beast. What do you want to say? Jia Zhangshi shouted from the ground. I have always been curious. You summon spirits daily. But have you ever paid respects to old Jia? As Lin Shaowen took out a cigarette, he had grown accustomed to Yin Bugui's sudden appearances. Yet today, he noticed Yin Jiqing also attempting the same trick, though he was not quite adept at it, standing too close. Nonetheless, his efforts were commendable, and he offered cigarettes to both. Of course, I have paid my respects. Jia Zhangshi's face momentarily showed panic, quickly replaced by a fierce demeanor. Little beast, what does it matter to you whether I pay respects to old Jia? Actually, it does not concern me. Lin Shaowen lowered his tone. However, last night when I returned home, I believe I saw someone standing at your door. resembling Jia Dongshu. Gasps of shock filled the air as many held their breath, especially when Lin Shaowen spoke. His gaze flickered towards the open door of Jia Zhang's house, where the portrait of the late Jia hung prominently on the wall. "You little beast, what nonsense are you spouting?" Jia Zhang trembled as she spoke. Could it really be that old man returned? Later, I decided to take a closer look, so I stepped forward. As Lin Shaowen continued speaking, he discreetly gestured to Lu Xiaoyi, signaling her to leave first. "Lin Shaowen, what did you see?" Yin Zheqing's voice quivered slightly. Their household was not equipped with a toilet like Lin Shaowen's, where one could relieve oneself indoors, but for larger matters, he would prefer it. Though Yu Li would not comply. Others also turned their anxious gazes towards Lin Shaowen. Once Lu Xiaoyi reached the backyard gate, Lin Shaowen sighed, upon further inspection. It truly was Jia Dongshu. Everyone's expressions darkened, filled with frustration, wishing they could silence Lin Shaowen. "You little beast." Jia Zhang felt insulted and charged towards Lin Shaowen. "Jia Zhang, your reaction suggests it has indeed been a long time since you paid respects to the late Jia. Be careful. If he truly comes looking for you, what will you do?" Lin Shaowen deftly evaded Jia Zhang's grasp. "Lin Shaowen, refrain from propagating superstitions in the courtyard," Yi Zhonghai admonished, glaring. "I merely spoke," Lin Shaowen chuckled. "I heard the late Jia had a good relationship with you. Perhaps when he comes to visit Jia Zhang, he might also pay you a visit." With that, he slipped away. The courtyard fell into silence. "Elder sister, have you paid respects to the late Jia?" Yi Zhonghai inquired. "Yes, of course I have," Jia Zhang replied, somewhat nervously. "I suggest you pay your respects again, lest it become troublesome for everyone," Yi Zhonghai sighed. "Indeed, Jia Zhang, in matters like these, it is better to believe than to disbelieve," Yin Bugui added. They lived right at the entrance, and surely would be the first to face any repercussions. Lu Haizhen remained silent but nodded vigorously. He now found himself waking 2 or 3 times a night. If the late Jia truly returned seeking Jia Zhang, how unjust it would be for him. Others chimed in with their own counsel, causing Jia Zhang to feel increasingly frightened. Chapter 98. The midnight knocking in the west courtyard, seeing Lu Xiaoyi still fuming. Lin Shaowen's eyes twinkled mischievously as he whispered, "Do not be angry. Tonight, I shall take you to seek some amusement." "Seek amusement? What sort of amusement?" Lu Xiaoyi's childish curiosity piqued instantly. "A secret," Lin Shaowen replied with a mysterious smile, then fetched a rubber band from the house to fashion a slingshot. Late at night, Lin Shaowen and Lu Xiaoyi sneaked to the backyard entrance, where he retrieved an ice ball from a cloth bag. Placing it in the slingshot and aiming for Yi Zhonghai's door. Piu. The ice ball struck the door, shattering into fragments. Yi Zhonghai was startled awake, calling out, "Who?" An elderly woman also stirred, bleary-eyed, muttering, probably something hit the door. Yi Zhonghai listened intently for a moment and, hearing no further sound, rolled over to return to sleep. Thud. Another crisp sound echoed. Yi Zhonghai sprang up, opened the door, yet found nothing outside. He even inspected the ground carefully, but discovered nothing out of the ordinary. At the backyard entrance, Lu Xiaoyi stifled her laughter. Having been raised as a refined young lady, never having committed such mischief, Yi Zhonghai closed the door and had barely settled back down when another thud resounded. "Who is it?" he finally shouted, unable to contain himself. Despite his advanced age, he bellowed with vigor, startling half the courtyard's occupants awake. Many rushed out, asking, "What is it, uncle? What are you shouting about at this hour?" Su Damao grumbled. Others gazed at Yi Zhonghai, visibly irritated, as they had to work the next day. "Someone is knocking on my door," Yi Zhonghai exclaimed, agitated. Who would engage in such mischief at this hour? Knocking? Yin Bugui trembled, recalling Lin Shaowen's earlier words. Could it be? Who would come knocking in the middle of the night? Shaju murmured. "Oldie, you live in the main room. How could you not see anything if someone knocked on your door?" Lu Haizhong remarked, puzzled. "I even stayed by the window for a while, but I saw no one." Yi Zhonghai replied helplessly. "Impossible, unless it's a ghost." Lu Haizhong's words startled even him. Swish. Everyone's gaze turned towards Jia Zhang. "Why are you all looking at me? Could it be from my house?" Jia Zhang trembled, unable to finish her sentence. "Elder sister, tell me honestly, have you paid your respects to the late Jia or not?" Yi Zhonghai demanded, pressing down his anger. "I." Jia Zhang stammered, taken aback and at a loss for words. "Why bring up the late Jia at this hour?" "It's unsettling," Shaj interjected. "Unsettling? What if the late Jia comes looking for you?" Su Damao teased. Shaju exploded. Despite his courage, this notion frightened him. "Stop with the nonsense." Yi Zhonghai scolded. "Everyone, return to sleep. It was probably just something hitting the door." Yes, it must have been something hitting the door," Shaju quickly agreed. Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong exchanged glances before hastily returning home. The others, trembling, hurried away as well. Yi Zhonghai felt fear creeping in, but more than that, He remained skeptical. He believed this was some prank, so instead of sleeping, he kept watch by the window, scanning the courtyard. At the backyard entrance, Lin Shaowen pondered for a moment, then hid in a corner, aiming a dripping ice ball at Shaju's door. Thud! A sharp sound startled many, yet no one emerged. After half a minute, another thud echoed, still no one came out. Thud! 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 Shaju's door reverberated incessantly, as if someone were knocking with great force. Almost everyone in the courtyard heard the commotion, yet still, no one appeared. After 10 minutes, Lin Shaowen launched another ice ball and, pulling Lu Shaoyi, turned to flee. Lu Shaoyi was puzzled about why they were running, but just as they slipped through the moon gate, they heard Shaju's furious roar. Who is it? Are you done yet? Shaju, wielding a rolling pin, stormed into the courtyard. Many who had been peeking out from their windows opened their doors upon seeing Shaju's emergence. In the courtyard, aside from the children sleeping soundly, nearly everyone was present. Even Su Damao gazed at Shaju with a complex expression, not daring to mock him. He himself wondered if he had somehow jinxed it, as Shaju seemed to be the one truly sought after. Uncle, you must make a decision about this matter. Shaju urged anxiously. Old E, you should have a view from your room. Did you see anything at Shaju's door? Lu Haizhong inquired. No. I sat by the window for over half an hour and saw nothing, Yi Zhonghai admitted, now equally frightened. Without any streetlights in the courtyard, if the ice ball flew out, it would indeed seem ghostly. Jia Zhang trembled uncontrollably. How about this? Let us gather some money to buy incense and paper offerings for the late Jia. Yi Zhonghai proposed, initially still trembling. Jia Zhang immediately ceased her shivering upon hearing this. What is the late Jia compared to money? She declared. I agree. Shaju was the first to respond. Yin Bugue remained silent, feeling it was none of his business. I also concur. Su Damao's unexpected agreement surprised many. This reckless fellow was willing to contribute money? In truth, Su Damao had his own reasons. He was separated from Shaju only by a deaf old lady. What if the late Jia came looking for Shaju and decided to visit him next? In that case, let us convene a courtyard assembly. Let us gather the funds now. And tomorrow morning, Jia Zhang shall go by the offerings, Yi Zhonghai declared solemnly. Wait a moment, Yin Bugue suddenly interjected. Shouldn't we contribute according to our salaries? There are 7 people in my family. If we are pooling money based on salaries, why not approach Lin Shaowen? His salary is 115. Su Damao murmured. Everyone was taken aback. Indeed, how could they have forgotten Lin Shaowen? Shaju, go fetch Lin Shaowen, Yi Zhonghai commanded with authority. Sure thing. Shaju dashed towards the west wing. He harbored a deep resentment towards Lin Shaowen. Knock, knock, knock. What is going on? Lin Shaowen bellowed. Lin Shaowen. Come out for a meeting. Shaju shouted back. What nonsense is this? A meeting at midnight? Are you out of your mind? Lin Shaowen cursed, while Lu Shaoyi stifled a laugh nearby. Lin Shaowen, this is a meeting for the whole courtyard. Hurry up, we're waiting for you. Shaju urged again. You can have your meeting without me. I'm not going. After Lin Shaowen's refusal, Shaju fell silent, thinking he had given up. However, 2 minutes later, Lin Shaowen, I am the eldest, open the door. Chapter 99. No guilty conscience hearing Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugue take turns knocking at the door. Lin Shaowen, out of sheer exasperation, finally opened it. Oh, Lin Shaowen, you even installed a light bulb in the yard? Su Damao remarked with a hint of envy. Let us get to the point. If there is nothing to discuss, leave, Lin Shaowen retorted impatiently. We're about to hold a courtyard meeting, and we need to borrow your. Yi Zhonghai began to step inside, but was halted by Lin Shaowen. You old rogue, what are you up to? Lu Shaoyi is still in there. Lin Shaowen's gaze turned menacing. The others exchanged curious glances at Yi Zhonghai. I didn't mean it that way, Yi Zhonghai hastily clarified. But it is too dark for a meeting at this hour. Then why not hold it at your house? Lin Shaowen scoffed. Your place is a mess. Mine is a respectable home. You. Yi Zhonghai's face turned a deep shade of anger. Why doesn't he, the eldest, install a streetlight in the yard? Lin Shaowen continued teasingly. Indeed, that is a good idea, Yin Bugue quickly added. It would be best to install a light at the entrance as well, Lu Haizhong suggested. So one doesn't he have to fumble in the dark when heading to the bathroom at night? Exactly, Yin Bugue agreed. Yi Zhonghai's expression soured as he retorted, Lin Shaowen. How can you say that? With your high salary, why don't you? How about I become the eldest and install the lights? Lin Shaowen chuckled. You. Yi Zhonghai was left speechless. Allowing Lin Shaowen to become the eldest meant no good days ahead for him. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue exchanged glances. Intrigued by the prospect, they didn't necessarily support Lin Shaowen's ascension but saw a potential opportunity if he stirred up trouble. Others looked to Yi Zhonghai, wondering why he, without children and with such a high salary, shouldn't he contribute to the courtyard. I'll do it, Yi Zhonghai gritted his teeth. Thank you, eldest. Lin Shaowen laughed. If there's nothing else, I'll head to bed. Wait. Yin Bugue blocked the moon gate, speaking urgently. Eldest, we need to discuss something serious. Yes, Yi Zhonghai quickly added. We're discussing pooling some money for old Jia to burn joss paper and candles. Lin Shaowen, with your high salary, you should contribute. $10, Jia Zhashir piped up. Lin Shaowen, you need to contribute $10. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Su Damao looked at her in disbelief. This old woman was quite assertive. Eldest, is old Jia your father? Lin Shaowen asked, astonished. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Zhonghai's temper flared. I find it curious. Old Jia has a son. If his son isn't involved, why should we be? Lin Shaowen pulled out a cigarette, leisurely stating. If you want to be someone else's son, that's your business. I don't. This remark shifted the expressions of many. Isn't there Jia, don't you? Yin Bugue realized. The other's gazes turned peculiar. You little rascal, wait until old Jia knocks on your door, Jia Zhashir threatened. Knock? What knock? Lin Shaowen asked, bewildered. You live in the back courtyard. You wouldn't know. Su Damao animatedly recounted how Yi Zhonghai and Shaju had been knocked on before lowering his voice. The eldest waited a long time and couldn't find anyone. They suspected it was old Jia. Nonsense, Lin Shaowen declared firmly. We were all raised under the red flag. How could we believe such tales? But Shaju was about to speak when Lin Shaowen continued. However, they say, those who do not do guilty deeds are not afraid of ghosts knocking on doors, even if that person returns. Why would he seek out Jia Zhangshi or Jia Dongshu instead of you and the eldest? Unless you have something to feel guilty about? Everyone found Lin Shaowen's words enlightening. Eldest, could it be that you and Jia Zhangshi? Su Damao began, but was met with a resounding slap from Jia Dongshu. Su Damao, if you dare speak again, I'll kill you. I'm just trying to keep the conversation going, Su Damao protested, holding his face in dismay. Lin Shaowen, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll take you to the street office to settle this, Yi Zhonghai warned, his eyes reddening under the flashlight, looking quite intimidating. What did I say? Lin Shaowen feigned confusion. I was merely curious as to why old Jia would seek you and Shaju. As for the implication of any relationship with Jia Zhangshi, that was Su Damao's suggestion. Lin Shaowen, I was just following your line of thought. Su Damao exclaimed. Well then, according to your reasoning, the eldest has an affair with Jia Zhangshi. What about Shaju? Who is he? Lin Shaowen paused, then suddenly understood. Oh. The realization sparked interest among the crowd, particularly towards the heavily pregnant Qin Pyru. Lin Shaowen, I'll kill you. Jia Dongshu roared as he charged forward. Smack. Lin Shaowen swiftly slapped him down, coldly stating, have you lost your mind? I didn't say a thing. Dongshu, let us settle this with him. Jia Zhangshi shouted fiercely. If you yell any louder, you might just alert the neighborhood watch. Let them handle it. Lin Shaowen scoffed. You. Jia Zhashir promptly fell silent, fearing the consequences of truly summoning the authorities. What would she say? That old Jia had returned? Lin Shaowen, stop your rambling. Yi Zhonghai said sternly, you're part of this courtyard. You must contribute. Why don't you just come in and rob me? Lin Shaowen sneered. In any case, whoever wants to contribute can do so. Let old Jia come knock on my door if he dares. With that, he slammed the door shut. Yi Zhonghai's face darkened, and Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue wore equally displeased expressions. Lin Shaowen's blatant disregard for their authority could lead to trouble down the line. The three exchanged knowing glances. Let us disperse. We'll discuss this again tomorrow. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Half an hour later, two shadowy figures appeared at the moon gate, wielding small hammers, clearly intending to teach Lin Shaowen a lesson. They crouched by the door, listening for a moment. Upon hearing no movement inside, they exchanged glances and raised their hammers. But before they could strike, a flower pot suddenly fell from above, knocking one of them over. The other, sensing danger, turned to flee just as the moon gate swung open. Lin Shaowen emerged with a wooden stick, swiftly advancing and striking him down. Suddenly, he raised his voice and shouted, Catch the thief! Quick, come and catch the thief! Upon hearing Lin Shaowen's cries, numerous individuals emerged wielding wooden sticks and kitchen knives. Why were they so eager? After Lin Shaowen had captured a thief previously, Yin Jieqing had reaped significant benefits. Surely, it was now their turn. Who among them did not have an unemployed youth at home? As countless flashlights illuminated the scene, Lin Shaowen was fiercely striking two individuals on the ground with a stick. Stop hitting them! Stop hitting them! Yin Buqi and Lu Haizhong rushed forward, one embracing him while the other snatched away the stick. What are you two doing here? Su Damao was taken aback as he shone his flashlight on them. Lu Guangfu, Yin Jiequang, have you lost your minds? What? It's Lu Guangfu and Yin Jiequang? Lin Shaowen lamented. You two promising young men, stealing in the dead of night? You are destroying your futures. Stealing? Many gasped in shock. The presence of a thief in the courtyard was no trivial matter. Yin Buqi and Lu Haizhong's expressions changed drastically. If they were labeled as thieves, their lives would be irrevocably ruined. I know Guangfu and Jie Kuang. They wouldn't steal, Yi Zhonghai quickly interjected. They are just young and likely engaging in some mischief. Yes, it must be mischief, Lu Haizhong chimed in. Jie Kuang is a good kid, just a bit mischievous. Guangfu too. You are grown men, yet still so playful. Yin Buqi chastised. The others looked on with uncertainty, glancing at Lin Shaowen. Mischief? Like knocking on doors in the middle of the night pretending to be spirits? Lin Shaowen remarked pensively. Ah, so it was you too. Shaju, in a fit of rage, stepped forward and slapped Lu Guangfu. No. Lu Guangfu was about to retort when someone pinched him from behind, causing him to fall silent, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Lin Shaowen. I understand you are just playing, but how can you make a joke of old Jia? Lin Shaowen said sternly. It is said that the deceased deserve great respect. You lack reverence. Indeed, Lin Laodi, you truly are a scholar, Yin Buqi quickly added. Jie Kuang, don't you have anything to say to Uncle Lin? Yin Jie Kuang looked up defiantly, wanting to argue, but Yin Buqi slapped him into submission. Reluctantly, he muttered, Thank you, Uncle Lin. Since you have called me Uncle Lin, allow me to offer you some advice. Your behavior is unacceptable, making light of old Jia's memory, Lin Shaowen said earnestly. Tomorrow, buy some paper money. And instead of going to the grave, burn it at the entrance of Jia Zhang's residence. Lin Laodi, this. Yin Buqi's face showed signs of distress. Lin Laodi. They are just children, Lu Haizhong added. It is precisely because of your negligence as adults that they are behaving so recklessly, Lin Shaowen stated with righteous indignation. Then muttered to himself, unless they are not just playing tricks but are indeed here to steal. Burning is essential, Yin Buqi's expression darkened. Yes, this is non-negotiable. Lu Haizhong urged. To burn paper money, one must kneel, right? Lin Shaowen inquired curiously, looking at Yi Zhonghai. Uncle, I am not familiar with this matter. Is that the case? Yi Zhonghai's lips twitched before he gritted his teeth and replied. The deceased deserve great respect. If you are to apologize, you must kneel while burning it. Surprisingly, Jia Zhang remained uninvolved, as she had been unsettled by Lin Shaowen earlier that afternoon. After the commotion at night, she had intended to burn paper money for old Jia the next day, and now with Yin Jie Kuang and Lu Guangfu handling it, she felt quite pleased. All right, stop fooling around and go back to sleep. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand. Seeing this, everyone ceased their chatter. The following morning, as Lin Shaowen and Lu Shaoyi pushed their cart to work, they spotted Lu Guangfu and Yin Jie Kuang kneeling at Jia Zhang's doorstep, tossing paper money into a fire pit. They had not needed to rise so early, but Yin Buqi and Lu Haizhong were anxious that Lin Shaowen might accuse them of theft. So they had insisted the two perform this act for Lin Shaowen's benefit. Lu Shaoyi burst into laughter at the sight, noticing the many gazes upon her. She could not speak freely and merely pinched Lin Shaowen lightly, whispering in his ear, How can you be so mischievous? Burning paper money this early is quite inauspicious. Yin Buqi and Lu Haizhong, who had originally approached intending to ingratiate themselves, suddenly changed their expressions upon hearing her. It's for the Jia family. We don't mind if you worry, Lin Shaowen said with a smile. Their expressions softened a little. Just then, Shaju and Su Damao also emerged. Wow, burning paper money this early? Jia Zhang, aren't you afraid of bad luck? Shaju exclaimed. Indeed, who would burn paper money this early unless someone has died at home? Su Damao added, marveling. It's no wonder they say these two are the hidden talents of the courtyard. The once cheerful faces of Jia Zhang and Jia Dongshu darkened immediately upon hearing this. Indeed, if there were no death in the family, who would burn paper money so early? Stop burning it. Get lost, all of you. Jia Dongshu darted forward and kicked over the fire pit, sending sparks flying. Jia Zhang hurriedly stomped on the remaining burning paper money to extinguish it. Lu Guangfu and Yin Jie Kuang glared at them in anger, but could only swallow their indignation. By knocking over the fire pit, isn't that even more inauspicious? Lin Shaowen remarked thoughtfully. The onlookers' expressions shifted, instinctively taking a few steps back, fearing they might be tainted by misfortune. You little brats, if you can't speak properly, just keep quiet, Jia Zhang shouted angrily. Lin Shaowen, looking for trouble this early in the morning? Jia Dongshu brandished a kitchen knife from the kitchen outside. However, he was merely posturing. He had never bested Lin Shaowen in their encounters. Lin Shaowen shrugged, taking Lu Shaoyi by the hand as they prepared to leave. Seeing this, Shaju and Su Damao promptly made their exit as well. At the steel factory, Lin Shaowen lay down in the infirmary to catch up on sleep. After the previous night's commotion that lasted until 2 in the morning, he was utterly exhausted. Not only him, but the other workers also appeared fatigued. Jia Dongshu was loading materials into the machine, yet his eyelids felt uncontrollably heavy. Hey Jia Dongshu, stay alert. A colleague shouted. This machine is no joke. Lives could be at stake. I know, Jia Dongshu replied weakly, but he still couldn't fight off the drowsiness. 10 minutes later, a loud bang reverberated through the workshop, followed by Jia Dongshu's screams and the frantic shouts of his colleagues. Quick, someone come. Jia Dongshu is injured. Many workers dropped their tasks and rushed over. Yi Zhonghai pushed through the crowd and gasped in horror upon seeing the scene. Quick, go and fetch Lin Shaowen. I'll go get him. Someone shouted, sprinting towards the infirmary. Chapter 101. Get lost. Lin Shaowen felt a sudden pang of alarm upon hearing his colleague's news. Jia Dongshu had indeed met an early demise. Could it be happening now? Realizing the urgency, he hurriedly grabbed his medical kit and rushed into the workshop. Clear the way. Dr. Lin is here. The workshop supervisor shouted. The workers immediately parted to allow Lin Shaowen to pass. Oh, my leg. At that moment, Jia Dongshu lay on the ground, wailing, with a steel bar embedded in his thigh. Stop screaming. It's all right, Lin Shaowen said, kneeling beside him to administer a few injections. Jia Dongshu's expression began to ease. Lin Kazhong, is Jia Dongshu all right? The workshop supervisor asked, sweating profusely. If anything were to happen to Jia Dongshu, he would bear the responsibility. He's fine. Lin Shaowen stood up and said solemnly, we need to send him to the hospital immediately. That steel bar has pierced his artery and requires urgent surgery. I'll make arrangements right away. The workshop director immediately rushed outside. Lin Shaowen, will I be crippled? Jia Dongshu asked tearfully. No, Lin Shaowen replied with a smile. You're quite fortunate. It didn't pierce your bones. A period of rest will suffice. Wiping his tears, Jia Dongshu fell silent. Yi Zhonghai looked at him with concern, occasionally offering gentle words of comfort, resembling a fatherly figure. The small vehicle had yet to arrive when Yang Weiguo and Li Xinmin arrived first. Instead of checking on Jia Dongshu, they gathered around Lin Shaowen. Shaolin, what's going on? Yang Weiguo offered a cigarette to Lin Shaowen. I'm not clear on how it happened, but a rebar penetrated his thigh. Although it didn't hit the bone, he'll need at least 3 months of rest. Lin Shaowen exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. 3 months? Li Xinmin frowned and turned to Jia Dongshu, asking, did you violate any protocols? Deputy Factory Manager Li, I didn't. Jia Dongshu cried, I followed the operating procedures. His co-workers, witnessing the event, opened their mouths but remained silent. Yi Zhonghai was already aware of the incident's cause. He had great confidence in these workers but feared Lin Shaowen might undermine them. Lin Shaowen was astute. If he shifted the blame onto Jia Dongshu, it would be disastrous. Shaolin, can you tell what type of injury it is? Yang Weiguo asked, his brow furrowed. He oversaw production while Li Xinmin managed logistics. In the event of an incident, although Li Xinmin bore some responsibility, the primary accountability lay with him. Everyone turned to Lin Shaowen. It's likely due to machine aging. Lin Shaowen replied nonchalantly. Yes, machine aging, the workshop director said, wiping his sweat while gratefully looking at him. The workers exhaled in relief. It wasn't that they particularly liked Jia Dongshu, but if he faced dire consequences, they would feel a sense of shared sorrow. Old Yang, why don't we request the higher-ups to send an expert to inspect the machines? Li Xinmin suggested. We still have 2 imported machines in the warehouse that have been malfunctioning. All right, I'll draft a report immediately, Yang Weiguo nodded. I say, the person is still injured. Where are your small vehicle crew? Lin Shaowen called out in dissatisfaction. Regardless of any differences with Jia Dongshu, it was unacceptable to let him suffer in front of them. I'll hurry right away, Li Xinmin dashed off. You, usually so refined, act foolishly when you see a patient. Huh? Yang Weiguo chuckled, patting his shoulder. All right. Quickly call the hospital and inform them of the injury so they can prepare. Lin Shaowen instructed. Sure, you've taken charge of me, Yang Weiguo responded cheerfully. He was thoroughly satisfied with Lin Shaowen, despite the latter's poor temper. However, his medical skills and ethics were beyond reproach. Yi Zhonghai looked at Lin Shaowen and said with undeniable authority, Lin Shaowen, you should accompany him. Are you out of your mind? Lin Shaowen retorted. So Jia Dongshu is the only person that matters? If I'm not at the factory and any of the workers fall ill, who will treat them? Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened. The nearby workers were indignant. Master Yi, what do you mean? You want Section Chief Lin to go to the hospital? What if something happens at the factory? Exactly, Section Chief Lin is the factory's doctor. Not just Jia Dongshu's doctor. Just relying on your seniority. Yi Zhonghai's face turned ashen under their accusations, but he dared not retort, casting a resentful glare at Lin Shaowen. Soon, the small vehicle crew arrived, and they lifted Jia Dongshu onto the vehicle to take him to the hospital. Lin Shaowen, I need to borrow your vehicle to go back and notify the others, Yi Zhonghai said in a low voice. Lin Shaowen ignored him and leisurely made his way to the infirmary. Yi Zhonghai glared at his retreating figure, wishing he could punch him twice. With no other option, he had to walk back. In the courtyard, upon seeing Yi Zhonghai return, Jia Zhangshi, who was chatting with a group of women, inquired curiously, "Old master, why are you back during work hours? Don't say anything. Dongshu had an accident while operating the machine, and his leg was pierced by rebar." Before Yi Zhonghai could finish, Jia Zhangshi sprang to her feet. "What did you say? Dongshu was hurt? Old sister, don't panic. Hurry and gather your things to go to the hospital," Yi Zhonghai urged anxiously. "Qin Pairu, stop sitting around and get out here." Jia Zhangshi wailed. Qin Pairu, heavily pregnant, stumbled out, nearly falling to the ground upon hearing about Jia Dongshu's injury. "You little wench, hurry and pack your things to care for Dongshu at the hospital," Jia Zhangshi shouted sternly. "Mother, I'm this far along. How can I take care of Dongshu?" Qin Pairu wept. She was nearly 7 to 8 months pregnant and could give birth at any moment. "Don't you dare talk back." Jia Zhangshi slapped her. "You were brought here to serve your husband. If you don't go, should I?" She had no desire to endure the hospital's discomfort after learning that Jia Dongshu was not in life-threatening danger. Biting her lip, Qin Pairu returned to pack a few clothes before following Yi Zhonghai to the hospital with red-rimmed eyes. Upon returning home from work, Lin Shaowen was surprised to see Jia Zhangshi loitering at the door. "Why isn't Jia Zhangshi at the hospital?" Lu Xiao wondered. "She probably has something up her sleeve." Lin Shaowen stroked his chin. Jia Dongshu's incident was classified as a work-related injury, and the factory would cover his medical expenses. He would also receive wages during his recovery. Could it be that Jia Zhangshi intended to exploit Jia Dongshu's injury for financial gain? That seemed unlikely. However, she had been surprisingly subdued today, not cursing at all. In the back courtyard, just as Lu Xiao finished cooking, she heard Su Dumao shouting outside, "Lin Shaowen, come out. We're holding a meeting for the whole courtyard. You all proceed. I'm having my meal," Lin Shaowen replied leisurely. "Lin Shaowen, this is a courtyard-wide meeting. Go away." "All right." 10 minutes later, someone knocked at the door again. "Who is it?" Lu Xiao called out irritably. "It's me, old master," Yi Zhonghai answered, suppressing his frustration. According to the rules, each household must send a representative to the courtyard meeting. "Lin Shaowen, Lu Xiao, what do you mean by this? This meal is so disheartening," Lin Shaowen sighed, opening the door. "Old master, do you think the world stops turning just because I'm not here?" "What do you mean?" Yi Zhonghai asked sternly. "Fine, let us hold the meeting," Lin Shaowen said helplessly. Lu Xiao wanted to follow but was pushed back by Lin Shaowen. "Finish your meal first before coming out." "Okay," Lu Xiao nodded obediently. Yi Zhonghai glanced at the table set in the courtyard and felt a pang of irritation. Aren't these two living too luxuriously? Every day, it's lavish meals. In the courtyard, everyone waited for a long time and grew displeased upon seeing Lin Shaowen. He ignored them, pulled out a cigarette, and after distributing some, sat on Lu Guangfu's stool. Just as Lu Guangfu prepared to speak, half a pack of cigarettes flew towards him, and he quickly changed his demeanor. "Lin Gu, next time you hold a meeting, I'll bring you a stool. That is thoughtful." Lin Shaowen smiled faintly and began conversing with Su Dumao. "Old Su, what is the situation? Isn't Jia Dongshu injured? Qin Pairu is heavily pregnant, and Jia Zhashir needs to care for him. The courtyard should think of a way," Su Dama shrugged. "Ahem." Yi Zhonghai cleared his throat and proclaimed, as the saying goes, "A distant relative is not as helpful as a nearby neighbor. Jia Dongshu is injured, and we must find a way to help his family through this difficult time." Old Yi is right. The Jia family relies solely on Jia Dongshu. Now that he is injured and has no one to care for him, we must think of a solution, Lu Haizhong concurred. "Agreed," Yin Laoshi succinctly added. As long as he didn't have to spend money, he would agree to anything proposed. "I suggest that those with money contribute financially, and those with strength lend a helping hand." Yi Zhonghai stood up and declared, "I shall set an example by donating 10 yuan to the Jia family, hoping they can weather this storm." Applause erupted in the courtyard, ignited by an unknown hand. Everyone faces their own hardships. Despite our collective difficulties, we understand one another. Donations are entirely voluntary. Contribute what you can, Yi Zhonghai announced loudly. "I shall contribute 5 yuan. Lu Haizhong said softly. His salary was not insignificant. I will donate 2 yuan, Yin Bugue said, wincing at the thought of parting with his money. "Excellent. Now that our 3 esteemed gentlemen have set the pace, it is your turn," Yi Zhonghai smiled. "I will donate 5 yuan, shouted the simpleton Zhaozhu. "Thank you, Zhaozhu," Qin Pairu said, her eyes glistening with tears. "What a trivial matter." Zhaozhu waved his hand, feeling more exhilarated than if he had consumed a ginseng fruit. "I too shall give 5 yuan, Su Dumao remarked, glancing at Zhaozhu with a smug expression. "Thank you, Dumao," Qin Pairu bowed in gratitude. Others began to contribute as well, some offering 1 yuan, others 50 cents, until a substantial amount had been gathered. Upon seeing that the donations were nearing completion, Lin Shaowen prepared to leave for dinner. "Hey, Lin Shaowen, Wait a moment. Yi Zhonghai called out to him. What is it? Lin Shaowen replied, rolling his eyes. Aren't you going to donate? Yi Zhonghai inquired. No, Lin Shaowen shook his head. With your high salary, why do you act like a miser? Yin Bugui expressed his discontent. Exactly. You only have 2 people in your household, earning over 100 a month. Can you even spend it all? Lu Haizheng added. Yet you have so many children. Why not share some with the elder? Lin Shaowen retorted. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizheng simultaneously frowned. Lin Shaowen, stop rambling, Yin Bugui coldly interjected. Everyone else has contributed. You are part of this community as well, aren't you? You should at least show some goodwill. Elder, what did you say before we began donating? Lin Shaowen asked Yi Zhonghai. To help the Jia family through their difficulties? Yi Zhonghai tentatively replied. No, what did you say immediately after you donated? Lin Shaowen prompted. Donations are entirely voluntary. Exactly, Lin Shaowen said with a smile. It is entirely voluntary, but I do not wish to contribute. You. Yi Zhonghai regretted adding that last remark. You heartless wretch, you must have no compassion, Jia Zhangshi shouted in anger. You should be tending to the ailing old Jia. Lin Shaowen smirked. Old Jia kicked over the brazier this morning and was hospitalized by noon. One cannot deny that old Jia has some spirit. The crowd's expressions changed as they absorbed this news. Why do you always seem to target our family, Lin Shaowen? Qin Pyra lamented. We haven't wronged you. Why do you persist in opposing us? Who do you think you are, to be targeted by me? Lin Shaowen scoffed, not waiting for anyone to respond. Besides, Jia Zhangshi has hands and feet. If her son is hospitalized, why is she seeking sympathy in the courtyard instead of caring for him? You little wretch. Who says I haven't been caring for him? Jia Zhangshi replied defensively. Tell me, Lin Shaowen said slowly, if I, Jia Zhangshi, haven't gone to the hospital to look after Jia Dongxiu, old Jia's ashes would have been scattered by now. You little wretch. Why should I swear? Jia Zhangshi took a step back. He is my son, my flesh and blood. Who would care for him if I do not? Then swear it. Swear that I will donate 10 yuan, Lin Shaowen grinned. You. In the past, Jia Zhangshi would have sworn without hesitation. However, now she hesitated. Old Jia showed no favoritism even to his own son, so would he spare her? Enough, Lin Shaowen, cease your nonsense, Yi Zhonghai said impatiently. If you won't donate, then leave. Lin Shaowen, feeling provoked, turned to walk away. Sudama and Jeju exchanged glances, slapping their thighs in disbelief. Damn, one can play it this way. Next time. We won't donate either. That night, Jia Zhangshi gleefully counted her money, while Qin Pyru looked on with a pitiful expression. Mother, Dongxiu is in the hospital, and I am about to give birth. Please give me some money to buy a chicken tomorrow. What chicken? Jia Zhangshi snapped, hiding the money. What is so special about giving birth? As if no one else has done it. But Dongxiu is in the hospital. He needs nourishment, Qin Pyru replied. Her eyes reddening. He is fine in the hospital. You needn't worry about him, Jia Zhangshi huffed. Grandma, I want to eat chicken, Bonging drooled. Bonging, stop making a fuss, Jia Zhangshi comforted him. This money is saved for you. It will help you marry a wife in the future. I don't want a wife. I want to eat chicken, Bonging shouted. Eat, eat, eat. What nonsense. Jia Zhangshi turned and lay down on the bed. Bonging glanced at Qin Pyru, who said nothing but looked at the cloth pouch where Jia Zhangshi hid the money. Bonging seemed to understand. Chapter 103. Bonging takes action in the early morning. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Pyru went to the hospital to visit Jia Dongxiu, leaving Bonging to rummage through drawers. Although Jia Zhangshi had hidden her stash well, the room was small, and it did not take him long to find her secret hoard. Still, being a novice, he felt a bit timid. After taking a few bills, he excitedly dashed out. Grandma, Bonging called sweetly. Oh, Bonging, what is it? An auntie patted his head. Isn't your grandma with your mother at the hospital? They asked me to ask you to buy a chicken to stew for my dad, Bonging said earnestly. Buy a chicken? The auntie hesitated. Having been neighbors for years, she knew Jia Zhangshi too well. Asking her to buy a chicken was akin to asking for trouble. They even left money. Bonging pulled out 20 yuan and handed it to the auntie. This is truly rare. The auntie skeptically accepted the money, but seeing Bonging's sincere demeanor, she nodded in agreement. Luo Shaoyi and Lin Shaowen were preparing to head out when they noticed this scene. Luo Shaoyi became curious. 20 yuan for a chicken? Jia Zhangshi is quite extravagant. Although many items required tickets now, eggs were only 4 cents and a chicken cost around 5 yuan. It's probably stolen, Lin Shaowen chuckled. Stealing money? Luo Shaoyi's eyes widened, rushing to stop the auntie, only to be pulled back by Lin Shaowen. Shaowen, stealing is a crime, Luo Shaoyi exclaimed, clearly agitated. Consider it from another perspective. Why would Bonging steal money to buy a chicken? Lin Shaowen asked. Why? Luo Shaoyi was taken aback. Because Jia Zhangshi won't give him any, Lin Shaowen shrugged. There's a pregnant woman and a sick person at home, and she won't spare a penny. But that is still a crime, Luo Shaoyi countered. Starting to steal at such a young age will only lead to trouble later. Do you know why my great-grandfather lived to 90? Lin Shaowen asked. Why? Luo Shaoyi asked, puzzled. Because he never meddled in others' affairs. Now let us go, silly girl. After pinching her nose playfully, Lin Shaowen dashed out. Oh, Lin Shaowen, you're so annoying. Luo Shaoyi immediately chased after him. Su Damao, about to head home, caught sight of the two playfully bickering and felt a flicker of malice. I'll get you both one day. Wang Fujing. Shaowen, come try on these coats. Luo Shaoyi held up a wool coat, measuring it against Lin Shaowen. Don't buy that. It's too eye-catching, Lin Shaowen replied with a wry smile. Although he did not care much for others' opinions, a wool coat was not something an average person could wear. We earned this money ourselves. Why should we be afraid? Luo Shaoyi rolled her eyes. Buying a few shirts and jackets is fine, but a wool coat is out of the question, Lin Shaowen said firmly. Although things have stabilized somewhat, we must not act recklessly. Though the storm had yet to break, the signs were already apparent. In the courtyard, the young men take pride in possessing a military coat. Donning a woolen overcoat would be tantamount to courting disaster. Well, I suppose I shall follow your lead. Lu Shaoyi whispered. Shouldn't we be at the supply and marketing cooperative? Indeed, Lin Shaowen replied with a smile. You are no longer Miss Lu, but rather Mrs. Lin now. How vexing. Lu Shaoyi retorted with a playful pout, before taking Lin Shaowen's hand and heading towards the cooperative. After a meal and a film, they returned to the courtyard laden with packages, only to be greeted by a cacophony of wails at the entrance. Oh my, Lin Shaowen chuckled. It must be Bonging in trouble. Is Jia Zhasher the one doing the beating? Lu Shaoyi inquired curiously. No, it's Qin Pairu, Lin Shaowen asserted confidently. I don't believe it. Lu Shaoyi frowned. Doesn't she fear Jia Zhasher's wrath for striking Bonging? You'll find out once we step inside, Lin Shaowen shrugged. As they entered the courtyard, numerous envious glances fell upon them. However, Lin Shaowen remained unfazed, approaching Su Damao with a grin. What's the situation here? Isn't it obvious? Qin Pairu is thrashing Bonging. Su Damao replied with a shrug. And she's hitting him hard with a big stick. Lin Shaowen exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Shaoyi, who responded with an eye roll. Qin Pairu, should you lay a finger on Bonging, I shall confront you today, Jia Zhasher shouted fiercely, clutching Bonging in her arms. Mother. The principle of stealing a needle in childhood leads to stealing gold in adulthood. Do you not understand? Qin Pairu retorted, her eyes reddening. Bonging must call me mother. I cannot stand by as he makes mistakes. What's stealing? The money was given by me. Jia Zhasher snapped. Did he not wish for chicken yesterday? I provided him with money this morning to have Annie stew a chicken. Mother. Qin Pairu cried out pitifully. Should you touch Bonging again? Do not call me mother, Jia Zhasher warned. Defeated, Qin Pairu dropped the stick and retreated into the house, tears streaming down her face. What a commotion, Annie sighed. So, did Bonging truly steal money? Lin Shaowen mused. I'm not certain, Annie shook her head. Regardless, after Jia Zhasher returned, she claimed the money was missing. But it seems otherwise now. In any case, a fair judge finds it challenging to resolve family disputes. Let us disperse. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand, and the onlookers, seeing the excitement dwindling, returned to their homes. In the west courtyard, Lu Shaoyi remarked earnestly, Shaowen, we must ensure our child is well educated. If he dares to steal money, I shall discipline him severely. You may handle it, Lin Shaowen replied dismissively. No, you must assist me, Lu Shaoyi insisted. A mixed-gender duo will overwhelm him. Lin Shaowen chuckled. Ha! Lu Shaoyi laughed, insisting that Lin Shaowen lay on her belly to converse with their child. The following day, on Sunday, Lu Shaoyi was trimming flowers with a large pair of scissors while Lin Shaowen basked in the sun in the courtyard. With winter approaching, the chill was palpable, making the rare sunlight all the more precious. Shall we open the main gate to let in some fresh air? Lu Shaoyi suggested with a smile. As you wish. Lin Shaowen replied nonchalantly. Lu Shaoyi promptly opened the gate and propped it open. In those times, it was common to leave doors ajar, however. Lin Shaowen preferred to avoid interactions with certain individuals, hence he rarely opened the door. By now, everyone understood his temperament and seldom ventured to the west courtyard. Yet, exceptions always exist. Lin Shaowen, come quickly and witness the excitement, Shaju exclaimed, bounding into the back courtyard and marveling at the vibrant flowers. Goodness, it's nearly winter. And your garden is flourishing. These are seasonal flowers, Lin Shaowen replied casually, then shifted the topic. By the way, what excitement are you talking about? Right. Come on. Su Damao is going on a blind date. Without hesitation, Shaju grabbed Lin Shaowen and dashed outside, prompting Lu Shaoyi to follow suit.